On that day, all the disciples of the Tianjin sect accused Xuantong of stealing elixirs. The suppression from his senior brother, the betrayal from his Tao partner, and the suspicion from his master. Everyone mocked him and belittled him. No one was willing to listen to the truth. Xuantong is guilty of heinous crimes. He shall be imprisoned in the demon suppression tower, never to be reincarnated. Thus, Xuantong was ruthlessly suppressed, and the truth was that his Tao partner betrayed him and colluded with his senior brother to seize the supreme bone within him. When the supreme bone was dug out, Cui Hao sneered, and Xiao Zishi belittled him. Then, the two treated him like a dead dog, throwing him into the demon suppression tower. Before he died, Xiao Zishi even stabbed him again, claiming, "If he doesn't die, my heart won't be at ease." Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the 10,000 Realms Sign-In System. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Demon Suppression Tower, leveling up to Earth. Immortal. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Chui family ancestral home, obtaining Supreme Bone Purple Gold Divine Eye. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, obtaining the Extreme Emperor Tao Weapon Eastern Emperor Bell. 20 years later, Xuantong signed in as an Earth Immortal, invincible under heaven, tearing apart the Demon Suppression Tower and descending to the mortal realm. At that moment, the world trembled. The former senior brother, Tao partner, master, and those who framed him looked at the reborn youth with fear. "Get all to me. Kneel down." Chapter 1. Framed at the start, 20 years in the Demon Suppression. Xuantong, you have stolen elixirs, a heinous crime. Why don't you quickly admit your mistake and kneel down to be punished? On the Zhongshuan continent, Tianjin sect, a man in a white robe held a long sword, pointing directly at the bloodied and bruised youth before him. Xuantong's face was pale, his internal energy in chaos. "Senior brother Chui, I really did not steal the elixirs from the alchemy pavilion. Why won't you believe me?" Chui Hao coldly snorted and accurately cut open Xuantong's storage bag at his waist. Then, several bottles of elixirs appeared out of thin air, emitting an alluring glow. The surrounding disciples of Tianjin sect gasped in shock. "It's actually top-grade gathering spirit pills. These valuable elixirs are worth hundreds of spirit stones. How could Xuantong, a mere inner sect disciple, possess such expensive elixirs? I heard that Xuantong comes from an ordinary family in the Dacian dynasty. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't have such a large quantity of expensive elixirs. Who would have thought that Xuantong, so talented and good-looking, would secretly be a petty thief? I regret ever going on missions with him. How despicable. When the wall falls, everyone pushes, even those who had called Xuantong brother now wish for his immediate downfall. Who made Xuantong's recent fame soar? The most infuriating thing was that his Tao partner was also a well-known beauty in Tianjin sect. Why? Just because he had decent talent, looked good, and had good strength. Ha! Senior brother Chui looked solemn, pity written all over his face as he gazed at Xuantong, scolding. "At this point, do you still dare to argue? These elixirs are newly refined, and you stole them. How are the other disciples supposed to cultivate? Xuantong, you may not have a strong family background, and I have never looked down on you, but your actions now truly disappoint me." Xuantong was completely confused. What is this? This is indeed his storage bag, but he has no idea what is inside. Where did these elixirs come from? He never stole anything, nor would he do something that tarnishes his reputation. "Senior brother Chui, I really don't know. Can you give me a chance to find out the truth?" Xuantong spoke helplessly. Chui Hao remained silent. That moment, two figures approached. One was dressed in a blue robe, his expression stern. It was his master, Yi Gahan, one of the law elders of Tianjin sect, known for his impartiality. The other, in white, moved like a celestial being. It was his Tao partner, Xiao Zishi, the unrivaled beauty of the younger generation in Tianjin sect, with his stunning appearance. And an ethereal presence, the dream of countless disciples. Seeing them, Xuantong felt a glimmer of hope, staggering forward, speaking urgently. "Zishi, I really didn't steal the elixirs. I don't know how they ended up in my storage bag. Someone must have framed me. Please believe me. I beg you, just say a word for me." He reached out to grab Xiao Zishi's sleeve, but before he could touch it, Xiao Zishi stepped back, her once gentle eyes now as cold as ice. "Xuantong, that I once thought that although you came from humble beginnings, at least you had good character. I never expected you to commit such a despicable act. No wonder you suddenly said you wanted to give me a gift yesterday. It turns out it was stolen goods. A flicker of disgust flashed in Xiao Zishi's eyes, as if looking at a dirty thief rather than a Tao partner who once shared mutual respect with her. Our relationship ends here. With that, she turned without hesitation, walking towards Chui Hao, slightly bowing, her tone respectful yet distant. Senior Brother Chui, although this person once had a past with me, the sect rules cannot be disregarded. Please enforce the law impartially, without regard for my face. Her words spread throughout the area, causing countless disciples to secretly admire her. Truly worthy of Senior Sister Xiao, upholding justice without favoritism. Indeed, such character deserves the title of the unrivaled beauty of Tianjin sect. Lu Xuantong is truly blind to have dared deceive Senior Sister Xiao's feelings. Whispers surged like a tide, and Lu Xuantong stood frozen, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, more lethal than Chui Hao's sword. He opened his mouth to argue, but no sound came from his throat as, it turns out, her eyes. He wasn't even worth hearing an explanation. So it turns out the so-called Tao partner feelings were so fragile. He slowly raised his head to look at Chui Hao, only to see the faintest hint of a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of mockery. Junior Brother Lu, even Senior Sister Xiao, is unwilling to believe you. What else do you have to say? Lu Xuantong lowered his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, splattering a glaring red on the ground. That I really did not steal the elixirs. Why is it that no one is willing to believe me? Finally, he cast his gaze toward the master who had once taught him swordsmanship and guided his cultivation, Yigahan. Master, you are the one who knows me best. You know my character. I would never commit theft. I beg you, say a word for me that I really did not steal. However, Yigahan merely looked at him quietly, his deep eyes showing no anger, no disappointment, only an almost indifferent calm. After a long while, he sighed softly, shook his head, and waved his wide sleeve, an invisible force pushing Lu Xuantong back several steps. Both witness and evidence are present. What else do you have to say? Though I do not wish to believe it, the facts are before us, and I cannot help but believe. Take care of yourself. If in the future you can turn over a new leaf, you will still be my disciple. These words were flawless, maintaining his authority as a master while completely severing ties with Lu Xuantong. Even his last support had crumbled. The suppression from his senior brother, the betrayal from his Tao partner, the abandonment by his master. All trust, all affection, at this moment, turned to vapor. Lu Xuantong's body trembled violently, a beast-like growl erupting from his throat, followed by a roar to the heavens. Why? Why is no one willing to believe me? Just as he was filled with despair and rage, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Xiao Zishi and Chui Hao were quietly exchanging glances. The corners of their mouths curled slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible cold smile. That smile was filled with pride, mockery, and the pleasure of a plot successfully executed. Although it was just a moment, they quickly concealed their expressions, but Lu Xuantong still caught in an instant. He felt as if struck by lightning, a sudden realization flashing through his mind. No wonder there were pills appearing out of nowhere in the storage bag. Only the closest people can act without anyone noticing. Xiao Zishi, are you the one who harmed me? Rage instantly consumed his reason, his eyes turning crimson as he lunged at Xiao Zishi. Bitch, I'll kill you. However, before he could get close, Chui Hao had already blocked him with his sword, the fierce sword energy instantly sending him flying. Bang! Lu Xuantong crashed heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, with no strength left to stand up. Chui Hao looked down at him from a high position, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery, coldly stating, Lu Xuantong, not only did you steal the pills, but now you also want to commit murder in public? It seems you're truly insane. He then turned to face the crowd, his voice loud and righteous. Lu Xuantong has stolen the sect's pills with solid evidence, and shows no remorse, intending to harm others. From today onwards, he will be imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower for 20 years. After 20 years, if he can repent and change, he will be given another chance to reform. As soon as the words fell, several law enforcement disciples immediately stepped forward, roughly dragging Lu Xuantong away towards the direction of the Demon Suppression Tower. Lu Xuantong did not struggle, but stared fiercely at Xiao Zishi and Chui Hao, the hatred in his eyes nearly drowning out his reason. Xiao Zishi, Chui Hao. The grudge of today, I lose Xuantong, will surely return 100-fold. Chapter 2. The Demon Suppression Tower. Ding. The golden finger sign-in is invincible. Watching Lu Xuantong being escorted to the Demon Suppression Tower by the law enforcement disciples. Chui Hao stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold and sinister expression. He glanced sideways at Xiao Zishi beside him, a flash of greed and urgency in his eyes, and whispered, "What you said before, is it true? Does he really have a piece of the legendary supreme bone that can only be nurtured by the heavenly realm hidden within him?" Xiao Zishi lightly pursed her red lips. Her gaze flowing, and without hesitation, nodded, "Absolutely true. Even he himself has not noticed this. If it weren't for our dual cultivation, I wouldn't have sensed the unusual vitality in his body with my secret method. I'm afraid no one would know even now." Upon hearing this, Chui Hao's eyes suddenly erupted with a fiery light, as if he could already see himself merging with the supreme bone, reaching the pinnacle, and looking down upon all living beings. Good, 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 he repeated 3 times, then let out a cold laugh, waving his sleeve. "Let us go to my cave." Inside the dark and damp cave, the cold air pierced to the bone, and thick frost was condensed on the surrounding stone walls. At this moment, Lu Xuantong was firmly bound by heavy black iron chains, his limbs spread wide and suspended in midair. His consciousness was blurred, and all his meridians were sealed. He couldn't even mobilize a trace of spiritual power, and could only let the cold chains dig into his flesh, seeping out drops of blood. In his ears, the faint sounds of conversation between Xiao Zishi and Chui Hao could be heard. "Senior brother, look." Chui Hao held the sect's treasure, the Tianyin mirror, its surface rippling like water, reflecting the scene deep inside Lu Xuantong's body. There, a piece of crystal-clear bone, emitting a faint golden glow, lay quietly in his chest, as if containing boundless power of heaven and earth. "Indeed, it is the supreme bone." Chui Hao's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fervor. Xiao Zishi was also overjoyed. Stepping forward, her voice sweet, "Senior brother, you promised me that once you obtained the supreme bone, you would become my Tao partner, never to part for life." Chui Hao laughed heartily, pulling her into his embrace, gently lifting her chin with his fingertip, and said softly, "Of course, I Chui Hao keep my word. How could I go back on it?" Xiao Zishi snuggled in his arms, her eyes filled with longing. "In that case." Chui Hao's gaze turned cold as he looked at the chained Lu Xuantong, saying ominously, "There's no time to waste. Let us start extracting the bone now." He could hardly wait. As long as he implanted this supreme bone into himself, he would be reborn, his talent would soar, and he might even surpass the ancestors of the Tianjin sect, ascending to the supreme path. So it was. Lu Xuantong's consciousness gradually cleared, and listening to their conversation, his heart turned icy. He finally understood everything. No wonder Xiao Zishi betrayed him. No wonder Chui Hao schemed against him. They wanted what was hidden within him. This supreme bone that even he himself did not know about. How ridiculous. How tragic. He gasped painfully, a hoarse laugh escaping his throat, his eyes bloodshot. Tears mixed with blood streaming down his cheeks. "If you want it, take it. But today's grudge, I, Lu Xuantong, will repay in blood." However, before his low voice could finish, Chui Hao had already approached with a sinister grin, a cold gleam flashing in his hand, a sharp dagger plunging straight into his chest. Poof! Blood splattered. The heart-wrenching pain instantly engulfed Lu Xuantong, who threw back his head and let out an extremely mournful scream, shaking the entire demon suppression tower with his wails. Flesh was brutally sliced open, bones were peeled away inch by inch. Chui Hao's methods were extremely cruel. He deliberately slowed down his movements, allowing Lu Xuantong to clearly feel each inch of agony, even intentionally preventing him from fainting. "Does it hurt? This is something you, an ant, are unworthy to possess. After today, I, Chui Hao, will step on your corpse to reach the pinnacle, and you will only be despised by the world, never to rise again." Pain. Lu Xuantong's body convulsed, his consciousness nearly collapsing, yet he could not faint and could only endure this inhumane torment. The pain of the flesh could still be tolerated, but the hatred in his heart burned like a raging fire, never extinguished. Why? Why does everyone want to bully him? Insult him, betray him? He had never thought of harming anyone. But why in this world is there no one willing to give him a way to live? Since heaven does not allow me to live, then I will defy this heaven. How long had passed? Perhaps several hours, or perhaps just a short moment. In Lu Xuantong's muddled consciousness, the concept of time had long blurred. Only the heart-wrenching pain remained, like a festering sore that could not be shaken off. When the last shred of flesh was stripped away, and the supreme bone was completely removed from his body, he was finally discarded like a rag on the ground. Blood soaked the stone slab beneath him, pooling into a shocking dark red. His breathing was so weak it was almost stopped, each breath accompanied by intense pain, as if thousands of steel needles were stirring within him. Cui Hao and Xiao Zishi looked down at him from above, their eyes devoid of any pity. Only indifference and mockery. Let us go, he is of no use anymore, Cui Hao said flatly. Xiao Zishi nodded, and the two of them, one on each side, dragged Lu Xuantong's broken body towards the forbidden area of the Tianjian sect, the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower. The place where the Tianjian sect suppresses 10,000 demons. Standing 12 stories high, entirely black, the tower was entwined with countless thick chains, each chain engraved with ancient runes, exuding a terrifying pressure that suppressed heaven and earth. For thousands of years, all demons that harmed the world have been imprisoned here. The first level, innate realm demons. The second level, transformation realm great demons. The 12th level even suppresses unparalleled fiends at the peak of the venerable realm. Even the elders of the Tianjian sect would not dare to easily step into the higher levels. And at this moment, Lu Xuantong was thrown into the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower like garbage. Bang! His body fell heavily onto the cold ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cui Hao stood outside the tower, looking through the array's light curtain at the barely breathing Lu Xuantong, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How pathetic. If he had discovered his supreme bone earlier and made it public, he might have received the sect's attention and become a prodigy. Unfortunately, now he can only become the food for demons. Xiao Zishi stood beside him, her eyes flickering, and suddenly said softly, "Senior brother, should we give him one last stab?" Cui Hao glanced at her, half smiling. The most poisonous is the heart of a woman. This saying is indeed true. But let it be. He shook his head, his gaze returning to Lu Xuantong, and said lightly, "We have already taken his supreme bone and ruined his cultivation. In this state, he won't survive the night. Why dirty our hands any further?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zishi fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Senior brother is right. When it's possible to spare someone, one should spare them. However, just as the two were about to close the array of the Demon Suppression Tower, a piercing sword cry suddenly rang out. A purple flying sword shot out from Xiao Zishi's sleeve, its light like lightning, instantly penetrating the array's light curtain and fiercely stabbing into Lu Xuantong's chest. In an instant, blood gushed out. Lu Xuantong's previously muddled consciousness suddenly cleared for a moment. He widened his eyes, looking in disbelief at the purple figure outside the tower. Xiao Zishi. She was unwilling to give him even the last thread of life. You. Cui Hao was also stunned, clearly not expecting Xiao Zishi to suddenly make a move. If he doesn't die, my heart will be uneasy, she said softly, her eyes devoid of guilt, only deep caution. Lu Xuantong was resilient. If he had even a glimmer of hope, he might not be unable to turn the tide. At that time, the ones who would die would be us. After saying this, Cui Hao's heart trembled. He looked deeply at Xiao Zishi and suddenly felt that this seemingly weak woman, when ruthless, could even make him feel a chill. "Heh, you are indeed ruthless." Cui Hao smiled and said no more, waving his hand to close the formation of the Demon Suppression Tower. At the last moment before the light curtain closed, Lu Xuantong's gaze pierced through the blood red, fixating on the figures of the two. Xiao Zishi, Cui Hao, today's grudge. Even if I, Lu Xuantong, turn into a vengeful spirit, I will make you pay in blood for blood. At this moment, Lu Xuantong's consciousness was like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. His chest was pierced by a purple flying sword, blood gushing out, pooling into a glaring scarlet on the ground. His body, already severely weakened from having his supreme bone extracted, was now further worsened, life rapidly fading away. Am I going to die? Is it going to end like this? He was unwilling. He hated Xiao Zishi's betrayal. He hated Cui Hao's venom. He hated his master's indifference. He hated the injustice of this world. But no amount of hatred could stop the arrival of death. His vision blurred gradually, and the sound of a death knell buzzed in his ears. However, just as he was about to completely sink into darkness, a cold and clear voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the hidden quest, Survival in Desperation. Congratulations, host, for awakening the 10,000 Realms Sign-In System. This system can assist the host in signing in across the myriad realms to obtain supreme opportunities. Current sign-in location, first layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. Quest reward, 5 Heavenly Blood Divine Tree Pills. Pill effect, revive the dead and restore the bones. Can heal all injuries except for death, restoring to peak condition. Chapter 3, sign in at the second layer, Great Desolation Prison Heaven Finger. He suddenly widened his eyes, the previously scattered pupils refocusing. A system? Damn, I actually awakened a system? In an instant, countless fragments of memories surged in his mind. He suddenly remembered that he was not a native of this world. He was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary worker, laboring day and night on an assembly line, ultimately dying of overwork. In this life, he had crossed over to the Xianxian continent, becoming a member of an ordinary family in the Daqian dynasty. However, he had lost all memories before the age of 3, completely forgetting his identity as a transmigrator. Thinking of his parents, Xuantong's heart trembled violently. His parents were merely ordinary cultivators, with low cultivation and a modest background, yet they regarded him as a treasure. To allow him to enter the Tianjian sect for cultivation, they sold all their valuable possessions and even humbly begged for loans. And this farewell had lasted for 8 years. Unfilial. Blood tears streamed down Xuantong's eyes, filled with regret and remorse. If he could do it all over again, he would never betray his parents' expectations again. Sign in. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuantong roared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully. Obtain 5 heavenly blood divine tree pills. As the system prompt sounded, 5 pills appeared out of thin air in Xuantong's hand. The pills were bright red, with golden patterns swirling on the surface. As soon as they appeared, the entire first layer of the demon suppression tower was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. The aroma seemed to have a life of its own, entering Xuantong's nostrils and causing his body, which was on the verge of collapse, to tremble slightly, even slowing the flow of blood from his wounds. Divine pills. Without any hesitation, Xuantong directly stuffed 1 pill into his mouth. The moment the pill entered his abdomen, boom! It was as if a blazing sun exploded within him. The scorching medicinal power surged like a torrent, instantly sweeping through his limbs and bones. The terrifying sword wound on his chest healed at a visibly rapid pace. The once dry meridians surged with spiritual power like a rushing river, restoring him to peak condition in the blink of an eye. He was even stronger than before. Crack! Crack! Xuantong slowly stood up, his bones cracking like popping beans. A glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes, like a dormant beast finally awakening its crimson gaze. Realm. Innate realm. Transformation realm. Master realm. Grandmaster realm. Celestial realm. Venerable realm. Earthly immortal. Then, Xuantong exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the surging power within him. The effectiveness of the heavenly blood divine tree pills exceeded his expectations, not only repairing all his injuries, but also subtly improving his cultivation. Just a step away from breaking through to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. But soon, he forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time for celebration. He looked up at the dim ceiling of the demon suppression tower, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. With his current strength, even at peak condition, he was merely at the early stage of the transformation realm, let alone breaking the seal of the demon suppression tower, even if he escaped by chance. He had no chance against Cui Hao, who had already fused with the Supreme Bone. Moreover, Cui Hao was the senior brother of the Tianjian sect, holding a prestigious position. And now having obtained the Supreme Bone, he would undoubtedly be valued even more by the sect. And what about himself? A discarded disciple branded with the crime of stealing pills, thrown into the demon suppression tower. Who would believe his words? Who would seek justice for him? Master Yigahan. That indifferent master had long abandoned him. The sect leader? The elders? They would only stand on Cui Hao's side. Power. Only absolute power could suppress everything. Only then could those traitors, those hypocrites, be silenced. Just as his thoughts surged, the system's prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering a new quest, ascend to the 2nd layer of the demon suppression tower. Quest reward. Imperial level martial art, Great Desolation, Prison Heaven Finger. Xuantong's pupils constricted, and an astonishing light burst forth from his eyes. Imperial level martial art. That was an unparalleled martial art that surpassed the heavenly level. It was a rare existence throughout the Xianxian continent. He couldn't believe things were going so smoothly. He murmured to himself, a cold arc forming at the corner of his mouth. According to the rules of the demon suppression tower, there was only one way to get out from within. Break through all 12 layers. Otherwise, he could only wait for the outside world to open. This demon suppression tower was said to be a holy relic left over from ancient times, with its own small world within. And each layer's space was several times larger than the one below, with the suppressed demons growing stronger. To ascend to the next layer, one must find the formation eye between layers and pass the test. Since that was the case, Xuantong clenched his fists, fiery battle intent igniting in his eyes. Then let us fight layer by layer, until I can personally crush those traitors. However, just as he was preparing to act, a chilling wolf howl suddenly rang out, followed by a second, a third. Xuantong suddenly turned around, only to see countless crimson eyes lighting up in the darkness, dense as ghostly flames. A massive wolf demon leaped out of the shadows first. It stood nearly 10 feet tall, its fur standing erect like steel needles, with white fangs dripping saliva that corroded small pits into the ground. The peak innate demon aura rushed toward him, and this was just the beginning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One wolf demon after another emerged from the darkness, quickly surrounding Lu Xuantong. A rough count revealed at least 20. Each one was at the innate realm. Lu Xuantong's heart sank. With his transformation realm strength, dealing with 1 or 2 innate realm wolf demons was no problem. But facing so many at once. Roar. The leading wolf king let out a roar, and all the wolf demons pounced at once. In this life and death moment, Lu Xuantong remained surprisingly calm. In his mind, there was only one thought left. Revenge. Hatred for Xiao Zishi. Hatred for Cui Hao. Hatred for this unjust world. All the hatred transformed into overwhelming battle intent at that moment. Kill. With a loud roar, Lu Xuantong charged forward against the wolf pack. His fist gathered the energy of his entire body, and with one punch, he directly shattered the head of the first wolf demon that pounced on him. Bang! The blood mist exploded, but this was just the beginning. More wolf demons rushed in from all directions, their sharp claws and fangs capable of splitting metal and stone. Lu Xuantong's figure moved like lightning, weaving through the pack of wolves, every punch and kick carrying a deadly determination. Boom! Another wolf corpse fell to the ground. But the price was 3 deep wounds on his back, exposing bone. Blood stained the ground. The pain stimulated his nerves, making Lu Xuantong feel even more alert. He knew he could not retreat. There was nowhere to retreat. Either he would kill all these beasts and find the eye of the array leading to the second layer, or he would become their food. Come on, beasts. Lu Xuantong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with fierce light. Let us see today who eats whom. Before he finished speaking, he charged back into the pack of wolves. This battle would be to the death. Blood. Everywhere was blood. Lu Xuantong could no longer remember how long he had been fighting. His arms moved mechanically, each punch accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, each kick sending wolf demons flying with their howls. The wolf corpses piled up like a mountain, and blood flowed like a river. The entire first layer of the demon suppression tower had turned into a hellish battlefield. At first, the ferocious wolf demons kept rushing in. But as their companions' corpses grew more numerous, they began to retreat. A smaller wolf demon whined in fear, tucking its tail and backing away. Soon after, the second and third followed. Finally, the remaining wolf demons retreated to the dark corners, their crimson eyes filled with terror. This blood-soaked human was more beast-like than they were. Lu Xuantong panted heavily, standing in place. His clothes were already tattered, revealing his scarred body. But he seemed to feel no pain. Numbly, he walked step by step toward the eye of the array in the center of the first layer. There, a blood-red pillar of light shot up into the sky, leading to the entrance of the second layer. Not enough. Lu Xuantong muttered to himself. This level of strength is still far from enough. He had to become stronger. Strong enough to crush all enemies. As he stepped into the pillar of light, the scenery around him instantly twisted. When his vision cleared again, an endless desert came into view. The scorching wind whipped up sand particles against his face, and the distant sand dunes rolled like frozen waves. The sky appeared in a strange dark red, as if stained with blood. Is this the second layer? Lu Xuantong squinted his eyes, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. Reward obtained. Emperor-level technique, Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Sign in at the third layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. Mission reward. National-level Sacred Artifact. Purple, Gold Divine Armor. Please continue to watch for a while. Add it to your bookshelf and enjoy slowly. Chapter 4. Master S. Guilt. He is already dead, the idol you chose. The system's prompt made Lu Xuantong's spirit lift. Purple Gold Divine Armor? His eyes shone brightly. This was a legendary defensive treasure. It was said that this armor was made from a mixture of 9 heavens, purple gold, and dragon scales. Not only impervious to blades and spears, but also capable of withstanding full-force strikes from powerful beings at the venerable realm. With it, he would have a better chance even against the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. Not to mention, he also obtained the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. This Emperor-level technique. Good. So good. Lu Xuantong clenched his fists, his fighting spirit boiling. Now, what he needed to do was to cultivate this technique to its peak. And the monsters in this desert were the best sparring partners. Hiss. Just as he was pondering, a chilling sound came from all directions. He saw the distant sand dunes suddenly rise, and several giant poisonous scorpions burst forth from the sand. Each one was the size of a calf, completely black, with their tails glowing with a ghostly blue light, clearly extremely poisonous. Even more frightening was that behind them, countless vividly patterned poisonous snakes poked their heads out of the sand, their cold vertical pupils fixed firmly on Lu Xuantong. Good. Lu Xuantong was not surprised, but rather delighted. His eyes instantly turning blood red. A surge of overwhelming killing intent erupted from him. The intensity of that killing intent even caused the temperature around him to drop a few degrees. I'll use you to test my new technique." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed hand seals with both hands, following the energy flow path of the great wilderness prison heaven finger, gathering all his spiritual energy into his right index finger. A dazzling golden light gathered at his fingertip. Vaguely, it seemed as if the illusion of an ancient god and demon appeared behind him. Great wilderness prison heaven finger. First move, shatter mountains and rivers. With a single finger strike, the heavens and earth changed color. The golden finger light streaked across the sky like a meteor, collapsing sand dunes and shattering poisonous scorpions. With just one strike, 3 peak innate realm poisonous scorpions were reduced to ashes. The remaining monsters let out terrified shrieks, but it was too late. Xuantong descended like the Grim Reaper, unleashing a bloody massacre in the desert. With every finger point, a monster met its death. Blood stained the yellow sand, and severed limbs and broken arms flew everywhere. At this moment, he was no longer the weakling who was bullied. He was a vengeful spirit returning from hell. Kill, kill, kill. In the midst of the frenzied slaughter, Xuantong's understanding of the great wilderness prison heaven finger deepened. The originally awkward moves gradually became fluid, and their power increased. Finally, when the last poisonous snake was pierced through the head by his finger, the entire desert returned to silence. Xuantong stood in place, drenched in blood. But he laughed up to the sky. Ha ha. His laughter was filled with madness and delight. He could feel himself growing stronger. Cui hao xiaozishi. You wait. I, Xuantong, will come to find you soon. After saying that, he strode toward the blood-red pillar of light in the center of the desert. There, the entrance to the third layer awaited him. Outside the demon suppression tower, the wind and clouds changed. As time passed, 2.5 years had already gone by in the outside world. During these years, the Heavenly Sword sect was shaken, all because Cui Hao had completely fused with the Supreme Bone, demonstrating unparalleled talent. On that day, a radiance filled the sky above the Heavenly Sword sect. Purple chi came from the east, and the power of the Supreme Bone triggered a celestial phenomenon, enveloping the entire sect in a brilliant golden glow. The sect master personally emerged, looking intently at Cui Hao, his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. The Supreme Bone is indeed the legendary Supreme Bone. Our Heavenly Sword sect is finally going to produce an unparalleled genius. News swept through the entire sect like a storm, and countless disciples looked up at Cui Hao with awe and envy. Elders presented congratulatory gifts, spiritual pills, divine weapons, and rare techniques piled up in Cui Hao's cave dwelling. Even the usually aloof Grand Elder personally summoned him, bestowing upon him a 9-turn Xianyuan pill to assist him in breaking through his realm. The sect master publicly announced, Cui Hao, starting today, will be our Heavenly Sword sect's designated Holy Son. Once he steps into the venerable realm, he will be able to hold the power of the sect and command thousands of disciples. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire assembly was in an uproar. What does the position of Holy Son mean? It means the future sect master. It means supreme power. It means all the resources of the Heavenly Sword sect will tilt toward him. From then on, Cui Hao's position was completely solidified, and no one dared to show him any disrespect. Those disciples who had once opposed him now bowed their heads and saluted when they saw him, trembling with fear, lest they anger this future master of the sect. In the cave dwelling, red candles flickered and warm fragrance wafted. Xiao Zishi snuggled in Cui Hao's arms, her fingertips gently tracing his chest, her eyes filled with infatuation and pride. Senior brother, you truly are not someone that waist can compare to, she whispered softly, her red lips slightly parted, exhaling like orchids. The effects of dual cultivation are indeed more impressive for senior brother. Upon hearing this, Cui Hao's lips curled into a proud smile, his fingers lifting her chin, his gaze fiery and greedy. Of course, right now, I have everything I want, able to summon the wind and rain, and I can do anything. This is the power of the Supreme Bone. He laughed heartily, his laughter filled with exhilaration and arrogance. Speaking of which, I have to thank that fool Xuantong. If it weren't for the Supreme Bone in his body, how could I have today's glory? Xiao Zishi also giggled, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. He is already dead in the demon suppression tower, having his bones dug out, his cultivation wasted, and then pierced through the heart by me. How could he possibly survive? Cui Hao nodded, his tone disdainful and certain. Indeed, no one could survive in that situation. Moreover, you even added a sword to him. He looked down at Xiao Zishi, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. You really are merciless. Xiao Zishi sneered, her gaze deep and cold as a dark pool. What if I am merciless? Since I chose this path, I must walk it to the end, and I cannot waver in the slightest. I, Xiao Zishi, will never give anyone a chance to rise again. Her tone was grim, as if she were speaking of a predetermined outcome. Fortunately, he is already dead. His bones must have long been devoured by the monsters in the demon suppression tower, right? The two exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. They openly mocked Xuantong's foolishness, belittling his incompetence. As if that once great genius was nothing more than a trivial stepping stone. Suddenly, Xiao Zixi smiled charmingly, her fingertips lightly tapping Cui Hao's chest, her voice soft and sultry. Senior brother, you promised me. Once you obtain the supreme bone, you would become my Tao partner, never to part in this life. Cui Hao laughed heartily, pulling her close. His eyes filled with ambition. Rest assured, on the day I take control of the Heavenly Sword sect, you will be the Holy Sun's wife. At that time, who in the entire Zhongshuan continent would dare to underestimate us? The two embraced and laughed, seemingly seeing the supreme future ahead of them. However, they did not know that at this very moment, deep within the demon suppression tower, a figure was stepping over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, climbing upward step by step. Heavenly Sword Sect, Main Peak Hall. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, two figures sat cross-legged on cushions, their auras vast and deep, with a faint flow of law power circulating around them, resonating with heaven and earth. The person on the left wore a white robe as pure as snow, with a lean face, yet a trace of unshakable gloom lingered between his brows. This person was Yi Guhuan, a mid-stage respectable realm powerhouse. With swordsmanship that reached the heavens and earth, capable of cutting through mountains and rivers with a single sword, his reputation intimidating the four corners. On the right sat an old man with white hair and beard, his eyes deep like the starry sky, his aura vast like the ocean. He was the current sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, Lin Jian. His cultivation had reached the half-step Earth Immortal realm, and with every movement, the great momentum of heaven and earth accompanied him. With a single word, he could determine the rise and fall of the sect. At this moment, the hall was silent, with only the thin blue smoke rising from the incense burner, slowly dispersing. After a long while, Yi Guhuan finally spoke, his voice low, suppressing some indescribable emotion. Senior brother, I nearly fell into madness recently. Wu Tai Su furrowed his brows slightly, his deep gaze sweeping over Yi Guhuan. Oh, how could someone with your state of mind be like this? Yi Guhuan gave a bitter smile, a deep sense of guilt appearing in his eyes. Because of Lu Xiantong. The moment this name was spoken, the air in the hall seemed to freeze for an instant. Lin Jian's expression remained unchanged, only saying calmly, that disciple who stole the sect's elixirs, had his cultivation wasted, and was sent to the demon suppression tower? Yi Guhuan shook his head, a trace of pain flashing in his eyes. He was wronged. I have already investigated afterward, and the matter of stealing the elixirs was not his doing. Lin Jian's gaze narrowed slightly, but did not respond. Yi Guhuan continued, at that time, I was constrained by Cui Hao's face, and seeing Xiao Zixi act justly. I believed it to be true, thinking he had truly committed such a despicable act. But later, the more I thought about it, the more it felt wrong. That child Xuantong, though proud, is definitely not a villain. If he really wanted the elixirs, he could have asked me directly. Why would he need to steal? At this point, Yi Guhuan's face was filled with guilt and regret. It was I who misunderstood him. It was I, as his master, who failed to protect my disciple. His voice carried deep remorse, and his heart was engulfed in endless torment, with his conscience continuously reproaching him. Lin Jian was silent for a moment before finally speaking. So, what do you want to do? Yi Guhuan raised his head, his gaze intense. Senior brother, can you clear his name? Lin Jian's eyes flashed with a sharp light upon hearing this. Clear his name? You want Cui Hao to admit that he abused his power and framed his fellow disciple? Yi Guhuan was taken aback, and then he realized, his face gradually pale. Indeed, the current Cui Hao is no longer comparable to the past. He possesses the supreme bone and has been established as the prospective Holy Son, the hope of the sect. If we overturn the case now, wouldn't it be slapping the entire Heavenly Sword sect in the face? Would the sect master allow that? Seeing Yi Guhuan silent, Lin Jian slowly shook his head, his tone indifferent and resolute. This matter need not be mentioned again. Yi Guhuan's heart sank, but he still did not give up, whispering, if we cannot clear his name, can we secretly release him? The demon suppression tower is not a place for humans to stay, even if he leaves the Heavenly Sword sect and lives freely. That would be good. His voice was almost pleading, with a hint of hope in his eyes. However, Lin Jian's next words extinguished his last glimmer of hope like ice water. He is already dead. Chapter 5. The truth behind Lu Xuantong's death. Lu Xuantong's parents find out. Yi Guhuan trembled all over, his pupils suddenly constricting. What? Lin Jian's expression was calm, his gaze deep as an ancient well, slowly repeating, Lu Xiantong is already dead. You need not plead for him any longer. Suddenly, Yi Guhuan felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place. Dead? My disciple is just dead like that? That once proud and unyielding young man, the disciple I personally brought into the sect and taught with care. He just died in the demon suppression tower like this? No, it's impossible. Yi Guhuan mumbled to himself, a trace of indescribable pain appearing in his eyes. Lin Jian looked at him and said lightly, "You know what kind of place the demon suppression tower is better than I do." His cultivation was wasted, his supreme bone dug out, and he was struck by a fatal sword. He cannot survive. As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the hall froze. Yi Guhuan trembled violently, a chill running up his spine. His voice quivered slightly, filled with incredulity and anger. His supreme bone was dug out, and he was struck by a sword? Senior brother, what do you mean by this? At this moment, he realized that things were far more terrifying than he had imagined. Wasn't the supreme bone a natural talent of Cui Hao? How could it be related to Xuantong? Lin Jian's expression changed slightly, then showed a hint of annoyance. He stroked his long beard, his gaze flickering uncertainly. After a long time, he finally sighed. Forget it, since the person is dead, it's no harm to tell you. With the sect master's narration, a shocking conspiracy gradually surfaced. It turned out that 3 years ago, Cui Hao secretly approached the sect master and revealed a shocking discovery. Xuantong had a supreme bone hidden within him. Even he himself was unaware of it. At that time, Cui Hao said that this child was of mediocre talent and did not deserve to possess such a divine object. Lin Jian's voice was terrifyingly calm, stating that if the supreme bone could be transplanted to him, with his talent, he would surely be able to unleash its power to the fullest. Yi Guhuan felt a chill run through his body. So you all just... That's right, Lin Jian admitted openly. The entire framing plan was something I tacitly approved of. From framing him for stealing elixirs, to wasting his cultivation, and then sending him to the demon suppression tower. Every step was part of the plan. As for the matter of digging bones, a cruel glint flashed in the sect master's eyes. That girl Xiao Zishi has indeed been a great help. If it weren't for her sensing the existence of the supreme bone with the dual cultivation secret method, we might still be in the dark. Boom. This statement struck Yi Guhuan like a thunderclap, leaving him in shock. It turned out that his stubborn disciple had suffered such inhumane torment. Betrayed by the most trusted partner, framed by his fellow disciples, abandoned by respected mentors, and finally, brutally dug for bones, dying tragically in the tower. Why? Yi Guhuan questioned in disbelief, his face filled with shock. Even without transplanting from the Heavenly Sword sect, we could still have a disciple with a supreme bone. Xuantong is clearly also a disciple of my Heavenly Sword sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Jian suddenly let out a chilling laugh. He patted Yi Guhuan's shoulder, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Junior brother, do you know the true identity of Cui Hao? The Celestial Realm. These two words struck Yi Guhuan's heart like a heavy hammer. The Celestial Realm, that is the supreme existence that transcends the mortal world. It is said that only by breaking through to the earthly immortal realm can one ascend to the eternal Pure Land. By then, let alone the realm of the revered. Even the earthly immortal, or even the true immortal realm, would be within reach. Suddenly, Yi Guhuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He finally understood that in the sect master's eyes, Xuantong was merely a pawn that could be discarded at will. Cui Hao, on the other hand, was the ladder that could elevate the entire sect to greatness. Mad. You are all mad. Yi Guhuan muttered to himself, his heart shaken intensely. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that stubborn boy who always held his head high. He remembered the pure light that flickered in his eyes when he first became a disciple. Yet now that child had turned into a pile of bones in the demon-subduing tower. Junior brother, think carefully. Lin Jian's voice gradually faded away. For the grand plan of the sect, sacrificing a disciple is worth it. When the sect master's figure vanished from the hall, Yi Guhuan finally could not hold back. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, the crimson droplets splattered on the white jade floor, resembling blooming, tragic flowers. He knelt on the ground, his hands deeply buried in his hair. Guilt, anger, and regret tore at his heart like venomous snakes, gnawing at his Tao heart. If only he had trusted his disciple a little more and stood up to help, they wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Xuantong, I'm sorry for you. After a long while, he slowly stood up and walked heavily toward the hall's exit. His back exuded an indescribable desolation. The future of the Heavenly Sword sect was more important than a dead disciple, even if he was wronged. In the Dacian dynasty, in Qingshan City, as dusk fell, in a remote courtyard on the outskirts of the city, a girl of about 3 or 4 years old, dressed in a light yellow short shirt, had her soft black hair tied into 2 small buns that swayed gently with her movements. She held a small wooden sword, its rough blade clearly carved by hand, and the handle was wrapped with several loops of red string to prevent it from hurting her delicate palms. Hey, huh? Her childish voice was as clear as a bell, and the little girl swung the wooden sword with great seriousness, her delicate face full of focus. Though her movements were clumsy, they carried a certain rhythm, and with each swing of the sword, the surrounding air rippled slightly. If there were cultivators present, they would be shocked to discover that spiritual energy was spontaneously gathering around this little child. A petal from a peach blossom fell, and the little girl's eyes suddenly brightened as she thrust the wooden sword forward. Swish. The petal was precisely pinned to the tip of the sword. Daddy, Mommy, Yao Yao did it. She joyfully turned around, her bright eyes crescent-shaped with a smile, her rosy cheeks glistening with beads of sweat under the sunset. At a stone table in the corner of the courtyard sat a middle-aged couple. The man, in his early 40s, wore a simple blue robe. His face rugged, yet revealing traces of youthful handsomeness. He sat quietly, exuding a calm and steady presence, as if no storm could shake him. This man was Lu Jinqing, Lu Xuantong's father. Beside him was a woman who, though no longer young, still retained her charm. She had a curvy figure and skin like jade. The few fine lines at the corners of her eyes couldn't hide the liveliness in her autumn-like gaze. Time had taken her youthful looks, but had given her an even more captivating mature grace. She was Li Qiongyu, Lu Xuantong's mother. At this moment, the couple watched their daughter's innocent and carefree demeanor with complex emotions in their eyes. Yao Yao is really amazing. Li Qiongyu forced a smile, her voice slightly choked. Lu Jinqing gently held his wife's hand, noticing that her palm was cold. Qiongyu, I'm fine. Li Qiongyu shook her head, but her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the direction of the heavenly sword mountain. Just seeing Yao Yao practicing her sword makes me think of Tong'er. 10 years ago, their stubborn eldest son insisted on joining the heavenly sword sect, claiming he wanted to bring glory to their family. On the eve of his departure, the 15-year-old boy knelt before them, swearing he would become strong and provide a good life for his parents. But who would have thought that this farewell would be eternal? Tong'er would never steal pills. Lu Jinqing's voice was deep and firm, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. I know my son. It must be that group of people framing him. They are all bad. Upon hearing this, Li Qionyu's tears finally streamed down her face. But they all say Tong'er is dead and has been locked in that terrifying demon-subduing tower. Even the emperor believes those rumors. Mentioning this, Lu Jinqing's gaze suddenly sharpened. The emperor, in order to please the future saint of the Heavenly Sword sect, actually ordered a manhunt for them, wanting to bring them to the Heavenly Sword sect to apologize. For the past 6 months, they have been hiding from place to place, fleeing from the prosperous state capital to this remote Qingshan city, living in hiding. The once Lu residence has long been sealed and their assets confiscated. All of this, just because of those baseless accusations. Jinggu, what should we do? Li Qiongyu looked helplessly at her husband. Are we supposed to hide like this for the rest of our lives? Lu Jinqing remained silent for a long time, his gaze slowly falling on the small figure in the courtyard. Little Lu Yao seemed to sense her parents' attention, turned around and sweetly smiled at them, then continued to swing her wooden sword earnestly. In a daze, Lu Jinqing seemed to see the young Lu Xuantong. Yao Yao has spiritual roots. Chapter 6, Breakthrough. Sign in for the holy level skill Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm. We have no way out. Lu Jinqing remained silent, his gaze heavy as he looked into the distance. There lay the direction of the Heavenly Sword sect. That towering immortal gate, high above the clouds, looked down upon all beings, while they were merely ants. Ants, who had no right to even be angry. The couple, in this life, could only reach the realm of the revered at most. Beyond that, the earthly immortal? That was merely a dream. But if they did not become earthly immortals, in the face of such a colossal entity as the Heavenly Sword sect, they wouldn't even have the right to speak. Not even the right to plead for their son. Tong'er. Li Qionyu's voice choked as she cried out. He has never liked to cry since he was a child. Even when he was hurt, he would bear it. But those people actually slandered him, ruined his cultivation, and threw him into the demon-subduing tower. Inside, there are all kinds of ruthless demons and monsters. How can you expect Tong'er to survive? What kind of torment must he endure? She couldn't continue, her chest heaving violently, as if a knife was twisting in her heart. Lu Jinqing took a deep breath, slowly crouched down, and held his wife's trembling hand. Qiongyu, we still have Yao Yao. At this moment, 3-year-old Lu Yao was holding a rough wooden sword, practicing her moves earnestly. Born with spiritual roots, with unparalleled talent. This kind of aptitude is even more astonishing than Lu Xiantong's back then. Yao Yao is our only hope, Lu Jin said slowly. Yes, they are old. Their talents are limited, and they will never be able to shake the foundation of the Tianjian sect in this lifetime. But Yao Yao can. Even if it takes 10 years, 100 years, even if they, as a couple, will never see that day in their lifetime. They must let Yao Yao live on. Let her grow stronger. Let her seek justice for her brother. Li Qiongyu bit her lip tightly, releasing it only when she tasted blood. She slowly raised her head, and her eyes were no longer filled with tears of despair, but rather with a kind of almost obsessive determination. All right, we will teach her to cultivate. Teach her to grow stronger. Teach her to remember her brother's hatred. Lu Jin nodded, his gaze deep as an abyss. The Tianjian sect will one day pay for their actions. Don't forget, Tong'er is the child of an immortal from the heavens. Good people have their own blessings. He will surely survive a dire situation. Perhaps he is living well. Upon hearing this, Li Qiongyu let out a cold laugh, a hint of sarcasm flashing in her eyes. Jingu, did you just say Tonger is the child of an immortal from the heavens? Lu Jin's expression changed slightly, seemingly regretting mentioning this matter. But the fact is indeed so. Lu Xuantong is not their biological child. However, Li Qiongyu suddenly stood up, her eyes ablaze with anger, as if she wanted to pour out all the grievances, unwillingness, and pain of these years. I don't care whose child he is. I raised him. I fed him bite by bite. I stayed up all night watching over him when he had a fever. He is my child, the child born from my womb. As she spoke, tears rolled down her cheeks again, but this time, her gaze was incredibly resolute. Xuantong has suffered so much, abandoned by his biological parents since childhood. If we don't protect him, in this world, he would be the most pitiful child. Lu Jin remained silent for a long time, finally letting out a long sigh and wrapping his arms around his wife. You are right, regardless of his background, he is our child. The night wind wailed, and peach blossoms fell like rain. Little Lu Yao was still practicing her sword in the courtyard, completely unaware that her fate had long been tightly bound to that brother she had never met. The cold wind howled, and snow fell from the sky. The 7th level of the Demon Suppression Tower was a world of eternal frost and extreme cold. The vast snowfield was boundless, and the biting chill sliced through every inch of skin like a knife. Even the breath exhaled instantly crystallized into ice. Crack! A tall figure stepped on the broken ice and slowly walked out. This person had black hair like ink, sharp features like a sword, and a tattered black robe that fluttered in the wind and snow, surrounding him with a terrifying pressure that seemed to make the heavens and earth bow down. Lu Xuantong's eyes were deep, overlooking the world. 10 years. A full 10 years. He had killed his way through the 7th level of the Demon Suppression Tower step by step from a person whose bones had been dug out and whose cultivation had been wasted, treading on the corpses of countless demons to reach today. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and white mist condensed into frost in the air. Looking down at his reflection in the snow, the face that had long lost its youthful innocence was replaced by a sharp and cold outline, with the sharpness cultivated by the trials of time between his brows. 10 years of life and death, 10 years of loneliness. The 10 years of tempering through blood and fire had matured him considerably. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the 7th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Reward: Holy Level Martial Arts Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm. Lu Xuantong's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved into a smile. Holy Level Martial Arts are 1 level higher than Great Wilderness Prisoning Sky Finger. He murmured softly, a hint of fervor flashing in his eyes. Great Wilderness Prisoning Sky Finger is an imperial level martial art, immensely powerful, helping him to kill his way through the first 6 levels of the Demon Suppression Tower, even allowing him to break through to the peak of the Grandmaster level, just a step away from the human realm. And now, he had obtained a holy level martial art. The human realm level, within the Tianjin sect, is already the level of an elder, capable of establishing a sect and dominating a region. Once upon a time, this was a realm he didn't even dare to look up to, but now it was within reach. Heh, he let out a low laugh, but it carried a tinge of desolation. The price of gaining power is too heavy. Having his supreme bone dug out, his cultivation wasted, betrayed by his beloved, abandoned by his sect. He should have died in the 1st level of the Demon Suppression Tower, under the fangs of those demons. But he was unwilling. How could he be willing? Lu Xuantong slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the storm of snow, as if he could see the Tianjin sect high above the clouds. Have you ever thought that I am still alive? Next, Lu Xuantong sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into the sea of consciousness. In an instant, vast information surged in like a torrent. Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm was created by a true immortal during ancient times. Legend has it that this immortal comprehended the Tao amidst the 9 heavens thunder tribulation, using heavenly thunder as a guide, transforming destruction into vitality. With a single palm, it can annihilate all things and also reshape the universe. This palm has 3 styles. The first style, thunder moves the 9 heavens. The second style, heavenly punishment descends to the world. Each style contains the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, with terrifying and unparalleled power. What a domineering martial art! Lu Xuantong was shocked in his heart. The profundity of Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm far exceeded that of Great Wilderness Prisoning Sky Finger. If he could master it, he would have the power to fight even against true immortals. However, cultivating this palm requires drawing upon heavenly thunder to refine the body. He looked up at the sky. The sky of this icy world was dark as ink, with faint flashes of thunder and lightning. Just what I wanted. He suddenly stood up, his robe fluttering without wind, and a mighty aura surged into the sky. Boom! As if sensing his fighting spirit, dark clouds rolled, and thunder roared. A blinding bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking down. Lu Xuantong did not dodge, but instead leaped towards the heavenly thunder. Come on, let me see if this heavenly thunder can destroy me, Lu Xuantong. Suddenly, the lightning exploded, and his figure was instantly engulfed. 3 months later, Lu Xuantong slowly opened his eyes. The lightning in his gaze flickered but quickly extinguished. After all, he was still lacking a bit. He murmured, and the lightning in his palm gradually dissipated, turning into specks of starlight that vanished in the wind and snow. Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm is a holy level martial art, profound and unfathomable, far beyond what great wilderness prisoning Sky Finger could compare to. Although he had exceptional talent, in this extreme cold land, the heavenly thunder was thin, making it difficult to truly draw upon the power of thunder to refine his body. He could only barely comprehend a hint of its essence. If he truly wanted to master this palm, he must find a place rich in thunder power. His gaze became solemn as he looked toward the depths of the vast snowfield. Within the Demon Suppression Tower, each level forms a small world of its own, perilous yet containing opportunities. Since the 7th level is an icy cold realm, could the 8th level have thunder beasts lurking there? Thunder beasts are born from the thunder of heaven and earth, naturally controlling the power of thunder. If he could slay one and obtain its thunder core, it would surely help him master Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm. With this thought in mind, Lu Xuantong no longer hesitated, his figure like lightning, rushing deep into the 7th level. He knew well that he must break through to the human realm as soon as possible, penetrate the Demon Suppression Tower, and reappear in the world. If he died, his parents would surely be heartbroken, and Cui Hao and Xiao Zixi would never let them go. Especially that bitch Xiao Zixi. She had thoroughly understood the need to eradicate the roots. He had no time to hesitate. He must continue killing and growing stronger. After an unknown period of rushing, Lu Xuantong finally reached the end of the 7th level. Before him stood a towering ice mountain, and at its peak was an ice crystal throne exuding a chilling aura. And on the throne sat a giant beast, entirely blue like ice, resembling a fierce tiger but with dragon horns, surrounded by piercing cold frost. It was a frost-held demon tiger. Roar. Sensing Lu Xuantong's presence, the frost-held demon tiger suddenly opened its eyes, its crimson beastly gaze locking onto him. And a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire snowfield. A peak Grandmaster level demon beast. Lu Xuantong's gaze sharpened, not afraid but instead revealing a hint of fighting spirit. Just right, I'll use you to test my newly comprehended lightning power. Before his words fell, his figure shot up, lightning appearing at his fingertips, though weak. It contained the power of destruction. Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm. Thunder moves through the 9 heavens. In an instant, thunder erupted, the ice-prisoned demon tiger roared. Its giant claws smashed down, frost and lightning clashed, causing the entire ice mountain to tremble. He gasped for breath, lightning flickering in his palm. Although he had not truly mastered the Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm, this battle had made his control over lightning more refined. The entrance to the 8th layer should be behind this throne. He stepped forward, and indeed, behind the ice crystal throne, a blood-colored vortex slowly spun, emitting a heart-pounding aura. 8th layer, the domain of thunder beasts. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. 8th layer of the Demon Suppressing Tower, acquiring Destiny Dragon Essence. Triggered task. Sign in at the 9th layer of the Demon Suppressing Tower, acquire Indestructible Body. Chapter 7. 20 years have passed. Sign in at the top layer. Gaining the cultivation of an Earth Immortal. In the 13th year, Lu Xuantong broke through the 8th layer of the Demon Suppressing Tower and obtained the Indestructible Body. In the 15th year, Lu Xuantong broke through the 9th layer of the Demon Suppressing Tower and obtained an incredibly powerful treasure, talent, randomly appearing later based on plot needs. In the 16th year, Lu Xuantong broke through the 9th layer of the Demon Suppressing Tower and obtained the upgrade to the Celestial Realm, mastering the Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm to an advanced level. In the 18th year, Lu Xuantong broke through the 10th layer of the Demon Suppressing Tower and obtained, perfecting the Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm. In the 19th year, Lu Xuantong broke through the 11th layer of the Demon Suppressing Tower and obtained the Great Sage level weapon, 9 Heavens Divine Sword. There are 9 swords in total, each containing the meaning of different elements in the world, and if all 9 swords are unleashed, heaven and earth will submit. In the 20th year, after resting, Lu Xuantong successfully reached the top layer of the Demon Suppressing Tower, the 12th layer. Here, he could sign in for the Earth Immortal realm. The moment Lu Xuantong stepped into the 12th layer, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, advancing to Earth Immortal. 20 years passed like a fleeting moment. At the peak of Tianjin sect, amidst the swirling clouds and mist, a figure stood in midair, surrounded by rising purple energy, his supreme bone shining brightly, resembling a celestial being descending to the world. In just 20 years, Chui Hao leaped from a moderately talented inner sect disciple to the supreme holy son of Tianjin sect, his cultivation reaching the peak of the supreme realm, just one step away from the legendary Earth Immortal realm. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze like lightning, looking down at the sprawling Tianjin mountain range beneath him, a proud smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Who else in this world is worthy of competing with me? Within Tianjin sect, no one was unaware of the name Holy Son Chui Hao. When he went out, thousands of swords cleared the way, and hundreds of beasts bowed down. Even those elders who had lived for hundreds of years would respectfully salute him, addressing him as Holy Son. Although the sect master was half a step into the Earth Immortal realm, his lifespan was nearing its end, and he had long ceased to concern himself with the sect's trivial matters. Chui Hao was the true future of Tianjin sect. The Holy Son, with unparalleled talent, would surely lead our Tianjin sect to greatness on the Zhongshuan continent. The Supreme Bone truly lived up to its name, reaching such a level in just 20 years. Unprecedented in history, with the Holy Son present, Tianjin sect could at least prosper for another 1,000 years. Listening to the unending flattery in his ears, Chui Hao felt extremely pleased. This is the power that brings authority. This is everything he has ever dreamed of. In the council hall of Tianjin sect, the magnificent hall was adorned with gold and jade. Dozens of elders lined up on both sides, and the sect master sat at the head, the atmosphere solemn and dignified. Today, a significant matter concerning the future of the sect was to be announced. At this moment, a purple sword light cut through the sky. Chui Hao arrived on his sword, his robes fluttering, resembling a celestial being. Greetings, Holy Son. The elders hurriedly stood up and saluted. Even the sect master slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Chui Hao nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over everyone, suddenly frowning. One person is missing? His voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the entire hall. The sect master coughed lightly and explained, "It is Yi Gohan. He has been unwell recently." Yi Gohan. A cold glint flashed in Chui Hao's eyes. That old man is still alive. He certainly remembered who Yi Gohan was. The unfortunate fellow whose bones he had dug out and whose power he had ruined. As for that unfortunate fellow's name, what need is there to remember the name of an ant? Unwell? Chui Hao sneered. I see it's more like having a guilty conscience, right? The elders fell silent. No one dared to speak. Ridiculous. A worthless person's master is even worthy of seeking justice? A cold light flickered in Chui Hao's eyes. And he had already devised a plan. Once I ascend to the position of sect master, the first person I will deal with is you, to establish my authority. Silence. The sect master's aged yet authoritative voice echoed, and the hall fell into complete silence. Today, I have gathered you all to announce a significant matter concerning the future of our sect. The elders' expressions turned serious, and even Chui Hao reigned in his arrogance, listening intently. The sect master slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over everyone, finally landing on Chui Hao. According to the resolution of the Elder Council, starting today, Holy Son Chui Hao will take charge of the Tianjin Order and act on behalf of the sect master. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in uproar. The Tianjin Order, that is the token of the sect master. The bearer of the order holds the authority as if the sect master were present. Chui Hao's pupils contracted slightly, his heart filled with ecstatic joy, but he maintained a calm exterior, merely bowing slightly. I will not disappoint the sect's expectations. The sect master nodded in satisfaction and continued. Moreover, 3 months from now, the Tianjin Grand Ceremony will be held to officially appoint Chui Hao as the next sect master of Tianjin sect. With this announcement, the news struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Although everyone knew Chui Hao would eventually succeed the sect master, they did not expect it to be so soon. Chui Hao could no longer contain his excitement, his eyes shining brightly. The position of sect master is finally within reach. Subsequently, Chui Hao slightly bowed, his purple gold robe fluttering in the wind, his supreme bone subtly radiating brilliance, further enhancing his extraordinary demeanor. Thank you, sect master, for your cultivation. Immediately after, he glanced at the elders, a warm smile on his face, continuing. Chui Hao's achievements today are all thanks to the guidance and support of all the elders over the years. In the future, while holding the Tianjin Order, I hope the elders will continue to guide me. This statement was flawless, highlighting the demeanor of the Holy Son while also giving the elders face. For a moment, the hall was filled with praises. The Holy Son is too humble. With the Holy Son leading, our Tianjin sect will surely reach new heights. The sect master stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Yet at this moment, Chui Hao suddenly shifted his tone, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In addition, this Holy Son has another joyous event to inform everyone. The hall instantly fell silent. The elders exchanged glances, and even the sect master showed a look of confusion. Chui Hao leisurely adjusted his sleeves. then calmly spoke. On the day of the Tianjin Grand Ceremony in 3 months, I will officially become partners in the Tao with Xiao Zishi. And I will invite all fellow practitioners to join in the celebration. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in an uproar. Congratulations, Holy Son. Fairy Xiao is extraordinarily gifted, truly a match made in heaven with the Holy Son. Double happiness has arrived, truly a blessing for our Tianjin sect. Congratulations poured in one after another, and the elders wore smiles, as if the union of this couple was indeed a monumental occasion. But behind those smiling faces, many people's eyes flashed with strange colors. Who is Xiao Zishi? Relying on her stunning beauty, she often stirred up trouble within the sect. The sect master frowned slightly but quickly relaxed, smiling. Good. Very good. That girl Zishi is exceptionally talented, indeed a good match for you. Cui Hao smiled slightly, a trace of pride flashing in his eyes. He certainly knew what these old fellows were thinking. But so what? Do you still need to care about others' opinions about yourself? After the parliament ended, Cui Hao went straight to Xiao Zishi's cave. As soon as he entered, a fragrant breeze greeted him, and red candles flickered. Xiao Zishi had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him enter, she immediately approached him and said softly, "Senior brother, did everything go smoothly?" Cui Hao wrapped his arm around her slender waist and said proudly, "Of course it went smoothly." 3 months later, not only will I become the leader of the Tianjin sect, but I will also make you the most esteemed sect mistress. A flash of wild joy passed through Xiao Zishi's eyes, but soon she wore a worried expression. But I always feel a bit uneasy. Oh, Cui Hao raised an eyebrow. That Yi Gahan, Xiao Zishi said softly. His movements have been mysterious lately. I'm afraid he might cause trouble. Cui Hao laughed coldly, a mad old fool. What kind of storm can he stir up? As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. If he really dares to act up, I wouldn't mind sending him to meet his precious disciple. Only then did Xiao Zishi smile, leaning into Cui Hao's embrace. Tenderly, she said, "Senior brother, I'm pregnant." Chapter 8. Younger sister Lu Yao. The saintess of Xixia sect misses her brother. Xixia sect, with its towering mountain gates, shrouded in mist. As a top-tier sect in the Zhongshuan continent, Xixia sect has a profound background and countless strong practitioners, yet it still falls short compared to the true top-tier sect, Tianjin sect. However, in the past decade, Xixia sect has gained fame due to one person, the saintess Lu Yao. On the mountain path, someone shouted first, and the entire Xixia sect instantly boiled over. Disciples paused their training and looked up. A purple shooting star streaked across the sky, gracefully landing in the main peak square. It was an extraordinarily beautiful girl, dressed in flowing purple robes. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, skin whiter than snow, and her features painted like a portrait. Surrounded by a faint glow, she resembled a celestial maiden descending to earth. "Welcome, Saintess," the disciples shouted in unison, their eyes filled with fervor and admiration. Lu Yao, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of Xixia sect, awakened her Xixiao immortal body and broke through to the Tianren realm in just 10 years, becoming the first under the sect leader. And she was only in her early 20s. Such achievements are rare across the entire Zhongshuan continent. Lu Yao gently raised her hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. There's no need for formalities, fellow disciples. The girl's voice was gentle. However, no one knew the obsession and hatred hidden beneath that gentle smile. Her gaze inadvertently swept across the distant horizon, where the Tianjin sect lay. 20 years. Brother, are you well? Memories surged like a tide. The scene when her parents tearfully told her the truth that night. The years spent hiding and living under aliases. And every day and night she desperately trained. Everything was for that brother she had never met. To clear his name. To seek justice from the Tianjin sect. She did not disappoint, quickly becoming a core disciple of Xixia sect after revealing her astonishing talent and swiftly breaking through in realm. Back in her cave, the smile on Lu Yao's face gradually faded. She slowly raised her hand, purple chi swirling in her palm, coalescing into a brilliant purple lotus. With her Tianren realm strength, she could easily become an elder in any sect, revered by many. But in front of Tianjin sect, it was still far from enough. Even the lowest elder of Tianjin sect was at the Zun's realm, while the sect leader was a half-step into the earthly, immortal realm. Lu Yao murmured softly, a flash of unwillingness in her eyes. With her current strength, going there recklessly would be like striking a stone with an egg. She must step into the Zun's realm. Then, Lu Yao took out a broken jade pendant from her bosom. It was the only token left by her brother, Lu Xuantong. Gently running her fingers over the cracks in the pendant, her gaze gradually became resolute. Her parents had said that her birth was for her brother. She slowly closed her eyes, purple chi rising around her, starting a new round of cultivation. Become stronger. Become even stronger. Until the day I can shake the Tianjin sect. And at this moment, Lu Yao did not know that her brother, whom she longed for, was in the depths of the demon suppression tower. stepping on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, advancing step by step toward the path of revenge. The gears of fate had already begun to turn. In the Golden Dragon Hall, dragon energy surged, and purple mist lingered. Civil and military officials lined up on both sides, bowing their heads, their postures respectful to the extreme. Outside the hall, on both sides of the imperial path paved with 9 layers of jade steps, the imperial guard stood solemnly, armor cold, long spears like a forest. Yet no one dared to make a sound. Xiao Zishi, dressed in a purple-gold flowing skirt, stepped lightly into the hall. Her features were like a painting, skin like creamy jade, with a touch of red on her lips, making her beauty even more extraordinary. But deep in her beautiful eyes, there was a hint of coldness, like a moon reflected in a cold pond, making it hard to gaze directly at her. "Welcome, National Teacher." The officials bowed in unison, their voices resonating through the hall. The emperor even personally rose from the dragon throne, quickly walking down the jade steps, his face filled with smiles, even showing a hint of uncontainable excitement. Xiao Zishi slightly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a perfectly measured faint smile, neither losing propriety nor appearing overly familiar. She slightly bowed, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. Going home, the officials felt a chill in their hearts. Back then, Xiao Zishi was just an inconspicuous princess from a collateral branch of the royal family. If it weren't for the royal family's covert operations, she wouldn't even be able to enter the outer sect of Tianjian sect. But now, she had transformed, becoming the fiancée of Cui Hao, the holy son of Tianjian sect, with a status so high that even the emperor had to personally welcome her. Who is Cui Hao? The youngest Zun's realm powerhouse in the history of Zhongshuan continent, born with supreme bones, destined to step into the earthly, immortal realm effortlessly. At that time, Tianjian sect would truly transcend worldly imperial power, and Xiao Zishi would become one of the most esteemed women in the entire continent. Who would dare to disrespect her? Who would dare not to revere her? The emperor beamed, personally taking Xiao Zishi's hand, and proclaimed loudly, "Today, I will appoint Zishi as the national teacher of my Daqian Empire, holding the same rank as a prince, not kneeling before me, and may enter the court without bowing, wearing swords into the hall." At this proclamation, the court erupted in uproar. The position of national teacher has always been held by those with extraordinary cultivation and high moral standing. Yet Xiao Zishi was only in her 40s and had received such an honor, but no one dared to refute it, because everyone knew who stood behind her: Cui Hao, the Tianjin sect. Xiao Zishi's eyes flashed slightly, and her smile deepened. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness." After her words fell, she slightly raised her gaze, sweeping across the civil and military officials, her eyes sharp as blades. However, she paused for a moment, her voice suddenly turning cold. "I have heard that recently. There are some in the court who have had quite a few objections regarding my marriage with senior brother Cui." In an instant, the temperature in the hall seemed to drop sharply. The emperor's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly said, "Zishi, why do you say this? I know nothing of it." Xiao Zishi chuckled lightly, her tone lazy yet carrying an undeniable pressure. "Is that so? Perhaps I misheard." Then, her gaze turned to an elderly official in the corner. "Lordly, what do you say?" That old official trembled all over, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. A few days ago, he had indeed privately discussed that Xiao Zishi was merely clinging to power and using her beauty to please others, unworthy of a prodigy like Cui Hao. But now, he dared not admit it. "National teacher, please see clearly. I absolutely meant no such thing." The old official fell to the ground, pale as death, his legs giving way. "National teacher, spare me. National teacher, spare me." The emperor did not hesitate for a moment. Now that she had returned in glory, standing behind her was the holy son of Tianjian sect, Cui Hao, with overwhelming power. How could she not take revenge for past grievances? Moreover, Xiao Zishi had never been a soft-hearted person. Eradicate the roots. This is her consistent style. Therefore, when Xiao Zishi's cold gaze swept across the entire court of civil and military officials, the emperor had already understood her meaning. "Come in." The emperor slammed the armrest of the dragon throne, his voice as cold as iron. "Today, in the court, anyone who has shown disrespect to the national master shall die. Anyone who has spoken behind the back about the national master and Cui Xingzi's marriage shall die. Anyone who has bullied the national master shall die." With the 3 commands of death issued, the imperial guards that had long been lying in ambush outside the hall surged in, blades flashing, and the intent to kill soaring to the sky. "Your Majesty, this is unjust. Spare the national master. I know I was wrong. No, no." The cries of despair rose and fell, blood splattering on the jade steps of the golden palace, staining the dragon-carved pillars. One head after another rolled, pairs of eyes widening, unable to close in death. Xiao Zishi stood quietly in the center of the hall, the corners of her lips slightly raised, her eyes sparkling with cold delight. She liked this scene. She enjoyed watching those who were once high and mighty now crawling like ants at her feet, begging, howling, and then dying. Outside the hall, a strong smell of blood permeated the air. Even the wind carried a rusty stench. The officials were as silent as cicadas in winter. No one dared to raise their heads, let alone make a sound. The emperor took a deep breath, suppressing the chill in his heart, and forced out a smile, asking, "National Master, are you satisfied?" Xianxia glanced at the corpses on the ground and nodded lightly. "Your Majesty does things efficiently." The emperor breathed a sigh of relief and was about to speak, but suddenly, Xianxia's tone turned icy. "However, it has been 20 years. Why has your Majesty not captured that boy's relatives? Is your Majesty intentionally neglecting this matter?" The emperor trembled, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. He of course knew who Xianxia was referring to, Xuantong, that person who had his bones dug out and was thrown into the demon-suppressing tower. But Xianxia clearly did not intend to let his family off. "There has been a misunderstanding." The emperor hurriedly explained. "The empire's territory is vast. That couple has hidden their identities deeply, so it has taken some time. However," he paused, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, "I have already located their precise position. 3 months from now, on the day of the National Master's wedding, I will capture them and personally present them as a gift." Upon hearing this, Xianxia finally showed a satisfied smile. "Very good. I want them to suffer more than death." The emperor felt a chill in his heart, but still maintained a respectful demeanor. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something, deliberated for a moment, and cautiously said, "National Master, there is one more thing I believe should be mentioned." "Speak." Xianxia responded casually. "Recently, the Xixia sect has produced a saintess named Lu Yao, who possesses exceptional talent. It is said that at only 20 years old, she has already entered the celestial realm and is praised as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy." The emperor intended to please Xianxia. After all, the Xixia sect was also a sect within the Daqian Empire, and if he could win them over, it would benefit the royal family. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's expression suddenly turned cold. "Lu Yao?" She slowly pronounced the name, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes. The emperor sensed that the atmosphere was off and quickly fell silent. After a moment of silence, Xianxia suddenly chuckled, though her smile did not reach her eyes. "Your Majesty seems to appreciate this woman quite a bit." The emperor's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shook his head. "I just think this woman is extraordinarily talented. And if she can be of use to our Daqian." "Huh?" Xianxia coldly interrupted. "Has your Majesty forgotten who is the true prodigy in this world?" The emperor immediately realized his slip of the tongue, cursing himself inwardly, and quickly remedied. "Of course, it is Cui Xingzi. No matter how strong this woman is, she is merely a firefly. How can she compete with the bright moon?" Only then did Xianxia's expression soften slightly, but the coldness in her eyes did not dissipate. She slowly stood up, her long skirt trailing behind her like a blooming poisonous flower. "Your Majesty, remember this. There is no need for a second prodigy in this world." The emperor felt a chill in his heart and immediately understood her meaning. "In 3 months, I want to see Lu Xuantong's parents. As for that Lu Yao, let her disappear." Chapter 9. At the summit, the ancient divine phoenix. Lu Xuantong finally stepped into the highest level of the demon-suppressing tower, the 12th floor. As he entered this space, the sight before him caused his pupils to suddenly constrict, and his heart shook violently. This place was completely different from the other levels. There were no endless mountains and forests, no vast snowfields, and no rampaging demons. The entire 12th level resembled a giant underground cave. With black rock walls that looked like ink, their surfaces crystallized with dark red, faintly glowing with a strange blood light. The air was filled with a scorching heat, and each breath felt like swallowing boiling magma, scorching his internal organs painfully. Oppressive, deathly silence. Lu Xuantong frowned slightly and stepped forward slowly. Something was off. According to the rules of the demon-suppressing tower, each level was filled with endless slaughter, and only by killing the strongest demons could one advance to the next level. Yet here, it was terrifyingly quiet, as if all life had been completely erased. Suddenly, his footsteps halted. Ahead, there was a precipice. Lu Xuantong walked to the edge and looked down. In the next moment, his pupils constricted again. Below was a massive abyss, and at the very center of the abyss lay a completely fiery red phoenix. The phoenix's wings drooped, its feathers like burning flames, each plume shimmering with brilliant golden red light, as if it contained the purest firepower of the world. However, such a divine beast that should be soaring in the 9 heavens was now firmly imprisoned by a massive formation. The formation was made up of countless blood-colored chains intertwined, each chain inscribed with ancient runes, flickering with a chilling light. Even more terrifying, every breath, the formation would shoot out dozens of extremely sharp blades, mercilessly piercing through the phoenix's body. Splat! Blood splattered. The phoenix's wings were torn apart, flesh rolling, yet it did not emit a single cry of sorrow, merely keeping its eyes closed, as if it had long grown accustomed to such torment. What was even more shocking was that its wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blades cut, flesh reborn. This cycle continued endlessly. Xuantong's heart shook violently. This was not the top of the demon-suppressing tower. This was an eternal hell. And that phoenix was the one imprisoned here, a victim of torment. Just as he was in shock, the phoenix suddenly opened its eyes from the abyss below. In that instant, Xuantong's hair stood on end, as if being gazed upon by some supreme existence, his very soul trembling. Human race. The phoenix spoke human words. Its crimson golden pupils fixed on Xuantong at the edge of the cliff, deep within burning with fierce anger. If it were not for the human race, how could she have fallen to this? If it were not for those despicable cultivators, she should be soaring in the 9 heavens, bathing in the essence of the sun and moon, rather than being trapped in this dark and sunless top of the demon-suppressing tower, enduring endless torment. She hated those who imprisoned her here. Hundreds of years ago, she had sworn a toxic oath that if she ever escaped, she would kill every human, letting blood stain the skies. But after enduring hundreds of years of painful suffering, her fury had gradually been worn down. She finally understood that not all humans were wrong, but those beasts who imprisoned her here. Yet even so, she still could not forgive. It was just, she was tired. The obsession with revenge had long been worn away by the prolonged torment. Now, all she wanted was to be free. You have made it this far, which means you are quite remarkable. The phoenix spoke slowly, its voice no longer violent, but rather carrying a hint of exhausted calm. I have a wish. Its crimson golden eyes gazed at Xuantong, its tone even carrying a hint of pleading. Can you help me fulfill it? Xuantong's heart trembled. He could clearly feel that the aura within this phoenix was vast like an abyss, far surpassing that of earthly immortals. And it was very likely that she had already reached the legendary immortal realm. But now, she was trapped by the formation, her power reduced to almost nothing. And she probably couldn't even unleash the strength of a celestial being. After a moment of silence, Xuantong solemnly cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, Senior, please speak. If there is anything the junior can do, I will do my utmost. Upon hearing this, the phoenix suddenly laughed heartily. Good, good. Her crimson gold wings trembled slightly, and the chains clinked. Then, she pronounced each word clearly. Kill me. Xuantong's pupils contracted sharply, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What? He almost thought he had misheard. Kill the phoenix? This was a legendary divine beast. Across the entire Xuantong continent, phoenixes had long since gone extinct, and even ancient texts only mentioned them in a few scattered notes. The one before him, with wings like burning flames and feathers shining like golden clouds, was breathtakingly beautiful. Far from being an ordinary being of the human realm, there was only this one in the world. To kill her? Xuantong's throat moved, and he struggled to swallow. His voice dry. Senior, I cannot do that. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, The phoenix is a divine beast of heaven and earth, the revered of all spirits. How could I dare to desecrate her? I hope for your understanding. The phoenix's crimson gold eyes dimmed slightly upon hearing this. You do not wish to? Her voice lowered, tinged with disappointment. Xuantong remained silent. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that the phoenix was a creature of auspiciousness, inherently sacred. If he were to kill her, he would likely incur boundless karma. Moreover, his purpose for coming here was to break through to the earthly immortal realm and leave the demon suppression tower, not to slaughter divine beasts. However, just as he hesitated, the phoenix suddenly spoke again. Do you know why I am imprisoned here? Xuantong shook his head. The phoenix sneered, a trace of derision flashing in her eyes. Because my blood can grant immortality. My bones can forge supreme, divine weapons. My soul can help others break through the barrier between mortals and immortals. Those people want everything from me. They could not kill me, so they used this formation to torment me, trying to make me submit. But I will never yield, even in death. Xuantong's heart shook. No wonder such a phoenix was imprisoned at the top of the demon suppression tower. It turned out to be for the purpose of plundering her blood, flesh, and soul. The phoenix slowly raised her head, her crimson gold eyes locking onto Xuantong. Her voice suddenly softening. Human brat, I have lived too long and suffered for too long. I no longer wish to continue. Killing me would be a blessing for you as well. My blood, flesh, soul, and even my life as cultivation can all be given to you. I only ask that you grant me freedom. Xuantong's body trembled. He stared at the phoenix, his heart in turmoil. To kill or not to kill? Chapter 10. Promotion. Earthly immortal. Unrivaled in the world. She slowly lifted her proud head, a trace of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. I am the daughter of the clan leader of the ancient divine phoenix family from the heavenly realm. 1,000,000 years ago, during the battle between gods and demons, the heavens collapsed, and the sun and moon lost their light. My mother, in order to protect my life, tore apart space and sent me to the human realm. In the scene, a seven-colored divine phoenix that blotted out the sky was wailing in the endless void, its wings causing space to shatter. It sent a crimson gold phoenix egg into a spatial rift, while being consumed by the overwhelming demonic energy. Xuantong's heart shook violently. The scene in the void suddenly changed, revealing a group of white-robed cultivators attacking a young phoenix. The leading man had a grim expression, and a long sword in his hand emitted a piercing blue light. They mobilized the full strength of their sect, even calling out the reclusive elders to imprison me with this damn 9 abyss-locking array. Xuantong's pupils contracted sharply. This demon suppression tower, the phoenix sneered, is a treasure they brought from the upper realm. Otherwise, how could it possibly trap me? At this point, her tone suddenly became extremely weary. Day after day of torment, I no longer wished to live, but suddenly, the lightning on the chains surged, and the phoenix let out a painful scream. Xuantong was shocked to see that the lightning was forcibly extracting her blood essence, turning it into blood beads that melted into the tower walls. Do you see? The phoenix laughed bitterly. They not only want to torment me, but also to drain every drop of my blood. I would rather my soul scatter than let those beasts succeed. Xuantong suddenly understood. He finally realized why the phoenix was so resolute. Rather than be tortured for eternity and reduced to a cultivation material, seeking a quick end was preferable. He never expected that this phoenix was actually an ancient divine phoenix from the heavenly realm, with such a tragic backstory. However, to kill an ancient divine phoenix? That would be a colossal waste. If he could subdue her or harness her power. Thinking of this, Xuantong suddenly spoke. Senior, do you not wish to see the light of day again? Upon hearing this, the phoenix was taken aback. Her crimson gold eyes flickered intensely, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Ha, see the light of day again. Boy, do you know what cultivation is needed to break this formation? At least that of a peak earthly immortal in the human realm. If you truly had that cultivation, how could you be trapped in the demon suppression tower? She had already seen through Xuantong's cultivation. He was only at the beginning of the esteemed realm, far from the earthly immortal realm. And the last stretch was like climbing to the heavens. Waiting for Xuantong to break through to the earthly immortal realm? It would be better for me to die directly. Xuantong remained silent. He knew the phoenix was right. According to common sense, those trapped in the demon suppression tower would indeed not possess the cultivation of an earthly immortal. But he was different. Senior. Xuantong suddenly looked up, his eyes shining brightly. What if I said I already have the cultivation of an earthly immortal? What? The phoenix trembled all over, her crimson gold pupils suddenly contracting. Impossible. She stared at Xuantong, her voice trembling. The demon suppression tower has its own world, cutting off external laws. It is impossible to break through here. Before she finished speaking, her voice abruptly stopped, because she sensed an aura vast like an abyss slowly awakening from Xuantong's body. That was. Xuantong smiled lightly and stepped forward. His deep, profound eyes seemed to have galaxies revolving within them, vast and boundless. I almost forgot, I haven't checked in yet. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully reaching the top of the 12th level of the demon suppression tower. Reward, earthly immortal realm cultivation. As the system's voice fell, an immense power descended from the void, instantly pouring into Xuantong's body. His bones, flesh, meridians, and even his soul underwent a tremendous transformation at that moment. Boom. A tremendous aura surged like raging waves, sweeping across the entire top level of the demon suppression tower. In an instant, his skin glowed like jade, faintly radiating divine light, every inch of flesh containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. His originally handsome face now radiated an even more transcendent aura, as if a celestial being had descended into the mortal realm, untouched by the mundane. With every gesture, the void trembled and the laws resonated. Earthly immortal, truly unrivaled in the world. In just half a stick of incense's time, Xuantong completely integrated with this power. He slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to contain the chaos of the universe, countless paths rising and falling. Senior, is it possible now? In his words was an aura that seemed to contain the might of heaven and earth, each word causing the space to distort slightly. The ancient divine phoenix was stunned in place, her crimson gold pupils contracting violently. How is this possible? She had lived for thousands of years, seen countless prodigies and monsters, and even contended with powerful beings from the heavenly realm, but she had never seen such an absurd thing. In the blink of an eye, from the esteemed realm to the earthly immortal realm, even if it were a reincarnated celestial emperor, it would be impossible to achieve such a heavenly feat. She stared hard at Xuantong, her heart surging with immense waves. Who exactly are you? Is it possible that some ancient forbidden existence has taken over and been reborn? No, that is not right. Even if it were a takeover, it wouldn't be possible to break through inside the demon suppression tower. Her voice even carried a hint of trembling. Because at this moment, Xuantong had completely surpassed her understanding. She once looked down upon the heavens and all beings. But now, in front of this human youth, she felt an unprecedented insignificance. It was as if she was the frog at the bottom of the well. While Xuantong had already reached a height she could not aspire to. Suddenly, the ancient divine phoenix felt a wave of shame, having just thought of herself as impressive. The human race referred to her as a junior, and it seemed she was the real waste. In front of him, she felt like an ant. Xuantong smiled without speaking, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him. At this moment, a single thought from him could overturn mountains and rivers. And a flick of his finger could shatter the sun, moon, and stars. Everything in the world was under his control. The ancient divine phoenix lowered her head. Her crimson gold pupils no longer holding any arrogance. Instead, they were filled with deep respect. In front of this terrifying existence who had effortlessly broken through to the earthly immortal realm, how could she dare to maintain any pretense of being a divine beast? She even suspected that this person before her was not a young cultivator at all, but rather the reincarnation of some ancient forbidden existence. Or perhaps even the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Senior. Her voice was cautious, afraid of offending him. If you can save me from this predicament, I will surely repay you greatly in the future. After saying this, she found it laughable. The proud ancient divine phoenix had actually fallen to the point of asking for help from a human? Even more laughable was that her so-called great repayment probably meant nothing in the eyes of such an existence. However, what she never expected was, all right, I agree. Xuantong nodded decisively. The ancient divine phoenix was stunned. She didn't expect this senior to be so easy to talk to. But I can't take the title of senior, Xuantong added helplessly. He was no senior or expert. He was just a hanging loser. However, how could the ancient divine phoenix dare to take this seriously? Senior is joking, she said respectfully, lowering her head. In front of you. How could a junior dare to be presumptuous? Xuantong thought. Fine, I can't take this senior's hat off now. All right, as long as you're happy. He no longer bothered with the issue of titles and shifted his gaze to the terrifying formation that trapped the phoenix. Break. With a light shout. Xuantong raised his hand and pressed down. In an instant, the entire demon suppression tower trembled violently. Those blood-red chains that had entangled the ancient divine phoenix for thousands of years shattered like paper in the face of the earthly immortal's power. The formation's runes exploded one after another, turning into a rain of light. Accompanied by deafening roars, the entire abyss began to collapse. The ancient divine phoenix let out a long cry, her crimson gold wings spreading wide, with each feather burning with brilliant divine flames. After hundreds of years, she finally regained her freedom. Thank you, Senior, for your grace of rebirth. The phoenix's voice trembled with excitement, her massive body swirling in the void, scattering golden brilliance everywhere. Xuantong stood with his hands behind his back, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. This was a win-win situation. Not only did he act like a big shot, but he also gained a favor from a divine beast. This hanging was worth it. Chapter 11, Lowly Phoenix? Senior. Please accept Linger. With a clear phoenix cry echoing through the skies, the massive body of the ancient divine phoenix gradually shrank in the dazzling divine light. When the light faded, Xuantong's eyes widened, and his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Standing before him was a little girl about 12 or 13 years old. She had waist-length crimson gold hair, with tiny flames dancing at the tips. Her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, with big red eyes that sparkled with a hint of childish innocence. Her small body was wrapped in a crimson gold feather robe, and two long phoenix feathers trailed behind her, gently swaying with her movements. What kind of earth-shattering ancient divine beast was this? She was clearly just an adorable little girl. Junior Xiaoling, I greet you, Senior. The little lowly bowed respectfully, her voice soft and clear. May I ask for your esteemed name? I will surely repay you greatly in the future. Xuantong felt his emotions become extremely complicated at this moment. On one hand, he was stunned by the huge contrast in cuteness. On the other hand, he felt an immense shame for having acted like a senior just moments ago. According to age, this little girl could easily be considered his great-grandmother. But thinking about it, given the lifespan of divine beasts, a few hundred years for Xiaoling indeed still counted as her childhood. This was equivalent to being a little elementary school student in human terms, right? Ahem. Xuantong cleared his throat, forcing himself to maintain the image of a senior. It's a small matter, not worth mentioning. He waved his hand in a pretentious manner, but his gaze was unconsciously drawn to the little tuft of hair on Xiaoling's head that bobbed with her emotions. It was just too adorable. What are your plans next? Xuantong changed the subject and asked. Revenge. Xiaoling's little face tightened, her red eyes igniting with blazing anger. I want to turn that old bastard from the Tianjin sect into ashes. She pouted and waved her little fists, her phoenix feathers flaring up behind her, looking just like an irritated little kitten. There was no intimidation whatsoever. Xuantong suppressed a laugh and shook his head seriously. With your current condition, he looked her up and down. She barely reached his chest. It would be difficult for her to even approach him. Of course, after being suppressed for hundreds of years, Xiaoling's spiritual power was almost completely depleted. And the sect master of the Tianjian sect was a powerful figure at the half-step, earthly, immortal level. If they fought, the scene would be too beautiful to look at. I'm very strong. Xiaoling stomped her feet anxiously, her little face turning red. If they hadn't ambushed me back then, all right. Xuantong couldn't help but ruffle her little head. The texture was surprisingly good. Coincidentally, I also want to kill him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. So you just need to follow me obediently. Xiaoling tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then her eyes brightened. Then is Senior going to take me in? She excitedly tugged at Xuantong's sleeve, her red eyes full of anticipation, looking like a child asking for snacks. Xuantong suddenly had a bad premonition. This was no longer taking in a divine beast as a helper. It was clearly picking up a daughter. In the end, under the assault of Xiaoling's watery big eyes, Xuantong sighed helplessly. All right, you can follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, the little loli cheered and leaped to hug Xuantong's thigh. Senior is the best. Before Xuantong could show a pleased smile, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. Ouch! Girl, why are you biting me? He gasped and winced in pain. Xiaoling released her little mouth, raised her innocent little face, and blinked her crimson gold eyes. Senior, I'm hungry. Xuantong was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized. This girl had been suppressed in the demon suppression tower for hundreds of years without a drop of water. If it weren't for her strong physique as an ancient divine phoenix, a normal person would have starved to death long ago. You little girl, he shook his head helplessly and rummaged in his pocket for a moment, taking out a red pill with golden patterns flowing on its surface. Here, eat this. The moment the pill appeared, the entire space trembled. Is this the heavenly blood divine tree pill? Xiaoling's eyes widened. Her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. As an ancient divine beast, she knew better than anyone how precious this pill was. Legend has it that the heavenly blood divine tree bears fruit once every 10,000 years, and after being refined for 1,000 years with the 9 heavens divine spring, it can become a pill. Even at her peak, obtaining such a pill would require a tremendous price. Yet this senior in front of her casually took one out? Senior. Xiaoling's voice trembled, her gaze towards Xuantong filled with awe. At that moment, she was even more convinced. This must be the reincarnation of some ancient powerhouse. Perhaps even an existence that could shake the 3 realms with a stomp. I want it. Xiaolinger jumped up anxiously, snatching the pill and eagerly stuffing it into her mouth. In the next second, as the pill entered her abdomen, a vast medicinal force erupted within her like a volcanic explosion. Her petite body was enveloped in a cocoon of crimson gold light, countless mysterious runes appearing around her. The dark injuries left from being suppressed healed at a visible rate. Even the essence blood that had been drawn was rapidly recovering. Moments later, the cocoon shattered. The reappeared Xiaolinger exuded a powerful aura, surrounded by a faint celestial light. Her rank had clearly returned to that of a terrestrial immortal. Strange. Xuantong observed Xiaolinger thoughtfully. With your bloodline, shouldn't you directly break through to the immortal realm? Hearing this, Xiaolinger's small face immediately fell. Senior, you don't understand. She pointed at the sky with a grievance. The heavenly Tao of the human realm is like an invisible shackles, locking the limits of all things. Terrestrial immortals are the peak allowed in this world. The only way out is to ascend to the heavenly realm, breaking free from the restrictions of this world's laws. Therefore, terrestrial immortals are the true invincibles of the human realm. At this moment, Xiaolinger had firmly suppressed her strength at the terrestrial immortal level, not daring to advance further. If she were to break through, she would be instantly detected by the heavenly Tao, forcibly taken for ascension, and at that time, she would have no chance to take revenge on the Tianjian sect. Xuantong listened, deep in thought. So that is how it is. He nodded slightly, gaining a bit more understanding of the rules of this world. However, when Xiaolinger mentioned the heavenly realm, his heart inexplicably trembled, as if some sealed memory had been touched. Memories from before the age of 3 were blank, as if deliberately erased by someone or sealed by some power. He frowned, but quickly shook his head and chuckled. Forget it. Why dwell on things that can't be remembered? He stopped thinking and turned to leave the demon suppression tower. Just as he took a step, he suddenly felt a weight on his leg. Looking down, Xiaolinger was tightly hugging his leg, looking up with her small face, her crimson gold pupils watery, like an abandoned little beast. Senior, please take me in. Her voice was soft yet carried a pitiful plea, paired with her exquisitely delicate doll-like face. It was incredibly disarming. Xuantong instantly felt his scalp tingle and almost jumped up. What the hell? I'm not into lolis. Don't shake my Dao heart. He hurriedly covered Xiao Linger's mouth, fearing she might say something shocking. Xiao Linger blinked, looking confused, clearly not understanding what into lolis meant. She released her grip and earnestly explained, Senior, I want to be your exclusive spirit pet. She had realized that this senior in front of her was definitely the reincarnation of some ancient powerhouse, perhaps even a forbidden existence from the heavenly realm. Breaking through to terrestrial immortal so casually, feeding the heavenly blood divine tree pill like a snack, even ignoring the 9 nether locking god array. Such an existence would likely make even the imperial level powerhouses of the heavenly realm only worthy of serving him. If not now, when would she cling to such a big thigh? Moreover, he saved her life. Becoming his spirit pet was not a loss. Xuantong's mouth twitched. No. He rejected firmly. What kind of joke is this? I'm a serious person. How can I take a lowly phoenix as a pet? Xiao Linger panicked, hugging his leg tightly like a koala, refusing to let go. Senior. Linger is very obedient. Linger's bloodline is rare. Taking her out will be impressive. Senior. Don't you want to show off? Xuantong. Chapter 12. Breaking the Demon Suppression Tower. Coming out for revenge. Contracting the Divine Beast. This was a primordial divine phoenix. In the entire human realm, there was only this one. Even in the vast heavenly realm, the divine phoenix clan was extremely rare. With a noble bloodline and unmatched combat power, capable of burning stars and soaring through the void when mature. And now, this legendary divine beast was actively seeking to be his spirit pet. If he subdued her, in the future, he could ride on her back, fly into the sky, overlooking rivers and mountains, with all beings looking up in admiration. Just imagining that scene made one's blood boil. Moreover, Xiao Linger was not some ornamental divine beast. Her combat power absolutely matched her title as a primordial divine beast, a terrestrial, immortal-level primordial divine phoenix. If it came to a fight, Xuantong wouldn't even have guaranteed victory. After all, the physical body, divine abilities, and bloodline talents of divine beasts far exceeded those of human cultivators of the same level. If she were at her peak, she could probably easily crush even an ordinary terrestrial immortal. Such an existence was willingly bowing down, eager to acknowledge him as her master. If this got out, the entire cultivation world would go into an uproar. Xuantong was silent for a moment, before finally sighing, pretending to be helpless. This is what you said. You can't go back on it. As soon as Xiao Linger heard this, her crimson gold eyes lit up instantly, afraid he might change his mind. She hurriedly knelt on the ground and solemnly bowed her head. I will never go back on my word. Going back on my word is for little dogs. After saying this, she eagerly grabbed Xuantong's hand, ready to begin the master-servant contract ritual. This was the most common way of forming a spirit pet contract in the cultivation world. Once signed, the life and death of the spirit pet would be entirely in the master's hands, with no possibility of betrayal. However, Xuantong gently raised his hand, stopping her actions. Don't rush. Xiao Linger blinked, a bit puzzled. Senior? Did he change his mind? Just as she felt anxious, Xuantong's lips curled up, revealing a mysterious smile. The traditional contract ritual is too low level. It doesn't match my status. Xiao Linger was taken aback. Low level? The master-servant contract was already the highest spirit pet contract in the cultivation world. Could there be something even more powerful? Just as she was confused, Xuantong slowly took out a pair of bracelets from his sleeve. The bracelets were crystal clear, resembling neither jade nor gold, with mysterious runes flowing on the surface, faintly surrounded by dragon and phoenix phantoms, exuding an unsettling ancient aura. Xiao Linger's pupils suddenly constricted, her petite body trembling violently, her voice becoming stuttered. This is the legendary Heavenly Dao Coexistence Contract. The Heavenly Dao Coexistence Contract is a supreme contract passed down from ancient times, long lost in the passage of time. It differs from the master-servant contract's compulsory binding. Instead, it is based on equality and coexistence, where both parties share fortune, cultivation, and even lifespan. If the master is strong, the spirit pet is also strong. If the spirit pet breaks through, the master benefits as well. Moreover, both parties can borrow each other's power at any time, even transcending space to transmit spiritual power, which is truly against the heavens. Most importantly, this kind of contract cannot be severed by any external force. Unless the heavenly Dao collapses, the bond will last forever. Xiao Linger was completely stunned. She had thought Xuantong would control her like others with a master-servant contract, making her a tool for battle. But she never expected he was willing to form a coexistence contract with her. This meant that in his eyes, she was not a servant, but a partner? Xuantong looked at the dazed little lowly and chuckled lightly. What's wrong? Unwilling? She took a deep breath, shaking her head vigorously, her voice filled with unprecedented determination. Willing. 1,000,000 times willing. After saying this, she unhesitatingly extended her hand, gathering a drop of essence blood at her fingertip, which dripped onto the bracelet. Xuantong also pricked his fingertip, his blood merging into the contract. In that instant, boom. The entire demon suppression tower shook violently. Endless rays of dawn fell from the void, and the vast power of the heavenly Tao descended, sketching a giant array beneath the feet of the two. The illusory figures of the dragon and phoenix intertwined and spiraled, the sounds of Tao resonated, and the laws manifested. At this moment, the contract was established. The heavenly Tao served as witness, sharing life and death. As the last contract rune merged into the void, the entire demon suppression tower trembled as if even heaven and earth were shaking for this ceremony. Endless rays of dawn fell from the sky. The illusory figures of the dragon and phoenix intertwined and spiraled, and the vast power of the heavenly Tao transformed into a brilliant light column, enveloping Xuantong and Xia within. At this moment, the contract was established, sharing life and death. Xia's crimson golden pupils trembled slightly. She could clearly sense that deep within her soul, an unbreakable bond had been established with Xuantong. This was not an ordinary master-servant contract, but the legendary heavenly Tao coexistence contract. Both parties shared fortune, cultivation, and even lifespan. Prosperity and loss were shared. She lifted her small face, staring blankly at Xuantong. Her crimson golden eyes filled with shock and awe. The master actually used the heavenly Tao coexistence contract to bind me? This is a supreme contract that even the divine beasts of the heavenly realm dream of. An ordinary spirit pet contract is merely a one-sided control by the master, where the spirit pet's life and death are at a whim. Some ruthless masters might even erase the spirit pet's intelligence, refining them into mere tools of slaughter. But the heavenly Tao coexistence contract is different. It is equal, coexisting, with bonds that last forever. Xia's heart raced, her small face slightly flushed with excitement, and the tuft of hair atop her head perked up in excitement, like a cluster of dancing golden flames. Master, are you really willing to coexist with me? Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of disbelief. Xuantong maintained a calm expression, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly in an almost imperceptible arc. What, regretting it? No, absolutely no regrets. Xia quickly shook her head, tightly clutching his sleeve, as if afraid he would change his mind, her crimson golden eyes sparkling. Linger will follow her master for life. Xuantong looked at her like this and secretly smiled in his heart. This wave is a blood prophet. This heavenly Tao coexistence contract was actually something awarded during the system's sign-in, which he had tossed into his storage bag to gather dust, thinking he would never use it in this lifetime. He never expected it would come in handy today. Moreover, he had signed a contract with an ancient divine phoenix. This is a true divine beast. After reaching maturity, it can burn the heavens and boil the seas, traversing the void. A being that even the mighty of the heavenly realm must treat with caution. More importantly, this contract is far more than just signing a spirit pet. With his current level, he could not fully unleash its power, but just the sharing of cultivation alone was enough to place him in an invincible position. When Xia returns to her peak, he can also draw strength from her. If he breaks through, Xia would benefit as well. This is not just a contract. It's like having a cheat. Xuantong was overjoyed inside, but on the surface, he maintained a mysterious demeanor, standing with his hands behind his back, and said lightly, "Let's go, it's time to leave." Xia obediently nodded, following closely behind him, looking like a clingy little phoenix. But just as the two were about to step out of the demon suppression tower, Xuantong's footsteps paused slightly, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. Chuihao, Xiaozishi. He whispered these two names, each word squeezed out like it was through clenched teeth, carrying a chilling intent. 20 years. He had been suppressed at the bottom of the demon suppression tower for a full 20 years. Master, you truly are my good master. Xuantong's lips curled into a cold smile, and deep in his eyes, killing intent surged like the tide. Now he is a terrestrial immortal. In this world, no one can stop him. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Chapter 13. Master falls into darkness. The day of the sacred wedding. Nations come to pay homage. At the summit of the Forbidden Mountain, the wind and snow wailed. A solitary grave stood quietly, with a gravestone engraved with a few powerful characters. Grave of the good disciple Xuantong, by the humble master Yigohan. The writing was like a blade, each stroke etched into the heart, carrying endless regret and pain. An old man with white hair knelt before the grave, his withered fingers gently brushing over the cold stone tablet, as if this would allow him to touch the soul that had long since passed. Xuantong, the master has come to see you. Yigohan's aged voice rang out. For 20 years, he had come here every year, kneeling for an entire day. Only this could slightly alleviate the torment in his heart. He hated himself. He hated why he had listened to slanders, hated why he hadn't firmly stood by his disciple's side, and hated that he let that most proud disciple die in the darkest corner. Master was wrong. The cold wind howled, sweeping up the dried leaves on the ground, taking away the old man's tears that fell from the corners of his eyes. He trembled as he took out a flask of strong liquor from his bosom. Tilting his head back to drink deeply, the fiery liquid burned his throat but could not extinguish the regret in his heart. This liquor, your favorite, drunken thousand autumns. But unfortunately, you had no chance to taste it. He murmured softly, slowly pouring the remaining liquor at the grave, the liquid seeping into the soil like a silent tribute. The Master knows the pain in your heart. The Master also knows what you went through back then. No matter if you hated me or not, I accept it. He gave a bitter smile, and his gaze gradually became resolute. Today is the wedding day of Cui Hao and Xiao Zishi. It is also the time for his revenge. 20 years ago, Lu Xuantong was one of the most dazzling geniuses of the Tianjian sect, with swordsmanship talent unparalleled among his peers, hailed as a once-in-a-millennium sword immortal seed. But all of this collapsed that night. Cui Hao, Lu Xuantong's senior brother, had long coveted the supreme bone, colluding with Xiao Zishi to frame and steal elixirs. And Yi Gahan actually believed it. He watched helplessly as his most proud disciple had his cultivation abolished, his supreme bone dug out, and ultimately was thrown into the demon suppression tower, leaving no bones behind. It wasn't until later that he discovered the truth. But by then, it was already too late. Lu Xuantong was dead, the supreme bone was refined by Cui Hao, and Xiao Zishi became Cui Hao's partner. The two rose to prominence using Lu Xuantong's infamy. And now they were about to hold a grand dual cultivation ceremony to announce to the world. How ironic. The murderer flourishes, while the victim's bones are gone. Elder Yi, have you become senile? Is it worth it for a thief? Is it worth it? Of course it is worth it. His disciple should not die bearing a stigma. His disciple should have been the most dazzling sword immortal in the world. After a while, Yi Gahan slowly stood up, his aged body appearing particularly frail in the wind and snow, but his gaze was sharper than a sword's edge. Xuantong, rest assured. Today, the world will know you are innocent. He knew that he would undoubtedly die on this trip. Cui Hao was now the sect master of the Tianjian sect, a strong master of the venerable realm, with powerful subordinates like clouds, while he was just an old man in his twilight years. But so what? Even in death, he would tear apart this hypocritical world. He took one last look at the solitary grave, bowed deeply, then turned and walked toward the direction of the Tianjian sect. Stepping through the wind and snow, his silhouette was resolute, like a lone wolf heading to death. This journey sought no survival, only justice. The Tianjian sect's mountain gate stood tall, the sword energy soaring into the sky. Since morning, the mountain gate of the Tianjian sect had been wide open, with 9,999 white jade steps extending from the foot of the mountain, each step engraved with intricate sword patterns, shimmering with a piercing cold light under the morning sun. On both sides of the steps, hundreds of disciples of the Tianjian sect stood with swords in hand, dressed in snowy white, their expressions solemn, like unsheathed swords, their sharpness on full display. This was an unprecedented grand occasion for the Tianjian sect in 1,000 years. Nations came to pay homage, celebrating the new master. Above the sky, the sea of clouds roiled, and massive flying boats tore through the sky, carrying various rays of dawn through the clouds. The Wujimen have arrived, presenting 10 bottles of 9-turn mysterious spirit elixir, congratulating sect master Cui on ascending to the pinnacle. The Qingshan sect has arrived, presenting a piece of millennium cold essence jade, wishing Master Cui's swordsmanship to flourish forever. The Purple Cloud sect has arrived, presenting a piece of heavenly silkworm spirit silk armor, wishing Master Cui to dominate the world. Representatives from various sects, dressed in splendid attire and holding treasures, respectfully approached the main peak. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect stood tall, proudly surveying these usually lofty sect representatives. They had never felt so proud as they did today. From now on, they would be disciples of the #1 sect in the world. Wherever they went, they would be revered by thousands. A young disciple couldn't help but whisper, "Senior brother, look at that elder from the Purple Cloud sect. How arrogant he was during the sword discussion last year. Yet today, he is so respectful." The senior brother beside him smirked slightly and snorted, "This is strength. With Master Cui here, who dares to look down?" At the peak of the main mountain stood a magnificent sword pavilion, entirely made of mysterious ice jade. At the top of the pavilion, a 100-foot giant sword's shadow pointed straight at the sky, its sword aura stretching 3,000 miles, intimidating all directions. The square in front of the sword pavilion was already filled with banquet tables. At the head of the table stood a man in a purple gold sword robe, with his hands behind his back. He was handsome, but his brows carried a hint of coldness, with sword aura faintly surrounding him, as if he could sever mountains and rivers with a mere gesture. This person was Cui Hao, the newly appointed sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, and the youngest revered realm expert in the Xuantong continent. He slightly raised his head, looking down at the guests from various sects below, who appeared as insignificant as ants. Feeling a surge of unprecedented delight in his heart. The number one person in the world. In this world, I alone am supreme. This feeling made him feel as if he were floating. Even his breathing carried an arrogance that surpassed all beings. Master Chui's extraordinary talent guaranteed that he would become a land god in the future. With Master Chui in charge, the Heavenly Sword sect would surely become a foundation of immortality for all ages. Congratulations to Master Chui for reaching the pinnacle. Flattering praises rose one after another, and Chui Hao's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes filled with disdain. This is power, this is status. 20 years ago, he was merely the first senior brother based on qualifications, facing countless doubts about how he climbed to the top relying on connections. Even the elders couldn't be bothered to look at him. But now, he was already a revered realm expert. He was now the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. He was the ruler of the world. All of this was thanks to that useless Lu Xuantong, who had long since died in the demon suppression tower. If it weren't for digging out his supreme bone and using his infamy to rise, how could Chui Hao have come this far? Chui Hao sneered, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Lu Xuantong, if you have any awareness in the afterlife, what would you think of today's scene? However, just as he was feeling pleased with himself, a sudden vibration occurred in the supreme bone in his chest. A wave of heat surged, as if a blazing fire was burning within his chest. Chui Hao frowned, instinctively pressing his chest. Something's wrong. This supreme bone had never shown any signs of movement since it was refined. Why was it suddenly so hot today? It must be a mistake, he murmured softly, forcibly suppressing the unease in his heart. It must be an illusion. Now, he was the number one person in the world, even the former sect master, who was half a step from becoming a land god, bowed to him. Who in this world could threaten him? No one. Chui Hao took a deep breath, a proud expression returning to his face. The next moment, welcome the new master. A hoarse but loud voice echoed throughout the venue. Chui Hao raised his eyes and saw the previous sect master, the once lofty land god expert, actually stood up and bowed to him. This action was like igniting a fuse. Congratulations to Master Chui. The Heavenly Sword sect will prosper forever. Master Chui will dominate the world. The elders of the Heavenly Sword sect and the leaders of various sects all stood up, congratulating him in unison, their voices surging like a tide, shaking the heavens. Chui Hao laughed loudly, the last trace of doubt in his heart washed away by this overwhelming power. He had won, completely won. From this day forward, no one would dare to oppose him. At this moment, Chui Hao's pride reached its peak. Chapter 14. Today, I will seek justice for my disciple. Chui Hao stood with his hands behind his back, slightly raising his gaze to scan the dense crowd below. Representatives from various sects, elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, and thousands of disciples all held their breath, not daring to meet his gaze. Could this person be a reincarnated immortal? How could he have such might? Chui Hao's imposing presence was overwhelming. Just standing there, he resembled an unparalleled divine sword drawn from its sheath, radiating brilliance that inspired awe. His aura was thick as a deep abyss, hinting at a breakthrough to the revered realm, touching the threshold of a land god. Such talent could be deemed unparalleled in the entire cultivation world. With such a sect master, the Heavenly Sword sect would undoubtedly reign supreme for 1,000 years. Listening to these discussions, Chui Hao's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling extremely pleased. He glanced at the disciples below who looked up at him. Their eyes filled with admiration and fervor, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Today, our sect ascends to the throne, taking control of the Heavenly Sword sect. I hope the disciples within the sect will diligently cultivate and break through early to enhance the glory of our Heavenly Sword. After saying this, he waved his hand grandly, declaring, for this, our sect specially bestows qi gathering pills, one to each person. As soon as this was said, an uproar erupted in the crowd. Qi gathering pills are extremely precious in the cultivation world, helping cultivators condense spiritual power and break through bottlenecks. Usually, only by completing sect tasks and accumulating 1,000 contribution points could one exchange for one, making them incredibly rare. Yet now, Chui Hao was directly bestowing them to all disciples. Such a generosity was simply astonishing. The sect master is mighty. Master Chui is generous. Sect master, I want to bear your children. Master Chui, I want to wash your underwear. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were so excited that their faces turned red. Shouting in unison, their voices crashing like waves across the mountain peak. Chui Hao smiled slightly and raised his hand to lightly clap. In an instant, hundreds of elite disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect soared into the sky, their white garments fluttering, sword aura crisscrossing, streaking across the sky like shooting stars. A truly spectacular scene. Each of them held storage bags, hovering in midair, and then waved their sleeves. Countless chi-gathering pills fell like rain. The transparent pills shimmering with spiritual light under the sunlight, resembling falling stars, a breathtaking sight. Grab them. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect could no longer contain themselves, all leaping up to compete for the pills. If they didn't grab them now, when would they? Don't push. Those are mine. The scene immediately erupted, and all the disciples fell into a frenzy. Chui Hao looked down at all of this, his eyes filled with a sense of control over everything. He knew that from this day forward, his prestige in the Heavenly Sword sect would be unmatched. These disciples would completely become his followers, willingly going through fire and water for him. Long live Master Chui. I swear to follow the master to the end. The cheers shook the heavens, and all the disciples were so excited that their faces turned red, wishing they could sacrifice themselves to repay their master's grace. Chui Hao stood with his hands behind his back, a smile on his lips, feeling immensely pleased. Xuantong, if you have any spirit in the heavens, what would you think of today's scene? Unfortunately, you will forever remain a dead man, while I shall dominate this era. He looked up at the sky, the clouds rolling, as if submitting to him. The former sect master Lin Jian stood with his hands behind his back, gazing deeply at the grandeur before him, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his aged face. Good, very good. Chui Hao's rise was indeed the result of his own efforts. What was the name of that disciple who had his supreme bone dug out back then? Xuantong? Huh, just a nameless nobody. His death brought forth a genius like Chui Hao. This deal was too worth it. Lin Jian sneered inwardly. The supreme bone could only exert its value within a true strong person's body. Someone like Xuantong, a mere ant, was not worthy of possessing such a treasure. Now, this bone has perfectly fused within Chui Hao, helping him break through to the venerable realm, and even has the potential to challenge the Earth Immortal. With such a sect leader in the Heavenly Sword sect, for the next few hundred years, they will surely sit firmly on the throne of the world's #1. Lin Jian felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. This was the most correct decision he had ever made in his life. He then took a slow step forward, his aged yet still upright figure radiating authority. The entire venue instantly fell silent, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the final announcement from this former sect leader. Today, I formally announce. As his voice fell, he flipped his palm, and a long sword, crystal clear as jade, appeared out of thin air. The sword body was entwined with purple lightning, and a faint dragon's roar could be heard, the terrifying sword aura causing the surrounding space to slightly distort. The divine sky sword, someone exclaimed. This was the treasure of the Heavenly Sword sect, said to be forged from the bones of an ancient thunder dragon. When the sword is drawn, it can summon divine thunder from the 9 heavens, with immeasurable power. Lin Jian solemnly handed the divine sky sword to Chui Hao, his eyes filled with expectation. Power, from now on, the future of the Heavenly Sword sect is entrusted to you. Chui Hao's lips curled slightly as he respectfully received the divine sky sword, declaring loudly, "Thank you, Master, for your cultivation. I will not disappoint your trust, and will lead the Heavenly Sword sect to the peak. Honor shall be mine." Just as he tightened his grip on the sword handle, suddenly, a chilling killing intent descended from the sky. Several dazzling sword lights tore through the clouds, like meteors falling to the ground, heading straight for Chui Hao's face. Each sword light contained terrifying power, shattering the space it passed through. Chui Hao frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He didn't even move his feet. He simply waved his sleeve casually. Boom. A tremendous surge of spiritual power erupted, and those sharp sword lights shattered like bubbles, dissipating into nothingness. The entire venue was instantly in an uproar. Who is it? Chui Hao shouted coldly, his voice booming like thunder. Which rat dares to be reckless during my sect's succession ceremony? Come out. The Heavenly Sword sect's members immediately went on high alert, thousands of disciples drawing their swords. Sword energy soaring into the sky. The elders of various sects also changed color, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Who dares to provoke Chui Hao? Who is at the peak of his power, in front of all the heroes of the world? Just as everyone was in shock and doubt, swish. An aged figure stepped through the air, white hair flying, robes fluttering. With each step he took, it seemed as if he was treading on the veins of the world, causing the space to tremble. Yiguan. Someone recognized the visitor and exclaimed in shock. Lin Jian's pupils constricted, and his expression darkened instantly. This old man is still alive? Chui Hao fixed his gaze on that figure, his killing intent surging. So it's you, old dog. Come today to accompany your useless disciple to the grave? Yiguan stood in midair, his murky old eyes bursting with terrifying brilliance. He slowly raised his hand, pointing a rusty iron sword at Chui Hao. His voice hoarse yet powerful. Today, I will seek justice for my disciple. Chapter 15. The secret of Lu Xuantong's murder. The truth is revealed. The world is shocked. Yiguan was once one of the strongest elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, at the peak of the venerable realm, with unfathomable swordsmanship. In the entire cultivation world, few could match him. But now, he was just a frail old sinner. A powerless master who watched his most proud disciple be framed, have his cultivation abolished, have his supreme bone taken, and ultimately be imprisoned in the demon suppression tower, leaving no trace behind. Years ago, when Xuantong was framed by Cui Hao and Xiao Zishi, he had desperately sought help from him. But at that time, Yi Guhuan merely stood coldly to the side, silent. It wasn't that he didn't believe Xuantong, but rather, he weighed the pros and cons. Cui Hao had the support of the entire upper echelons of the Heavenly Sword sect, and even some hidden old monsters backing him. Xuantong was just a talented disciple, without any background. The supreme bone in Cui Hao's hands could bring greater value. With Xuantong dead, the Heavenly Sword sect could gain another unparalleled powerhouse. This calculation was a good deal, so he chose silence. But later, when he witnessed the closure of the demon suppression tower and saw Xuantong's life utterly extinguished, he suddenly awoke. He was wrong, completely wrong. That once proud young man, that sword genius unparalleled among his peers, that disciple who revered him as a father, was dead, died without clarity, died without dignity. And even his bones could not be left behind. Lin Jian had advised him countless times to let go. Xuantong is already dead. No matter how persistent you are, it cannot change the outcome. Giving the supreme bone to Cui Hao was the best choice. Cui Hao's background, talent, resources, what was not stronger than Xuantong? Why should you ruin your future for a dead person? Yes, anyone could see how to choose. But Yi Guhuan was a stubborn one. He had been stubborn for 20 whole years. Each year for 20 years, he would come alone to that lonely grave and kneel for an entire day. As if this could slightly ease his torment. In 20 years, he had thought countless times of drawing his sword and killing his way to the main peak to seek justice for his disciple. But he knew that if he acted rashly, it would only lead to his own death. He needed to wait. Wait for an opportunity. Wait for a chance to tear apart this hypocritical world. And today was the best opportunity. Cui Hao's succession ceremony. All sects gathered. The world is watching. If the truth from that year could be publicly revealed on such an occasion, then even the Heavenly Sword sect couldn't suppress the overwhelming public opinion. Yi Guhuan, get down. Lin Jian shouted angrily, his face extremely dark. He did not expect that this old man would dare to make trouble at such an important occasion. Whatever needs to be said can wait until the ceremony is over. My senior brother will personally give you an explanation. And this so-called explanation was merely a cover-up afterward. Only the dead would keep silent. Yi Guhuan sneered, a murderous intent surging in his murky old eyes. Explanation? Lin Jian, you have deceived me for 20 years. And now you want to deceive me again? Today, I will seek justice for my disciple in front of everyone. As his voice fell, he suddenly drew his sword. The rusty iron sword burst forth with astonishing sword light at this moment. The sword aura spanned 3,000 miles, directly aimed at Cui Hao. Today, I will show the world what you hypocritical beasts have truly done. The truth finally erupted at this moment. Yi Guhuan's voice rang out like a bell, filled with endless regret and anger, echoing through the heavens. My disciple Xuantong has never stolen any sect pills. Those so-called evidences were merely planted by Xiao Zishi into his storage bag. And Cui Hao. He suddenly raised his sword, pointing it at the suddenly pale-faced Cui Hao on the high platform, and shouted harshly. The reason he schemed to frame Xuantong was for that supreme bone. As his words fell, the entire venue fell silent. All the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, elders from various sects, and even those sect envoys who had previously flattered and praised, all widened their eyes and looked at Cui Hao in disbelief. Supreme bone? Isn't that the unparalleled root bone Cui Hao was born with? Could it be? Yi Guhuan's voice was as cold as ice, continuing. That's right. The supreme bone within Cui Hao is not his own at all. He dug it out alive from Xuantong's body. He peeled away Xuantong's spine, extracted his root marrow, and forcibly grafted that supreme bone, which originally belonged to Xuantong, onto himself. From then on, he replaced Xuantong's life and took everything from Xuantong. And my disciple was thrown into the bottom of the demon suppression tower, leaving no trace behind. Boom. The sky suddenly darkened, clouds gathering and thunder rolling. It was as if even the heavens were enraged, protesting this immense injustice. At this moment, the world was shocked. All the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect had pale faces, their hands gripping their swords trembling slightly. Their revered leader turned out to be a despicable person who rose to power by seizing others' bones. The outer sect elders who had once flattered Cui Hao were now silent, their eyes filled with shock and horror. Who could have imagined that behind Cui Hao's glory lay such bloody corpses? On the high platform, Cui Hao's expression darkened completely. He stared fiercely at Yi Guhuan, his killing intent surging, and coldly said, "Old man, you're seeking death." Lin Jian was even more furious and shouted, "Yi Guhuan, You dare to slander the sect master. Today, I will personally slay you. Yi Guhuan laughed wildly, but his laughter was filled with desolation. Slander? Ha ha ha. Lin Jian, even now. Do you still want to cover up this dirty truth? Are you afraid? Afraid that the world will know that your heavenly sword sect's leader is a beast who climbed to power by seizing others' roots and killing his fellow disciples? The wild wind howled, lifting his pale hair. This once silent elder now roared like an awakened angry lion. Vowing to wash away the grievances that had accumulated for 20 years with blood, Cui Hao's face twisted completely, standing on the high platform. The sword energy around him surged like a dragon, and the pressure of his revered status was as deep as the sea, shaking the entire heavenly sword peak. He was furious, enraged, almost insane. With his current talent, strength, and status, how dare this old man Yi Guhuan? How dare he tear apart the carefully woven lies of 20 years in front of the world? How dare he expose his dirtiest and bloodiest secrets in broad daylight? Regret. At this moment, Cui Hao was filled with endless remorse. He should have killed Yi Guhuan back then. He should have eradicated this old man immediately after Lu Xuantong's death, instead of allowing him to survive for 20 years and giving him the chance to ruin everything today. Yi Guhuan. Cui Hao's voice was as cold as ice from the depths of hell, piercing to the bone. Unexpectedly, you still have the audacity to turn the tables. He sneered, his killing intent boiling, yet still attempted to invert right and wrong. Back then, Lu Xuantong stole the sect's elixirs, and the evidence was conclusive. He even confessed and accepted punishment. And you, as his master, not only felt no shame, but instead have protected him until now. Now you slander me. It's a sin deserving of death 1,000 times over. Before his words fell, Cui Hao suddenly made his move. Boom. The heavenly level technique, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Sword technique, erupted instantly. He clenched his palm, and the divine cloud sword burst forth with blinding lightning. 100 zhong thunderous sword light tearing through the sky, directly aimed at Yi Guhuan. This sword was as fast as lightning, as ruthless as divine punishment. He wanted Yi Guhuan to die. Immediately. Right now? He absolutely could not let him say another word. However, facing this world-destroying sword, Yi Guhuan laughed wildly. His white hair danced wildly, and the rusty sword crossed the sky. Although he was old, he still faced the attack like an unyielding angry lion. Ha ha. Cui Hao. Are you afraid? Right and wrong will be determined by heaven. You think that with your power alone, you can cover up the truth? You think that with your current power, you can silence the world? Ridiculous. Today, even if I die, I will let the world know. You, Cui Hao, are nothing but a despicable person who seizes others' roots and kills his fellow disciples. Clang. The clash of sword light shook the heavens and the earth. Although Yi Guhuan's rusty sword was already broken, it still erupted with astonishing sword intent, forcefully blocking Cui Hao's thunderous sword. However, he was ultimately old. 20 years of regret and torment, 20 years of stagnation and cultivation, while Cui Hao had long since surpassed his former self. Old man, kneel before me. Cui Hao shouted angrily. The divine cloud sword struck again, and the 9 heavens lightning transformed into thousands of sword shadows, descending like a torrential rain, crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Guhuan blocked more than a dozen swords, his tiger's mouth splitting, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But he still gritted his teeth and did not retreat a single step. But in the end, bang. A streak of lightning pierced through his chest, blood sprayed. Yi Guhuan let out a muffled groan, his knee crashing heavily to the ground, kneeling before Cui Hao. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone held their breath. Watching this once dominant elder now defeated so tragically, Cui Hao looked down with contempt and killing intent in his eyes. Old dog, do you have any last words? Yi Guhuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, but suddenly laughed. He laughed bleakly, sarcastically, and with a sense of catharsis. Cui Hao, do you think that killing me will make the truth disappear? No, it will only spread wider. You will never be able to wash the blood off your hands. Cui Hao's pupils constricted sharply, and his killing intent surged. Seeking death, he suddenly raised his sword, ready to decapitate Yi Guhuan. But at that moment, Chapter 16, sacrificing tens of thousands of disciples, devouring the invincible demon lord. Yi Guhuan went into a frenzy, directly gripping the divine cloud sword and sending the late-stage revered Cui Hao flying. Cui Hao was immediately surprised. In that instant, there was an unexpectedly strong force. At this moment, Yi Guhuan's chest heaved violently, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, staining the white jade steps beneath him. He slowly raised his head, his murky old eyes sweeping over the surroundings. The grotesque faces, the pairs of angry eyes, the piercing shouts of killing. Kill this old man. How dare he slander the sect master? Yi Guhuan deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Reducing him to ashes is not too much. The sect master has treated us with great kindness, and this old dog dares to slander him. This old man dares to invert right and wrong. I see you are tired of living. Even if you are an elder, what of it? The disciples support the sect master in punishing traitors. Yi Guhuan is an undercover from the demon sect, disturbing the morale. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes burning with fervent anger. As if Yi Guhuan were some irredeemable criminal. What made Yi Guhuan's heart sink even more was that those disciples who had once been guided by him, nurtured by him, were now standing in the crowd, glaring at him with anger. They had forgotten who taught them sword techniques, forgotten who patiently guided them through their cultivation bottlenecks, forgotten who had fought for resources for them. They only remembered that Cui Hao had given them gathering energy pills. Cui Hao had given them status. Cui Hao had made them feel superior in the Heavenly Sword sect. As for the truth, who cares? Yi Guhuan suddenly laughed, his laughter hoarse and desolate. He should have understood this long ago. The world is just this realistic. Interests come first, and the strong are revered. Who cares about your grievances? Who cares about your truth? Lu Xuantong is dead. Cui Hao is alive. Whoever possesses the supreme bone is the genius. Whoever is strong is right. Cui Hao stood on the high platform, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. He looked at Yi Guhuan's desperate expression, feeling incredibly satisfied. Old man, do you see? This is human nature. You think that by speaking the truth, anyone will believe you? Ridiculous. In this world of the survival of the fittest, strength is the only truth. Lin Jian also laughed, with immense satisfaction. He had originally felt pity for those gathering energy pills, but now he felt it was too worth it. Just a few bottles of pills had completely bought the loyalty of hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. It made them unhesitatingly stand by Cui Hao's side, even willing to kill for him. This is true power. This is true control. Yi Guhuan slowly closed his eyes, his breathing nearly stagnating. It was too lonely, too painful. He had exhausted everything to seek justice for his disciples. Yet what he received in return was betrayal and the scorn of the masses. Is there anything more ironic than this in the world? You all forced me to this. Ha ha, you deserve it. Yi Guhuan laughed wildly, his white hair dancing, and in his murky old eyes, there was a terrifying crimson light. Crazy? No. He was clearer than ever. Cui Hao frowned, a sudden ominous premonition rising in his heart, and he immediately yelled, "Old man, stop pretending." He formed a seal with his hands, and the divine sword's thunder light surged violently, ready to slash down at Yi Guhuang's head. But at that moment, Yi Guhuang's hunched body suddenly straightened, and a vast black aura erupted from within him, like the flames of an abyssal demon, sweeping in all directions. His aura was crazily ascending, mid-stage of the venerable realm, late stage of the venerable realm, straight to the peak of the venerable realm. What? Cui Hao's pupils constricted, his face changing drastically. Lin Jian was also horrified, exclaiming, "This is impossible." Yi Guhuang was clearly on the verge of death. How could he instantly recover to his peak, even go further? However, even more terrifying things were yet to come. A shrill scream suddenly erupted. Under their skin, it seemed as if countless black runes were writhing, frantically devouring their vitality. "Help me, Sectmaster. Save us. It hurts so much. It really hurts." The disciples wailed and struggled, but it was of no avail. Their flesh, spiritual power, and even souls were being crazily siphoned away by some terrifying force. And that force was continuously pouring into Yi Guhuang's body. "Is there a problem with the qi gathering pill?" Lin Jian finally reacted, his face as pale as paper. He suddenly looked at Yi Guhuang, his voice trembling. You cast a curse long ago?" Yi Guhuang grinned savagely, his eyes filled with blood light. "That's right. For the past 20 years, I have studied the path of curses day and night, just for today. Those qi gathering pills have long been planted with the soul-devouring blood curse by me. Anyone with impure intentions, who indiscriminately kills the innocent, who is untrustworthy, will become my nourishment." Suddenly, rumble. The black clouds churned above the sky, and blood-colored lightning intertwined. The entire Tianjian sect was like a hell on earth at this moment. Thousands of disciples turned into dried corpses amidst their screams. Their blood energy, resentment, and murderous aura surged into Yi Guhuang's body like rivers returning to the sea. His white hair gradually stained crimson. His hunched body became upright like a demon, surrounded by towering black flames. His aura was already infinitely close to that of an earthly immortal. "Madman, you lunatic." Cui Hao was completely panicked. He never imagined that Yi Guhuang would be so ruthless, using tens of thousands of disciples as sacrifices just to enter madness for a single moment. Lin Jian's face was ashen, trembling as he said, "Yi Guhuang, what you are doing is no different from the demonic path." "Demonic path?" Yi Guhuang laughed maniacally, his voice like a ghost from the depths of hell. "Is there anyone more evil than you in this world? My disciple Lu Xuantong lived a life of integrity. Yet you framed and harmed him, digging his bones to take his life. And you beasts stepped on the corpses to ascend to high positions, receiving the admiration of thousands. Today, I will let you taste what true retribution is. In the next second, Yi Guhong stepped forward, his demonic might overwhelming. He raised his hand and grabbed. That rusty iron sword transformed into a blood-colored demonic blade, slashing towards Cui Hao. Die! Cui Hao hurriedly raised his sword to block. But the power of this strike exceeded his imagination. Bang! The divine sword was actually severed. Cui Hao spat out blood and flew backward, his supreme bone in his chest violently shaking, as if in fear. And Yi Guhong had become like a demon god descending to the world, unstoppable. At this moment, Lin Jian collapsed to the ground, looking at the Tianjian sect, now in ruins, watching those turned into dried corpses, finally breaking down and screaming. Yi Guhong, you destroyed everything. Yi Guhong's blood-red eyes were cold, and he smiled grimly. No, it was you who brought this upon yourselves. Chapter 17, finally the climax. Lu Xuantong descends. Like a god, the Tianjian sect was littered with corpses. In a short moment, more than 30% of the disciples turned into dried corpses, their flesh and blood essence devoured, leaving only hollow shells sprawled on the ground, their faces twisted, unable to close their eyes in death. Until their last breath, they did not understand why the sect master they had faithfully protected could not save them, why the chi-gathering pills they took had become death warrants. Cui Hao stood in the pool of blood, his face dark and terrifying. His heart was bleeding. These disciples were all his loyal supporters. Just a moment ago, they were calling his name, waving flags for him, eager to go through fire and water for him. But now, all dead, died so tragically. And the culprit behind all this was the completely mad Yi Guhong before him. Old man Cui Hao's voice was low and cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. You seek death. Yi Guhong, surrounded by overwhelming black energy, with blood-red eyes like a demon, grinned. What? Feeling heartbroken? When you took my disciple's supreme bone, did you feel heartbroken? When you cast him into the demon suppression tower, did you feel heartbroken? Now, you finally know pain. Cui Hao, in extreme anger, laughed instead, his killing intent surging. Good, very good. Since you insist on seeking death, then I shall let you witness the true power of the supreme bone. In an instant, Cui Hao suddenly howled at the sky, and a brilliant golden light erupted from his chest. A piece of jade-like supreme bone, entwined with endless Tao patterns, slowly emerged from his body, floating in the air, exuding a terrifying pressure that suppressed heaven and earth. With the appearance of the supreme bone, the world resonated. Cui Hao's aura crazily ascended at that moment. Late stage of the venerable realm. Peak of the venerable realm. He actually matched Yi Guhong. Ha! Cui Hao laughed wildly, his eyes filled with disdain. Old man, do you think you can defeat me with these evil tricks? The power of the supreme bone is beyond your imagination. Yi Guhong narrowed his blood-red eyes and sneered. Just a stolen item. How dare you be arrogant? Today, I will let you know what true demonic might is. Before his voice fell, he suddenly raised his hand, and the sky full of black energy transformed into a demonic claw that covered the sun, fiercely striking towards Cui Hao. Boom! Cui Hao was unwilling to show weakness. The supreme bone radiated endless divine light, and he punched out, the golden fist light exploding like the sun, colliding fiercely with the demonic claw. The terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, shaking the entire Tianjian peak, causing countless buildings to collapse and rocks to shatter. The two peak venerable realm powerhouses officially entered battle. On one side was Yi Guhong, who had devoured thousands of disciples, entering madness through blood sacrifice. On the other side was Cui Hao, empowered by the supreme bone, with unlimited potential. Their battle was not merely a struggle for life and death, but the ultimate confrontation between the demonic path and the celestial pride. Boom, boom, boom. Cui Hao's punches surged like dragons, each strike containing the terrifying power of the supreme bone. Wherever the golden light passed, space shattered, and everything was obliterated. Yi Guhong's demonic flames surged, immortal and indestructible. Even if half of his body was shattered, he could instantly recover using the power of the formation. Old demon, let's see how long you can hold on. Cui Hao roared, his offensive growing more violent. Yi Guhong sneered. Waste is waste, even with the supreme bone, so what? It's ultimately not your own. You. Cui Hao was enraged, the light of the supreme bone shining brightly as he punched through Yi Guhong's chest. But the next second, the black energy surged from Yi Guhong's wound and instantly healed. Ha! Useless. Yi Guhong laughed wildly. As long as the formation is not broken, I will remain immortal and indestructible, and you will eventually run out of strength. Cui Hao's face darkened, his heart secretly alarmed. If this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. Just then, Yi Guhong, your time of death has come. An old yet fierce voice suddenly rang out. Lin Jian. He did not know when he had infiltrated the core of the formation, and with one sword, he shattered the formation eye. The devouring formation that enveloped the Tianjin sect instantly collapsed. Puff! Yi Guhong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura plummeting. With the formation broken, his immortal body was rendered ineffective. Old man, die! Cui Hao seized the opportunity, the supreme bone erupting with endless divine might, and he punched towards Yi Guhong's head. Bang! Yi Guhong fell into a pool of blood, his bones completely shattered, meridians severed, and even his breath became weak. At this moment, his white hair soaked in blood clung messily to his face, and his once sharp eyes were now murky, with only a faint glimmer of light remaining. Cui Hao stood before him, looking down from a height, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yi Guhong, look at your current state. Don't you resemble a dying old dog struggling for breath? His voice was low and taunting, the supreme bone in his chest flowing with golden blood, exuding an oppressive force that was suffocating. The light reflected on his face, making him appear like a descending deity, invincible. For a dead disciple, he had plunged into the demonic path, devouring thousands of disciples. But what was the result? You still lost. Thoroughly defeated. Cui Hao's smile grew more sinister. His eyes filled with contempt. How ridiculous, Yi Guhong. You gave it your all, even turning yourself into a madman. But in the end, you can't even find Lu Xiantong's corpse. You can't avenge him. You can't even save your own life. Yi Guhong listened quietly, offering no rebuttal. Nor did he show anger. He simply closed his eyes slowly, allowing memories to flow through his mind. He remembered when Lu Xiantong first joined his sect. The youthful vigor he exuded. He recalled Lu Xiantong practicing swordsmanship, the blade cutting through the air like a brilliant meteor. He remembered Lu Xiantong's eyes filled with despair and unwillingness when he was framed. He never regretted today's madness. The only thing he regretted was not stepping forward back then to save his disciple. If time could be turned back, he would never remain silent. Seeing him silent, Cui Hao sneered, slowly raising his palm, a destructive golden light gathering in his palm. Since you are so obsessed, I will send you on your way. Do you have any last words before you die? Yi Guhong opened his eyes, a hint of mockery flashing through his murky gaze. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and smiled bitterly. Cui Hao, if you admit your crimes, I will gladly offer my head. Cui Hao laughed loudly as if he had heard the biggest joke. Delusional. Do you think I would be foolish enough to admit in front of everyone? Do you think I would let you die so easily? He slowly raised his head, gazing at the distant sky, a hint of relief appearing in his eyes. Then after I die, bury my body together with my disciples. Cui Hao's smile suddenly froze, then turned even colder. You really know how to dream. Destroying my succession ceremony, slaughtering my Tianjin sect disciples, and you want a joint burial? You wish. His voice suddenly rose, killing intent boiling in his eyes. I will make your soul scatter. You will never be reborn. You will pay a terrible price for today's actions. As his words fell, the golden light in his palm surged violently, about to strike down. However, at that instant, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled. Above the sky, the sea of clouds churned. A brilliant glow tearing through the heavens, shooting straight into the clouds. Following that clang, a clear phoenix cry resonated through the 9 heavens. Like celestial music yet imbued with supreme pressure, shaking the entire Tianjin peak. The world fell silent. All things bowed in submission. Cui Hao's movements suddenly froze, his pupils constricting violently as he looked up in disbelief. Above the sky, a massive divine phoenix soared, its crimson golden flames burning through the void, as if even the heavens and earth would be consumed. And on the back of that divine phoenix stood a figure in a black robe, hands clasped behind their back, their gaze cold, like a deity descending upon the mortal realm. Chapter 18. All kneel. Senior, I am Lu Xiantong. I have returned. Above the sky, the sea of clouds roiled, and rays of light filled the sky. The enormous phoenix slowly flapped its wings, each feather flowing with crimson golden divine radiance, as if forged from the flames of the 9 heavens. It merely needed to flap its wings lightly, and the entire landscape trembled, the void twisting as if it could not bear this overwhelming pressure. A being of divine status on the land, and a peak-level terrifying existence. All the cultivators present, whether disciples of the Tianjin sect or elders from various sects, turned pale, trembling all over. That pressure was like the heavens collapsing, like a god descending to the mortal realm, making it difficult for them to breathe, as if an invisible hand was gripping their throats, ready to turn them to ashes with a mere thought. What kind of existence is this? Could it be an unmatched supreme being hidden away? No, that is not right. This pressure has likely surpassed the limits of the human realm. Countless cultivators were horrified, their eyes fixed on the phoenix, filled with awe and fear. A divine beast. A true ancient divine beast. It would be hard to find another in the entire human realm. What shocked them even more was that on the back of this phoenix stood a person. The person was clad in a black robe, standing with hands behind their back. Their expression stern, their gaze deep, as if looking down upon all beings, indifferent yet majestic. Hiss! Countless people gasped in shock, their hearts stirred by tremendous waves. This phoenix was already the strongest existence in the world, yet it was willing to become a mount. Then what kind of terrifying existence was its master? A figure from the heavenly realm, undoubtedly a big shot from the heavenly realm. Could it be a celestial being descending? Quickly pay your respects. Absolutely must not offend. In an instant, the entire Tianjin sect, whether ordinary disciples or sect leaders, all knelt down in unison, their foreheads pressed to the ground, trembling voices calling out, "Junior, pay respects to the senior." The sound surged like a tide, shaking the heavens. Even Lin Jian, once a terrestrial immortal, wore a serious expression, deeply bowing, not daring to show any signs of negligence. Although he did not kneel, his posture was extremely low, and his heart was stirred by tumultuous waves. Why did this phoenix feel so familiar? Could it be? He vaguely felt as if he had seen it somewhere before, but for a moment, he could not recall. After all, the little phoenix had been imprisoned in the demon suppression tower for decades. The phoenix before him, its aura terrifying, was no longer a soft persimmon he could handle. Cui Hao was also shaken to the core, but he soon adjusted his mindset, revealing a respectful and humble smile. Bowing deeply and loudly declaring, "I am Cui Hao, the current sect master of the Tianjin sect, paying respects to the senior." His voice was resonant, his posture extremely low, even carrying a hint of flattery. If he could get close to this powerful being, his status would be unshakable. With this thought, his smile grew even brighter as he continued respectfully, "It is an immense honor for our sect to have the senior visit. May I ask if the senior would be willing to step inside for a discussion? I will do everything in my power to host the senior." His tone was sincere, as if he were truly a humble junior welcoming his senior's guidance. However, he merely stood there quietly, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the entire scene, and finally, landing on the barely breathing Yi Guhuan. In that moment, the world fell silent. Yi Guhuan lay in a pool of blood, his breath as weak as a flickering candle in the wind. His internal organs had long been shattered by Cui Hao's supreme bone power, meridians severed, spiritual energy exhausted. Even breathing had become difficult. Blood continuously spilled from the corner of his mouth, staining the white jade steps beneath him, like a tragic flower blooming at the edge of death. At this moment, he was so weak that even a mere transformation realm cultivator could easily take his life. He had already despaired. He had already accepted his fate. But just as he was about to close his eyes, the appearance of that phoenix caused his murky pupils to suddenly constrict. Those crimson golden wings, that pressure capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. That aura of a divine beast towering above all beings. This was definitely not something from the human realm. Yi Guhuan was shocked, struggling to lift his head and gaze at the sky. Which hidden expert had passed by? Which celestial being from the heavens had descended? He initially thought it was some unfathomable existence that had arrived by chance. But when his eyes fell on the man in the black robe on the back of the phoenix, his heart suddenly stopped for a moment. The man's appearance was even more stern than 20 years ago, his brows sharper, and the aura surrounding him was unfathomable, like an insurmountable towering mountain. Yet despite this, Yi Guhuan recognized him at a glance. That was his disciple. That was the disciple he owed a lifetime to. That was Xuantong, whom he thought had long died at the bottom of the demon suppression tower. "Is it you, my disciple?" Yi Guhuan's voice was hoarse and trembling, filled with disbelief and choked with fear that this was all just a dying illusion. This call echoed like thunder. Silence enveloped the scene. All the cultivators kneeling on the ground trembled, suddenly looking up at Yi Guhuan in disbelief, then at the man in the black robe on the phoenix's back. Their eyes filled with horror. What? This terrifying existence is Yi Guhuan's disciple? Is that the long-dead Xuantong? Cui Hao's smile froze instantly, his pupils constricting violently, and the supreme bone in his chest trembled fiercely, filled with fear and dread. No, this is impossible. Xuantong had long died. How could he still be alive? Lin Jian's expression also changed drastically, his aged body trembling slightly, his eyes filled with shock. If this person is really Xuantong, then today, the Tianjin sect will face a catastrophic disaster. At this moment, Cui Hao's gaze was fixed firmly on the black-robed man before him, trying to find a flaw in that cold expression, but the more he looked, the stronger his unease became. Xuantong had long died. 20 years ago, he personally dug out that supreme bone, watched as Xiao Zishi pierced Xuantong's heart with a sword, and even personally threw him into the bottom of the demon suppression tower. How could a person who had been dismembered, pierced, and discarded survive? How could he possibly break the seal of the demon suppression tower? How could he stand here? Cui Hao's breathing quickened slightly, but soon he forcibly suppressed his shock. It must be that old man Yi Guhuan had a hallucination before dying. It must be that the black-robed man just happened to resemble Xuantong. Otherwise, why hadn't the supreme bone completely shattered? If it truly encountered its original owner, it should have backfired by now. Thinking of this, Xuehao steadied his mind and forced a respectful smile. He slightly bowed and spoke in a humble and sincere tone. Senior, please forgive me. This old fellow is senile and has blurred vision, mistaking you for my useless junior brother. It is truly disrespectful to you, Senior. As he spoke, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He suddenly lifted his foot and kicked hard at Yi Guhan's chest. The already dying Yi Guhan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his frail body rolling out like a rag, crashing heavily onto the ground. Xuehao sneered and continued. I will take care of this pesky old dog right now, so as not to dirty Senior's eyes. Before his words could finish, a blinding golden light suddenly gathered in his palm, filled with murderous intent, and it slammed down fiercely onto Yi Guhan's crown. If this palm landed, Yi Guhan would undoubtedly die. However, in the next second, a flash of cold light suddenly tore through the air, so fast that even Xuehao, a peak expert in the Supreme Realm, could not react in time. Suddenly, blood splattered. Xuehao's right arm was severed at the shoulder, the entire arm, along with the golden light that had yet to be released, flew high into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. A piercing scream echoed through Tianjin Peak. Xuehao staggered back, his face as pale as paper, blood gushing from the severed arm, excruciating pain twisting his features, his eyes filled with disbelief. What happened? He couldn't even see how the opponent had struck. At this moment, the entire scene was silent. That senior actually severed Xuehao's arm with a single sword? What was the intention behind this? Chapter 19. A sword establishes authority, unmatched in the world. Reckoning. Xuehao's face grew even paler, the intense pain from his severed arm causing his whole body to tremble. But what terrified him even more was the unfathomable power of the black-robed man before him. Just a single sword aura, just a single glance. It rendered him, a peak expert in the Supreme Realm, completely powerless to resist, not even giving him time to react before his arm was severed. What kind of realm is this? Xuehao gritted his teeth, quickly retrieving a blood-red pill from his storage ring and swallowing it. Gulp. As the pill entered his stomach, the immense medicinal power instantly spread, stopping the bleeding and healing the wound at a visible rate, even restoring some color to his pale face. Yet even so, the fear in his heart did not diminish at all. Who on earth is this senior? Could he really be Xuantong? Impossible, with his talent. It was absolutely impossible to break through to the earthly immortal realm in 20 years. Even with the Supreme Bone, he was only at the peak of the Supreme Realm. Xuehao bit down hard on his teeth, desperately denying this thought. Senior. At this moment, an old yet furious voice suddenly rang out. Lin Jian stepped forward, his entire being surging with spiritual power, the pressure of a half-step earthly immortal erupting explosively, distorting the surrounding space slightly. His deep gaze fixed on the black-robed man, filled with both apprehension and anger. The sect leader cultivated by the Tianjin sect at great cost had actually been severed an arm in front of everyone. This was simply a slap in the face to the entire Tianjin sect. Senior. Lin Jian's voice was low, holding back his furious anger. Even if your cultivation is sky-high, you should still reason with us. How has our sect leader offended you to warrant such ruthless action without a word? If you don't give us an explanation today. As he spoke, his spiritual power erupted like a volcano, the might of a half-step earthly immortal fully unleashed. Even if I risk my life, I will take you down with me. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene trembled. All the cultivators held their breath, tense as they watched this moment. Although Lin Jian was old, he was still a half-step earthly immortal. If he truly fought desperately, even a true earthly immortal would have to retreat. Furthermore, as the #1 sect in the world, the Tianjin sect had deep foundations. Once the protective formation was activated, combined with Lin Jian's desperate strike, no matter how strong this senior was, he would likely have to pay a price. However, facing Lin Jian's threat, the black-robed man merely glanced at him indifferently. That gaze was as cold as ice, as if he were looking at an ant. Noisy. 2 words, casually spoken. But just as the words fell, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. The world seemed to freeze at that moment, an invisible force pressing down on Lin Jian like Mount Tai. Lin Jian's knees buckled, and he knelt directly on the ground, the white jade steps beneath him shattering instantly. In an instant, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale, eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He was a half-step earthly immortal. In front of this person, he couldn't even muster a trace of resistance. At this moment, Lin Jian was truly afraid, completely afraid. He trembled as he looked up at the black-robed man, his voice filled with terror. Who are you? The black-robed man slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the entire scene. In that instant, every cultivator who met that gaze trembled all over, as if falling into an ice cave. Run. We must escape. Otherwise, we will die. Without any hesitation, all the cultivators retreated frantically, instantly withdrawing dozens of miles. only daring to watch from a distance, trembling in fear. And at this moment, on Tianjin Peak, only one man and one phoenix remained, standing in the air. The black robe was like ink, the phoenix was like fire. Unmatched in the world, the whole world surrendered. Cui Hao sat on the ground, devoid of color. Lin Jian knelt on the ground, trembling all over. And Yi Guhan, in the aged eyes, tears shimmered. His disciple. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on that figure, the mysterious powerhouse who transcended all living beings, slowly descending from the back of the phoenix, his robes fluttering like ink clouds falling. With each step he took, the void trembled slightly, and even the heavens and earth bowed in reverence to his arrival. He finally stopped in front of Yi Guhan. On the white jade steps stained with fresh blood, the old man was gasping for breath, his pale hair matted with blood against his cheek. Yet his murky eyes were fixed on the person before him, fearing that if he blinked, the figure would vanish like a dream. Xuantong lowered his eyes. His gaze complicated. He remembered that when he was falsely accused by Cui Hao all those years ago, Yi Guhan only stood silently by, watching with folded arms. He remembered that when he was thrown into the bottom of the demon suppression tower, this master didn't even look at him one last time. But now, this once indifferent old man had single-handedly attacked the sword sect, fighting bloodily in all directions, even risking his life just to seek justice for him. Why? He should have hated him. But at this moment, looking at Yi Guhan, covered in blood and with vitality dissipating, that hatred melted away like ice and snow, leaving only an indescribable complexity of emotions. Because Yi Guhan had already given the answer with his actions, he would rather die than not seek justice for him. Xuantong. Yi Guhan trembled as he reached out his hand, his bony fingers wanting to touch him but stopping in midair, afraid to make contact. He had no right to ask Xuantong for forgiveness. In the next moment, this once dignified and stern elder of the sword sect began to cry like a child, murky tears rolling down his wrinkled cheeks, splashing into the pool of blood. "You are still alive? You are still alive? That's truly wonderful," Yi Guhan cried out. But with an unprecedented joy, at this moment, death was no longer worth mentioning. As long as Xuantong was alive, even if it meant his own soul scattering, he would willingly accept it. "Master, I'm sorry." He trembled, each word heavy as if carved with a knife. "Back then, it was my weakness that harmed you." Every word seemed to be squeezed from the depths of his heart, filled with endless regret and pain. Xuantong remained silent, his gaze deep as an abyss. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly, his voice deep and cold. "Master, no need to say more." Yi Guhan's actions had already proven everything. He could have continued being the elder of the sword sect, high and mighty, watching coldly. But he chose the most brutal way. Alone, he fought the sword sect, risking his life just to seek justice for his disciple. What is there left to forgive in such a master? Moreover, the one who truly harmed him back then was never Yi Guhan. It was Cui Hao's greed, Xiao Zishi's cruelty, and Lin Jian's instigation. And for the past 20 years, Yi Guhan had probably been suffering in regret every single day. With this thought, the last trace of resentment in Xuantong's heart finally dissipated. He slowly spoke, his voice low and clear. "I forgive you." Those 5 short words made Yi Guhan tremble all over, tears unable to be restrained, spilling out like a dam breaking. 20 years. A full 20 years, he had lived in endless self-blame and regret, unable to sleep at night, his heart in agony. He thought he would never have the chance to receive his disciples' forgiveness, and could only die with regrets. In this moment, Yi Guhan felt that the gloom weighing on his heart for 20 years was finally lifted. He trembled his lips, wanting to say something, but in the end, he could only nod with a choked sob. Enough. With this one sentence, it was enough. Xuantong looked at his master, tears streaming down his face, and sighed slightly in his heart, then took out an exquisite jade box from his bosom. The moment the jade box opened, an extremely rich medicinal aroma suddenly burst forth, transforming into a visible crimson gold halo, rippling in the void. The heavenly blood divine tree pill. As soon as this pill appeared, all the cultivators in the sword sect widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock. "What kind of pill is this? Just the scent of the medicine has made my spiritual power boil. My heavens, the bottleneck that has been stagnant for years is actually loosening?" Countless people exclaimed, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even those experienced elders from various sects were stunned, staring at the pill as if they had seen the most incredible treasure in the world. The top-tier pill in the world, even a single hair from it is worth more than anything. Cui Hao's pupils constricted, almost going mad with jealousy. His severed arm had barely stopped bleeding, but a complete recovery was nearly impossible. But if he could get this pill, damn it. He gritted his teeth, filled with resentment and unwillingness. But what good is that? He couldn't withstand even a single move from Xuantong. Meanwhile, Lin Jian was also shocked into speechlessness. He had lived for hundreds of years, claiming to have seen countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, But this pill before him completely surpassed his understanding. What kind of heaven-defying divine pill is this? Chapter 20. The Death of Yi Guhuan. Lu Xiantong's Fury. Today, blood debts must be repaid with blood. The heavenly blood divine tree pill lay quietly in Yi Guhuan's palm, the crimson gold patterns swirling like living creatures, emanating a heart-pounding vitality. Just holding it, Yi Guhuan could feel the vast power, and he knew that swallowing it would not only heal his injuries instantly, but even loosen the barriers of his stagnant realm, allowing him to step into the peak of the venerable realm in one go. This was a treasure that could drive cultivators mad across the world. However, Yi Guhuan's gaze slowly shifted to Lu Xiantong. His disciple, still with a stern face, had a trace of undetectable fatigue between his brows. 20 years. Having his supreme bone extracted, pierced through the heart, thrown into the bottom of the demon suppression tower, enduring tortures unimaginable to ordinary people. Now, after finally breaking free, he still had to drag his weary body to save this useless master. Yi Guhuan's heart twisted painfully. What right did he have to waste his disciple's hard work? Xuantong. His voice was gentle, filled with love in his murky eyes. This pill, master cannot accept. Lu Xuantong's pupils shrank, rare to be stunned. Refusing? Even a great being from the heavenly realm might not be able to obtain one. But Yi Guhuan just smiled. A look of relief appearing on his wrinkled face. Master is old. Living to this day is already a stroke of luck. But you are different. You have extraordinary talent and a resilient character, and your future path is still long. This pill might save your life one day. So don't waste it on this old bone of mine. He was too ashamed to continue living. Such a good pill should be kept for his disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire sword sect fell into dead silence. All the cultivators widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. This old guy actually refused? Is he crazy? One cultivator couldn't help but shout, his eyes full of jealousy and confusion. That was a heaven-defying divine pill that could transform a person. Such a waste. Such a waste. Chui Hao's face twisted even more, his teeth grinding together. His severed arm was still bleeding. If he could get this pill, he could not only recover, but might even advance further. Old man, if you don't want to live, just give me the pill. He roared madly in his heart, but didn't dare say a word. Lin Jian's face was also dark, his eyes flashing with greed and fear. Having lived for hundreds of years, he had never seen such a heaven-defying pill, nor had he seen anyone so easily give it up. This master and disciple pair were simply incomprehensible. Lu Xiantong would not let Yi Guhuan die easily. I said it's yours, it's yours. Then, with a flick of his finger, he intended to send the pill into his master's body. But unexpectedly, at the moment Yi Guhuan tightly closed his lips, the vitality within him was completely severed. Lu Xuantong's gaze suddenly froze. His fingers still hovered in the air. The heavenly blood divine tree pill he held was radiating a dazzling divine light. Yet Yi Guhuan's lips were tightly sealed, no matter how the pill trembled. It could not enter even a fraction. Master. For the first time, Lu Xuantong's voice trembled. He could clearly feel the last trace of life within Yi Guhuan was extinguishing like a candle flickering in the wind. Those deep wounds that could be seen to the bone, those shattered organs, those veins that were almost crushed. He had held on with his last breath to reach this moment. And now, his wish was fulfilled. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Yi Guhuan's mouth, revealing the most relieved expression in 20 years. On that wrinkled face, there was no more pain, no more regret. Only a peaceful calm as if a burden had been lifted. Xuantong. He used his last bit of strength to gently grasp his disciple's hand. I am very gratified and honored, dying without regrets. After the words fell, that aged hand fell weakly. A generation of sword sect elders had thus perished. The world seemed to freeze at that moment. Lu Xiantong remained in a half-kneeling position, not moving for a long time. His gaze fell upon Yi Guhuan. On that broken body, almost no inch of unscathed skin. What kind of suffering had this old man endured for this day? To seek justice for him. Yi Guhuan had planned alone for over a decade, ultimately risking his life. Even when facing the supreme bone of Chui Hao, knowing he would lose, he still resolutely attacked the heavenly sword sect. Lu Xiantong suddenly let out a low laugh. In that laughter was a murderous intent that could change the colors of heaven and earth. When he raised his head again, his pitch-black eyes had turned into a fiery golden color, like two blazing suns. Lu Xiantong. It really is Lu Xiantong. There can be no doubt. Yi Guhuan personally confirmed it. As a master, how could he forget his disciple's appearance? Could it be that what Yi Guhuan said just now was true? 20 years ago, Chui Hao colluded with Xiao Zishi, deliberately framing Lu Xiantong, ultimately digging out his supreme bone and abandoning him in the demon suppression tower to fend for himself. TSK. Just thinking about it feels hopeless. How did Lu Xiantong manage to hold on, yet tamed a phoenix and broke through to the Earth Immortal realm? Becoming invincible? At this moment, no one doubted. This black-robed man who severed Chui Hao's arm with a sword from the back of a phoenix was indeed the waste who had been dug and discarded into the demon suppression tower 20 years ago. No, it's impossible. Chui Hao's face turned ashen, staggering backward. The supreme bone in his chest suddenly trembled violently, as if terrified of something. Lin Jian's expression was equally grim. He stared at Lu Xuantong in disbelief, saying, "How could you possibly survive from the bottom of the demon suppression tower? This is too absurd. It's scarier than seeing a ghost. Logically, there shouldn't be anyone who could survive. How did Lu Xuantong, who was still in the transformation realm at that time, manage to do it? No wonder that phoenix seemed so familiar. It was the one he suppressed at the top of the demon suppression tower." He slowly stood up, gently placing Yi Guohuan's body on the ground. Then, an unprecedented terrifying pressure swept through the entire Heavenly Sword sect like a tsunami. The sky instantly darkened, clouds thickened, and thunder rumbled. The ground began to crack, and countless buildings collapsed with a roar. Those disciples with lower cultivation even directly knelt on the ground, blood flowing from their 7 orifices. Today, Lu Xuantong's voice was like thunder, clearly resonating in everyone's ears. "I want the Heavenly Sword sect. Blood for blood." Chapter 21, 3 Breaths. Those who remain here will be killed without mercy. Massacre the entire sect. The entire Heavenly Sword sect was plunged into unprecedented panic. Those once high-ranking elders now looked ashen, their legs trembling. Those core disciples who usually held their heads high were now shaking like chaff, cold sweat soaking their backs. It's really him. It's really Lu Xuantong, the waste who had his supreme bone dug out, actually cultivated to the Earth Immortal realm. It's over, completely over. A storm surged in everyone's hearts, almost driving them insane with this cruel reality. They never expected that the boy they had bullied and trampled on 20 years ago would return in such a terrifying manner. Earth Immortal. This is an existence standing at the pinnacle of the human realm. Let alone one Heavenly Sword sect, even 10, 100, in front of a true Earth Immortal, would be nothing but a bunch of worthless dogs. Lu Xuantong stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the group of people who had once bullied him. His eyes devoid of anger, devoid of hatred, only a chilling calm. But beneath this calm brewed a rage capable of destroying everything. 20 years. A full 20 years. The pain of day and night suffering in the demon suppression tower, the despair of having his bones dug out, the humiliation of being ridiculed by the world. Today, the moment of reckoning had finally arrived. 3 breaths. I, Lu Xuantong, never kill the innocent indiscriminately. Today, I will destroy the entire Heavenly Sword sect. Those who leave now may keep a dog's life. After 3 breaths, he slowly raised his hand, gathering a ball of fiery golden flame in his palm. That flame seemed weak, yet it began to distort and collapse the surrounding space. Kill without mercy. The next moment, the entire Heavenly Sword sect erupted like a boiling pot. Run. Run fast. Senior Lu, I'm quitting the sect. I had no knowledge of what happened back then. I'll quit too. I've never laughed at you. In an instant, countless disciples rushed toward the mountain gate in a frenzy. Some even directly knelt down and kowtowed, fearing that if Lu Xuantong were displeased, he would turn them into meat paste. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling Heavenly Sword sect had lost more than half of its members. The rest were either die-hard loyalists of Chui Hao or still hesitating fence-sitters. On the high platform, Chui Hao's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted. He had just ascended to the position of sect master today and should have been basking in glory. But first, he was attacked by that old thing Yi Guohuan, losing 30% of his elite forces. Now, he was forced by Lu Xuantong into a situation where most of his disciples defected. The remaining ones were either the old, weak, sick, or disabled, or some oddities. Chui Hao roared angrily, but no one paid him any mind. In the face of life and death, what sect loyalty? What master-disciple bond? All of it was nonsense. Sect master, we. Several elders exchanged glances, their eyes also flickering with retreating intentions. Shut up. Chui Hao suddenly turned his head, his eyes boiling with killing intent. Whoever dares to flee will be the first to be killed by me. The remaining disciples looked up at the sky, only to see that phoenix spreading its wings to cover the sky, fiery golden flames swirling among its feathers, as if it would pour down at any moment and turn the entire Heavenly Sword sect into scorched earth. They trembled all over, even breathing became difficult. Even if Lu Xuantong did not make a move, just a breath of true fire from this ancient divine beast would be enough to turn them to ashes. Run. Someone whispered in a trembling voice, their legs retreating uncontrollably. But some in the sect hesitated, but soon, fear completely overwhelmed loyalty. Sect? If life is lost, what is the point of a sect? Finally, the remaining disciples completely collapsed, turning around and fleeing madly toward the mountain gate. Lin Jian stood in place, watching helplessly as the sect he had spent hundreds of years building crumbled in an instant. His fingers trembled slightly, deep despair flickering in his eyes. He had thought that by allowing Chui Hao to dig out the bones back then, he could elevate the Heavenly Sword sect and suppress the world. And indeed, it was the case. Chui Hao relied on the Supreme Bone to sweep through his peers, becoming the #1 in the present age. And the Heavenly Sword sect gained a fearsome reputation, with no one daring to offend it. But who could have imagined? Moreover, even more ruthless than Chui Hao, stronger than the Heavenly Sword sect, more terrifying than they could ever imagine. Xuantong. Lin Jian suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted like a demon. I want you dead. He suddenly formed a seal with both hands, and the spiritual power within him burned fiercely, even at the cost of his lifespan. To activate the most forbidden formation of the sect. Please, ancestor, come forth. In the next moment, the forbidden place that had been sealed for 1,000 years in the deepest part of the Heavenly Sword sect suddenly cracked open. The void twisted, and a blinding white light tore through the heavens. In an instant, the wind and clouds rolled back, the world lost its color, and an immense pressure like an abyss descended, causing the entire Heavenly Sword peak to tremble under this force. What is that? Everyone looked up in shock and saw a figure in white standing in midair, surrounded by dazzling celestial light. With every step taken, the void shook as if even the laws of heaven and earth were bowing to him. A terrestrial immortal. The true might of a terrestrial immortal. Lin Jian's eyes burst with ecstasy as he immediately flew forward and knelt heavily on the ground, his voice hoarse and filled with grief and anger. Ancestor, this child, Xuantong, has destroyed the foundation of our sect, slaughtered our disciples, and even claimed he would annihilate the entire Heavenly Sword sect. I implore the ancestor to intervene and suppress this villain, restoring peace to our sect. After speaking, he suddenly looked up, staring fiercely at Xuantong. His eyes filled with hatred and satisfaction. Xuantong, you are doomed. The white-robed elder was the previous sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, a true powerhouse of the terrestrial immortal realm. He had long been at the end of his lifespan, sealed deep in the forbidden area, using secret methods to delay his life force's decline, only to make a final stand at the moment of the sect's life and death. Once he acted, regardless of victory or defeat, he would undoubtedly die. This was the strongest trump card of the Heavenly Sword sect, the last killing move. Ancestor, please kill this child. Ancestor, please take charge for us. The disciples who had not yet escaped all knelt on the ground, shouting hoarsely, their eyes filled with fervor and hope. Meanwhile, the disciples who had already fled the mountain gate were filled with regret, wishing they could slap themselves a few times. Damn it. If I had known the ancestor was still here, why did I run away? It's over. It's completely over. With the ancestor taking action, Xuantong will undoubtedly die, and we traitorous disciples will surely be held accountable in the future. The ancestor had been an unparalleled powerhouse in the terrestrial immortal realm for hundreds of years. With an understanding of realms far surpassing Xuantong, how could he possibly lose? Xuantong was definitely doomed. In an instant, everyone in the Heavenly Sword sect believed Xuantong was bound to be defeated, and the Heavenly Sword sect would stand atop the corpse of this rebellious disciple, completely ascending to the throne of the world's #1. The white-robed elder slowly raised his gaze, his deep eyes locking onto Xuantong, and slowly spoke. Junior, do you know your crime? Chapter 22. The ancestor cleans house. The sect master is worthless. I want to kill. The white-robed elder stood in midair, surrounded by celestial light, his vast pressure like an ocean suppressing all directions. He stood there like an insurmountable divine mountain, causing the heavens and the earth to lose color. This elder was the #1 person in the world 100 years ago, traversing the 8 wildernesses, unmatched by anyone. Later, as his lifespan drew to a close, he was forced to seal himself, sleeping in the forbidden place. Today's battle was destined to be one of life or death. But as long as he could resolve the crisis of the Heavenly Sword sect's annihilation, everything would be worth it. Facing this unparalleled powerhouse, Xuantong remained calm, his gaze as firm as iron, showing no fear. What crime do I have? He replied. The ancestor's eyes darkened as he sternly said, to annihilate my Heavenly Sword sect. And you dare to say you are innocent? Ha ha. Xuantong suddenly laughed, his laughter carrying a hint of mockery and a hint of pity. The ancestor furrowed his brow and coldly asked, Junior, what are you laughing at? I laugh at your pitiful state. Xuantong retracted his smile, his gaze sharp and disdainful. I laugh at your ignorance, laughing at you for being buried underground for 100 years and going mad. Do you know that 20 years ago, I was also a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect? Upon hearing this, the ancestor's pupils suddenly contracted, and his deep eyes trembled slightly, clearly in disbelief. This young man, who had entered the terrestrial immortal realm before the age of 100, was once a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. How could this be possible? If the Heavenly Sword sect had such a prodigy, how could it have fallen to this state today? The ancestor's expression darkened as he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed into the air. An elder was instantly seized by him, hanging in midair like a chick, trembling all over. The elder's spirit was in disarray, and just as he was about to speak, Lin Jian, fearing the truth would be revealed, stepped forward in a panic and spoke first. Ancestor, please see clearly. This child is insidious and cunning, best at sowing discord. He was indeed a disciple of our sect back then, but his heart was not right, colluding with the demonic path and harming his fellow disciples. We only expelled him from the sect out of consideration for the master-disciple bond, but he held a grudge, and now having cultivated an evil method, he actually wants to annihilate our entire Heavenly Sword sect. I ask the ancestor not to be bewitched by him. Lin Jian's voice was filled with grief and anger, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Having lived for hundreds of years, the ancestor could naturally see that Lin Jian's words were evasive and seemed to hide something. After Lin Jian finished speaking, the ancestor's gaze was like a sword, piercing the elder who had been lifted into the air. His voice deep as thunder. Is the truth as he says? On one side was the heavily weighted current sect master Lin Jian, and on the other was the aggressively returning terrestrial, immortal Xuantong. No matter which side was chosen, it could lead to irreversible consequences. Finally, under the ancestor's increasingly sharp gaze, the elder gritted his teeth and shouted, Ancestor, please see clearly. Lin Jian's words are not true. This statement struck like a thunderbolt, and Lin Jian instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his face turning pale. He could not believe that this elder, who usually treated him with utmost respect, would dare to publicly betray him. You scoundrel! Lin Jian's eyes were about to burst with rage, and he roared in his heart, I have treated you well, how dare you? The ancestor's expression had already darkened to a terrifying degree. His voice cold as ice. Speak. Tell the truth, every detail. The elder swallowed hard, trembling as he began to speak. 20 years ago, Xiao Zishi colluded with Cui how to frame Lu Xiantong. Later, they dug out the supreme bone from Lu Xuantong's body and grafted it onto Cui Hao's chest. Finally, they threw him into the demon suppression tower to fend for himself. With each word that fell, the ancestor's expression grew increasingly grim. When the last word was spoken, the entire world seemed to freeze. A deathly silence enveloped Heavenly Sword Peak. Lin Jian was drenched in cold sweat, his back completely soaked. The ancestor slowly closed his eyes and sighed. So that's how it is. This sigh contained endless regret and self-blame. He never expected that the heir he had personally chosen would cause such a disaster. Even more unexpectedly, the Heavenly Sword sect once had such an unparalleled prodigy, yet it was destroyed by its own people. What a pity, such a pity. The ancestor opened his eyes, and there was a hint of guilt in his gaze as he looked at Lu Xiantong. At this moment, Lin Jian had completely collapsed. Ancestor, spare me. Ancestor, spare me. He frantically knocked his head against the ground, the sound echoing as blood quickly stained the white jade steps. The ancestor's eyes flashed with cold light as he slowly raised his palm. No, no. Lin Jian's eyes widened in terror, wanting to say something more. Bang! With a dull sound, blood mist erupted. This half-step terrestrial immortal, who had controlled the Heavenly Sword sect for hundreds of years, didn't he even have time to scream before being smashed into a puddle of flesh by a single palm. Blood mixed with shattered bones and flesh splattered against the white jade ground, creating a shocking blood flower. The scene was extremely bloody. All the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, with some even fainting outright. Who would have thought that Lin Jian, who had summoned the ancestor, would be the first to be killed? In the end, he met such a fate, which could be considered deserved. Now are you satisfied? The ancestor acted like thunder, killing Lin Jian on the spot with one palm, even crushing his soul to pieces. This move was clean and decisive, ruthless and resolute, causing everyone present to gasp in shock, their spines chilling. That was the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, a dignified half-step terrestrial immortal, just a step away from becoming a true terrestrial immortal. If given another 100 years, he might be able to take that step and become a true, unparalleled powerhouse. Yet such a mighty figure was easily crushed like an ant in front of the ancestor, without even a chance to plead for mercy. The crowd looked at the ancestor with eyes full of awe, as expected of the #1 person in the world 100 years ago, decisive in killing, without mercy. Cui Hao witnessed Lin Jian's tragic death. His whole body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Fear surged like a tide. He was scared, really scared. Would he be the next to die? But soon, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. No, I won't die. I have trump cards. I will never die here. The ancestor looked at Lu Xiantong and asked in a deep voice, Are you satisfied now? Lu Xiantong chuckled lightly, his eyes full of mockery, not satisfied. Killing a Lin Jian just to quell his anger? Too naive. The pain of having bones dug out, the hatred of being stabbed in the heart, the endless torment in the demon suppression tower. How could the death of a Lin Jian offset all that? If it weren't for the system's help, he would have died in the demon suppression tower long ago, never to rise again. Forever trampled underfoot by Xuehao. One person's death is far from enough. What he wanted was the extermination of the Tianjin sect. The ancestor remained silent for a moment, then sighed. I know you harbor hatred, but you are ultimately a disciple of the Tianjin sect and have feelings for this place. How about this? I will return the supreme bone in Xuehao's body to you and seal him in the forbidden area for 100 years. How about it? He must consider the bigger picture. The Tianjin sect has suffered heavy casualties. If Xuehao is killed again, the sect will surely be severely weakened, falling from grace and becoming a second-rate force. As the ancestor, he must preserve Xuehao's life. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuantong's face instantly darkened, and he pointed angrily at the ancestor's nose. I once thought you were upright and selfless, but it turns out you are just like them. If you were to experience the betrayal of a partner, the digging of bones by a senior brother, and the persecution from the sect, how would you feel? The supreme bone in Xuehao's chest was originally mine. 100 years of suppression? That's too lenient for him. I want him dead. The ancestor sighed helplessly and finally said, how about I give you the position of the next sect master? This was the best condition he could offer. He could not let Lu Xuantong act recklessly, or the Tianjin sect would surely fall into chaos. Lu Xuantong looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter filled with mockery and disdain. In your eyes, the position of sect master is supreme, something everyone dreams of. But in my eyes, it is just fleeting clouds. Not even worth a dog. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was stunned. The position of sect master of the Tianjin sect was actually said to be not worth a dog? This was simply an insult to the entire Tianjin sect. The ancestor's expression finally turned completely dark. Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will protect my Tianjin sect. Chapter 23. Killing the Earthly Immortal. Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. Between heaven and earth, a murderous aura suddenly gathered. The two earthly immortals stood facing each other, the invisible pressure distorting the space within 100 miles. Clouds shattered, and mountains trembled. The ancestor stood with hands behind his back, his white robe fluttering, his eyes revealing calmness as if victory was assured. He had stepped into the earthly immortal realm for 100 years, with deep foundations and an understanding of the laws of heaven and earth that had reached a transformative state. In his eyes, Lu Xuantong was merely a junior who had just entered this realm. Although talented, he was ultimately too young. Today, suppressing you, making you recognize reality, and obediently taking over the sect master position would make this deal worthwhile. The ancestor calculated in his heart that if he could subdue Lu Xuantong, the Tianjin sect would not only not decline, but would also rise to the peak due to this disaster. On the other side, Lu Xuantong's killing intent boiled. He was unwilling. He wanted to kill those who had wronged him, insulted him, and harmed him. Not one could be left alive. Xuehao hid in the distance, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. How dare this arrogant fool think he could fight the ancestor? He secretly gathered strength, ready to strike suddenly and deliver a fatal blow when Lu Xuantong was defeated. This way, not only could he eliminate future troubles, but he could also keep the supreme bone within him safe. In the next second, suddenly, two figures vanished from their spots simultaneously. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted in the high sky. The battle of the earthly immortals officially commenced. Xia Linger anxiously wanted to rush forward to assist, but was stopped by Lu Xuantong's shout, "Stand back. I alone am enough." The ancestor laughed loudly upon hearing this. Young man, arrogant. He waved his hand, and thousands of sword energies gathered out of thin air, pouring down like a galaxy towards Lu Xuantong. Lu Xuantong did not dodge. He punched out, and the crimson gold fist light shot across like the sun, crushing all the sword energies. Bang, bang, bang. The two fought fiercely in the high sky, each collision changing the colors of heaven and earth. The sword energy spanned 30,000 miles. The fist light illuminated the 9 heavens. The ancestor grew more alarmed as he fought. He had thought that with his 100 years of foundation, he could easily suppress Lu Xuantong. But he never expected the opponent's power to be so terrifying. That crimson gold spiritual power seemed to contain some supreme law, easily dismantling even his sword energy. What kind of opportunity did this kid obtain in the demon suppression tower? The ancestor was horrified in his heart and no longer dared to underestimate him. Meanwhile, Lu Xuantong grew braver in battle. The system within him operated madly, every move and technique containing unmatched power. Everyone looked up, staring intently at the battle in the sky, their eyes filled with disbelief. Who would have thought that Lu Xuantong could actually fight the ancestor on equal footing? Moreover, there was a faint tendency to suppress him. This is insane, simply insane. That's the ancestor, the #1 person in the world 100 years ago. How old is Lu Xuantong? How long has he been in the earthly immortal realm? The strong ones from various sects exchanged glances, waves of shock surging in their hearts. No matter the outcome of today's battle, Lu Xuantong's name would shake the entire cultivation world. The ancestor's face turned as dark as water. He knew he could no longer delay. Junior, the ancestor suddenly shouted, his voice shaking the heavens. You are still too tender to fight against the ancestor. Although you are exceptionally gifted, your cultivation method cannot be innate. Next, the ancestor would let you see what true foundation is. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from the ancestor's body, an ancient and vast aura spreading out. Royal level cultivation method. My God, it's a royal level cultivation method. The ground immediately erupted into chaos. Everyone knew that cultivation methods were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, and above that was the legendary royal level cultivation method. Such methods were nearly extinct in the human realm, only passed down from the heavenly realm. The ancestor had swept through the 8 wastelands and was invincible in the world thanks to this cultivation method. Lu Xuantong was done for. The ancestor's gaze deepened as he questioned. Now do you admit defeat? The ancestor can stop, and you can obediently inherit the sect master position. How about it? However, Lu Xuantong just casually waved his hand. Enough with the nonsense. Let me see your royal level cultivation method. The ancestor shook his head and sighed. Incorrigible. In the next moment, the burning heaven technique. With the ancestor's furious shout, the entire world suddenly changed color. Infinite flames surged from the void. These were not ordinary flames, but Tao flames containing the power of laws. The crimson gold sea of fire instantly filled the entire sky, igniting the clouds. The flames transformed into thousands of fire dragons, roaring and swirling. The temperature was so high that even space was twisted and deformed. Distant mountains began to melt, turning into scorching magma. Rivers instantly evaporated, revealing dry riverbeds. This was no longer the human realm. It was clearly a fiery hell. How terrifying. Is this the power of a royal level cultivation method? Everyone was left speechless. Shocked by this apocalyptic scene, the ancestor stood in the center of the sea of fire, like a king of flames, his majestic voice resonating through heaven and earth. Finally, I give you one last chance. Surrender or die? Lu Xuantong suddenly smiled. That smile made the ancestor's heart skip a beat. A royal level martial art? Lu Xuantong slowly raised his hand. Coincidentally, I have one too, and it's stronger than yours. Upon hearing this, the ancestor's mouth curled into a mocking arc. His eyes filled with disdain. A royal level martial art? He sneered, delusional. How could a royal level martial art be so easily obtained? So easily comprehended? Even when he dominated the 8 wastelands back then, it took him 100 years to barely grasp the surface of the sky-burning technique. And how old is Lu Xuantong? Just over 100 years old. Stepping into the realm of earthly immortals is already against the heavens. How could he possibly master a royal level martial art? However, in the next moment, the heavens and earth changed dramatically. Lu Xuantong's expression was emotionless. His eyes deep as a chasm, slowly raising his hand, each word deliberate, his voice like thunder, great wilderness prisoner-s finger. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Endless chaotic energy surged forth, transforming into a gigantic finger that spanned the heavens and the earth. That giant finger was pitch black, entwined with ancient runes. Each line seemed to contain the true meaning of the Tao. As soon as it appeared, it caused the void to collapse and the laws to wail. This was the true royal level martial art. The ancestor's pupils constricted, and a tidal wave of shock surged within him. The sky-burning technique, which he took pride in, that sea of crimson gold fire that burned everything, was being destroyed inch by inch the moment this giant finger descended. No, it's impossible. The ancestor roared, frantically channeling all his spiritual power in an attempt to resist. However, that giant finger, covering the sky and blocking the sun, crushed everything as if it were the will of the heavens. The giant finger pierced through the sea of fire and struck fiercely at the ancestor's chest. Poof! The ancestor spat out blood wildly, his bones shattered, his body nearly disintegrated. He stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief, but soon, an extremely complex emotion surged in his heart. So sad, so lamentable. If Lin Jian had not made a mistake, if the Heavenly Sword sect had not let Lu Xuantong down, this young man before him should have been the strongest genius since the founding of the Heavenly Sword sect. He could even lead the sect to unprecedented heights. Unfortunately, everything was too late. The ancestor opened his mouth, seeming to want to say something, but in the end, his body disintegrated inch by inch, turning into countless specks of light, dissipating between heaven and earth. A generation of unparalleled powerhouses thus fell. In an instant, the world was silent. All those watching the battle were shaken to their core, standing frozen in place. In the distance, Chui Hao trembled all over, his face pale, the fear of death overwhelming him like a tide. At this moment, Lu Xuantong slowly turned his head, his cold gaze piercing like a sword. Now it's your turn. Chapter 24. The Son of the God Lord. So what? I will still kill you. At this moment, Chui Hao was no longer the arrogant and domineering figure he once was. He collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, his face as pale as paper. His eyes filled only with endless fear. After all, he was facing an earthly immortal. Even the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect was killed with a single finger from Xuantong. What could he, a mere half-step earthly immortal, use to resist? Can't win. Can't escape. He didn't even have the right to stand. Xuantong took a step forward. The void trembled, resonating with the heavens and earth. With his second step, the ground cracked and the winds howled. Each of his steps seemed to stomp on Chui Hao's heart, causing him unbearable pain. No, don't come over. Chui Hao finally broke down, crazily kneeling and banging his head on the ground, his forehead bleeding profusely, his voice shrill like a ghost's wail. Junior brother Lu. I was wrong. I was really wrong. It was that bitch Xiao Zishi who coaxed me. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have known you had the supreme bone. And Lin Jian. He forced me to dig out your bone. I didn't want to do it. Really, you have to believe me. He wept and cried, pushing all the blame onto Xiao Zishi and Lin Jian, as if he were the innocent victim. Xuantong looked at his pathetic begging and suddenly laughed. How ironic. The Chui Hao who once looked down on him and coldly laughed while digging out his supreme bone was now like a stray dog, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Xiao Zishi. Xuantong's mouth curved into a chilling arc. Rest assured, she will soon accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Chui Hao trembled all over, more terrified, and quickly shouted, I can return the supreme bone to you. Lin Jian is already dead. Please spare my life. Upon hearing this, Xuantong's smile widened, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Spare your life? He slowly raised his hand, gathering a crimson golden light in his palm. His voice as cold as the ice of the Nine Hells. Did you ever think about sparing my life back then? On that day, he was pressed against the cold stone platform, watching his supreme bone being vivisected. On that day, Chui Hao grinned maliciously, merging his bone into himself, even mocking him for being a waste. On that day, he was thrown into the bottom of the demon-suppressing tower, enduring the torment of 10,000 demons gnawing at his heart. All of it was still fresh in his memory. Seeing that Xuantong's killing intent was firm, Chui Hao finally went completely mad. Xuantong, you are too much. He roared hysterically. I have already knelt down to beg for mercy. What more do you want? Is it just a piece of bone? Must you kill me to be satisfied? Xuantong sneered. Yes, I want you dead. Chui Hao's eyes were about to pop out, and he suddenly laughed hideously. Huh? Do you really think you can kill me? Xuantong, do you know my identity? Back then, even Lin Jian had to curry favor with me, fearing my background. That's why he allowed me to dig out your bone. What makes you think you are worthy to oppose me? Xuantong's eyes were indifferent, as if looking at an ant. Your identity? He clenched his fist, and the crimson golden light erupted. What does that have to do with me? Xuantong's fingers, like iron pincers, gripped Chui Hao's neck, lifting him into the air. Chui Hao's feet left the ground, struggling frantically. His face turned purple, and he squeezed out a hoarse cry. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will regret it. Oh. Xuantong's mouth curled into a mocking arc, and he increased the pressure in his hand. I want to see what consequences will arise from killing you. Chui Hao's eyes bulged, and in the fear of impending death, he finally revealed the truth. I am a bloodline of the God Lord's family in the heavenly realm. My father is the son of the God Lord. If you kill me, you will surely face divine retribution. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect looked at each other, finally understanding why Lin Jian had been so indulgent towards Chui Hao back then. It turned out that this usually arrogant senior brother had such an astonishing background. Seeing that Xuantong's movements slightly paused, Chui Hao thought he was intimidated and quickly continued. I have a taboo planted by my mother in my body. Once I die, she will sense it immediately. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but he revealed a sinister smile. At that time, a powerful figure from the heavenly realm will descend. And you will surely die? The onlookers gasped in shock. The heavenly realm. That was the legendary upper realm. Any cultivator from there would be invincible in the lower realm. Everyone thought that Xuantong should stop now. After all, an earthly immortal in front of someone from the heavenly realm means nothing. Have you finished? Xuantong suddenly chuckled, his eyes filled with a chilling light. Is that your last words? Chui Hao's pupils constricted. He couldn't believe that this madman would still dare to act after he brought up the heavenly realm's background. No, you can't kill me. You will die too. In the next second, a dull sound echoed, and a mist of blood erupted. Xuantong's fingers closed, and Chui Hao's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Red and white matter splattered everywhere, but an invisible barrier stopped it 3 inches from Xuantong, not staining him in the slightest. The headless corpse twitched and fell heavily to the ground. Silence. An eerie silence enveloped the entire scene. Everyone stood there, stunned, even forgetting to breathe. They couldn't believe that Lu Xiantong had really killed Chui Hao, and in such a violent manner. A god lord from the heavenly realm? Lu Xiantong wiped the blood from his hands and sneered. Let him come. The atmosphere has reached its peak. In front of all the heroes of the world. If I do not kill Chui Hao, would it not be a pity? If I do not let him experience fear and despair to the fullest? How can I quell the raging anger that has been building for 20 years? Lu Xiantong looked at Chui Hao, who was struggling in his hands. With no trace of mercy in his eyes. This enemy, who once stood high above, took his supreme bone and made his life worse than death, was now begging for mercy like a lost dog. But that was far from enough. He wanted Chui Hao to die in extreme fear. To make him experience despair 100 times more painful than the bone extraction he had once endured. Lu Xiantong, you will not die a good death. Finally, Lu Xiantong released the power from his palm, and Chui Hao's head exploded with a bang. Blood and brain matter splattered like fireworks, staining the ground within a radius of 10 zhong red. The suppressed anger of 20 years was finally calmed by half. Because there was still a despicable woman who had not died. Xiao Zishi, that woman who betrayed him, colluded with Chui Hao, and personally pushed him into hell. At this moment, she was probably still dreaming sweetly in the great Qin dynasty, waiting for Chui Hao to achieve success and marry her, becoming the revered mother of the world. Lu Xiantong sneered, the next one is you. I wonder what expression she will show when she sees him. Then, Lu Xiantong stretched lazily, his gaze sweeping over the remaining disciples of the Tianjin sect. Those who stubbornly resisted were already scared out of their wits, and now, seeing his gaze, they immediately knelt down and frantically begged for mercy. Senior brother Lu, spare us. We were forced. It's all Chui Hao and Lin Jian's fault. It has nothing to do with us. Lu Xuantong's expression was indifferent, and he waved his sleeve. A violent surge of spiritual power swept out like a tsunami, and hundreds of disciples instantly turned into blood mist, not even having time to scream. Since they chose to stand on the opposing side, they must be prepared to face death. In the end, he looked up at the majestic mountain gate of the Tianjin sect. This sect, which had stood for thousands of years as the #1 in the world, was once the holy land he yearned for the most. But it had also become the hell he hated the most. It was over. Lu Xiantong slowly raised his hand, a dark light gathering at his fingertips. The great wilderness prison sky finger. A giant black finger that reached the heavens, and the earth suddenly appeared, carrying the power to destroy everything, and smashed down hard towards the mountain gate of the Tianjin sect. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. Dust rose into the sky. In the shocked gazes of countless people, that millennium sect, which symbolized supreme authority, collapsed with a loud bang. Pavilions and towers turned to dust. The protective mountain formation crumbled like paper, and even the spiritual springs of the earth were completely flattened by this finger. The #1 sect in the world was thus removed from the list. The powerful figures from various sects watching from a distance were all terrified. Some of the weaker cultivators even knelt directly on the ground, trembling all over. Meanwhile, those disciples who had withdrawn from the Tianjin sect early and chosen to stand by Lu Xuantong's side were now emotionally overwhelmed with tears of joy. Their choice was so correct. It was time to go to the great Qin dynasty. Lu Xiantong turned around, ready to leave. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The entire world shook violently. In the sky above, a spatial rift spanning hundreds of miles suddenly tore open. Blinding golden light poured down like a river, and the overwhelming pressure made all living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles prostrate on the ground. Who killed my son? A cold and chilling female voice came from the rift, each word like thunder, shaking the void to pieces. In the terrified gazes of countless people, a foot as jade-like stepped out from the golden light. Following that, a woman clad in colorful robes and wearing a phoenix crown stood in midair. The woman's beauty was unparalleled, but her demeanor was as cold as ice, surrounded by 9 dazzling divine rings, each containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. A powerful being from the heavenly realm descended to the mortal world. The woman's phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent, locking onto Lu Xiantong on the ground. Aunt, did you kill my son? Lu Xiantong looked up at the sky, his black robe billowing under the violent pressure. But his eyes burned with overwhelming fighting spirit. I killed him. What of it? Chapter 25. The ancient divine phoenix saintess descends. Summerlinger's mother. The woman's name was Madame Viper. She was originally a 1,000-year-old snake demon that resided in the abyss of 9 serenities, known for her poisonous mist and fierce reputation. Later, she transformed into a stunning woman, her skin as white as snow, with a cold gaze that exuded a chilling poison with every smile. When the son of the god lord was traveling, he accidentally stumbled upon her shedding her skin and developed an immoral desire for her. That exalted figure from the heavenly realm had such a shameful hobby. Madame Viper was very shrewd. She knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she could cling to the bloodline of the god lord, this lowly snake demon could ascend to great heights. Thus, she half-heartedly flirted and finally became pregnant with the bloodline of the God Lord's son. However, the rules of the heavenly realm were strict, and the bloodline of the God Lord could not be sullied, especially not through illicit relations with a monster. The main wife was furious, sending troops to hunt her down. Madame Viper fled in panic, nearly having her demon's soul destroyed. In the end, she had no choice but to send the newborn Shui out of the mortal realm, entrusting him to the Tianjian sect, and secretly set up prohibitions to ensure his safety. My son bears the bloodline of the God Lord. Even if he is just a bastard, his status is far from that of a mere ant in the mortal realm. She had once coldly told the ancestor of the Tianjian sect, if he loses even a single hair, I will make the entire mortal realm accompany him to the grave. At this moment, Madame Viper was in a spiritual spring in the heavenly realm, meditating with her eyes closed. The spring water was misty, and vapor surrounded her, with the scales on her snow-white skin shimmering with a demonic light, her snake tail stirring the spiritual liquid. Suddenly, crack! The prohibitions within her body shattered. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, her pupils constricting to pinpoints, and demonic energy erupted violently, instantly evaporating the entire spiritual spring. Power is dead. She found it hard to believe, her voice trembling. Then it transformed into a raging fury. Who dares to kill my son? She let out a sharp cry that shattered the clouds within 100 miles, forcibly activating the heavenly realm's formation, burning countless precious resources, all to break through the barrier between realms and descend to the mortal realm. No matter who you are, I will make you wish you were dead. As her figure tore through the sky and descended to the mortal realm, the entire world trembled under her pressure. She stared fiercely at Xuantong, her killing intent almost materializing. Aunt, did you kill my son? Xuantong raised his head, his expression unchanged, not retreating at all. I killed him, what of it? Madame Viper laughed in anger, her snake-like eyes brimming with cold light. Good, very good. I will let you know what true suffering is. Xuantong's pupils shrank slightly, his heart shaking. Shui Hao's final words before dying were indeed true. In the sky above, a massive snake shadow that obscured the heavens coiled in the clouds, exuding a monstrous demonic aura. Just the pressure it emitted caused mountains and rivers within 1,000 miles to collapse and flow backward. The snake's body was as thick as a mountain, its scales as black as ink, each one shimmering with a cold light, as if it could tear apart the void. The snake's head was held high, its crimson vertical pupils locking onto Xuantong like two blood moons, its venomous fangs dripping with venom that corroded the ground into a bottomless abyss. Hiss! As the snake's tongue flicked, the winds and clouds changed color. The entire world was enveloped in her demonic aura, plunging into endless darkness. Mortal ants of the lower realm die? Madame Viper's voice was no longer human-like, but carried a piercing hiss that shattered the void inch by inch. The powerful figures of the major sects in the world were already terrified and fleeing in panic, not daring to stay any longer. Run! The beings from the heavenly realm have descended, and we are not their match. This demon snake's aura has surpassed that of earthly immortals. Xuantong is finished. If we do not leave, we will perish alongside him. Countless cultivators fled in a frenzy, fearing they would be caught up in this battle. After all, beings from the heavenly realm, even if just a snake demon, were not something mortal cultivators could contend with. Xuantong stood his ground, his fighting spirit undiminished. The heavenly beings were just right to test his mettle. He suddenly raised his hand, unleashing red gold's spiritual power, and the great wilderness prison sky finger condensed once more. A giant black finger that spanned heaven and earth smashed down towards Madame Viper. As the giant finger fell, the void collapsed. But how ridiculous! Madame Viper swung her serpent tail, forcefully shattering the great wilderness prisoner's finger. What? Xuantong's heart trembled. His royal-level cultivation method couldn't break her defense. Before he could react, the shadow of the snake was upon him. The serpent tail swept like a pillar of heaven, striking Xuantong fiercely. In an instant, blood spurted from his mouth, and his body crashed into the ground like a meteor, causing the earth within 100 miles to collapse, forming a terrifying abyss. With just one strike, Xuantong was severely injured. Madame Viper looked down from above, her serpent eyes filled with disdain. A mere ant from the lower realm dares to contend with a being from the heavenly realm? She slowly moved her body, demonic energy surging, causing the entire world to wail under her oppressive aura. You, a worthless life from the lower realm, are not worthy to be compared to my son. Ant, go accompany my son in death. Just at that critical moment, a clear phoenix cry echoed through the skies. In an instant, blazing divine flames soared into the sky, tearing open a rift in the demonic energy that enveloped the world. Xianxiaaudiobooks revealed her true form. Her body rapidly transformed into brilliant golden light. The slender figure of a girl dissipating, replaced by a colossal ancient divine phoenix that overshadowed the sun. Wings spread like clouds descending from the sky, each feather flowing with crimson golden divine flames, and as her tail feathers swayed, the void was scorched with twisted marks. The phoenix's head was held high, her eyes like two burning suns, exuding an unapproachable majesty. Boom! The divine phoenix flapped her wings, the raging flames swept across the sky, forcibly pushing Madame Viper back hundreds of feet. Madame Viper's serpent eyes shrank suddenly, and her scales involuntarily bristled. This was bloodline suppression, a fear ingrained in her bones. Serpentine beings inherently feared divine birds, let alone an ancient divine phoenix of such a supreme bloodline. How is this possible? Madame Viper's voice trembled, her demonic energy slightly disordered. How could there be an ancient divine phoenix in the lower realm? She stared intently at Xiao and quickly noticed something unusual. No, it's still a juvenile. The realm is merely that of a terrestrial immortal. Madame Viper slightly calmed down, the wariness in her eyes lessening. But she still dared not act recklessly. An ancient divine phoenix, even if only a juvenile, was not something an ordinary heavenly realm being could provoke. If she killed her, it might incite the wrath of the entire divine phoenix clan. Suppressing her fear, she coldly shouted, "Junior, I only wish to kill that ant today. It has nothing to do with you. Retreat quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Her words were harsh, but there was a hint of feigned bravado. However, Xiao's phoenix eyes were icy, her wings spread wide, firmly protecting Xuantong, surrounded by divine flames, not giving an inch. "If you want to kill my master, you must step over my dead body first." Madame Viper was taken aback, then thought she had misheard. Master? Her serpent eyes widened in disbelief. A dignified ancient divine phoenix actually recognizes an ant from the lower realm as her master? This was even more outrageous than her divine lord husband playing with snakes. She thought her own was the most bizarre in the heavenly realm, but it turned out there were even more extraordinary beings. "This is insane," Madame Viper hissed. "Do you know what you were saying? An ancient divine phoenix. How noble, actually willing to be a servant." Xiao raised her head, her phoenix cry clear. "In this life, I recognize only one master. If you want to fight, then fight. Why waste words?" After saying this, she flapped her wings, and boundless divine flames transformed into a raging sea of fire, sweeping toward Madame Viper. Madame Viper was both shocked and furious, letting out a sharp scream. Her demonic energy erupted, clashing hard against the divine flames. The heavens and earth shook. The collision of two supreme beings caused the entire lower realm to tremble. However, Xiao was still only an ancient divine phoenix in her juvenile stage. Even with a noble bloodline, she struggled to contend with Madame Viper, who had already entered the heavenly realm. With a thunderous roar, Xiao's divine flames were forcibly extinguished, crimson golden feathers scattered like rain, blood pouring down. Xuantong's eyes were bloodshot, his roar echoing through the skies. But his body was suppressed by Madame Viper's demonic power, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao fell like a shooting star, crashing heavily into the ground, creating a 1,000-foot-deep pit. Dust rose, the divine phoenix mourned. Madame Viper coldly laughed as she passed by Xiao, her massive serpentine body slithering forward, looking down from above at Xuantong, her eyes filled with mockery. A lower realm ant dares to touch an ancient divine phoenix? She slowly raised her serpent tail, gathering demonic power, preparing to deliver the final blow to Xuantong. The next moment, a crimson golden flash suddenly shot out from the deep pit. Xiao, covered in blood, her feathers tattered, still resolutely stood in front of Xuantong. Madame Viper's lethal strike crashed solidly onto Xiao. Xuantong howled, his eyes blood-red. Xiao's body flew back like a broken kite, blood tracing a tragic arc in the air. She fell heavily to the ground, her breath weak, nearly on the brink of death. Madame Viper was stunned, disbelief filling her serpent eyes. "Fool, are you crazy?" she shouted angrily. "Kill this ant, and you can regain your freedom. Why die for him?" In her view, Xuantong must have enslaved the ancient divine phoenix with some master-servant contract. Otherwise, how could a dignified divine phoenix risk her life for a person from the lower realm? But she had no idea that the contract signed between Xuantong and Xiao was one of coexistence with the heavenly way. Live and die together, never betray. Freedom? Xiao weakly opened her eyes, her phoenix eyes still resolute. "You don't understand." Madame Viper was furious, her serpent tail raised high, ready to end the two. Just as she was about to strike, boom, the entire sky suddenly shook violently. A light brighter than the sun tore through the heavens, endless divine flames pouring down, igniting the clouds within a radius of 10,000 miles. An overwhelming pressure, 1,000 times more terrifying than Madame Viper, descended upon the world. Madame Viper's scales bristled, Fear unlike any she had ever known surfaced in her serpent eyes. This is... She trembled and looked up, only to see a massive figure blocking out the sun slowly appearing in the sky. An adult, ancient divine phoenix, accompanied by a chilling voice that resonated through the heavens and earth, like the judgment of the heavenly way. Those who harm my kin shall die. Chapter 26. Master. The Saintess's collapse. Daughter becomes a pet. The ancient divine phoenix clan is the supreme divine beast of the heavenly realm, with a noble bloodline and powers that reach the heavens. Even the many immortal sects and great teachings of the heavenly realm do not dare to provoke them lightly. Each adult ancient divine phoenix possesses the terrifying power to burn the heavens and boil the seas. And the true strong ones in the clan can shake an entire heavenly domain. Xiaolinger is the biological daughter of the current saintess of the ancient divine phoenix clan, and she is also the designated next-generation saintess. Years ago, when Saintess Xiachan was pregnant, she was ambushed by hostile races and suffered severe injuries. To protect her unborn child, she had to give birth to Xiaolinger prematurely and use secret methods to send her to the lower realm to avoid disaster. However, just after falling into the human realm, Xiaolinger, still yet to grow, was discovered by the master of the Heavenly Sword sect. That greedy old thief, seeing her extraordinary bloodline, attempted to refine her and seize the essence of the divine phoenix. Although Xiaolinger was young, how could the proud spirit of the phoenix be desecrated? She fought desperately, but ultimately exhausted her spiritual power and was sealed by the master of the Heavenly Sword sect in the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower is a treasured relic of the heavenly realm that has fallen to the human world and can isolate all breaths. Because of this, even though Saintess Xiachan searched through countless realms, she could never find her daughter's whereabouts. Until today, when Xiaolinger signed the contract with Xuantong and unleashed the power of her divine phoenix bloodline. The resonance from her bloodline finally pierced through the seal of the Demon Suppression Tower, reaching the heavenly realm. Saintess Xiachan instantly sensed her daughter's existence. She has descended. Linger. A piercing phoenix cry echoed through the skies. The heavens were forcefully torn apart, and endless divine flames poured down, causing the entire earth to tremble. The true form of the holy maiden summer cicada manifested, revealing an ancient divine phoenix, 100 times larger than Summerlinger. Its wings spread wide, blocking out the sun, and each feather flowed with brilliant golden divine flames, as if capable of incinerating all things in the world. With a single glance, she spotted the barely breathing Summerlinger, and a surge of immense rage welled up in her phoenix eyes. My daughter, who has hurt you? She dove down, her massive divine phoenix form transforming into an extraordinarily beautiful woman, clad in a long dress of crimson gold, her features like a painting, yet exuding a suffocating majesty. Trembling, she embraced Summerlinger, and a vast amount of spiritual power surged from her palm, continuously infusing her daughter's body. Mother, is it really you? Summerlinger weakly opened her eyes, her voice as faint as a whisper. Don't speak. Mother is here. No one can hurt you again. Summer Cicada's voice choked with emotion, her eyes filled with murderous intent. At that moment, a violent coughing sound came from below. Summer Cicada then noticed that beneath her feet lay a human youth. His bones were shattered, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, yet he still stubbornly supported himself, attempting to rise. Summer Cicada frowned, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. An ordinary cultivator, if touched by her true form's pressure, would have been reduced to ashes. Yet this person could still move? She carefully sensed and suddenly understood. Indestructible body? This was a special constitution from ancient legends, where the possessor's body was unbreakable, growing stronger with each battle. Able to continuously recover as long as they were not killed in one blow, becoming even more formidable. No wonder he could withstand her pressure. Who are you? Summer Cicada asked coldly. Her scorching gaze slowly swept over the scene before her, and confusion flickered in her phoenix eyes. Her daughter, the illustrious ancient divine phoenix, was now protecting this human youth. This posture was not one of combat. It resembled a form of shelter. This realization made Summer Cicada's heart tremble. When did the ancient divine phoenix clan need to protect others? Moreover, a mere terrestrial immortal? In the heavenly realm, the ancient divine phoenixes were supreme beings. Even if a few clan members became companions of certain powerful beings, they had to be imperial level strong, existing with the ability to traverse heaven and earth. Only those great powers, who could turn the world upside down with a thought, were worthy of the ancient divine phoenix's following, and the bloodied human boy before her. Summer Cicada's gaze landed on Xuantong, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. With such meager cultivation, he probably didn't even have the qualifications to wipe the shoes of an ancient divine phoenix. Mother, is it really you? She looked down to see Summerlinger slowly opening her eyes, her phoenix eyes, so similar to her own, shimmering with tears of surprise. It's me, Linger. Mother is late. In that moment of mother-daughter embrace, a five-colored glow suddenly descended from the heavens, auspicious clouds gathering, and celestial music faintly resonating. This was a phenomenon manifested by the heavenly Tao sensing the reunion of close relatives. Amidst the glow, summer cicada's tears transformed into specks of golden light. Each drop that fell to the ground reviving scorched earth and bringing dead wood back to life. In the distance, the mountains affected by the battle began to visibly recover under the nurturing of the divine phoenix's true tears. At this moment, only 4 figures remained on the battlefield: the ancient divine phoenix mother and daughter, Xuantong, who was still struggling under the pressure, and Summer Cicada caught a glimpse of the viper that was quietly retreating. The viper lady had long lost her earlier arrogance. Her massive serpentine body was slowly slithering backward, attempting to sneak away during the touching reunion of the mother and daughter. Fear filled her crimson snake eyes. She never expected that a mere ant from the lower realm would involve the holy maiden of the ancient divine phoenix clan. Trying to escape, Summer Cicada gently released Summerlinger and slowly turned around. This simple motion caused the temperature of the entire realm to drop suddenly. The void around the viper lady instantly freezing. "You harmed my daughter and still wish to leave unscathed?" With each word she spoke, the viper lady felt as if her demon soul was being torn apart. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for her to breathe, her massive serpentine body trembling uncontrollably. "As sacred maiden," the viper lady stammered, "this is a misunderstanding. If I had known she was your daughter." "Misunderstanding?" Summer Cicada sneered. "Did you not just say you would make my daughter wish she were dead?" She raised her jade hand lightly, and a dazzling golden flame began to gather in her palm. The flame appeared gentle, yet it made the space within 1,000 miles begin to twist and melt. The viper lady despaired as she realized she had no chance to escape. She suddenly turned to Xuantong, shouting hoarsely, "Human boy, quickly have your divine phoenix plead for mercy. Otherwise, I will make sure you go down with me." Hearing this, Xuantong could only manage a painful cold laugh. "Heh, go ahead and try." In front of the ancient divine phoenix clan, he still dared to be arrogant and boastful. Summerlinger weakly raised her head. "Mother, she wanted to kill my master." "Master?" Summer Cicada frowned deeply, but at that moment, she was more concerned about another matter. "This bug hurt you?" She stopped wasting words and gently pushed her jade hand. The golden flame, appearing slow, actually reached the viper lady in an instant. Where the flame passed, the space collapsed inch by inch, as if time itself had frozen. "No." The viper lady let out her final desperate scream, using all her strength to summon every life-saving treasure. However, before the golden flame, all defenses were as fragile as thin paper. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Summer Cicada turned around and looked at the human youth again, her expression complex. "Now, it's time to deal with our matters." Chapter 27. Do you think you are Linger's father? Chow thief Xuantong. Xuantong witnessed the viper lady being instantly erased from existence, his pupils uncontrollably constricting. The golden flame seemed nonchalant but contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. The once formidable heavenly realm serpent had not even had a chance to struggle before being completely obliterated. Was this the true strength of the powerful beings in the heavenly realm? The viper lady, who he couldn't even hurt with all his might, was just like an ant in front of this ancient divine phoenix holy maiden. The overwhelming pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, each breath feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Xuantong couldn't help but think of an even more terrifying question. If this holy maiden found out that her daughter had signed a master-servant contract with him, would there be even ashes left? But he quickly forced himself to relax. Any reckless move now could bring about catastrophic consequences. Summer Cicada shot Xuantong a cold glance and snorted lightly, not having the time to deal with him for the moment. All her focus was on her injured daughter. "Linger, hold on." Summer Cicada's voice was rarely trembling as her jade hand pressed against Summer Linger's heart, continuously pouring pure spiritual power into her daughter's body. However, Summer Linger's injuries were too severe. The viper lady's fatal blow had nearly shattered her divine phoenix essence, and merely supplying spiritual power could only barely sustain her life. How could this happen? Tears shimmered in Summer Cicada's beautiful eyes. "It's all my fault for being late." Then, she bit her tongue, letting a drop of blood as brilliant as a ruby fall onto Summer Linger's forehead. This was the most precious essence blood of the divine phoenix clan, each drop containing 100 years of cultivation. As the essence blood entered her body, Summer Linger's complexion slightly improved, but her injuries were still dire. Summer Cicada's heart ached like a knife. Decades of indebtedness to her daughter transformed into endless self-reproach at this moment. If only she had found her daughter sooner. If only she could have arrived in time. Just at this critical moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "Use this." Summer Cicada looked up sharply to see that the human youth had somehow struggled to his feet, holding a blood-red pill in his hand. The pill's surface shimmered with golden patterns, exuding a heart-pounding life force. "Heavenly blood divine tree pill?" Xiaqian's pupils suddenly constricted as she looked at Lu Xuantong in disbelief. This kind of elixir is a rare treasure even in the celestial realm, said to be forged from the essence of the divine tree, combining 81 kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Just one is enough to heal a dying person instantly, and it can even repair fundamental injuries. How could such a high-level elixir appear in the hands of a lower-realm cultivator? What shocked her even more was that Lu Xuantong unhesitatingly fed the elixir to Xia Linger, his actions gentle yet firm, as if this priceless divine pill was nothing to him. Xia Chan was about to speak, but at the moment the elixir entered Xia Linger's mouth. A dazzling red-golden light suddenly erupted from her body. Her damaged feathers began to regenerate at a visible speed. Her dim phoenix eyes regained their brilliance. And even the most severe fundamental injuries were healing rapidly. In less than a moment, Xia Linger had returned to her original state, even more solid in her breath than before her injuries. In the next second, Master, Xia Linger's first words upon opening her eyes made Xia Chan's heart tremble. She watched her daughter joyfully rush towards the young human, her eyes filled with attachment and trust, a look she was all too familiar with. That was the emotion that the Divine Phoenix clan only showed towards their closest kin. Xia Chan's feelings were extremely complicated. She watched Lu Xuantong gently stroking her daughter's feathers, saw her daughter affectionately rubbing against his palm, and for a moment, she didn't know how to react. What is this human being? He can casually take out a divine object like the blood tree elixir and cherishes her daughter so much. Most importantly, the look in her daughter's eyes towards him was clearly not one of forced servitude, but genuine care from the heart. Lu Xuantong couldn't help but smile, gently caressing her feathers, his eyes filled with affection. He knew better than anyone that if it weren't for Xia Linger's desperate protection, he would have already died at the hands of the Viper Lady. If Xia Linger didn't possess the ancient Divine Phoenix bloodline, with a vitality far surpassing ordinary beings, she might not even have lasted until the Saintess arrived. Just at this warm moment, a vast and overwhelming pressure suddenly descended. The void trembled, and amidst the flowing golden light, Xia Chan's true form slowly retracted, transforming into a human shape. The Saintess had a curvaceous and graceful figure, wearing a long red-golden dress that outlined breathtaking curves. Her skin was like snow, her eyebrows and eyes like paintings, with a dot of vermilion in the center of her brow adding a touch of nobility. She possessed a beauty that could topple cities, yet also bore an air of majesty that demanded reverence, exuding a suffocating sense of pressure with every gesture. As she took light steps, each step blossomed a golden fire lotus beneath her feet, the scorching aura distorting the air around her. Finally, she stopped in front of Lu Xuantong, her phoenix eyes slightly squinting as she looked down at him. What is your relationship with my daughter? As her words fell, thunder rumbled, shaking Lu Xuantong's soul. He unconsciously took a step back, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. She was too strong. Just standing in front of her made him feel insignificant, like facing a vast sea of stars. Every gaze of hers, every breath, contained the power to crush him. Is this the true strength of a celestial realm expert? Lu Xuantong was shocked, but then a strong desire surged within him. One day, I too will step into this realm. However, right now, he had to find a way to survive. Before he could speak, Xia Linger had already flown in front of him, flapping her wings and looking up with her little face, puffing up her cheeks and saying, "He is Linger's master." This statement carried an undeniable firmness, even a hint of pride. Xia Chan was stunned. She looked at her daughter, who seemed to be saying, "This is my chosen master. What can you do to me?" This girl. Xia Chan's mouth twitched slightly, not knowing whether to be angry or to laugh. The daughter of the ancient Divine Phoenix clan Saintess actually recognized a lower realm human as her master, and looked so proud about it. Naturally, she wouldn't let Lu Xuantong off the hook so easily. Xia Chan's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous golden light swirling in her eyes, and the pressure emanating from her made the air within 100 feet freeze. This human youth dared to casually admit to being her daughter's master? That was the heir to the ancient Divine Phoenix clan Saintess. If other elders from the clan were present, they would have long since exploded in anger and directly killed Lu Xuantong, forcibly dissolving the contract. But Xia Chan was ultimately not an impulsive person. She took a deep breath, suppressing the raging anger in her heart, and coldly fixed her gaze on Lu Xuantong. The earlier blood tree elixir made her think carefully. Such a high-level healing sacred medicine was extremely rare even in the celestial realm. Although the ancient Divine Phoenix clan had deep foundations, the stock of blood tree elixirs was only a few, used only when clan members suffered fatal injuries. Yet this human youth had unhesitatingly fed such a precious elixir to Xia Linger. What moved her even more was that when Lu Xuantong took out the elixir, there was no hesitation and even a hint of relief in his eyes, as if as long as he could save Xia Linger, no matter how precious the treasure, it was not worth mentioning. Such an action could not be explained by an ordinary master-servant relationship. If he truly treated Xia Ling'er as a pet or servant, how could he bear to use such a divine pill to save her? Xiao Chan's thoughts raced, various ideas flashing through her mind. At this moment, Lu Xiantong knew there was no escape. He took a deep breath, enduring the suffocating pressure, and solemnly bowed to Xiao Chan, his voice steady and firm. Junior Lu Xiantong, I have met the elder. I am indeed Xia Ling'er's master, but I hope you do not hold it against her for being young and innocent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chan almost laughed in anger. What does it mean to not hold it against her? The tone made it sound as if he were Xia Ling'er's father, explaining to an elder on behalf of his child. Would Xiao Chan ever harm her daughter? Of course not. She glared with her phoenix eyes, her expression displeased. This human youth actually dared to speak to her in such a tone? But what concerned her even more was that after hearing Lu Xuantong's words, Xia Ling'er happily flapped her wings and affectionately rubbed her cheek against his, as if agreeing with her master's words. This girl. Xiao Chan suppressed the impulse to facepalm and coldly questioned, what kind of contract did you sign? What level? This question was crucial. If it was an ordinary master-servant contract, she could forcibly dissolve it. But if it was a higher-level contract, things would get troublesome. Lu Xiantong felt that terrifying pressure and knew he could not hide anything at this moment. He looked directly into Xiao Chan's eyes and said word by word, Heavenly Tao Coexistence Contract. Coexist in life and death, never betray. Chapter 28. A thank you from the Saintess. Madam, you wouldn't want the Heavenly Tao Coexistence Contract? Xiao Chan was instantly struck by lightning. Her phoenix eyes widening in disbelief, her stunning face revealing an expression of incredulity. Joy, helplessness, and despair surged in her heart like a tide. The joy was that this was not the kind of servitude contract she had imagined, but the rarest equal contract. Coexist in life and death, never betray. This meant that Lu Xiantong had never viewed Xia Ling'er as a servant or pet, but had treated her with true equality. However, what followed was a deep sense of helplessness and despair, because the Heavenly Tao Coexistence Contract could not be dissolved. Once signed, their fates would be completely bound. Living and dying together, never to part. Even if she were to explode in anger and kill Lu Xiantong right now, Xia Ling'er would perish along with him. How could this be? Xiao Chan's red lips trembled. She never expected that her precious daughter, the future saintess of the ancient divine Phoenix clan, would form such a close bond with a lower realm human youth. What shocked her even more was that the Tao of Heaven symbiotic contract was extremely rare even in the celestial realm. Such a contract required the recognition of the will of the Tao of Heaven, and ordinary cultivators had never even seen one. Even those emperor-level powerhouses would need to pay a tremendous price to obtain a Tao contract. Yet this young man before her could casually take out the heavenly blood divine tree pill and construct a Tao of Heaven symbiotic contract. Who exactly was he? Just as Xiao Chan's thoughts were in turmoil, Xia Ling'er had already happily flown in front of her, proudly shaking the jade bracelet on her wrist. Mother, look. This is the Firefly Tao bracelet that the master gave me. It's the contract we signed with. The bracelet was crystal clear, as if formed from the condensation of the starry river, its surface flowing with profound runes, each line seemingly containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Even more astonishing was that around the bracelet, there were twinkling lights like fireflies, making it breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Chan's gaze was unconsciously drawn to it, and she even felt a hint of envy that she herself had not noticed. This bracelet was indeed remarkable. She instinctively reached out, her fingertips lightly touching the bracelet, and immediately felt a vast aura of the Tao of Heaven. It was truly a treasure condensed by the power of the Tao of Heaven. Such a treasure could be considered a peerless rarity even in the celestial realm. She couldn't help but glance at Lu Xiantong, secretly wondering, could this kid have similar bracelets? As soon as this thought emerged, Xiao Chan suddenly woke up. Wait, what was she thinking? As the holy maiden of the ancient divine Phoenix clan, how could she desire a human boy's treasure? What was even more terrifying was that her daughter had already signed a Tao contract with Lu Xiantong, their fates intertwined. If she were to, wouldn't that be chaotic? Xiao Chan quickly shook her head, forcibly suppressing this absurd thought, and a rare blush appeared on her stunning face. Mother? What's wrong? Xia Ling'er tilted her head, looking at her with confusion. And no, it's nothing. Xiao Chan lightly coughed, and quickly regained her authoritative demeanor. But her gaze unconsciously drifted to Lu Xiantong, her heart filled with complexity. This young man, how many secrets was he hiding? After hearing the whole story and discovering that her daughter had actively requested Lu Xiantong to form a contract, an indescribably complex expression appeared on Xiao Chan's nationally beautiful face. A hint of embarrassment flashed in her phoenix eyes, which soon turned into deep guilt. It was actually Ling'er who took the initiative. She had thought it was the human race forcing her daughter to sign the contract. After all, no one could resist such temptation, enslaving an ancient divine beast. the ancient divine phoenix. As a mother, at that moment, she felt her face burning. She simply couldn't bear to look at Lu Xuantong again. All of this was her fault. If it weren't for being schemed against back then, forcing her to send her daughter down to the lower realm. If it weren't for letting Linger suffer so much in the Heavenly Sword sect. If it weren't for letting this child grow up without a mother's care and guidance. How could she be so naive and innocent, easily entrusting her life to a stranger? Thinking of this, Xiao Chan's heart ached. She couldn't imagine what would happen if Linger had encountered someone with ulterior motives and was forced to sign the lowest-level master-servant contract. Just thinking about it sent chills down her spine. How would those despicable human cultivators treat a young, ancient divine phoenix? Would they imprison her to extract her essence blood? Would they force her to sign a slavery contract? Or something even more unbearable? Fortunately, Xiao Chan took a deep breath. A hint of moisture appearing in her phoenix eyes as she looked at Lu Xuantong with genuine gratitude for the first time. Thankfully, Linger met him. This young man not only did not exploit Linger's innocence, but treated her with the most precious Tao of Heaven symbiotic contract, even holding the initiative. He never regarded Linger as a servant, but genuinely protected her. Even at the brink of life and death, he unhesitatingly took out the heavenly blood divine tree pill, a treasure of immense value. This sincerity and responsibility made Xiao Chan, as a mother, feel inferior. She suddenly recalled her earlier hostility and contempt, remembered her condescending inquiries, and felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over her. Without hesitation, without doubt, this ancient divine phoenix saintess, renowned even in the celestial realm, actually bowed solemnly to a human boy from the lower realm, something she had never done to anyone before. Young Master Lu. Her words no longer carried arrogance, but were filled with a hint of choked emotion. I was quite offensive earlier. I hope for your forgiveness. This bow came from the heart. This address of young master was sincere and genuine. Xiao Linger watched in astonishment from the side. She had never seen her proud mother bow to anyone. In fact, she had never seen her mother at all. Lu Xuantong was caught off guard and quickly stepped aside to avoid it. Predecessor, please don't. Xiao Chan straightened up, looking at the flustered young man before her, and suddenly broke into a smile. That smile was like ice and snow melting, flowers blooming in spring, breathtakingly beautiful. You deserve it. Xiao Linger looked at her mother and then at her master, suddenly letting out a joyful cry and transformed into her human form, leaping into Xiao Chan's embrace. Mother, the master is really, really good. He gives me the best spiritual fruits to eat every day, teaches me to cultivate, and tells me stories at night. Lin Daiyu pulls down the willow, and Lu Zhishan outsmarts the fire at Chibi. Listening to her daughter's excited recounting, the softness in Xiao Chan's eyes deepened. She gently stroked Linger's hair, but her gaze fell on Lu Xuantong, meaningfully saying, "It seems that as a mother, I need to properly thank young Master Lu." However, these two words made Lu Xuantong's heart leap. A hint of mischief flashed in Xiao Chan's eyes as her red lips parted slightly. Since Linger recognizes you as her master, shouldn't you also call me something? Chapter 29. The Destruction of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Signing into Xiao Zishi's wedding room. Descends. If it weren't for the master personally speaking, she would rather give up her noble identity as a member of the ancient Divine Phoenix clan to stay by Lu Xuantong's side forever. As for her mother's lofty principles about racial responsibilities and bloodline inheritance, they went in one ear and out the other. She didn't take them to heart at all. Lu Xuantong gently stroked Xiao Linger's soft hair, his eyes filled with deep contemplation. With his current realm, he was unmatched in the human world, and the only ones who could threaten him were the powerful beings from the celestial realm. Keeping Xiao Linger by his side would actually limit her growth. The ancestral land of the ancient Divine Phoenix clan was a cultivation sanctuary that even the mighty of the celestial realm dreamed of. Linger, listen to me. Lu Xuantong's voice was gentle yet firm. Only when you grow stronger can you better protect your master, right? Xiao Linger looked up with tear-filled eyes, crystalline tears hanging from her long eyelashes. But Linger doesn't want to leave the master. The girl's voice was choked with emotion, her delicate fingers tightly gripping Lu Xuantong's clothing, afraid that if she let go, the person before her would disappear. At the moment of farewell, Xiao Linger finally lost control of her emotions and threw herself into Lu Xuantong's arms, crying out loud, "Master doesn't want me anymore. Does Master dislike Lingo?" That heart-wrenching cry made both of the people present feel as if their hearts were being torn apart. In the dark days of the Demon Suppression Tower, it was the Master who had given her warmth and hope. This bond had long surpassed the simple master-servant relationship. Lu Xuantong suppressed the acidity in his nose, gently lifting Xiao Linger's tear-streaked face. "Silly girl, how could your master not want you?" Then, he shook the brilliantly colorful bracelet on his wrist. "We have this. We can contact each other anytime. As long as you think of your master, I will be able to sense it." Xiao Linger nodded through her sobs, but still clung tightly to Lu Xuantong's waist, unwilling to let go. She buried her face deep in her master's chest, greedily breathing in the familiar scent, as if wishing to forever engrave this warmth in her heart. Just at this moment of reluctant separation, the heavens and earth suddenly shook violently. Boom! The originally clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, and terrifying thunder rumbled within the clouds. Each flash of lightning carried the breath of destruction, as if it aimed to tear apart this world completely. Xiaoqian's expression changed drastically. Not good. The heavenly Tao is starting to reject us. Linger, we must leave immediately. As a powerful being from the celestial realm, she should not have used powers beyond that of earthly immortals in the lower realm. The divine phoenix pressure she emitted while saving her daughter had already angered the rules of this world. No, Xia Linger cried out, gripping Lu Xuantong's clothing tightly. However, the heavenly Tao did not wait for anyone. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel struck down, leveling a nearby mountain peak. Following that, countless lightning snakes danced through the clouds, turning the entire sky into a terrifying thunder pool. It's too late. Xiaoqian gritted her teeth and forcibly pulled her daughter into her arms. Then, with a wave of her jade hand, she tore open a brilliant spatial crack. Before leaving, she glanced at the youth and said solemnly, "Young Master Lu, take care of yourself. Remember, our ancient divine phoenix clan will always be your friends." Master. Xia Linger's heart-wrenching cries echoed through the sky. Lu Xuantong stood still, watching as the spatial crack slowly closed. When the last world-destroying lightning struck at his feet, he remained unmoved, letting the violent lightning illuminate his resolute face. Until the spatial crack completely vanished, the thunderclouds gradually dispersed. He looked down at the slightly warm firefly heavenly Tao bracelet on his wrist, as if Xia Ling's last tear-stained face was still before him. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. After all, it was because he was too weak that he didn't even have the right to keep the important person by his side. Wait for me, Linger. A gentle breeze swept by, dissipating the tears that briefly glimmered in his eyes. In a certain place high above in the 9 heavens, a small phoenix was hugging its knees, softly sobbing at the bracelet on its wrist. Lu Xuantong took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs, slightly calming the tumultuous emotions within him. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the ruins of the Tianjin sect, where the once towering mountain gate had collapsed and the magnificent halls had fallen, leaving only broken walls and remnants of what was once the #1 sect in the world. Lin Jian was dead, Cui Hao was dead. Even the ancestral elder of the Tianjin sect had fallen at his hands. But this sense of revenge could not fill the void created by the departure. This was not enough. The true culprit was still alive. That vile woman was still living freely in the Dacian Empire. Xiao Zishi. This name was like a poisonous thorn, deeply embedded in Lu Xuantong's heart. If it weren't for this venomous woman, how could he have been framed? How could the supreme bone have been dug out? How could he have suffered so much in the demon suppression tower? At this moment, that vile woman was probably still dreaming, waiting for her favored Prince Cui Hao to achieve success and grandly marry her. Thinking of this, a sinister smile appeared on Lu Xuantong's lips. He could almost imagine the expression on Xiao Zishi's face when she heard the news of Cui Hao's death. It would surely be spectacular. Just then, ding. Detected that the host's emotional fluctuations meet the sign-in conditions. Triggering special sign-in task, Xiao Zishi's wedding chamber. Sign-in reward, Green Hat Heavenly Thunder. This is a passive talent. In the future, any woman who betrays the host will be met with varying degrees of heavenly thunder destruction. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and Lu Xuantong raised an eyebrow, the coldness in his eyes deepening. This sign-in task was perfectly timed, almost tailor-made for him. However, what was this Green Hat Heavenly Thunder? Preventing backstabs. Lu Xuantong chuckled bitterly, reluctantly accepting it. As for the sign-in location, the wedding chamber, he softly repeated this word, and the cold smile at the corner of his mouth gradually widened. Very well, he would use her wedding chamber as her burial ground. With this thought, Lu Xuantong no longer hesitated. He lightly tapped his toes, his figure shooting up like a sharp arrow, the cultivation of an earthly immortal erupting with full force, scattering the clouds in his wake, the air producing a piercing explosive sound. Xiao Zishi, I, Lu Xuantong, am coming. Chapter 30, Celestial Realm, Lu Family Divine Sovereigns. The Supreme Bone is nothing like this. In the Celestial Realm, Lu Family Divine Sovereign's martial arts arena. The vast martial arts arena floated above the clouds, surrounded by immortal mist, with spiritual springs and waterfalls adorning it, a scene that should have been peaceful in a sacred land. However, at this moment, the arena was filled with a tense atmosphere of impending conflict. Boom! Another earth-shattering clash occurred as 2 figures passed through the void, the shockwaves from their fists colliding causing ripples in the surrounding protective formations. One of the youths in white robes was tall and handsome, with an unyielding determination in his brows. Each of his strikes carried the sound of breaking air, and the wind from his fists distorted the space around him, showcasing the unique power of a supreme bone awakener. Opposite him stood a youth in black robes, surrounded by a strange black-red aura. Every punch he threw was accompanied by a sound akin to ghosts wailing and gods crying. This was the characteristic of another extraordinary physique from the Lu family. The divine demon's sacred body. Lu Xuantong, is this all you can do? The youth in black, Lu Chengxian, mocked. The supreme bone in you is truly a waste. As his voice fell, he suddenly accelerated, his right palm transforming into countless afterimages, each palm imprint containing a terrifying power that devoured life. The white-robed youth gritted his teeth, the supreme bone running at full power, forming a layer of faint golden protective divine light around his body. Divine demon devouring king fist. Lu Chengxian suddenly changed his move, his right fist erupting with a horrifying black-red vortex, devouring even the light around it. This fist struck solidly against Lu Xuantong's chest, shattering the protective divine light condensed by the supreme bone like glass. Poof! Bang! Amidst the dull sound of the impact, he knelt on one knee, his right hand pressing against the ground, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, reflecting his unyielding face. The surrounding Lu family disciples erupted into cheers. Senior brother Chengxian is mighty. This is our Lu family's #1 genius. What supreme bone? It crumbles before the divine demon's sacred body. How many times has it been? Why hasn't Lu Xuantong learned his lesson yet? TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this the power of the supreme bone? Just this? I think the ranking of the divine demon's sacred body will be much higher than that of the supreme bone in the future. The harsh sounds of ridicule surged like a tide, but Lu Xuantong seemed oblivious. He slowly raised his head, revealing a face identical to the one from the lower realm, but with an added celestial aura unique to cultivators from the celestial realm. Again, he said hoarsely, struggling to stand up on his knee, I haven't lost yet. Lu Chengxian stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at him with contempt. With your current state, do you even deserve to compete with me for the position of Holy Son? He scoffed, Supreme Bone. Just this. His gaze remained firm, but the chaotic aura within him and his trembling legs betrayed his true state. Enough. An elder in the viewing seats frowned and said, Xuantong has reached his limit. The elder is mistaken. Another elder who was friendly with Lu Chengxian stroked his beard and chuckled. It's good for the young ones to spar. Since Xuantong refuses to admit defeat, it shows he still has strength left. In the arena, Lu Chengxian slowly approached, his gaze filled with disdain as he casually said, with this level of skill, when you go out, don't even mention being a Lu family member. You can't afford to lose face. And the supreme bone? I think it's just dog bones. Lu Xuantong's pupils constricted, anger surging in his eyes. You. Suddenly, with a bang, another heavy punch sent Lu Xuantong flying again, this time crashing through the protective railing of the martial arts arena. He curled up on the ground, feeling as if his organs had shifted positions, even his breath carrying a taste of blood. Trash is just trash. Lu Chengxian flicked his wrist and turned to leave. Remember, if you encounter me in the next clan competition, just admit defeat. Don't embarrass yourself. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only Lu Xuantong lying alone on the cold jade bricks. Above the sky, thunderclouds rolled like an angry dragon roaring, and cold raindrops poured down, hitting Lu Xuantong's face, or rather, her face. The rainwater slid down her pale cheeks, mixing with the dry blood at the corner of her mouth, dripping onto the shattered jade bricks. She tilted her head slightly, her dark eyes reflecting the gloomy sky, and deep within them hid an indescribable sense of grievance and unwillingness. Am I still too weak? She murmured softly, her voice trembling slightly. Even she herself was unaware of it. The surroundings were already empty, only the wind and rain howled. As if mocking her predicament, she slowly stood up, her figure swaying for a moment, but she gritted her teeth and steadied herself. Drip, drip, rainwater dripped from her hair, soaking her robe. She dragged her weary body, step by step, towards her courtyard. With each step, the injuries within her felt like burning flames, but she silently endured it, not letting out a single moan. After a moment, the door was pushed open, and she finally could not hold on any longer. Her legs went soft, and she fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. She curled up on the cold ground, gasping for breath, the surging blood in her chest making her feel nearly suffocated. After an unknown amount of time, she barely regained her composure and slowly opened her eyes. I cannot fall down. She struggled to prop herself up, dragging her heavy steps toward the medicinal pool in the inner room. The medicinal bath was already prepared, the hot spiritual liquid steaming with a rich herbal fragrance, but she merely numbly shed her clothes, ready to step in. However, at the moment she loosened her belt. Snap! The belt slid down her chest, the slightly raised curve appearing particularly striking under the dim candlelight. She froze. looking down at her body. Her fingertips gently touched the truth that had been bound for 40 years. Heh! She suddenly laughed, a smile filled with bitterness, self-mockery, and an unacknowledged loneliness. Yes, she was not Lu Xuantong, but she was also Lu Xuantong. That person saw through the fetus in her womb harboring the supreme bone and became greedy, wanting to seize it. Madame Lu fought desperately, but unexpectedly. What was born was not a child, but a pair of twins, one son and one daughter. The real Lu Xuantong, born with the supreme bone, was destined to look down upon the ages. And she, the unnamed younger sister, inadvertently awakened the divine bone. The divine bone, though not as domineering as the supreme bone, had remarkably similar characteristics, enough to confuse the two. The powerful being ultimately could not find the supreme bone, thinking it was a misunderstanding and left with resentment. The Lu family, in order to protect the true bloodline of the supreme bone, secretly sent the real Lu Xuantong to the lower realm to avoid disaster. And she, this daughter who should not have existed, was forced to replace her brother's identity. Inheriting the name Lu Xuantong, bearing the honor of the genius of the supreme bone, living as someone else's shadow. 40 years. A full 40 years. No one knew her true identity. She practiced and fought in the guise of a man, enduring the expectations and jealousy of her clan. Even she herself was nearly forgotten who she truly was. The girl slowly stepped into the medicinal pool, the scorching spiritual liquid burning her skin. But she merely closed her eyes and endured, letting the pain spread. Lu Chengxian was right. I am indeed a waste. The girl murmured softly, her fingertips lightly brushing over the scars on her chest. No matter how similar the divine bone was to the supreme bone, it was ultimately not the true supreme bone. She could deceive everyone, but she could not deceive herself. Every time she clashed with the true prodigy, that sense of powerlessness, that despair of being crushed, left her breathless. But she could not retreat, could not give in, because she was Lu Xuantong, the hope of the Lu family. The genius of the supreme bone, who should have looked down upon the heavenly realm, even if she was just a counterfeit. Outside the window, the rain had gradually lessened. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing a cold moon. She slowly opened her eyes, her dark pupils reflecting the flickering candlelight. Brother, how are you doing in the lower realm? This was a question that would never get an answer. After a long silence, she slowly got up, readying her long hair, and putting on the white robe belonging to Lu Xuantong. In the mirror, that cool and proud youth returned once again. She took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and stepped into the night. I will become stronger, strong enough to uphold this lie. Chapter 31. Lu Xuantong's twin sister. Replacing identity for 40 years. The night sky after the rain was as clear as washed, the moonlight filtering through the clouds, casting down upon the grand halls of the Lu family. Lu Xuantong dragged her weary body, step by step, towards the main courtyard. Moments later, the door opened, the candlelight flickering, illuminating two figures in the hall. A middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, his posture straight like a pine tree, his brows deep, exuding an intimidating presence without anger. Just standing there. He radiated a suffocating sense of oppression. This man was named Lu Xuantong, the second elder of the Lu family, and also their biological father. Beside him stood a graceful and noble woman. She was stunningly beautiful, her skin as white as snow, but between her brows hid a trace of undetectable timidity. As if she feared something. This was their mother, Ninyuezi. As soon as Lu Xuantong stepped into the hall, before she could speak, she heard a thunderous roar, kneel. Lu Xuantong was slightly taken aback, but soon, he lowered his eyes and silently knelt down. Thud. His knees hit the cold ground heavily. Yet he did not even furrow his brows. Xuantong, don't be so harsh on the child. Ninyuezi could not help but speak, her voice gentle but trembling. A kind mother spoils her child. Lu Xuantong laughed in anger, waving his sleeves, and said sternly, if it weren't for your constant indulgence, how could he be such a waste? Possessing the supreme bone, yet he can't even defeat Lu Chengxian. What use is that? Ninyuezi was left speechless by this remark. Her face pale, not daring to retort. She looked at her daughter kneeling on the ground. Deep within her eyes hid a deep sense of guilt. That matter. Only she knew. This son was not the true Lu Xuantong at all, but rather her daughter, a pitiful person forced to replace her brother's identity. But she dared not speak, nor could she. Although that powerful being had left, who knew if he was still secretly watching? If he knew the true bloodline of the supreme bone was lost, he would definitely come back. Moreover, she had lost her own biological son. She feared her husband's wrath, feared the family's blame, so she could only push all the pressure onto this innocent daughter. She bore the secret alone, while her daughter carried all the suffering. Lu Xuantong knelt on the ground, her head bowed, not saying a word. She had long been accustomed to such scenes. Defending herself? It was meaningless. Anger? It would only lead to harsher punishment. The only thing she could do was silently endure, waiting for this storm to pass. Lu Xuantong looked at his son's submissive demeanor, and his anger grew even more. What else do you have to say? Lu Xiantong slowly shook her head, her voice calm. I have nothing to say. You. Lu Yunting was furious, but helpless. He stared at his son for a long time, and finally, let out a deep sigh. In that case, starting tomorrow, you will go to the burning heaven forbidden ground to cultivate. Without a breakthrough, you are not allowed to come out. The burning heaven forbidden ground, the most brutal trial ground of the Lu family, where blazing flames could turn one to ashes with the slightest mistake. Nan Yuezi's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Yunting, the burning heaven forbidden ground is too dangerous. He is still young, do not let him go. Shut up. Lu Yunting coldly interrupted. If he cannot even endure this little hardship, what qualifications does he have to be my son, Lu Yunting? How can he grow? In a month's time, during the Holy Sun battle, how will he defeat Lu Chengxian? He possesses the supreme bone. He cannot be forever trampled underfoot. Nan Yuezi opened her mouth, but in the end, could only weakly lower her head. Lu Xiantong remained kneeling, her expression calm, as if she had long anticipated all of this. Yes, father, she responded softly, her tone devoid of any emotion, already numb. In the end, Lu Xiantong left the room alone. Behind him, the angry shouts from the main hall were still faintly audible. Useless, truly useless. Lu Yunting's roar pierced through the night, filled with disappointment and anger. He couldn't understand why his son, whom he had high hopes for, would repeatedly fail at the hands of Lu Chengxian. The supreme bone was supposed to be a talent that dominated an era, but now it had become a joke, causing him, an elder of the Lu family, to lose face. In the burning heaven forbidden land, if one cannot transform, they might as well die there. She had long since grown accustomed to it. She was even numb to it. Just as she was about to step into her courtyard, hurried footsteps came from behind. Xuantong. Wait. Nan Yuezi's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of choking. The girl paused her steps and slowly turned around. Under the moonlight, her mother was now in tears, her makeup disheveled, no longer the dignified figure she once was. Mother? At that moment, Nan Yuezi could no longer hold back, pulling her tightly into her embrace. Tears soaking her clothes. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. It's the mother who is useless, making you bear so much. The girl was slightly taken aback, then gently patted her mother's back, softly saying, It's okay, I can still endure. Her words carried a hint of gentle smile, as if she were the mother instead. But it was this indifference that made Nan Yuezi's heart ache like a knife. She was supposed to be the most esteemed young lady of the Lu family, carefree and cherished. But now, she didn't even have her own name, only able to live as someone else's shadow. Nan Yuezi trembled as she cupped her daughter's face, tears blurring her vision. My daughter, your mother is almost about to find your brother. As soon as the words fell, the girl's pupils suddenly constricted. She froze in place, expressing deep disbelief. Brother? The real Lu Xiantong? For 40 years, she never imagined that one day, this secret would be broken. She had long since gotten used to the identity of Lu Xiantong, accustomed to bearing her father's disappointment, accustomed to the ridicule of her clan, even accustomed to the fact that she was a waste. But now, her mother was telling her that she was about to be freed? Mother, what are you saying? Nan Yuezi tightly grasped her hand, whispering, For these years, your mother has been secretly looking for your brother's whereabouts, and recently there has finally been a clue. The girl stared blankly at her mother, momentarily unsure whether to be happy or sad. She should be happy, shouldn't she? But why? Her heart ached to the point of suffocation. 40 years of disguise had made her forget her true self. If one day, she was no longer Lu Xiantong, then who was she? The night wind brushed past, blowing away the loose strands of hair from her forehead. After a long while, the girl slowly revealed a faint smile, softly saying, That's really great. Nan Yuezi looked at her daughter's smile, but only felt a sharp pain in her chest. That smile held no relief, no joy, only deep confusion and helplessness. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but the girl had already gently slipped out of her hand, turning to walk towards her courtyard. Daughter, mother, I'm tired. The girl turned her back to her, her voice soft. Tomorrow I have to go to the burning heaven forbidden land. I want to rest. Nan Yuezi stood in place, watching her daughter's departing figure, tears rolling down again. She once thought that this secret would be her daughter's redemption, but now she understood that some shackles, once worn, could never be removed. As the door gently closed, the girl leaned against the door, slowly sliding down to the ground. She lowered her head, looking at her hands, long and fair, yet covered with calluses from sword practice. These are Lu Xuantong's hands, but soon, they would no longer be. She slowly closed her eyes, the corners of her lips curling into a self-deprecating arc. Then where should I go? Chapter 32, The Arrival at the Great Qin Dynasty. Xiao Zishi's wedding chamber. The Xiao family mansion, with its red doors wide open and golden plaques hanging high. In the courtyard paved with white marble, figures moved like a weave. Nobles from the capital, prominent families, and royal relatives all arrived with heavy gifts. Guests in brocade robes and jade belts clasped their hands in salute, their faces filled with flattering smiles, but their eyes concealed deep apprehension. Master Xiao, congratulations. Your daughter is getting married today, truly a match made in heaven. The Minister of War bowed deeply, his forehead nearly touching the ground. Madam Xiao is so fortunate. Your son-in-law, young Master Chui, is so young, yet manages the Heavenly Sword sect. He will surely be a pillar of this Xianxian continent in the future. The Prime Minister's wife personally assisted Madam Xiao, her tone warm as if they were long-time close friends. Master Xiao, clad in a dark purple brocade robe and wearing a jade belt, stood at the front hall door with a radiant smile. He stroked his beard and laughed, his eyes filled with pride. Congratulations to all. It is an honor for my Xiao family to have you all here today. Once upon a time, my Xiao family was just a second-rate clan, but now we can command the respect of all the nobles in the court. This kind of glory and dignity is all thanks to my good daughter. Madam Xiao stood beside her husband, but her gaze often drifted towards the sky, her brows furrowed with worry. My dear, why hasn't he come yet? Master Xiao laughed heartily, patting his wife's hand. What is the rush? Today is the grand day for Chui Hao to take over as the head of the Heavenly Sword sect. It's perfectly normal for the ceremony to be delayed a bit. He said this while glancing at the guests in the courtyard. Raising his voice, don't you all agree? Exactly. The sect master has a lot on his plate. It's only right for him to arrive a little later. Today, the sect master is the main character. Flattering voices echoed one after another. Master Xiao was overjoyed, already envisioning the Xiao family becoming the premier family of the Xianxian continent under his leadership. In a side hall, several clan elders of the Xiao family sat around a table, exchanging cups of wine, their faces filled with undisguised joy. Eldest brother, our Xiao family really has struck gold this time. The second elder, with drunken eyes, raised a trembling wine cup. That girl's Ishi. I've seen since she was little that she has great potential. The third elder stroked his beard and smiled. Who says otherwise? Back then, when the prince came to propose, I didn't agree. The prince? The fourth elder scoffed, downing his cup in one go, saying, now the prince has to look up to our Xiao family. What are they worth? Master Xiao stood outside the hall, listening to his clan brothers' discussions, feeling even more delighted. His useless son only knew how to eat, drink, and play all day, and he thought the Xiao family would fail under this rebellious child. Unexpectedly, his daughter turned out to be a phoenix, catching a golden turtle son-in-law. Master, the steward hurriedly ran over, unable to hide his excitement, saying that he had just received news that His Majesty has sent the crown prince to congratulate us. The chariot is already at the street corner. Master Xiao, upon hearing this, smiled faintly. Let him come in by himself, from now on. We must make it clear who is the true master of this world. Just as the crown prince was about to step into the Xiao residence, a strange wave suddenly emanated from the sky. The originally clear sky darkened abruptly, with dark clouds rolling as if ink was gathering. An oppressive force that was hard to breathe under poured down from the heavens, as if some ancient giant beast was awakening. Master Zhao's heart skipped a beat. But then he thought again and revealed a smile. It must be Hao coming. Such a momentum, truly worthy of the head of the Heavenly Sword sect. Terrifying indeed. Chapter 33. The arrival at the Xiao residence. The father-in-law and mother-in-law personally welcome. In the midst of the dark clouds, a figure stepped through the air. The person wore dark robes, and as their sleeves fluttered, it seemed as if thunder was hidden within. With each step, ripples appeared in the void, waves rolling. In the blink of an eye, the figure in white finally landed. Xuantong stood at the entrance of the Xiao residence, his aura as deep as the ocean. And with each step he took, the ground trembled slightly. The once bustling residence fell into complete silence. All the guests held their breath, shock written on their faces as they looked at the young man before them, and after a moment of silence, they erupted into thunderous applause. This is the sect master Chui. He truly is a handsome figure. What terrifying pressure, indeed, worthy of being the one who possesses the supreme bone, the strongest in the world. With such talent, it's already enough, but to be so handsome as well, how can people live? The crowd was shocked, yet no one dared to voice any doubts. After all, who else could possess such a world-shattering presence except for the legendary Chui Hao? Xiao Fu was the first to react, his face filled with a flattering smile as he quickly stepped forward, patting Lu Xiantong on the shoulder, and spoke warmly, son-in-law, you've finally come. We are already here. The wedding can start at any time. Congratulations to Master Chui on his wedding. Master Chui is truly a perfect match for Miss Xiao. Flattering voices rose and fell, but Lu Xiantong merely coldly scanned the crowd, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. This group actually took him for Chui Hao? But thinking about it, it's understandable. Although Chui Hao was famous throughout the world, very few had actually seen him. now that he had descended from the sky with overwhelming pressure. They naturally assumed he was the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. Xiao Mu, seeing Lu Xuantong's cold demeanor, felt anxious and cautiously approached, whispering, "Son-in-law, it's your wedding day. Why aren't you wearing the wedding attire?" She pointed at the white robe Lu Xuantong was wearing, hesitating to continue. It was quite inauspicious not to wear red on a wedding day and instead don a pure white robe. Lu Xuantong frowned, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. He had intended to directly take action and suppress this group of ants, but he saw Xiao Fu suddenly glare at Xiao Mu and sternly reprimand. "What do you know? You woman? What status does the son-in-law hold? Whatever he wears is the most noble symbol in the world." Xiao Mu was stunned by the rebuke, but quickly reacted, nodding with a forced smile, no longer daring to say another word. Indeed, Cui Hao was the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, destined to be the supreme power of the Xianxian continent. Even if he wore a piece of rag, it would still be an immense honor. Seeing Lu Xuantong's expression soften slightly, Xiao Fu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly bowed to lead the way. "Son-in-law, Zixi has been waiting in the bridal chamber for a long time. Please." For this golden turtle son-in-law, Xiao Fu dared not act like an elder. Lu Xuantong looked at Xiao Fu's excessively flattering demeanor and suddenly found it amusing. If he had such an understanding father-in-law in his past life, he wouldn't have suffered a breakup with his ex-girlfriend, enduring severe humiliation. He snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to the crowd, and headed straight towards the bridal chamber where Xiao Zixi was. As he walked through, the crowd parted like the tide, no one daring to obstruct him. This was the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, Lu Xuantong. Upon arriving at the bridal chamber, Chapter 34, Xiao Zixi's confession, pleading for mercy. She finally realized her mistake. Inside the bridal chamber, the red candles flickered. Xiao Zixi sat on the bed draped with embroidered mandarin duck blankets, her head covered by a red veil, her delicate fingers gently twisting the sleeve of her wedding dress, her heart racing like a drum. Cui Hao had arrived. She heard the noise outside clearly, the sounds of congratulations, all calling him Master Cui, and the deep, authoritative footsteps made her heart quiver. Finally, she had waited long enough. She bit her luscious lips, a hint of shyness blooming on her face. Creak. The door was pushed open, and the steady footsteps entered the bridal chamber. Xiao Zixi's body trembled slightly, her heartbeat quickening. She could feel the tall figure standing not far away, seemingly surveying the decoration of the bridal chamber. "Husband," she called softly, her voice sweet enough to drip honey. "Why aren't you coming over?" In the air, a very faint cold laugh was heard. Xiao Zixi was taken aback, vaguely feeling that this laughter was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had heard it. Perhaps it was because Cui Hao was taking over as sect master today, and he was in a good mood? She did not think much of it, and continued to say sweetly, "Husband, quickly lift the veil. From now on, I am your wife, for life, unwavering until death." She spoke these words sincerely, as if she were truly a girl deeply in love, making the most solemn vow to her beloved. However, standing before her, Lu Xuantong's eyes were icy cold. "For life, unwavering until death." He repeated her words in a low voice, the mockery at the corner of his mouth becoming more pronounced. How familiar those words were. Back then, she too had blushed, leaned against his chest, and said the same vows. But what was the result? She had colluded with Cui Hao behind his back, personally slicing open his chest, digging out the supreme bone, and throwing him into the demon suppression tower to let him fend for himself. She had even delivered a fatal blow. He would never forget the scar from the sword on his chest. Yet now, she could still say the same words to another man without changing her expression. How ironic it was at this moment. "Husband?" She tilted her head slightly, feigning a pout. "What are you laughing at? Do you not believe me?" As she spoke, she pretended to be aggrieved, pouting her lips. "I am not that kind of fickle woman who would play tricks behind your back. As long as you love me and pamper me, I will only have you in my heart for this lifetime." Before her words could finish, Lu Xuantong finally moved. He stepped forward, standing before Xiao Zixi, looking down at her. Even through the red veil, Xiao Zixi could feel the overwhelming pressure that was cold and heavy, as if a towering mountain was pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. Was this the power of the supreme bone? Truly terrifying. She felt both fear and joy in her heart, immediately extending her delicate hand, wanting to embrace the Cui Hao in front of her. However, in the next second, slap. Her hand was ruthlessly pushed away by a cold palm. Xiao Zixi was stunned. "Husband?" Her voice trembled slightly, sensing something was off. In the next moment, the red veil was violently lifted. The candlelight was blinding, and Xiao Zixi instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened them again, what came into view was a face she thought had long been buried in the depths of her memory. Lu Xuantong. In an instant, Xiao Zixi's body stiffened, her pupils sharply contracting as she stared at the young man's face. One she believed had been buried in hell, now vividly appearing before her. How could this be? He had clearly had his supreme bone dug out, and he had clearly been thrown into the demon suppression tower. How could he still be alive? At this moment, her mind went blank, filled only with fear. She staggered backward, her embroidered shoes tripping at the edge of the bed, and she fell onto the large red wedding blanket. Her phoenix crown askew, pearls and jade scattered. That meticulously decorated face now only bore a pallid expression. Why you can't possibly be alive? Her voice trembled, almost shouting in question. Aren't you already dead? A ghost. You must be a ghost. Stay away from me. Xuantong stood in the shadows of the candlelight, his dark robe billowing without wind, slowly raising his gaze, his eyes filled with icy mockery. How much do you wish for my death? Then, he took a step forward, the candlelight illuminating his devilishly handsome face, the corners of his lips curling into a cruel arc. I want to live just as much. Regrettably, I have won. Xiao trembled all over, her mind racing with thoughts of countermeasures. No, there was still a chance. Cui Hao, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, Cui Hao. She suddenly raised her head, forcing herself to muster her last bit of courage, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Why you can't touch me? Cui Hao won't let you go. He is now the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, the supreme being of this Xianxian continent. If you dare to harm a single hair on me, he will make you wish you were dead. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, as if grasping at the last straw of hope. However, Xuantong merely chuckled lightly, leisurely taking something from his sleeve and tossing it in front of her. A bloodstained sect master token rolled onto the ground, clearly engraved with the words Heavenly Sword. Xiao Zishi's breath suddenly halted. You mean him? Xuantong leaned down, his cold fingers gripping her chin, forcing her to look up. He is dead. Now, he is waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Don't worry, you two are so in love. I will soon send you to accompany him. Xiao Zishi was so frightened that her mind became chaotic, and her face gradually twisted. No, impossible. Cui Hao possessed the supreme bone, and was the #1 genius of the world. How could he possibly die at Lu Xuantong's hands? She stared fiercely at the token on the ground, her mind a complete roar. It's fake. It must be fake. Yet, she had not seen Cui Hao's figure. If she were in danger, he would definitely appear in time. But since the wedding began, Cui Hao had vanished as if he had evaporated from the world. Perhaps he really was dead, killed by Lu Xuantong. Thinking of this, she finally broke down. She collapsed to the ground, her wedding dress in disarray. Her makeup blurred by tears, and no longer showed even a hint of pride. She was wrong. Terribly wrong. That boy she had once regarded as worthless had now grown to such a level. Even after having his supreme bone dug out, he could still rise. He was the true son of destiny in this world, and she had pushed such an unparalleled genius into the abyss. Despair surged like a tide. Bang! Xiao Zishi suddenly knelt on the ground, her forehead heavily knocking against the cold floor, crying and pleading. Xuantong, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Back then, I was bewitched. I didn't recognize the good. I beg you, for the sake of our past, spare my life. From now on, I will never betray you again. I can warm your bed, give you everything you want. Everything on me is yours. Just ask, and I will give. Please, I beg you to spare me. She trembled as she reached out, wanting to grasp Lu Xuantong's hem, but he coldly avoided her. Lu Xuantong lowered his gaze, looking at this woman who once stood high above, now crawling at his feet like a dog, feeling not a shred of pleasure in his heart, only endless sarcasm. It was too late. From the moment she dug out his supreme bone, today's outcome was destined. He slowly raised his hand, blood-colored thunder gathering in his palm. Xiao Zishi, your repentance. Save it for hell. Chapter 35, Judgment and Verdict. Xiao Zishi's crimes were innumerable. Lu Xuantong's palm thunder surged, blood-red lightning coiling like dragons and snakes, illuminating his godlike and devilish face. In his deep-set eyes, killing intent was as cold as 10,000 years of ice, chilling to the bone. Xiao Zishi trembled all over, the fear of death flooding her heart like a tide. She was unwilling. She was the eldest miss of the Xiao family, a woman who would stand at the pinnacle of the Xianxian continent. She still had endless glory and wealth yet to enjoy, and supreme power yet to grasp. How could she die at the hands of a waste she once trampled on? No, she absolutely could not die. A trace of malice flashed in her eyes, which then transformed into a pitiful weakness. She suddenly tore her wedding dress, revealing her snow-white shoulders and partially exposed bosom, her skin as smooth as sheep-fat jade, glistening enticingly in the candlelight. Then her body softened, pressing against Lu Xuantong. Her red lips slightly parted, breathing softly. Xuantong, we haven't dual cultivated for a long time. Why not give it a try? That voice was soft and bone-melting, her fingertips lightly tracing his chest, her alluring eyes seeming to bewitch the soul. I promise to satisfy you. To save her life, she could do anything. Lu Xuantong paused, his brows furrowing, and surprisingly closed his eyes, as if he could not bear to look. Xuantong, I know you still like me, right? Let us start over, okay? I can, however. Before she could finish her words, her throat suddenly tightened. Xuantong suddenly opened his eyes, gripping her neck with one hand, lifting her whole body up. His gaze was no longer cold, but filled with naked disgust, as if looking at a filthy, poisonous snake. You're still this way, he sneered, his voice low and sarcastic, truly nauseating. Xiao Zishi's feet left the ground, her breath being strangled, her face turning red, and true fear finally appeared in her eyes. She struggled, but couldn't utter a single word, only making choking sounds. Just then, bang, the door was violently pushed open, and Zhao's father, with a beaming smile, rushed in. Son-in-law, did Zishi not serve you well? Don't be angry, I'll teach her a lesson right away. He initially thought his daughter had upset Cui Hao, causing a ruckus, but when he saw the scene in the room, he was struck by lightning, instantly freezing in place. What is going on? This isn't Cui Hao at all. No matter how arrogant Cui Hao was, he would never treat the Xiao family like this. His face changed drastically, anger rushing to his head as he shouted, You are not the head of the Cui family. Who is this wild brat, daring to act recklessly in my Xiao residence? The current Xiao family was no longer what it used to be. Even the current emperor had to give them some face. Yet this unknown guy dared to humiliate the eldest miss of the Xiao family like this? What is he? Can he compare to a single finger of Cui Hao? Hearing this, Xuantong's mouth gradually curled into a cold smile, his deep voice piercing Zhao's father's ears like ice. My name is Xuantong. Zhao's father was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, a look of contempt appearing in his eyes. Huh, I remember now, Zishi mentioned you before. He looked Xuantong up and down, as if viewing an insignificant ant, mocking, You are that kept boy, always following Zishi around. If it weren't for my daughter pitying you, you wouldn't even have the right to see her. The more Zhao's father spoke, the more energized he became, his pride growing stronger, completely unaware of Xiao Zishi's frantic eye signals and terrified shaking of her head. Back then, you stole the pills from the alchemy pavilion, and if it weren't for Zishi's soft-hearted plea for you, you would have long been stripped of your cultivation and turned to ashes. He snorted coldly and continued to scold. I didn't expect you to dare to repay kindness with enmity today. Xuantong, you really are a wolf-hearted doglong. It's all my daughter's fault for being blind back then, falling for a waste like you. Fortunately, the head of the Cui family has a broad mind, treating her as before, cherishing her like a treasure. Xuantong frowned, his eyes filled with cold light, questioning word by word. She truly explained my death back then like this? Zhao's father stood tall, nodding firmly. Is there any doubt? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zishi's heart completely collapsed, and she closed her eyes in despair. It's over, it's all over. Almost in an instant, a violent energy erupted from Xuantong's body, exploding like raging seas. Boom. Zhao's father had no chance to react. His whole body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing through the wall, blood spurting from his mouth, and his ribs broken. Meanwhile, Xiao Zishi, who was in Xuantong's grip, was kicked away violently, her delicate body smashing against the carved wooden pillar of the bridal chamber, the sound of bones breaking clearly audible. She curled up on the ground in pain, blood trickling from her mouth, her eyes filled with despair and fear. Xiao Zishi, Xuantong slowly stepped forward, his voice echoing from the depths of hell. You truly are not worth mourning. He had thought this woman would at least retain a shred of shame, but did not expect her to throw away even this bit of dignity. Distorting the truth, stirring up trouble, turning the tables, backstabbing. Her crimes were simply innumerable. If he did not kill her today, Xuantong would find it hard to eat and sleep peacefully. Just as his killing intent was boiling, Zhao's mother rushed in upon hearing the news, and at a glance saw her husband and daughter gravely injured and bleeding. Her eyes nearly splitting with rage as she pointed at Xuantong and cursed, Damn it! Who is this dog who dares to act wildly in my Xiao residence? Her face was twisted, her eyes filled with malice and venom. She shouted sharply, I've seen through you. You are not the head of the Cui family. He is a big shot of the Tianjin sect. How could he be as crude and rude as you? You little beast. I advise you to kneel down and bow 3 times. Otherwise, today's matter, my Xiao family swears not to let it go. She cursed endlessly, wishing she could skin Xuantong alive and turn him to ashes. Xiao Zishi watched as her parents took turns humiliating Xuantong, her heart completely filled with despair. She originally had a glimmer of hope to survive, but now it seems like her entire clan will be wiped out. When Zhao's mother saw Xuantong silent, she thought he was scared, and immediately became even more arrogant, shouting, You dog! Why aren't you kneeling and begging for mercy? If you wait for my son-in-law to arrive, you won't even have the chance to plead for mercy. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xuantong lightly squeezed his fingers. With a bang, Zhao's mother's head instantly exploded. Chapter 36. Xiao Zishi, I will annihilate your entire clan to relieve my hatred. Blood mixed with brain matter splattered everywhere, and the headless corpse swayed twice before crashing to the ground. The entire Xiao residence fell into a dead silence. Zhao's father collapsed to the ground, his pupils violently contracting, making choking sounds in his throat as if he had witnessed the most terrifying sight in the world. Meanwhile, Xiao Zishi completely slumped, her eyes filled with endless fear. It was over. Everything was over. As Zhao's father watched his wife's head explode before his eyes, blood splattered all over his face. He trembled violently, his eyes turning blood red as he completely lost his sanity. You little beast. I want you to die without a burial place. He roared hysterically, unleashing the power of a grand master, his true energy surging, and his robes billowing like a storm. The head of the Xiao family looked like a madman at this moment, disregarding the gap in strength, and crazily lunged at Lu Xuantong. Father, no! Xiao Zishi screamed in terror. She understood Lu Xuantong's strength too well. Even Cui Hao, who bore the supreme bone, had died at his hands. Her father's charge was like an egg hitting a stone. However, it was already too late. Lu Xuantong merely cast a cold glance at Zhao's father. Just a single look. A destructive killing intent crushed down, and Zhao's father's body suddenly froze in midair, his face contorted in a grimace that became frozen. In the next second, his skin began to crack, blood vessels bursting one by one, and he looked like a balloon being stretched to its limit. Boom! Blood mist filled the air, and chunks of flesh flew everywhere. Xiao Zishi stared blankly at this scene, her face splattered with her father's blood and flesh. Her legs went weak, and she knelt on the ground, letting out a wailing sound from her throat. Suddenly, she laughed maniacally, her laughter filled with endless despair and twisted pleasure. She swayed as she stood up, pointing at Lu Xuantong, her eyes flashing with madness. How does it feel to kill your loved ones? Isn't it refreshing? I understand this feeling so well, so I want you to taste the same. Lu Xuantong's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. What do you mean? Xiao Zishi laughed wildly, as if going mad. Do you think this is over? The Emperor of Dakian has already found your parents' whereabouts. They are currently imprisoned in the palace dungeon, and they will be executed at noon today. She continued hysterically. All right. You probably don't know, do you? You have a younger sister, Lu Yao, a wonderful girl who is now the saintess of the Xia sect. What a pity. At such a young age, she will die because of you. This sentence struck Lu Xuantong like a thunderbolt. His figure swayed, and his face instantly turned pale. A sister? When did he have a sister? Memories flooded back. When he left home years ago, his mother was indeed pregnant. Could it be? Seeing Lu Xuantong's shaken expression, Xiao Zishi laughed even more madly. How is it? Are you feeling my pain now? Your parents, your sister, everyone you care about will pay the price for what you did today. Lu Xuantong felt as if the world was spinning around him. He had worked hard to cultivate for so many years just to protect his family one day. But now, if his parents truly died because of him, if that sister he had never met encountered misfortune, his heart would surely collapse. Xiao Zishi watched Lu Xuantong's soul leave his body. A twisted pleasure surged from her heart. A sickly flush appeared on her pale face, and her mouth twisted into an exaggerated arc, completely immersed in the pleasure of revenge. Ha ha, Lu Xuantong, your expression right now is truly wonderful. She laughed madly, her voice sharp and piercing. This feeling of powerlessness is so delightful, isn't it? Xiao Zishi staggered to her feet, her wedding dress already soaked in blood, yet she was oblivious. At this moment, she looked like a demon crawling out of hell, her eyes shining with madness. I admit I regret it, but so what? Is there any medicine for regret in this world? Since I have done it, I must pay the price, but she suddenly revealed a strange smile. The one who will pay the price is not just me. Xiao Zishi looked up at the gradually darkening sky, shouting madly. There is only half an incense stick left until noon. Your parents, and that lovely sister of yours. Their heads will soon be chopped off and sent to me as a congratulatory gift. The journey from Qingzhou to the capital is over 1,000 miles. Even if you are a terrestrial immortal, invincible in the world, it is impossible to reach the capital within half an incense stick. They are doomed. She screamed hysterically. Lu Xuantong, your family is doomed. As she laughed madly, Lu Xuantong slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were they? In his pitch-black pupils. It seemed as if thousands of thunderbolts were roaring, the overwhelming killing intent almost materializing. The temperature in the entire Xiao residence suddenly dropped, and the air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. Are you done speaking? Lu Xuantong's voice was cold, halting Xiao Zishi's laughter abruptly. She looked on in terror as Lu Xuantong's body began to slowly rise into the air, surrounded by terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power. Is he going to spare me? Just as a glimmer of hope rose in Xiao Zishi's heart, she was instantly terrified by the scene before her. In the sky above, Lu Xuantong's figure grew taller and taller. Dark clouds gathered above his head, forming a massive vortex. Purple lightning rolled within the clouds, producing deafening roars. The citizens of Qingzhou City looked up in fear, witnessing a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Xiao Zishi, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Today, I will annihilate your entire clan to relieve my hatred. As his voice fell, he raised his right hand high. In an instant, thousands of thunderbolts converged into a gigantic hand that obscured the sky, the patterns on the palm clear and visible, each line of the palm composed of destructive lightning. The holy level technique, Heavenly Thunder Destruction Palm. With this roar, the thunderous giant hand came crashing down. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Xiao Zishi looked up in despair, watching the hand of destruction approach closer and closer. Her pupils reflected the blinding lightning, her face frozen in terror. Boom! With a deafening sound, the entire Xiao residence was instantly turned to ashes. The dazzling white light consumed everything, and the violent thunder carved a deep pit dozens of feet deep into the ground. The shockwave swept across a 100-mile radius, destroying all buildings and trees. When the dust settled, the once glorious Xiao residence had vanished without a trace, leaving only a massive charred palm print deeply imprinted on the earth. Lu Xuantong stood high in the air, took one last look at the ruins, and turned into a streak of light, rushing towards the capital. Father, mother, and sister. You must wait for me. Ding. The host has triggered the sign-in task. Dakian Imperial Palace. Task reward. Reforge the Nirvana Supreme Bone. The thrilling plot continues, even more exhilarating ahead, along with the Heavenly Realm's refreshing stories. I hope everyone reads daily. If the first show goes well, I will unleash an Invincible update. Please, everyone, push for updates. 5-star reviews. Chapter 37. Today, I will bloodily wash the dynasty for 30,000 miles. Xixia Sect, Saintus Peak. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, a cave dwelling made entirely of 10,000-year-old ice stands quietly. The cave is filled with a chilling atmosphere, and on a 1,000-year ice bed sits a stunning young girl, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly, and fine cold sweat seeped from her forehead. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted. The entire cave trembled violently, ice crystals falling like raindrops, and the ground cracked with spiderweb-like patterns. The girl suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze seeming to flow with stars, and spiritual power surged around her like a tide. It worked. Lu Yao's red lips parted lightly, her voice like a clear spring striking a stone, feeling the surging power within her, unable to hide her joy. After 15 years of hard training, I have finally broken through to the respectful realm today. Since the age of 5, she had awakened her supreme physique under her parents' careful guidance, practicing day and night. Later, she joined the Xixia sect, where she swept through her peers with her astonishing talent, ultimately reaching the position of Saintess. Now, at just 20 years of age, she had already broken through the respectful realm, making her the youngest respectful in the Zhangxian continent. Just as she was filled with joy, a light sigh suddenly echoed in the void. Yaoer, do not be complacent. A fiery red figure appeared out of nowhere. It was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, dressed in a red gown that seemed to burn like flames, her jade feet lightly tapping the void, each step creating ripples. Her features were picturesque yet exuded an unapproachable majesty, and her slightly pursed lips carried an air of disdain for the world. When I was at my peak, I encountered too many extraordinary talents. Those true prodigies, at your age, had already reached the heavens and the earth. The woman's gaze turned, looking at Lu Yao with a smile that was not quite a smile. If they want to kill you, it's just a matter of a glance. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's pretty face turned pale, and she quickly stood up, respectfully bowing. Master's teachings are correct. I understand my mistakes. The woman was named Xianxian, a mysterious and powerful name that carried too many unknown pasts. She was once a renowned top expert from the upper realm, but as her lifespan approached its end, and to avoid certain unspeakable existences in the heavenly realm, she had to abandon her physical body and seal her soul within a purple gold bell. This bell had unknowingly experienced countless years and had ended up in the lower realm, eventually coming into Lu Yao's hands. When Lu Yao first touched the purple gold bell, the power of her bloodline unexpectedly awakened the sleeping Xia Qingxian after 10,000 years. The moment Xia Qingxian's soul awakened, she sensed the special power flowing within Lu Yao. She vaguely realized that this might be the cause and effect in the dark. At that time, Lu Yao was merely a girl who had just begun her cultivation. When she saw Xia Qingxian manifesting from the bell, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The phenomena of heaven and earth triggered by her every movement, the gaze that looked down upon all beings, all showcased the terrifying strength of this predecessor. Lu Yao immediately knelt down, her eyes sparkling with determination, and said earnestly. Xia Qingxian gazed at this stubborn girl and suddenly smiled. She saw the persistence in Lu Yao's eyes, the unwillingness. and the innate backbone that resembled her own self from years ago. Good. She nodded gently and said slowly, from today on, you shall be my only disciple in the lower realm. Thus, the master and disciple began their long journey of cultivation. Xia Qingxian imparted all her knowledge and carefully selected a holy level technique, the 9 turns mysterious heaven technique, which perfectly matched Lu Yao's special physique. When Lu Yao first operated the technique, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth wildly gathered, directly helping her break through to the supreme realm. Of course, do not underestimate yourself. Xia Qingxian looked at her beloved disciple with satisfaction and said, with your talent and my guidance, dominating the lower realm is just around the corner. Even those so-called talents in the heavenly realm may not be your opponents. Lu Yao deeply bowed. Thank you for your cultivation, master. I will not disappoint your expectations. At this moment, her confidence soared to unprecedented heights. With her master's guidance, she felt she had enough confidence to challenge the person from the Tianjian sect who was said to be the strongest under the land gods. It had been 20 years since her brother bore the burden of blame. It was time to clear it. Lu Yao took a deep breath. Her jade hand waved lightly, and the cave's restrictions broke in response. She stepped out, her white clothes like snow, her black hair flying. The pressure of the respectful realm was released without reservation, causing the entire Saintess Peak to tremble slightly. Lu Yao's gaze turned toward the direction of the Tianjian sect. Shao Zishi, Cui Hao, what you owe my brother? It's time to repay. Just as she was about to set off, a female disciple dressed in Xixia sect attire rushed over in a panic, holding a pitch-black wooden box. She respectfully knelt on one knee, raising the box high. Just now, an old man claiming to be the national teacher of the Daiqian dynasty ordered me to deliver this to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao frowned slightly. The Qian dynasty's national teacher? For the past 20 years, the Daiqian emperor has been sending troops to hunt them down. Her parents had to hide their identities to avoid implicating her, visiting her carefully and never daring to disturb her cultivation. Why would they suddenly? What else did he say? Lu Yao asked in a deep voice. The female disciple shook her head. He only said that the saintess must open it herself to know. An ominous premonition surged in Lu Yao's heart as she took a deep breath and accepted the wooden box. The moment her fingertips touched the lid, a bone-chilling cold spread throughout her body. With a click, the lid slowly opened. A heavy smell of blood rushed out. Lu Yao's pupils suddenly constricted, and she froze in place as if struck by lightning. Inside the box lay a bloody arm, the severed end mangled, the blood not yet fully congealed, a horrifying sight. What is this? Lu Yao trembled violently, her vision blurring in an instant. A familiar scar was on that arm, the mark left by her father when he was injured by pursuers while protecting her. She shakily picked up the note in the box, which had only one line written in blood. At noon today, the Lu couple will be executed. Do you dare come? A tear dropped onto the note, spreading the bloodstains. In an instant, Lu Yao's spiritual power erupted uncontrollably, the pressure of the respectful realm exploding, causing the entire Saintess Peak to tremble violently, rocks crumbling. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the sky. Lu Yao's eyes turned red, her hair dancing wildly, and her spiritual power transformed into a tangible killing intent. Seeing this, Xia Qingxian hurriedly shouted, Yaoer, calm down. This is clearly a trap. A trap? Lu Yao let out a miserable laugh. Tears mixed with blood sliding down the corners of her eyes. Even if it means walking through mountains of knives and seas of fire, I must go. Those are my biological parents. How could she possibly stand by and do nothing? If she turned a blind eye, what was the point of her cultivation? Immediately, Lu Yao grabbed her sword. The moment the blade was unsheathed, the cold light reflected her resolute face. Master, forgive me for acting on my own. Lu Yao spoke word by word, her expression icy. Today, I will surely wash the imperial city in blood. Chapter 38. The Lu couple. Execution at noon. My dear, do you have any regrets? In the Daiqian dynasty, at the peak of the purple forbidden city, above the 9-tiered palaces, the black gold dragon robe fluttered. And Emperor Zhao Tian stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the vast mountains and rivers. He had ruled for 30 years, using an iron-fisted approach to suppress all sides, expanding the territory of Daiqian by more than 3 times, causing all nations to bow down and the immortal sects to retreat. However, this was ultimately a world of cultivation. No matter how powerful the imperial authority, it still had to bow to the path of immortality. Therefore, to please the future #1 sect master and secure his position as the emperor of the dynasty, he must behead the Lu family and present their heads as a wedding gift to Shao Zishi. A few days ago, he had just captured the Lu couple, leaving only one fish that slipped through the net, Lu Yao. She was also Lu Xuantong's sister, the saintess of Xixia sect, with extraordinary talent. Such a terrifying prodigy could not be allowed to continue growing. Thus, he used the Lu couple as bait, waiting for Lu Yao to take the hook. and then he could catch them all in one net. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As long as the Lu family was wiped out and their heads presented to the Tianjin sect's master, the Daqian dynasty could prosper for 1,000 years. This move was truly brilliant. The parents of Lu Xuantong had already been imprisoned in a death cell, to be executed at noon. Emperor Zhao Tian slowly spoke, his voice like the clash of gold and iron. And as for his sister, the saintess of Xixia sect, no matter how high her talent, she too must die today. Behind him, a towering figure stood like a mountain. General Qin Wulu, the great general of the state, is at the late stage of the venerable realm, the #1 killing god of the great Qian. Your Majesty, rest assured. Qin Wulu grinned, his smile as chilling as a demon. With 30,000 elite practitioners of the transformation realm, 800 masters, and 36 grandmasters already laying out a heavenly net. Emperor Zhou nodded slightly, his gaze deep as an abyss. The two stepped out of the grand hall, standing before the white jade steps. In an instant, the murderous intent soared into the sky. Outside the forbidden city, a dark army spread like a tide, clad in iron armor, with long spears like a forest. Practitioners of the transformation realm formed ranks in front. Masters hovered in the air, and the grandmasters exuded an aura as deep as the sea, suppressing all directions. Long live your Majesty. The great Qian endures forever. Qin Wulu roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Long live your Majesty. The great Qian endures forever. Tens of thousands of practitioners roared in unison, their voices like thunder, shaking the clouds apart and trembling the earth. The murderous intent surged like a tidal wave, transforming into a blood-red aura that enveloped the entire imperial city. Emperor Zhou slowly raised his hand. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Today, I will eradicate the Lu family. Tens of thousands of practitioners roared in unison, responding to the emperor's command. Annihilate the Lu family. Leave no survivors. Emperor Zhou stood on the high platform, overlooking this iron-blooded army that shook the world. A sinister smile curving at the corners of his mouth. This is true imperial power. He then slowly raised his hand, his voice as cold as icy hell. Bring them up. In the depths of the dungeon, the stench of blood filled the air. You too. It's time to set off. He grinned wickedly, tearing off the chains, dragging the battered Lu couple out. The two were taken to the Zijing city to meet the emperor. Li Xiongyu, once a gentle and virtuous woman, was now in tattered clothes, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, yet she stood tall, her eyes burning with unyielding anger. Lu Jin, at this moment, had his right arm severed at the root, the wound grotesque, his face as pale as paper, but his eyes were like a wounded beast, staring fiercely at Qin Wulu, determined to devour him alive. Kneel. Qin Wulu shouted angrily, his pressure like a mountain. However, the couple remained straight-backed, unmoving. Lu Jin coughed up a mouthful of blood, defiantly saying, Dog Emperor, do you think that by siding with Cui Hao, you can rest easy? You will face divine retribution sooner or later. He knew very well why Emperor Zhou had captured them. Hearing this, Emperor Zhou sneered, slowly walking down from the high platform, looking down at the couple like a pair of prisoners. A country bumpkin dares to speak of the world's affairs? His eyes were filled with mockery, as if he were looking at two dying ants struggling. Do you know what the Supreme Bone means? How heavy is the weight of the sword sect's leader? Oh, of course, you do not know. He suddenly leaned down, getting close to Lu Jin's ear. After all, your son is already dead. This sentence pierced Lu Jin's heart like a sharp knife. His son was his only taboo. Touching it would mean death. Beast. Lu Jin's eyes were about to split, struggling violently, the veins in his remaining left arm bulging, wishing to tear Emperor Zhou into pieces. But in the next moment, Qin Wulu kicked him on the knee. The sound of bone shattering was clearly audible. Thud. Lu Jin knelt heavily on the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but his gaze was colder than a blade. Emperor Zhou smiled in satisfaction. Don't worry soon. Your family of 3 will reunite on the road to the underworld. He turned around, waving his sleeve, his voice cold and merciless. It is noon. Execute. In an instant, dark clouds surged, as if even the heavens were mourning. At the execution ground, the cold wind wailed. Lu Jin and Li Xiongyu were shackled, kneeling before the guillotine, surrounded by the dark imperial guards, the blades cold and the murderous intent palpable. Yet there was no trace of fear in their eyes. The couple exchanged a smile, their gazes filled with tenderness and determination. My dear, do you have any regrets? Lu Jin's mouth bled, yet he still managed to squeeze out a smile. Regrets? 40 years ago, they found the barely alive infant in the snowstorm of the wilderness, named him Xuantong, and treated him as their own. But who would have thought that this act of kindness would bring about such a calamity? If they had not adopted him back then, perhaps their family of 3 could still live peacefully, enjoying family happiness, without the turmoil, without being separated. Li Xiongyu gently shook her head, her blood-stained hair blown by the wind, her eyes like water, gentle yet firm. No regrets in death. These 4 words were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. No regrets. Even if given another chance, she would still unhesitatingly embrace the child, give him a home, and protect him to grow up. Hearing this, Lu Jin laughed heartily. His laughter desolate, yet heroic. Good. Good for having no regrets in death. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his eyes burned with fierce fire. It's just a pity that I couldn't take revenge for Xuantong myself. I couldn't see those beasts pay blood for blood. Li Qiongyu gently held his hand, whispering, Yao Yao will do it. Mentioning their daughter, a hint of pride appeared in Lu Jin's eyes. Lu Yao, the saintess of the Xianxia sect, with unparalleled talent, became the saintess at the age of 18, with limitless prospects. Yes, Yao Yao will accomplish all of this for us. Lu Jin raised his head, looking at Emperor Zhou on the high platform, a mocking cold smile on his lips. Dog Emperor, do you think that killing us will allow you to rest easy? You are mistaken. Our deaths will only make Yao Yao's sword sharper. Li Qiongyu also looked up, her gaze like a torch, fearless. Go ahead. Only when we are dead can Yao Yao take revenge without reservations. Only then can this world pay blood for blood. They had long harbored the intention of death. Only by dying could Lu Yao completely sever her ties, allowing her to embark on the path of revenge without distraction. Emperor Zhou was enraged by their gaze, waving his sleeve sharply, shouting, kill. Chapter 39, Lu Xuantong's fiancé comes to annul the engagement. 30 years. Today's Lu family's courtyard is particularly lively. The courtyard is surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, grouped in 3s and 5s, whispering, occasionally bursting into laughter, clearly enjoying the spectacle. TSK. When the second elder Lu Yunting's son awakened the supreme bone, the Lu family rushed to propose marriage, almost wanting to send their daughter over on the spot. Now look at this. Who would have thought that a dignified supreme bone would turn out to be a useless waste? The eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Xianxia, is a well-known beauty in the celestial realm, and her talent is not bad either. It really is a pity to match her with such a waste. Hehe. I heard that Lu Xuantong's supreme bone is just for show, unable to defeat even an ordinary genius. It's simply the greatest joke in the celestial realm. Lu Xuantong is merely good-looking but unimportant, unable to hold on to a free wife. Letting her go, truly a disgrace to the Lu family. The crowd discussed animatedly, their tones filled with schadenfreude. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the main hall of the courtyard was so heavy it was almost suffocating. 6 people sat on either side of the hall. Lu Yunting sat in the main seat with a dark expression. Beside him was his wife Lin Yuru, with a complex expression, and Lu Xuantong, who kept his head bowed. Opposite them were Lu Yin, the head of the Lu family, his wife Zhao, and the protagonist of today's farce, Lu Qingxue. The young girl wore white clothes, her appearance strikingly beautiful, her brows and eyes like paintings, but at this moment, her beautiful eyes held a hint of impatience and disgust. Lu brother, it was you who proposed the marriage back then. After a long silence, Lu Yunting finally spoke, his voice low and terrifying. Is it too unethical to backtrack now? Back when Lu Xuantong awakened the supreme bone, he was renowned in the eastern state, with unmatched glory. How many noble families broke down their doors to propose marriage? The two were like brothers in their youth, helping each other. And it wasn't a bad idea to take their relationship a step further, saying that the 2 children were a match made in heaven. Thus they agreed happily. Now look at this. Coming to annul the engagement, my face is completely lost. Sigh, brother Lu, this matter is indeed my fault. Lu Yin pretended to sigh, displaying a troubled expression. But after thinking it over, the young girl felt that her mediocre talent was truly unworthy of a peerless genius like the young master. As she said this, her gaze subtly flickered toward the silent Lu Xuantong, a hint of sarcasm flashing in her eyes. A peerless genius? Huh. Although this boy has awakened the supreme bone and possesses decent strength, he is far from being a peerless genius. Instead, he is quite ordinary and lacks virtue to match his status. You. Lu Yunting suddenly stood up, his aura surging, clearly enraged. Anyone could tell what his words implied. He was clearly looking down on Lu Xuantong, mocking the supreme bone as if it were just a stray dog. However, in the next moment, a soft hand pressed down on him. Yunting. Nan Yuezi gently shook her head, her eyes filled with bitterness. The truth was undeniable. What use was there in arguing further? She also hated herself. If that incident hadn't happened back then, they wouldn't have ended up in such a situation today. Seeing the Lu couple silent, Lu Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of pride as he continued. Brother Lu, why should our old grievances involve the younger generation? Qing Snow is still young. There is a long road ahead. Saying this, he glanced at his daughter and gave her a knowing look. Lu Qing Snow understood and finally spoke. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lin. The girl's voice was cold, tinged with a hint of distance. This matter had nothing to do with her parents. It was her own decision. She raised her eyes and looked directly at Lu Xuantong, her red lips parting slightly. Though I, Lu Qing Snow, am not a heavenly beauty, I am clear about love and hate. There is no affection between us. Even if we were to marry, it would be a torment. Why cling to this? As long as you agree to annul the engagement, my Lu family can promise you one condition. The once bustling Lu family residence fell silent. All eyes focused on the slender figure standing in the hall. Lu Xuantong's face turned pale as snow, her delicate fingers tightly gripping her clothing. She had never expected to face such an embarrassing situation today. Looking at the domineering Lu Qingsno before her, a sense of absurdity surged within her. Marry her? It was simply a huge joke. What use would it be to marry her, only to stare blankly on the wedding night? She forced a bitter smile, a hint of self-mockery flashing in her eyes. This farce had nothing to do with love. It was purely the Lu family's opportunistic disgrace. If she were truly as talented as the rumors claimed, the Lu family would surely be eager to marry her off immediately. How could they? Lu Xuantong suddenly raised her head, anger boiling in her eyes. How ridiculous! Lu Xuantong shouted sharply, pointing a finger directly at Lu Qingsno's nose. Isn't it true that your Lu family looks down on me because of my insufficient cultivation and wants to ascend to greater heights? Why speak so loftily? The crowd outside the hall erupted in an uproar. Someone whispered, "This waste actually has some backbone." Lu Qingsno's pretty face instantly flushed red. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never endured such humiliation. Her parents' earlier admonitions had long been thrown to the wind. She must maintain a low profile and avoid conflict with this waste. But so what? She let out a cold laugh, her skirt swaying without wind. With you, this waste, you dare to talk about marriage? You refuse to step down from your high horse and insist on humiliating yourself. As her words fell, a brilliant aura suddenly erupted around her. The pressure of the divine light realm surged like a tide, catching Lu Xuantong off guard and forcing her to stagger back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Qingsno. Lu Yin feigned a scolding tone, but his eyes were filled with pride. Lu Yunting and his wife's expressions changed drastically. They never expected that Lu Qingsno, so young, had already broken through to the divine light realm. No wonder the Lu family dared to be so arrogant. Now do you see the gap? Lu Qingsno looked down condescendingly at the fallen Lu Xuantong, her tone disdainful. My husband must be at least a top 10 genius on the heavenly rankings. And you? She deliberately elongated her tone, provoking laughter from those outside the courtyard. Not even worthy to carry my shoes. With these words, the two families completely tore apart their facade. At this point, there was no need for pretense. The reason for annulling the engagement today was simply that Lu Xuantong was unworthy, too wasteful. What supreme bone? It's all fake. Not even able to defeat Lu Qingsno. How can one claim to be a genius? It's a joke. Seeing this, Lu Yunting immediately became furious. Lu Yin, what do you mean by this? Do you really want to annul the engagement today? Chapter 40, Dog Emperor. If you dare to kill my parents, I will cut off your dynasty's luck for 10,000 years. Today's Lu family residence was destined to become the laughingstock of the entire heavenly realm. Lu Yunting sat at the main seat, his once spirited face now clouded with gloom. 20 years ago, when Lu Xuantong was born, the astonishing phenomenon shook the entire heavenly realm. At that time, the Lu family was in its prime, with various powers rushing to offer congratulations. Even celestial beings personally delivering gifts. But now, this is the last time I will call you Brother Lu. Lu Yin stood with his hands behind his back, a faint expression of regret on his face as he calmly said, I hope you know your place. This sentence was like a dull knife, stabbing deeply into Lu Yunting's heart. He stared at this once jovial friend, the fire of anger in his eyes nearly drowning out his rationality. My daughter must not fall into the fire pit. Lu Yin continued, his tone gradually turning cold. Let's make a condition. This marriage must be annulled. Instantly, a heavy atmosphere filled the air. Lu Qingsno stood beside her father, looking down condescendingly at the pale-faced Lu Xuantong, her beautiful eyes filled with unabashed disdain and disgust. Lu Xuantong lowered her head. At this moment, she missed the brother she had never met more than ever. If the real Lu Xuantong were here, how could her parents suffer such humiliation? Get lost. Lu Yunting suddenly shouted, his pressure erupting violently, shattering all the furniture in the hall. Lu Yan's expression changed drastically, his spiritual power surging. Lu Yunting, if we don't clarify things today, I will not leave. Just as both sides were at a standoff, Lu Qingsno suddenly laughed lightly. How about this? I will give you another chance. She looked at the pitiful Lu Xuantong, her eyes filled with contempt. At this moment, all eyes were on this heavenly beauty. 3 months from now, you and I will have a duel. Lu Qingsno looked down at Lu Xuantong as if observing an ant, slowly saying, if I win, you will obediently annul the engagement. If you win, I will agree to marry. Lu Xuantong suddenly raised her head, a hint of despair flashing in her eyes. 3 months? Even if she were given 3 years, with this body's talent, it would be impossible to defeat Lu Qingsno, who had already stepped into the divine light realm, because she was not the real Lu Xuantong. All right, I agree. A gentle yet firm voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned in shock to see Nan Yuezi, who had remained silent, slowly standing up, her gentle face bearing an undeniable determination. "Mother!" Lu Xuantong exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yin was first taken aback, then his eyes flashed with wild joy. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly, as long as there was a contest. This trouble could be resolved. With King Snow's strength, crushing this waste would be as easy as pie. Ha ha, good. Madame Lu is indeed straightforward. Lu Yin laughed heartily, cupping his hands, fearing the Lu family would backtrack, and quickly said, "Then see you at the Tianwu platform in 3 months." Lu Qingsnow's red lips curved slightly, and before leaving, she did not forget to throw a mocking glance, as if saying, "With a waist like you, how dare you compete with me?" Once the Lu family members left triumphantly, the hall fell into a deathly silence. "Why?" Lu Yunting suddenly turned, his eyes red as he glared at his wife. Speaking in a deep voice, "You know Xuantong cannot defeat Lu Qingsnow, yet you agreed? I want to infuriate him, to make him unhappy. The reason he has been reluctant to agree to annul the engagement is to go down with the Lu family. Since Lu Yin dared to publicly humiliate the Lu family, then no one should expect to have it easy." But he never expected that his wife Nan Yuezi would directly agree. Such foolishness. Lu Yunting trembled with anger. Xuantong is only at the heavenly fire realm. How could he possibly be a match for the divine light realm Lu Qingsnow in 3 months? Isn't that sending Xuantong to her death? Nan Yuezi remained calm, gently holding her husband's trembling hand. 3 months, that's enough. Enough for what? Lu Yunting suddenly shook off his wife's hand, his voice trembling. "Tell me, how can Xuantong defeat a higher level in 3 months? Just based on his mediocre Tianhua realm cultivation?" He was almost laughing in anger. He knew very well what kind of talent his son had. For 40 years, the Lu family had spent countless resources just to barely push Lu Xuantong to the Tianhua realm. Now, to say he could defeat a genius of the Xinjiao realm in 3 months? Wasn't that a fantasy? In the end, Lu Yunting sighed helplessly. With things having come to this, he could only leave it to fate. "Do you know why the Lu family suddenly wants to break off the engagement?" Nan Yuezi shook her head, puzzled. Lu Yunting snorted coldly. "What else could it be? They see our Lu family's decline and want to climb higher. I heard that the Chui family recently awakened an ancient sacred body." "What?" Nan Yuezi's pupils shrank. The ancient sacred body. That was a legendary supreme physique. It was said that those with this physique could cultivate at an incredible speed, be invincible at the same level, and even fight above their rank. The Chui family sacred body is said to have easily suppressed several ancient geniuses. Lu Yunting continued, after the Lu family learned this news. They immediately had thoughts of marrying Lu Qingxue over. Nan Yuezi's face turned pale in an instant. She knew all too well what this meant. If the Lu family and the Chui family formed a marriage alliance, the Lu family's position in the eastern region would be precarious. That's why I wanted to delay the breakup of the engagement. Lu Yunting gritted his teeth and said, "As long as the engagement is still there, the Lu family won't dare to openly marry the Chui family." But now, he was so angry that his vision darkened, nearly fainting. His wife's agreement was akin to pushing the Lu family into the abyss. Nan Yuezi looked at her husband's angry expression, her eyes flashing with a complex emotion. "Trust me." Nan Yuezi gently stroked her husband's back, her eyes shining with determination. "In 3 months, everything will be different." Lu Yunting sighed heavily, waving his hand. "Xuantong, you should go into seclusion now. In these 3 months, you must break through to the Xinjiao realm, otherwise." Lu Xuantong lowered his head, a hint of bitter smile on his lips. He silently nodded and turned to leave the living room. Watching his son's departing figure, Lu Yunting furrowed his brow, filled with confusion and unwillingness. What went wrong? The Supreme Bone was a legendary supreme talent. Logically, a cultivator with a Supreme Bone should have a cultivation speed that could reach incredible heights and be invincible at the same level. But Lu Xuantong's Supreme Bone was like a pearl covered in dust, always unable to shine as it should. He couldn't even defeat Lu Qingqian's divine demon sacred body. Of course, he would soon learn the truth. The son he had belittled for over a decade was actually his daughter. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, in the Daqian dynasty, the imperial palace, Emperor Zhou ordered the execution of the Lu couple, believing that by killing them, he could completely enrage the holy maiden of the Zixia sect, Lu Yao. And at that time, she would surely fight to the death. Then, Lu Yao would fall into their trap, decapitating the Lu family and offering them to the head of the Tianjin sect as a wedding gift. Wouldn't that be beautiful? However, just at this critical moment, under the vast sky not far away, a graceful and beautiful figure stepped through the air, and an enraged voice resonated through the heavens and earth. "Dog Emperor, if you dare to kill my parents, I will sever your dynasty's millennia of dragon luck." Chapter 41, Peak Showdown. Disciples of the Zixia sect, willing to fight alongside the Holy Maiden. "Dog Emperor, today, I will surely cut off your dynasty's millennia of dragon luck." The cold voice suddenly tore through the sky, and the world fell silent. Emperor Zhou's deep gaze suddenly focused, looking up. In front of the imperial city, the void trembled, and an unparalleled figure stepped through the air. It was a girl dressed in white, her hair like a waterfall, dancing wildly in the wind, surrounded by vast spiritual power, resembling an ethereal goddess descending from the heavens, or a peerless divine sword unsheathed, radiating brilliance and overwhelming pressure. Lu Yao, the holy maiden of the Xianxia sect, a powerful figure at the revered stage, one of the youngest, unparalleled geniuses of the Zhangshuan continent. However, when her gaze swept across the execution ground and saw her parents shackled by chains, kneeling on the ground, her father's right arm broken and bleeding, her mother's clothes stained with blood, yet still standing tall, her pupils suddenly constricted, and her heart felt pierced by 1,000 arrows. Dad, Mom. The trembling voice carried an uncontrollable sorrow and anger. To see this scene upon their reunion, Lu Yao was heartbroken. In the next moment, a monstrous killing intent erupted. Boom! In an instant, the entire imperial city trembled violently, the ground cracked, and the void twisted. Lu Yao's spiritual power surged like a raging sea, sweeping in all directions, even dyeing the sky a shade of blood. Emperor Zhou narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lu Yao, I thought you would hide in the Xianxia sect and dare not show yourself. But it seems you do have some filial piety. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at her with a contemptuous tone, but with just you alone. Do you think you can contend against my tens of thousands of troops? It's simply laughable. As his words fell, tens of thousands of elite soldiers inside and outside the imperial city roared in unison, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. The Huafan realm experts lined up in front, the masters hovering in the air, and the Grand General Qin Wulu, with a terrifying aura at the late revered stage, stepped forward with a sneer, directly locking onto Lu Yao. A net of heaven and earth, a situation of absolute death. However, Lu Yao only smiled coldly, pointing her sword directly at Emperor Zhou. Her voice icy, I alone am enough. But just as her words fell, a deafening roar suddenly came from the distant sky. Emperor Zhou frowned and turned abruptly to look. He saw outside the imperial city a vast tide of Xianxia sect disciples surging in, their sword lights like rainbows, their momentum overwhelming. Disciples of the Xianxia sect, willing to fight alongside the Holy Maiden. Disciples of the Xianxia sect, willing to fight alongside the Holy Maiden. Thousands of disciples shouted in unison, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. You all. Her eyes slightly reddened, an endless wave of emotion surged within her. But immediately, she took a deep breath, her gaze sharp as a sword, looking back at Emperor Zhou. Now, do you still think I am alone? With things having come to this, Lu Yao had to rescue her parents as soon as possible, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Emperor Zhou's gaze was cold and ruthless as he scanned the overwhelming tide of Xianxia sect disciples, a sinister smile slowly creeping onto his lips. Ants are still ants. No matter how many, they are just cannon fodder. You dare to provoke the majesty of the emperor? Today, let all of you accompany them to the grave. All troops. Formation. Kill without mercy. In an instant, tens of thousands of elite cultivators of the Dacian dynasty roared in unison, their battle intent soaring to the heavens. The entire world was enveloped in violent spiritual power, the aura of slaughter sweeping in all directions. The Xianxia sect disciples, seeing this, showed no fear, quickly summoning their treasures, activating their techniques, and roaring to engage in battle. Kill, kill, kill. The two torrents collided violently, shaking the heavens and earth. Sword energy crisscrossed, knife lights flashed, and techniques intertwined, erupting in deafening roars. Although the Xianxia sect disciples were slightly outnumbered, each one was fearless, unleashing sword formations, talismans, and spiritual techniques, fighting fiercely against the Dacian dynasty's army. In an instant, the battlefield was a scene of blood rain, severed limbs flying, and the carnage was extreme. However, Lu Yao did not pause for a moment. Her gaze was as cold as frost, locking onto Emperor Zhou, her figure like lightning, instantly tearing through the battlefield, charging towards the high platform of the imperial city. Capture the thief first, capture the king. Dog Emperor die? Lu Yao shouted fiercely, her revered stage cultivation erupting completely, the long sword in her hand shining with piercing cold light. With one strike, she slashed out, tearing the void and creating a dark crack. This strike contained monstrous killing intent, vowing to sever the dragon luck of the dynasty. Yet, just as the sword tip was about to reach Emperor Zhou, a towering figure like a mountain suddenly blocked in front of him, and the violent spiritual power surged like a raging sea, forcefully repelling Lu Yao's sword momentum. General of the state, Qin Wulu. His entire body was muscular and knotted, with blood-red eyes, surrounded by a chilling aura. The oppressive force of a late-stage revered one was released without reservation as he grinned maliciously at Lu Yao. Little girl, do you think you are worthy to challenge the majesty of his majesty? Emperor Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lu Yao from a high vantage point, a mocking smile on his lips as he said, Qin Wulu, kill her, and I will grant you land and title. Upon hearing this, Qin Wulu's eyes instantly burst with ecstatic joy. He roared towards the sky, his voice like thunder. Your servant obeys. With that, he stepped forward, the ground collapsing beneath him as he shot towards Lu Yao like a cannonball, throwing a punch that rattled the air. Boom. Lu Yao's pupils constricted as she hurriedly crossed her sword to block. However, Qin Wulu's power was too terrifying. The punch made her arms numb, and she was forced back several dozen feet. Qin Wulu, being a late-stage revered one, was far superior in cultivation, plus he had years of combat experience. Every move was extremely domineering and merciless. Ha ha ha, the saintess of the Xixia sect? Is that all you have? Qin Wulu laughed maniacally, his attacks growing increasingly frenzied. The shadows of his fists like mountains, the wind of his palms like knives, each strike containing the power to shatter mountains and crack the earth. Yet, her gaze grew colder, her killing intent not diminished but intensified. I cannot lose, absolutely not. My parents' blood feud has not been avenged. My brother's great hatred has not been repaid. How can I fall here? Just as Qin Wulu's punch was about to come again, a cold light flashed in Lu Yao's eyes. The 9 turns profound heaven technique surged wildly within her, her spiritual power suddenly skyrocketing. 9 turns profound heaven. Sword breaks the sky. In an instant, a dazzling divine light erupted from her sword, a sword radiance that tore through the void, fiercely slashing towards Qin Wulu. Heaven and earth trembled as the sword light passed, the space cracking inch by inch. Qin Wulu's expression changed slightly, but he immediately grinned maliciously, crossing his fists as a blood-red barrier formed from the gathered evil aura to withstand the sword strike. When the sword light collided with the barrier, an earth-shattering roar erupted. However, in that moment, Lu Yao's figure suddenly vanished. Qin Wulu's pupils constricted. In the next moment, she appeared behind him like a ghost. The sword's edge aimed directly at his throat. Die. However, with his vast combat experience, Qin Wulu suddenly sidestepped at the critical moment, countering with a punch. Boom. Lu Yao was struck hard by this punch, her body flying back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a distant palace, raising a cloud of dust. With this little skill, you dare to come to your death? Qin Wulu laughed wildly, his eyes filled with disdain. Seeing this, Emperor Zhou's lips curled into a satisfied arc as he said, It's over. Kill her. Chapter 42. Breaking through to the pinnacle of the revered one. A sword seals the throat. Unmatched in the world. Qin Wulu's eyes flared with fierce light, his grin even more sinister. Killing Lu Yao would grant him land and title. Such temptation, how could he miss it? Die? He roared, his evil aura erupting like a volcano, the terrifying power of a late-stage revered one released without reservation. His fists crashing down like falling stars, carrying the force of destruction towards Lu Yao. However, just as his fist was about to reach Lu Yao, a dazzling pillar of light suddenly shot up from her position, piercing through the heavens. The earth shook, and the winds reversed. Qin Wulu's pupils contracted as he retreated in alarm, staring at the figure within the light. How is this possible? There stood Lu Yao, suspended in the air, her hair dancing wildly, surrounded by an ocean of spiritual power, her aura visibly climbing at a terrifying speed. Master, assist me. Just 2 words. The weight contained in Master was unimaginable. In the next moment, an ancient rune suddenly lit up, the phantom of a purple gold bell flickering behind her. A terrifying pressure beyond the mortal realm crashing down. In an instant, she reached the pinnacle of the revered one realm. At this moment, Lu Yao's aura completely transformed. Truly invincible below the Land Immortal. A violent spiritual power storm swept out from her center, the space within 1,000 feet shattering inch by inch, the earth collapsing, and the royal city's buildings torn to pieces like paper. Qin Wulu's face changed dramatically, his heart stirred by a storm of shock. Breaking through 3 realms in the blink of an eye. What kind of monster is this? After decades of battle, he had never seen such a bizarre breakthrough method. Dare to fight? The voice was calm, yet contained supreme majesty, as if judging a dying person. Qin Wulu's heart trembled, but then he thought, secret technique. It must be some kind of secret technique that overdraws life. His eyes flared with fierceness again as he sneered. Little girl, forcibly raising your realm will surely backfire. I want to see how long you can last. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated and directly unleashed his strongest killing move. Heavenly level technique, Blood Fiend Destruction Fist. As he punched out, the heavens and earth changed color. A towering blood fiend coalesced into a giant fist 100 feet wide, crashing down towards Lu Yao like a descending demon god. However, Lu Yao merely smiled coldly. Saint-level technique. 9 turns profound heaven sword. She trembled the sword in her hand. And on the sword's edge, 9 profound runes lit up sequentially, each containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. This sword had received the true transmission from xianxian. Reaching perfection, the sword light was like a rainbow, tearing through the sky. That 100-foot blood fist was as fragile as a bubble in front of the sword light. Instantly shattering, Qin Wulu's face changed wildly, and before he could react, the sword light had pierced through his chest. Puff! Blood splattered. He staggered back, looking down at the sword mark that pierced through his body, disbelief filling his eyes. No, it's impossible. How could I lose to a yellow-haired girl? He struggled to raise his head, staring fixedly at Lu Yao, wanting to say something, but life was slipping away like a tide. Ultimately, this great general of the state, who once shook the Dakian, knelt heavily on the ground, breathless. Until the end, his eyes still held shock and unwillingness. With one sword strike, he defeated a revered one. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent. The cultivators of the Dakian dynasty were utterly terrified. Even Emperor Zhou's expression finally changed. Lu Yao slowly turned around, her bloodstained sword pointing directly at the emperor. Next, it's your turn. Emperor Zhou's pupils constricted violently, staring fixedly at Qin Wulu's collapsed body. This great general who once shook the world actually pierced through the heart in an instant, without a chance to struggle. How is this possible? At this moment, an unprecedented chill surged from his back to the top of his head. Lu Yao's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Such combat power. Even that so-called first person below the Land Immortal from the Tianjin sect, Cui Hao, might not be able to achieve easily. What kind of monster has the Lu family produced? With such talent, it would be hard to find a second person in the entire Zhongshuan continent. And now, this unparalleled genius was walking towards him step by step with a bloodstained sword. At this moment, this iron-blooded emperor, who had ruled the Dakian dynasty for 30 years, finally felt the fear of death. If Lu Yao wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as lifting a hand. I absolutely cannot die here. At the critical moment of life and death, Emperor Zhou suddenly caught sight of Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu, chained up, and a malicious light flashed in his eyes. Then, he abruptly drew the heavenly sword at his waist, the sharp blade pressed directly against Lu Jin's neck. Lu Yao, if you dare take another step forward, I will immediately sever your father's head. The sharp voice carried a hysterical threat. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue suddenly froze. The originally intense battle came to a halt, and everyone looked in shock at the high platform. Lu Yao's figure suddenly stiffened, her killing intent washed away like a tide, replaced by endless fear and panic. No. She trembled all over. The previous overwhelming momentum completely vanished at this moment. She was just a girl afraid of losing her parents. Seeing this, Emperor Zhou's lips slowly curled into a sinister arc. Indeed, familial love is your greatest weakness. He was overjoyed, and the sword of the emperor pressed closer, causing a trickle of blood to seep from Lu Jin's neck. Yaoer, don't worry about us. Lu Jin gritted his teeth and roared, his eyes filled with determination. Kill this dog emperor. Avenge me and your mother. Shut up. The Emperor Zhou shouted fiercely, pressing the sword's edge down, and blood immediately flowed down Lu Jin's neck. Father! Lu Yao screamed, her aura instantly wilting, fear continuously consuming her nerves. She could face 1,000 troops without fear, could slay a master with a single sword, but at this moment, she did not dare to take a single step. She could not afford to gamble. Once she failed, her parents would die before her eyes. The Emperor Zhou laughed triumphantly, knowing he had finally seized Lu Yao's lifeline. Fortunately, I did not execute them immediately, otherwise, I would surely die today. He stared at Lu Yao with relief and commanded, now, put down your sword and kneel to beg for mercy, or I will immediately have them executed. Chapter 43, Yaoer, stand up, kill the beast, and avenge your brother. The Emperor Zhou's sword was pressed against Lu Jin's neck, the cold blade cutting a thin line, bright red blood slowly oozing out and sliding down the sword. Otherwise, his only bargaining chip would shatter in an instant. The Emperor Zhou knew too well the couple's obsession. For 20 years, they had been entangled like a bone-deep ailment, never giving up the thought of revenge even after fleeing thousands of miles, suffering torture, and having their powers crippled, just to survive. They were willing to sacrifice everything for their deceased eldest son, even risking their lives for his revenge. Just moments ago, Lu Jin had even attempted to bite his tongue to end his life. Had it not been for his quick reaction, he would already be a corpse. Lu Yao's pupils trembled violently, her breath nearly stalling. She stared intently at the glaring bloodstain on her father's neck, her legs weakening, nearly unable to stand. She had once cut down a master, causing the royal city to tremble and the entire army to fear. Yet at this moment, she did not dare to move a single step. Her fury surged within her chest, the desire to kill nearly breaking through her reason. But she was afraid that if the Emperor Zhou's sword advanced even an inch, her father's blood would gush out. She feared that if she made any move, the Emperor Zhou would unhesitatingly cut Lu Jin's throat. Lu Jin's eyes were about to burst with rage, his chest heaving violently. This damned tyrant was actually using his life to threaten his daughter. He would rather die than let Lu Yao be controlled because of him. He struggled with all his might, but although the Emperor Zhou was not as powerful as Qin Wu Lu, he was still a celestial realm practitioner, far beyond what his broken master realm body could contend with. Yaoer, stand up, Lu Jin roared, his voice filled with an unyielding determination. Bellowing, do not bow to this beast. He is not worthy of your knee. At this moment, his voice was mixed with endless guilt and pain. They had never given her the life a normal girl should have. From the moment she understood, they repeatedly told her how her brother had tragically died at the hands of the dogs from the Tianjin sect, how they had lost their family. They forced her to cultivate, to grow stronger, to bear the blood feud. She should have been like other girls, playing under the flowering trees, laughing in the spring breeze. But instead, she wielded her sword day after day, meditated in the cold nights, and broke through her limits on the edge of life and death. Her childhood was filled only with the cold sword edge, the piercing medicinal baths, and the endless hatred. But Lu Yao had never complained. She always raised her tender little face, using determined eyes to tell them, "Father, mother, don't worry, Yaoer will definitely avenge her brother." She fought harder than anyone, more tenacious than anyone, and now, she finally stood before her enemy, yet was caught in a dilemma because of him. Lu Jin's heart ached like a knife. He shouted hoarsely, "You are our pride. We are sorry for you. Yaoer, kill him." Motherly Xiongyu yelled sternly, even as iron chains dug into her flesh. Even covered in blood, her back remained straight, like a cold pine standing proud in the snow, unwilling to bend. Her eldest son, her Xuantong, was still suppressed under the demon-suppressing tower of the Tianjin sect, his bones not yet cold, his soul restless. The world scorned him as a traitor, a thief, an irredeemable sinner. But she knew that her son was wronged, pushed into the abyss by that pair of treacherous scum. As long as Lu Yao was alive, as long as she could hold a sword, there would be a day for Xuantong's grievances to be avenged. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin laughed loudly. His laughter filled with madness and determination. "Yes, kill him. Don't let this beast be smug. If you hesitate, Xuantong will never be reborn. If you retreat, who will avenge our Lu family's blood feud? If even Lu Yao gives up, then Xuantong will truly have no chance of turning over a new leaf. For eternity, he will be scorned by others." Lu Jin's laughter abruptly stopped, replaced by a near-collapse hoarseness. "What is my life worth? As long as you are alive, as long as you can still hold a sword, as long as you can seek justice for your brother, my life is worth dying 1,000 times." Lu Yao trembled all over, tears blurring her vision. What should she do? If she acted, her parents would surely die. If she did not act, her brother's revenge would never be avenged. "Father, mother, I really don't know what to do." She knelt on the ground, her voice fragmented, her face pale, helplessly crying out, "What should I do to satisfy you and ensure everyone survives?" She had never felt such despair, as if she were being torn in half. One half representing the lives of her blood relatives, the other half representing a sea of blood and deep hatred, no matter which side she chose. It would be a path of no return. Seeing this, the Emperor Zhou slowly curled his lips into a cold smile. "Lu Yao, I can give you a choice that satisfies both. As long as you self-destruct your cultivation, I will let your family of 3 leave. How about that?" Lu Yao suddenly raised her head, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Self-destruct her cultivation? If it were just that. If it were only a temporary loss of power, perhaps she could recover in the future. Perhaps she could really save everyone. Really? Her voice trembled slightly, as if she had grasped the last lifeline. The Emperor Zhou's smile deepened, the malice in his eyes masked by hypocritical kindness. "I, as the supreme ruler, would I lie to you?" He slowly raised his hand, pretending to make a solemn oath, and said earnestly, "If you do not believe, I can swear by my ancestors' names to guarantee your satisfaction." Lu Yao's heart wavered, her fingers trembling slightly. Perhaps this is the only way. But just then, "Yaoer, don't believe him." Lu Jin's eyes were about to burst, roaring fiercely. "You cannot trust a single word of this beast. If he truly had an ounce of mercy, he would not have slaughtered our family. He would not collude with the scum that framed your brother." Li Qiongyu also shouted hoarsely, "Yaoer, if you give up your cultivation, our entire family will surely die." But Lu Yao seemed to not hear them at all, her gaze fixated on the Emperor Zhou, as if searching for a trace of sincerity. She was really on the brink of collapse. At this moment, how should she choose? Rush forward, sacrificing her parents, or self-destruct her cultivation, trusting the Emperor Zhou? Father, mother. Chapter 44. High stakes. Lu Xuantong descends upon the empire. Save the parents. Her vision began to blur. Everything before her covered in a layer of blood-colored mist, her parents' heart-wrenching cries ringing in her ears. She could barely hold on. Save her parents? Or avenge her brother? This was an impossible choice. No matter which side she chose, it meant the complete collapse of the other. At this moment, Lu Yao's spirit was on the verge of breaking down, her parents' pleas gradually becoming powerless in her ears. And she could only tightly grasp the lifeline thrown by the Emperor Zhou, even if that might be a deeper dead end. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, Lu Yao slowly closed her eyes. The next moment, bang, she suddenly struck her chest with a palm, and the violent spiritual power instantly shattered her meridians, causing blood to spurt wildly from her mouth, staining her pure white clothing. At the same time, her movements did not stop. Her right hand, with fingers curled like claws, stabbed fiercely into her dantian. With a tearing sound of flesh, her fingers sank deep into her abdomen, and blood gushed out between her fingers. Lu Yao's body trembled violently, but her eyes were almost numb, as if she could not feel any pain. In the end, a golden inner pill, radiating golden light, was forcefully dug out from her dantian. The inner pill was brilliant like the stars, containing immense spiritual power, the culmination of her lifelong cultivation. But at this moment, it was pulled out by her own hands, exposed to the air, and its brilliance gradually dimmed. Disciple, stop! Xia Qingxian's sharp voice suddenly sounded, her figure almost breaking through the void, filled with shock, anger, and heartache. She was almost driven mad. Her disciple was exceptionally gifted and had a resilient character. So why was she being foolish at this moment? But soon, she bitterly realized that it couldn't all be blamed on Lu Yao. A girl barely in her 20s carried the heavy burden of blood feuds, the lives of her parents, and the grievances of her brother. Who could withstand such pressure? The Emperor of Zhou flashed a look of wild joy, his smile almost impossible to suppress. Yes, crush it. As long as you waste your cultivation, I will immediately release your family of 3. I will never go back on my word. But deep in his heart, there was a cold, murderous intent. Let them go? Impossible. Once Lu Yao's cultivation was completely wasted, he would personally behead Lu Jin and Li Xiongyu, making Lu Yao watch her parents die tragically. As for the so-called oath? If the ancestors were to have any spirit in heaven, they would certainly understand the kind lies he told for the sake of the Zhou family's Millennium Foundation. Yaoer, don't. Stop. Your brother's revenge has not been avenged. The screams of Lu Jin and Li Xiongyu were almost blood-curdling. But Lu Yao only slowly raised her head to look at them, a wretched smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Father, mother, I am willing to bear all the consequences. The moment her words fell, crack, that brilliant golden inner pill exploded violently in her palm. The violent spiritual power storm erupted instantly, and Lu Yao's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, blood tracing a dazzling arc in the air. Her breath visibly weakened, her cultivation was completely wasted, and her spiritual power dissipated, like a lamp that had burned out, its light extinguished entirely. At that moment, the Emperor of Zhou's smile also turned completely sinister. You've been tricked. You've finally been tricked. The Emperor of Zhou almost burst into laughter, his eyes flashing with a poisonous delight. For this moment, he dared to deceive even his ancestors. He dared to go back on his word. But so what? As long as he could eliminate Lu Yao, his greatest threat, what were a few lies? It was proven that he had won. Lu Jin and Li Xiongyu watched helplessly as their daughter wasted her cultivation, their hearts torn, their eyes bloodshot. Just moments ago, their daughter had stood proud like a celestial being, cutting down a venerable one, shaking the imperial city. But now, she was covered in blood, her cultivation destroyed. Like a lamp that had burned out, barely alive before them. Yaoer, why are you so foolish? Li Xiongyu trembled as she held her daughter's broken body, tears streaming down like a burst dam, her fingers gently brushing over Lu Yao's pale cheek, only to touch a cold surface. You shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have cared for us. Lu Jin knelt beside them, a beast-like growl escaping his throat, his eyes filled with despair and regret. What kind of parents were they? They couldn't protect their son, and now their daughter was dragged down by them. If they hadn't been captured, if they hadn't become pawns for the Emperor of Zhou, how could Lu Yao have ended up like this? They were useless. They were sinners. The Emperor of Zhou looked down at the family of 3 from above, a mocking cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. People are ultimately too naive. Did they think that wasting their cultivation would buy them a chance at life? Did they think he would show mercy and let them go? Ridiculous. Now that Lu Yao had lost her cultivation, the disciples of the Xianxia sect were leaderless, and the Dacian dynasty still had dozens of powerful beings in the celestial realm stationed there. Killing them was merely a matter of a command. Heir and Ha generals, obey my orders. He slowly raised his hand, his voice cold as iron. Kill the Lu family of 3, and bring their heads to me. Immediately, 2 terrifying generals clad in black armor stepped forward with grins, their long knives gleaming coldly, murderous intent surging. Hee, thanks to His Majesty's scheme succeeding. Otherwise we would certainly have died today. That girl was too naive, bringing about her own demise. But just as they were about to make their move, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled. In the sky above, thunderclouds rolled, dark clouds surged like raging seas, and blinding lightning tore through the air. As if divine punishment was descending, a vast and profound pressure suddenly enveloped the entire imperial city. Everyone looked up in shock, only to see a figure standing in the depths of the clouds, dressed in a white robe, long hair dancing wildly, surrounded by destructive thunder. With each step he took, the void trembled as if even the heavenly path bowed beneath his feet. The entire imperial city trembled under this pressure. Countless cultivators turned pale, their legs weak, nearly kneeling on the ground. Even those powerful beings in the celestial realm felt small like ants, lacking the courage to even look up and face him. The Emperor of Zhou's pupils constricted violently, his heart nearly stopping. He had never felt such terrifying pressure. Even the #1 in the world, Cui Hao of the Tianjian sect, had never given him this suffocating sense of oppression. Who on earth was this person? He suppressed the shock in his heart, barely forcing out a hint of imperial majesty, and cupped his hands, speaking loudly. I do not know which senior has descended upon my Dacian dynasty. I am the ruler of a nation. If there are any offenses, I hope for your forgiveness. If the senior does not mind, I am willing to host a banquet to discuss matters together. However, before his words could finish, the heavens and earth changed abruptly. In the next second, countless bolts of lightning descended like a heavenly river. These flashes of lightning were not ordinary, but contained the laws of destruction. With each strike, a soldier of the dynasty was reduced to ashes, unable to even let out a scream. In just a breath, tens of thousands of elite soldiers were annihilated. The vast imperial city was left without a trace of life. Only the Emperor of Zhou stood alone in place, dazed, his expression terrified. Dog Emperor, have you thought about how to die? Chapter 45. Lu Xuantong exits seclusion, breaking the divine light realm. Supreme form. In the divine realm, the Lu clan. In recent days, the ancestral land of the Lu clan has been particularly bustling. Amidst the mist of immortals, countless beams of light streaked across the sky. As the talented disciples from various branches rushed to the main house for tomorrow's holy sun battle that would shake the entire divine Lord Lu clan. Those walking in the Lu clan's ancestral land were all extraordinary talents. If placed in the lower realm, any one of them could easily be revered in a royal dynasty. Honored as a holy son or holy maiden in top sects, admired by thousands. Yet here, they were merely ordinary competitors, with some not even qualified to participate in the final competition. This is the foundation of the divine Lord Lu clan. True geniuses are like clouds, prodigies like rain. Among the holy sun battle, the most eye-catching were none other than Lu Chengqian and Lu Xuantong. The former possessed the divine demon holy body, naturally attuned to the powers of gods and demons, able to summon heavenly phenomena with every move and unmatched in combat. The latter, even more so, possessed the innate supreme bone, destined to look down upon his peers and crush all enemies. Logically speaking, the appearance of the supreme bone should leave no one able to match its brilliance among contemporaries. Yet, in their numerous encounters, Lu Xuantong and Lu Chengqian merely managed to hold their ground, and occasionally even face defeat. This caused many elders in the clan to shake their heads in secret. It's a pity that if the supreme bone were in Chengqian's possession, it would have long suppressed a generation with no one able to rival him. Xuantong, this child, ultimately lacks a bit of maturity. Discussions arose, and aside from these two main lineage prodigies, there are several extraordinary figures from the branch lines in this Saint Sun battle, who should not be underestimated. Have you heard? Lu Chengqian has already broken through to the divine light realm. What? The divine light realm? How old is he? Hiss. With this, the position of Saint Sun probably belongs to him alone. The clan's disciples gathered in small groups, whispering with eyes full of awe. The divine light realm. That's truly the threshold of a strong fighter. Once crossed, their combat power will undergo earth-shattering changes. I think not necessarily. Someone shook their head in rebuttal. Those few from the branch lines are not to be taken lightly. Lu Qinghuang's 9 transformations nirvana body is said to have reached great completion. And Lu Wuchen's extinction sword intent is even more terrifying. They may not be without the power to fight. As for Lu Xuantong, mentioning this name, the expressions of the crowd varied. Some showed regret, while others were disdainful. The supreme bone in his possession is truly a waste. Indeed, if it were someone else, they would have swept through their peers long ago. If he loses again, the supreme bone might be forever infamous, and future generations will always look down upon it. The low murmurs carried a hint of cruel meaning. In the divine respect Lu family, talent is undoubtedly important, but if it cannot be transformed into true strength, then no matter how strong the talent is, it will only become prey for others. Meanwhile, deep within the forbidden land of burning heaven, a figure stepped out, treading on the scorching magma. The originally handsome face now bore a sharper edge, and his eyes seemed to have divine flames flickering. Just standing there, he gave an invisible sense of oppression. Xuantong has emerged from seclusion. In the main lineage residence, in the living room, Xuantong sat at the head, his expression severe, but when he saw the figure stepping into the hall, a rare look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Not bad. He nodded slightly, his voice deep yet filled with comfort. Breaking through to the divine light realm in such a short time indicates that the training in the forbidden land of burning heaven was not in vain. Nan Yuezi was even more delighted, quickly stepping forward to grasp her daughter's hand, looking her up and down. Xuantong, your aura is much stronger than before. In this Saint Sun battle, you will surely astonish everyone. Xuantong's expression was calm, only slightly bowing. I will not disappoint my parents' expectations. Xuantong gazed deeply at his son, hesitating to speak, and finally sighed lightly. I've heard that Lu Changxian has awakened his demon god form. Although it's only the first layer, his combat power can surge several times in an instant. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. Nan Yuezi's smile froze on her face, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. The demon god form. This is a unique combat state of the demon god's sacred body. Once activated, combat power will grow exponentially. Meanwhile, Lu Xuantong's supreme bone has yet to awaken the supreme form. If they encounter each other in the Saint Sun battle. Lu Xuantong fell silent for a moment before raising his eyes. Father, I feel that I should be able to awaken in the next few days. He spoke calmly, but only he knew it was merely comforting words. With only the divine respect bone within him, that is not the true supreme bone. And it has yet to awaken the divine respect form. If a real fight breaks out, he would be crushed. Hearing this, Xuantong's expression lightened slightly. Good. As long as you awaken the supreme form, what demon god's sacred body, what branch prodigies, will all be easily defeated. The supreme form. That is the truly invincible state that can crush peers. Once awakened, Lu Xuantong's combat power will undergo a qualitative leap, and at that time, the entire younger generation of the divine respect Lu family will be overshadowed. Once the supreme bone, which has been ridiculed by other clan elders for decades, awakens the supreme form, it will unleash its maximum potential, increasing combat power dramatically. By then, crushing the demon god form will be effortless. After bending for decades, he can finally stand tall. Disciples in the divine light realm can directly enter the top 16. Xuantong collected his emotions and said solemnly, in these few days, focus on your seclusion and ensure that you awaken the supreme form before the competition. Xuantong nodded. I understand, father. After speaking, he turned to leave, leaving behind a lonely and desolate figure. Time is running short. If he cannot awaken the divine respect form before the Saint Sun battle, a devastating defeat awaits him. And more terrifying, if his identity is exposed, the secrets hidden for decades will be made public. And he and his mother would not know how much disdain and suppression they would face. This battle only allows for victory, not defeat. Xuantong looked at his son's gloomy expression and sighed helplessly, asking, Yuezi, am I too strict with the child? He seems to be intentionally distancing himself from me. Xuantong wanted to open his heart, but had no chance. Nan Yuezi pouted and smiled. The child has grown up. He will understand your good intentions in the future. Born in a family of cultivators, if he is useless, he will only die faster. They are not wrong. The laws of the world are survival of the fittest, and the victor is king. If Xuantong discovers his daughter's true identity, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xuantong kept repeating a phrase. However, she has finally found the true continent where Lu Xuantong resides. Next, as long as she locates the teleportation array, she can descend. The Zhangshuan continent. Chapter 46. Unfilial son Lu Xuantong. Greetings to father and mother. The truth is revealed. Dog Emperor, have you thought about how to die? These 8 short words struck down like a thunderbolt from the heavens, instantly piercing through all of Emperor Zhou's psychological defenses. This earthly emperor finally experienced true despair. In his mind, thousands of thoughts galloped by. When did I offend such a powerful being? Why does he show me such a deep-seated killing intent? It must be known that the one before him is a true strongman of the earthly immortal realm. That is a being who transcends the mundane, truly standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. A single thought can shatter mountains and rivers. A single palm can crush stars. In front of such a figure, what imperial power and wealth, what armies guarding him, are just jokes. Emperor Zhou trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He suddenly understood a cruel truth. He is the emperor of the mortal realm, but he is not the strongest in the mortal realm. In the face of absolute strength, what imperial majesty, what supreme status, is just an illusion. As senior, Emperor Zhou's face turned pale, his legs weakened, and he directly knelt on the ground, bowing his head and pleading. Let us speak nicely. I truly do not know where I have offended you. Please enlighten me. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to reverse. The once lofty emperor now knelt on the ground like a lost dog. The figure standing in the air had instead become the true master of life and death. This scene shocked Lu Jin and his family. Li Qiongyu stared intensely at that towering figure, suddenly shivering. Husband, why do I see Xuantong's shadow in that senior? As the mother who personally raised Lu Xiantong, even if he was not her biological child, she would never mistake her child's aura, that innate charm, that temperament in every gesture. Lu Jin was greatly alarmed and hurriedly covered his wife's mouth. Wife, be cautious. Although this senior bore some resemblance to Xuantong, the aura on him was truly the strongest in the world. Speaking of which, Lu Jin's voice choked. Our Xuantong has already. Before he could finish, Li Qiongyu was already in tears. Yes, their Xuantong had long died in that forgotten demon suppression tower. Thinking of their eldest son being framed and dying tragically, with no remains, thinking of their daughter becoming a cripple to save them, thinking of their family for ending up in such a plight. Despair washed over this couple like a tide. Subsequently, Lu Xuantong's gaze, deep as a cold pool, slowly moved away from Emperor Zhou. The once invincible emperor now knelt on the ground, trembling all over, his forehead pressed against the cold tiles, lacking even the courage to raise his head and look directly. However, Lu Xiantong did not deal with him immediately. There were more important matters to attend to than revenge. 20 years had passed. His gaze fell on Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu, and his expression instantly tensed. When he left home, his father was in his prime, full of vigor. His mother was gentle and virtuous, always with a smile in her eyes. But now, they had gray hair at their temples, their faces haggard, and their eyes filled with years of hardship and despair. Especially when he saw his mother's trembling hands tightly holding the barely alive Lu Yao. Lu Xuantong's heart felt like it was being cut open by a knife, the pain almost suffocating. Guilt, regret, and sorrow surged in his heart like a tide. Back then, it was he who insisted on embarking on the path of cultivation, ignoring his parents' advice, and traveled alone. It was he who trusted Xiao Zixi sweet words, only to be betrayed by the one he loved most, and had his supreme bone dug out by Cui Hao, thrown into the demon suppression tower like a dead dog. If it weren't for awakening his golden finger at the brink of life and death, he would have long turned to dust, and his family would have suffered a tragic fate because of him. His sister Lu Yao, that girl who should have grown up carefree, had been given the mission of revenge from birth. She practiced desperately, only to seek justice for her brother. But now, her inner core was shattered, her meridians severed, blood staining her white clothes, her life flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. All of this was caused by him. A tear silently fell, hitting the ground and splashing up imperceptible dust. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu stared blankly at the young man before them, an indescribable sense of familiarity surging in their hearts. That face, those brows and eyes, that demeanor. It looked exactly like their Xuantong, but they dared not acknowledge it, nor did they dare to ask another question. This unparalleled powerhouse, who could destroy the imperial city with a snap of his fingers and decide life and death with a thought, if they rashly spoke and angered him. Perhaps even the last glimmer of hope would be extinguished. Senior, Li Qiongyu's voice choked, her gaze locked onto the figure standing in midair, her heart swirling with endless struggle and hope. At this point, this was their only hope. Only this transcendent powerhouse could save her daughter. Lu Jin stood beside his wife, his aged face etched with the marks of time, but his eyes sparkled with determination. He took a deep breath, as if making some kind of resolution. Even if it meant risking his old life, even if he had to kneel and beg, even if he had to pay any price, he would make this senior save Lu Yao. She could not die. She still had to avenge her brother. She had to witness those enemies pay in blood for their debts. Even if he and his wife were to be buried here today, he could not let her die with resentment. At this moment, Lu Yao's breath grew weaker, blood continuously oozing from the corner of her mouth, staining her chest. Xia Qingxian's phantom in the air was extremely anxious, her usually cold face now filled with sorrow and anger. Why was she so foolish? Just then, Lu Yao suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood, her body swaying, but she gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand up. Then, she staggered forward, each step seeming to drain her of all her strength, yet her gaze was terrifyingly resolute. Finally, she reached Lu Xiantong, deeply bent down, her voice weak but incredibly sincere. Senior, I have a request. My brother, Lu Xiantong, was harmed by treacherous people in the Tianjian sect, leaving no remains. I am willing to give everything in exchange for you to help clear my brother's name. After saying this, her knees buckled, and she almost kneeled down directly. Finally, Lu Xiantong moved, reaching out to support Lu Yao. His fingertips trembled slightly, the emotions surging in his chest almost breaking free from the constraints of reason. He had never thought that, even on the brink of death, even when he could barely protect himself, her last wish would still be to seek justice for him. My silly sister. What a foolish sister. Looking at his obedient and understanding sister, Xuantong's heart surged with endless pain and anger. From now on, he would never allow anyone to harm his sister again. The next moment, Xuantong actually knelt down to the middle-aged couple, deeply feeling guilty, and spoke word by word. Unfilial son Xuantong pays respects to father and mother. I am unfilial, causing you worry. As the words fell, the world fell silent. Lu Yao, Emperor Zhou, Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu, the couple. Chapter 47. The family of four reunites. It's my son. It's my brother. Xuantong slowly bent his knees and knelt before his parents. This kneel was entirely justified. For 20 years, he had not fulfilled his filial duty, had not accompanied them, and even made them think he had tragically died far away, living with the pain of losing a son. This kneel was his long overdue repentance, the unbreakable bond of blood, and the familial love he owed for a full 20 years. However, this scene in the eyes of others was like a thunderclap. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu stood frozen in place, their pupils trembling, almost unable to believe their eyes. This unparalleled powerhouse, who could destroy the imperial city with a wave of his hand and make Emperor Zhou kneel in pleading, was now kneeling before them, devout like a returning son. Li Qiongyu's lips trembled slightly, and she instinctively turned her head to glare at Lu Jin, her eyes filled with a hint of questioning. You old fool. You wouldn't have secretly raised an illegitimate child outside, would you? Lu Jin was utterly shocked, shaking his head vigorously, his eyes full of innocence. He had only ever loved Li Qiongyu in his life. Where would an illegitimate child come from? They only had two children. One was Xuantong, and the other was Lu Yao. But hadn't he Xuantong already? Suddenly, the couple froze simultaneously. They suddenly realized a fact they had overlooked. They had only heard that their son died in the demon suppression tower, but had never seen his corpse with their own eyes. Could it be the powerful young man before them, who was so overwhelming, was truly their son whom they had missed day and night? When they first saw him, they had vaguely seen Xuantong's shadow in him, but they dared not acknowledge it, fearing it would be a false hope. Now, with this senior actively kneeling, perhaps, Li Qiongyu trembled as she reached out her hand, but she did not dare to truly touch him, fearing that a single touch would shatter this dream. She cautiously asked, Child, is your name Xuantong? The last three words were almost spoken with all her strength. Tears had long since rolled down uncontrollably, leaving crystal-clear traces on her wrinkled face. Xuantong raised his head, looking at his parents' increasingly aged faces, his heart aching like being cut by a knife. He nodded heavily, his voice firm. I am Xuantong, your son. I'm sorry for making you worry. At the moment these words were spoken, Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu felt as if all their strength had been drained. Yet in the next moment, they erupted with astonishing power. Tongs. The two of them almost shouted simultaneously, staggering forward and tightly embracing Xuantong. Li Qionyu's tears soaked his shoulder, and Lu Jin's arms trembled from the exertion, but he would not let go. At this moment, Xuantong finally felt that long-lost warmth again. His parents' embrace was still as reassuring as he remembered. Only, his parents' hair was already frosted with white, and their backs were no longer straight. These were the marks left by time, and also proof of what he owed. He closed his eyes, letting the tears flow. At this moment, he was not some unparalleled powerhouse, not some immortal on earth. He was just Lu's son, a child who had been away from home for too long. Meanwhile, Emperor Zhou lay slumped on the ground, his body cold, as if all his strength had been drained. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the scene before him. The Land Immortal, who can shatter mountains and rivers with a single thought, is now kneeling before an ordinary couple, calling them parents. How is this possible? Xuantong. This name, which should have died in the demon suppression tower, has now reappeared in the world in such a shocking manner. 20 years ago, he was merely a waste who had his supreme bone dug out and was thrown into the abyss like a dead dog. Who would have thought that he not only survived but also rose again, reaching the pinnacle, the Land Immortal? That is a truly transcendent existence. At this thought, Emperor Zhou's heart nearly stopped, cold sweat pouring down, soaking his dragon robe. He suddenly remembered that Xiao Zishi had once sent someone to convey a message about the upcoming marriage between the Tianjin sect and the Xiao family, asking him, the Emperor of Deqian, to witness it in person. But after that, there was no further news. It turns out there was no news because the Tianjin sect and the Xiao family had already perished, under the wrath of a Land Immortal. Let alone the mere Tianjin sect, even the entire Deqian dynasty could be destroyed with a snap of his fingers. It's over, all over. At this moment, Emperor Zhou's face was ashen, filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he should have killed that wretched Xiao Zishi back then. If it weren't for her instigating him, saying that the remnants of the Liu family must be completely eradicated. Would he have allowed the persecution of the Liu family? If he had chosen to protect the Liu family back then, even if it was just to do a favor, perhaps the outcome today would have been entirely different. But now it's too late. Meanwhile, Liu Yao stared blankly at the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure, tears silently streaming down her face. "Brother, is that really you?" The girl's voice was as light as a wisp, afraid to shatter this dream. For 20 years, she had thought of avenging her brother day and night. And even though her inner core was shattered and her meridians severed, she never gave up. But now, the brother she thought had long passed away stood before her again, looking down on the world with such an imposing presence. It turns out that her persistence was not in vain. Moreover, he was powerful enough to make the entire world bow down. "Brother, I finally waited for you." The corners of Liu Yao's pale lips slightly lifted, revealing a trace of relief. She could finally feel at ease. With her brother protecting their parents, no one would dare to bully them again. As for those enemies, the Tianjin sect, the Shao family, and Cui Hao, they would not escape. Her wish had been fulfilled, and even if she were to die at this moment, she would have no regrets. However, just as her consciousness was about to fade, a warm hand gently pressed against her back. "Yaoer, don't sleep." Lu Xuantong's voice was deep and firm. A vast ocean of spiritual power surged from his palm, instantly flowing into her body, protecting her nearly collapsing heart meridians. From now on, in this world, no one can bully the Liu family. As his words fell, Liu Yao felt a warm current sweeping through her entire body, and her previously exhausted meridians began to slowly revive. She stared blankly at her brother, tears streaming down her face. "Rest assured, with your brother here, I won't let you die. If I can't even protect my own sister, then I truly am a worthless waste." Chapter 48, Revenge. The Death of Emperor Zhou. Lu Xuantong revives his sister. As time passed, Liu Yao's breath grew weaker and weaker. Her inner core had shattered, her foundation destroyed, her meridians severed, and her life force flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. She was dying, but her gaze was exceptionally calm, even carrying a hint of relief. Her parents were safe, and her brother had returned. The obsession of her life was finally coming to an end. Death would bring no regrets. Meanwhile, Lu Xuantong looked at his sister's pale face, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt and heartache. What had she gone through in these 20 years? Forced by the treacherous Emperor Zhou to abandon her cultivation, digging out her inner core to survive. Yet she still gritted her teeth to persist, only to seek justice for her brother. She should have been the most cherished little daughter of the Liu family. Growing up carefree, but because of him, her brother, she was forced to become a puppet of revenge. He owed her far too much. What face did he have to call himself her brother? "I won't let you die." This declaration was as resolute as thunder. In the next moment, he flipped his palm, and a completely red Dan appeared out of thin air. In an instant, a rich medicinal fragrance enveloped the entire area, making the very air feel thick. The 9 Revolutions bone-nourishing pill. Xianxiafan's phantom suddenly shuddered, and in her usually cold eyes, an expression of disbelief emerged. This is the legendary holy medicine. Even in the heavenly realm, it is a rare and sought-after supreme divine pill. Legend has it that this pill is refined from the essence of the Earth Mother, capable of reshaping the body and reversing life and death. Even if only a strand of residual soul remains, it can forcibly snatch a person from the hands of the King of Hell. But how could Lu Xuantong casually take out such a high-level Dan? Who exactly is he? In the lower realm, such a terrifying Dan could not possibly exist. She had originally thought that her disciple's brother was merely a talented prodigy from the lower realm, not worth noticing. But now it seemed that the fool was herself. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu may not understand the grade of the Dan, but just by smelling that medicinal fragrance, they felt their blood boiling, as if even their aging bodies were revitalizing. "Xuantong, is Yaoer saved?" Li Qionyu's voice trembled, tears rolling down her cheeks. "She will definitely be saved, definitely. As long as my daughter can survive, we are willing to pay any price." "Sister, swallow it." Lu Xuantong gently placed the Dan into Liu Yao's mouth, his fingertips trembling slightly. The Dan melted upon entry, and in an instant, a vast ocean of life force erupted. Boom! Liu Yao's body suddenly trembled. A brilliant blood-colored divine light bursting forth around her, like a rising red sun illuminating the entire world. Her skin glimmered, and the shattered meridians began to reassemble and heal at a visible speed under the nourishment of the divine Dan. Crack, crack! The sound of bones being reshaped was clearly audible, and from the previously exhausted Dantian, a brand new inner core began to slowly condense. Even purer and more vast than before. From innate realm to mortal realm, to master realm, to grandmaster realm, to the pinnacle of the revered realm. She was reborn. How is this possible? Emperor Zhou collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, filled with despair. Even stronger? At this moment, Lu Yao slowly opened her eyes. In the depths of her pupils, it seemed that divine fire was burning, and her aura was vast like an abyss. No trace of the near-death appearance remained. She was alive. Moreover, she was stronger than ever before. Brother. She stared blankly at Lu Xuantong, tears silently streaming down her face. She had thought that she was doomed to die. Silly girl, why are you crying? Lu Xuantong gently ruffled her hair, his eyes filled with heartache. From now on, no one can bully you again. If anyone dares to touch a single strand of your hair, your brother will annihilate them. At this moment, Lu Yao tightly embraced her brother, tears soaking his robe. She had never thought that she could have a day of being protected. For these 20 years, she had lived like a wandering ghost, gnawed at by hatred day and night, shrouded in despair. She had desperately practiced, and even when her meridians were severed and her inner core shattered, she gritted her teeth to persist, only to seek justice for her brother. She thought she would die alone, with an invincible posture, crushing mountains and rivers. She returned against the heavens. She was no longer alone. Xuantong, Yaoer, Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu trembled as they stepped forward, tightly embracing their two children. Tears streaming down their faces, but filled with unprecedented happiness. 20 years had passed, and they thought their eldest son had long died tragically in a foreign land, and that their youngest daughter was destined to die with resentment. But now, their family of 4 could reunite once again. Is this a blessing from heaven? Li Qiongyu held Lu Xuantong tightly, fearing that this was a dream, and that if she let go, the dream would shatter. Child, your mother thought she would never see you again. Lu Jin was also in tears, but he smiled with immense satisfaction. Good, very good. My son from the Lu family should be like this. What kind of emperor, what kind of heavenly sword sect, are nothing but mud and dust before my son. He had never felt as proud as he did at this moment. His son was no longer that spirited boy from years ago, but a true peerless powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. With a single thought, he could sever mountains and rivers. With a single palm, he could shatter stars. This is truly his son, Lu Jin's son. Where there is joy, there is naturally sorrow. Emperor Zhou Tian was like a puddle of mud, slumped on the ground, his face filled with despair. His dragon robe was already soaked with cold sweat, and his forehead was bleeding profusely from hitting it. Yet he still dared not stop. Ancestor, grandfather, I beg you to spare my life. I am willing to offer the entire Deqian dynasty, willing to be your dog. Everything was instigated by that wretched Xiao Zishi. At this moment, he was nothing but a stray dog. However, Lu Xuantong's gaze was as cold as frozen ice. Spare you? He slowly raised his hand, the tip of his finger condensing a wave of annihilation. Did you ever think of sparing my sister when you forced her to cripple her cultivation? Did you ever think of today when you tacitly allowed Xiao Zishi to frame my Lu family? It's too late to beg for mercy now. As his voice fell, he suddenly pointed out, great wilderness prisoning heaven finger. In an instant, the world lost its color. A beam of light piercing through the heavens exploded, like a judgment descending from ancient gods, instantly enveloping Emperor Zhou Tian. No, Emperor Zhou Tian could only let out a shrill scream, and the next moment, his body began to disintegrate like foam. Flesh, bones, soul, everything was ground into powder. There were no remains. Both body and spirit perished. And this was not the end. The residual power of the finger surged directly into the depths of the imperial palace. The entire palace collapsed under this single finger. Pavilions, towers, the grand hall. Thousands of prohibitions, all turned to ruins. Lu Yao stared blankly at this scene, her heart racing. She knew her brother was strong, but witnessing the power of this finger left her speechless in shock. Is this the power of a Lu family immortal? Is this her brother? One finger, annihilating an emperor. One finger, shattering an imperial city. How domineering. How invincible. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu were equally dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long while. They knew their son was strong, but to this extent exceeded their imagination. This is my son as strength? Lu Jin murmured, his voice trembling. Li Qiongyu's eyes were filled with proud tears. After doing all this, a cold voice echoed in Lu Xuantong's mind. Host has arrived at the Deqian dynasty. Congratulations on signing in for the Nirvana Supreme Bone. The next moment, the heavens and earth trembled, and a pillar of light shot up to the sky. Boom. Chapter 49. The Holy Sun battles the 16 strong. The climax arrives. Lu Xuantong makes his appearance. In the heavenly realm, the divine Lord Lu family. Above the sky, mists swirled, divine light filled the air, and ancient battle platforms floated majestically, forged from immortal divine gold, their surfaces engraved with countless mysterious runes, exuding a terrifying aura that suppressed the ages. Today is the ultimate showdown of the Lu family's once-in-a-century Holy Sun battle, the battle of the 16 strongest. After several days of fierce fighting, the 16 strongest from an initial 108 unparalleled talents will finally face off in this peak confrontation. These 16 individuals are all extraordinary talents, most having broken through to the divine illumination realm, and some have even touched the threshold of the formless realm. What is more terrifying is that they have all awakened the unique bloodline forms of the Lu family, with combat power strong enough to sweep away their peers. This battle is destined to shake the eastern region. Around the battle platform, people were already packed like mountains and seas. Not only were the strong from the Lu family in attendance, but even other major divine lord families sent representatives to witness the talents of the Lu family's younger generation. It is said that this generation of Lu family talents is several times stronger than previous ones. Isn't that right? It is said that several have already touched the edge of the Dao Palace realm, simply against the heavens. Wow, the divine lord Lu family truly has deep foundations. If such talents were placed in the outside world, any one of them could sweep across major sects. People were discussing fervently, their eyes fixed eagerly on the largest central battle platform, waiting for the appearance of the 16 talents. Silence. A dignified voice resounded through the heavens and earth, instantly silencing all the noise. An old man dressed in a purple-gold divine robe stepped through the air, surrounded by a terrifying aura. Clearly a powerhouse of the Dao Palace realm. Under the divine lord, the Dao Palace realm is invincible. Today is the final showdown of my Lu family's century-old talent battle, and the 16 talents will determine the strongest here. Now, please welcome the 16 talents to the stage. Boom. As the old man's voice fell, the entire world seemed to tremble, and 16 brilliant divine lights shot up from all directions, like 16 suns rising at the same time, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The first to appear was a young man dressed in silver battle armor. His expression was cold, with a sharp brilliance in his brows. With each step he took, sword-shaped divine patterns automatically formed under his feet, as if even the heavens and earth were paving the way for him. It was Lu Wuchen. Heavens, he really came. It is said that he has cultivated the annihilation sword intent to perfection. When he draws his sword, all things perish. Not only that, but he is also the owner of Sword Heart Clarity, naturally attuned to the sword path, a true sword path prodigy. Lu Wuchen stepped onto the battle platform expressionlessly, his gaze like a sword sweeping across the surroundings, causing many to tremble as if a sharp blade was pressed against their throats. Next, a fiery red figure descended from the sky. She was graceful, her beauty unparalleled, and her flowing red dress danced with the wind. Like a phoenix descending from the 9 heavens, surrounded by scorching nirvana divine fire, even distorting the void around her. Lu Qingwang. It's Lu Qingwang, the owner of the 9-turn nirvana body, said to have completed 7 rounds of nirvana, her power comparable to Lu Qingxian. And no talent has yet forced her to reveal her full strength. Lady Qingwang, just give me a glance. Lu Qinghuang's appearance instantly ignited the entire crowd, especially the younger male disciples of the clan, all of them blushing with excitement, wildly calling her name. However, Lu Qinghuang remained aloof, ignoring the cheers around her, simply standing quietly on the battle platform like a goddess untouched by the mortal world. Then, several other talents appeared in succession. Each exuded terrifying auras, some domineering, some sharp, some unfathomable, eliciting waves of gasps from the spectators. However, everyone's gaze ultimately focused on the last 2 talents to appear, because they were the biggest favorites in this contest, the strongest contenders for the championship. In the next moment, the world suddenly darkened, as if endless shadows of gods and demons emerged from the depths of the 9 hells. And ancient mantras fell from the 9 heavens. A figure stepped through the air, walking steadily, yet causing the entire battle platform to tremble. Lu Chengqian, clad in a black and gold battle robe, with hair as dark as ink and eyes like an abyss. The left eye radiating brilliant divine light, while the right was surrounded by chilling demonic energy, exuding an aura that was both sacred and vast, as well as ferociously oppressive. As if with a single thought, he could transform into a god or a demon. He truly awakened the first layer of the divine demon bloodline. Someone gasped, their voice trembling. The divine demon bloodline is one of the highest inheritances of the Lu family, appearing only once every tens of thousands of years, and once perfected, it can command the power of gods and demons, suppressing all realms. And Lu Chengqian not only awakened such an extraordinary bloodline, but has also entered the first layer of the divine demon form, his combat power far exceeding his peers, truly a remarkable prodigy. It is feared that no one in this holy sun battle can rival him. An elder whispered, his eyes filled with shock. Lu Chengqian's expression was indifferent, and wherever his gaze fell, everyone involuntarily held their breath, as if being suppressed by some supreme will. He did not deliberately reveal his might, but the innate aura of divinity and demonhood around him caused everyone present to feel a tremor that resonated from their souls. Senior Brother Chengqian, invincible divinity and demonhood. Around the battle platform, Countless female cultivators were flushed with excitement, raising the spirit banner inscribed with the words Xianxian, their cheers rising like a tide. Even some spectators from other divine families could not help but nod secretly, acknowledging that this young man indeed possessed an invincible presence. On the high platform, the head of the Lu family, a powerful figure in the divine realm who shook the eastern domain, flashed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The bloodline of divinity and demonhood is indeed much stronger than that so-called supreme bone, he murmured to himself, his gaze slightly cold. 40 years ago, the Lu family and the Lu family had a marriage alliance, with the Lu family's legitimate daughter Lu Qingxue engaged to the Lu family's prodigy Lu Xuantong. But who would have thought that the owner of the supreme bone, who once amazed the eastern domain, would later become mediocre, his cultivation stagnating? Just wait for another 2 months. The Lu family head's eyes were deep. When Qingxue fought Lu Xuantong, this marriage alliance should finally come to an end. As long as Lu Qingxue wins, she can break free from the shackles of the engagement and turn to the embrace of the ancient holy body. The saint son of the Chui family. That is a true prodigy who can dominate the ages. In the front row of the Lu family spectator area, family head Lu Chongxing stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on Lu Chengxian, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This child indeed has the demeanor of our family's future saint son. Lu Chengxian felt the countless gazes of awe and admiration upon him. His expression remained calm, but deep in his eyes, a hint of pride flowed. He is destined to dominate the ages. Fearless of divinity and demonhood, all beings should crawl. Just as the entire venue erupted with excitement over Lu Chengxian, the last figure slowly stepped onto the battle platform. His appearance did not cause any earth-shattering spectacle, nor did it bring forth a pressure that could intimidate all directions. Even his footsteps were so light, they were almost inaudible. Yet, at that moment, the chaos of the battlefield strangely fell silent. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to him. Lu Xuantong, once the #1 prodigy of the Eastern Domain, the owner of the Supreme Bone. He wore a plain white robe, his black hair casually tied up, his expression calm, and his eyes deep like a bottomless abyss. His aura extremely restrained, as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. But such an apparently ordinary figure caused many powerful beings present to narrow their eyes. And even Lu Chongxing on the high platform squinted slightly. He actually came? Someone whispered, their tone complex. 40 years ago, Lu Xuantong emerged, and with the Supreme Bone, he suppressed all rivals of his generation, hailed as the future supreme of the Lu family. But later, for some unknown reason, his cultivation stagnated, gradually being surpassed by those who came after, even becoming viewed as a waste by everyone. Yet today, he stood on the battle platform of the Saint Sun's top 16. Humph, he barely squeezed into the top 16. Can he still stir up any waves? Someone scoffed. The Supreme Bone? It has long since lost its significance. In the face of the bloodline of divinity and demonhood, what is he? Who would have thought the Supreme Bone would also have a day of being trampled underfoot? Chapter 50. Biological Mother Descends. Xianer, is that you? When the system's voice echoed in Lu Xuantong's mind, the world suddenly changed colors. Above the sky, thunderclouds surged, billions of bolts of lightning roared like mad dragons, intertwining into a chaotic sea of destruction and rebirth. The entire void trembled, as if unable to withstand the arrival of some supreme power. In the next moment, a brilliant pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth crashed down like a divine sword, tearing through the clouds, directly enveloping Lu Xuantong. The light was as scorching as the sun rising, yet contained the profound power of nirvana and rebirth. Wherever it passed, the void twisted, the laws retreated. And even time seemed to freeze at that moment. What is this? Lu Jin's pupils constricted sharply as he suddenly looked up at the sky. His aged face filled with horror. He instinctively protected his wife and daughter behind him, his eyes filled with vigilance. Could it be that before Zhou Tian died, he left some hidden card? What other world-destroying trump cards does the great Qin dynasty have? No. Lu Yao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. An indescribable thrill surged from the depths of her bloodline. She stared blankly at the towering pillar of light, feeling as if her soul was trembling, as if some supreme existence was awakening. Meanwhile, Xia Qingtian's ethereal figure trembled violently, her usually cold eyes rarely showing a trace of shock. This aura is actually... She stared fixedly at the figure within the light pillar, waves of turmoil rising in her heart. Familiar, too familiar. This is clearly the aura of the Supreme Bone. But why is it even purer and more terrifying than those unparalleled prodigies of the heavenly realm? Boom. Just as everyone was in shock, Lu Xuantong's body slowly rose into the air, hovering above the heavens. Golden blood flowed like lava from his chest, hot and sacred, and within that brilliant golden blood, a dark golden Supreme Bone was slowly emerging. The bone patterns resembled dragons, and the runes resembled stars. Each line seemed to contain the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, and every heartbeat resonated with countless others. Nirvana Supreme Bone. This is the supreme bone that has gone through life and death, shattered and then reformed. Stronger than before, more perfect than ever. Nirvana Rebirth? Lu Jin's voice trembled, both shocked and overjoyed. And at that moment, the supreme bone completely fused. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure akin to a sea of stars erupted. Lu Xuantong's realm skyrocketed, his bloodline boiling like a dragon, and the power of the laws surrounding him solidified to the extreme. With every move, he could shatter mountains and rivers and reverse the universe. When Lu Xuantong slowly opened his eyes, it was as if chaos was opening. The sun and moon were rotating. In this life, he would ascend to the pinnacle in the form of nirvana. Then, the vast aura surrounding Lu Xuantong gradually receded, his figure, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, slowly landed before his parents. Father, mother, your child is safe. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu looked at their son standing before them unharmed. Unable to contain their inner excitement any longer, tears streaming down their faces. 20 years. A full 20 years. How many days and nights had they washed their faces with tears, thinking their eldest son had long perished far away? How many times of despair had they watched their youngest daughter tormented by hatred, yet felt powerless? Li Qiongyu was even more unable to speak through her tears, pulling her son into her embrace, soaking Lu Xuantong's clothes with her tears. Mother thought she would never see you again in this lifetime. Lu Yao stood aside, watching this scene, her lips unconsciously curling into a warm smile. How wonderful. From now on, she would no longer be alone. Her brother had returned, her parents were safe. And in this world, no one could separate them again. At this moment, Lu Xuantong had already broken through the peak of the earthly immortal realm, possessing the Nirvana Supreme Bone, and looking across the entire Xianxian continent. No one could rival him. However, just as the family was immersed in this hard-won joy of reunion, a deafening boom suddenly echoed from above the sky. In the next moment, the void shattered like a mirror, a bottomless rift cutting across the sky, resembling a passage to an endless star abyss, exuding a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. Not good. Lu Xuantong's pupils constricted sharply, his figure flashing as he instantly blocked in front of his parents and sister, his aura erupting like facing a great enemy, another person from the heavenly realm. His gaze was icy, fixated on that rift, a surge of killing intent boiling in his heart. No matter who the newcomer is, if they dare to harm his family, he will ensure their complete annihilation. Just as tensions were high, a figure stepped out from the rift. It was a woman. She wore an exquisite long dress, her skirt flowing like a star river, shimmering brightly. A phoenix hairpin swayed in her hair, radiating a faint celestial light. With every gesture, she exuded a noble elegance, yet also conveyed a comforting maternal aura, looking down upon all beings. However, when her gaze landed on Lu Xuantong, boom, the woman suddenly trembled, her beautiful eyes, like autumn waters, widened in disbelief. A crystalline tear slipped down from the corner of her eye, tracing across her fair cheek. Then came the second, and the third. She was silently crying. Lu Xuantong's family of 4. Suddenly, the place fell into dead silence. Lu Yao blinked, looking confused. Brother, what's going on? Lu Xuantong's brows were tightly knitted, his heart filled with even greater vigilance. Why did this woman burst into tears the moment she saw him? However, before he could ask, the woman trembled as she raised her hand, her red lips parted, and her voice choked. Shinner, is that you? Chapter 51. The Truth Revealed. Mother and son reunited. Lu Xuantong's choice. 40 years of searching, the call of blood. Nan Yuezi's heart trembled. The blood flowing within her became hot and boiling at this moment. It was a unique resonance between blood relatives, a bond that could not be severed even across countless dimensions. For a full 40 years, she traversed countless worlds, moving through numerous dimensions, just to find the flesh and blood lost in that upheaval back then. How vast was the lower realm? The Xianxian continent was but a drop in the ocean. Countless lower realm dimensions scattered like stars in the river of time and space, along with the heavenly realm, divine realm, immortal realm, demon realm, magic realm, and other intersecting worlds. To find a person's whereabouts in such an expansive universe was infinitely more difficult than finding a needle in the sea. She had once divined the heavenly secrets, pouring endless effort into it, and originally estimated it would take at least 100 years to lock onto her son's trace. But today, the blood within her suddenly stirred violently. A guiding force led her to tear through the void and arrive here. And the youth before her, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an imposing aura, was her long-lost flesh and blood. The moment she recognized Lu Xuantong's face, Nan Yuezi's pupils trembled. That face resembled her sister from the upper realm, especially those deep eyes like black jade, almost identical. No wonder they were twin siblings, even separated by 2 realms. The mark of blood was still clear. Xianxianer. Her voice trembled, choking with tears. 40 years of longing, 40 years of guilt, transformed into hot tears that dripped continuously down her delicate chin. But what pained her the most was that Xuantong was staring at her with a hostile gaze, his body brimming with spiritual power, as if ready to strike at any moment. His defensive posture was like that of someone guarding the most precious treasure. Viewing her as the greatest threat, Xuanyuezi felt a stabbing pain in her chest. Her son was wary of her. At this moment, she longed to rush forward and hold her child in her arms, but feared that a rash move would startle him. She could only tremble in place, allowing the tears to blur her vision. "Who are you?" Xuantong asked in a deep voice, his body unwavering in front of his family. He could feel the vast aura emanating from this woman, a pressure far beyond that of earthly immortals. But what shocked him even more was the boiling blood within him, which was resonating with her in a strange way. Xuanyuezi took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm her surging emotions. When she spoke again, her voice was laced with undeniable tremors. "My name is Xuanyuezi, from the southern heavenly domain of the upper realm, the Lu family of divine respect. And you are my biological son, lost in the lower realm 40 years ago." This sentence was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone into silence. Lu Jin and Li Qiangyu's expressions changed drastically, and Lu Yao was so shocked, she covered her mouth. As for Xuantong, his pupils constricted violently, and his mind roared, as if some sealed memory was awakening. Biological mother? How could this be? His mother was clearly Li Qiangyu, the gentle woman who had raised him with great care, the ordinary woman who had cried dry her tears for him over the past 20 years. How could this extraordinary powerhouse, descending from the heavens, be his biological mother? Absurd. Xuantong suddenly shouted, his supreme bone's divine power erupting. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, the winds and clouds rolled back, and a terrifying pressure swept out like a tide, distorting and shaking the very space itself. "I have a mother. Her name is Li Qiangyu. Senior, you are a powerful figure from the heavenly realm. Please show some respect. If you speak nonsense again, don't blame me for being unkind." Every word was like a sharp blade, stabbing deeply into Xuanyuezi's heart. This unparalleled powerhouse, who once commanded respect in the upper realm, now staggered back 2 steps like a helpless child. The color drained from her beautiful face, and crystalline tears continued to roll down. She should have anticipated such a situation. But when she saw her child looking at her with such hatred, the heart-wrenching pain was almost suffocating. "Xianxianer," Xuanyuezi trembled as she reached out her hand. "I truly am your mother. You will understand once you see this." Saying that, she suddenly bit her fingertip, and a drop of blood, brilliant as gold, floated in the air. At the same time, the supreme bone in Xuantong's chest suddenly trembled violently, and a thread of golden blood uncontrollably surged from his heart. "What is this?" Xuantong looked down in shock, only to see that thread of golden blood intertwining and wrapping around Xuanyuezi's blood in midair, ultimately merging perfectly, forming a dazzling bloodline bridge that tightly connected their hearts. Thump, thump. The sounds of bloodline resonance were clearly audible. The closeness stemming from the depths of their souls could not be faked. "No, this is impossible." Xuantong staggered back, his handsome face twisted in extreme shock. He suddenly turned to look at Li Qiangyu, grabbing his adoptive mother's hand like a lost child, his voice nearly breaking. "Mother, please tell me I am your biological child. Right? Please tell me the truth. I am your biological flesh and blood." At this moment, Li Qiangyu was already in tears, looking at her adoptive son's pained expression. This kind woman could no longer hold back. She pulled Xuantong into her embrace, crying heartbreakingly, "Xianxianer, my son." This reaction had already explained everything. Xuantong felt as if struck by lightning, his whole body trembling violently. 40 years of understanding collapsed in an instant, and the entire world seemed to spin around him. Xuanyuezi looked at her son's devastated appearance. Her heart felt like it was being shredded. "Xianxianer, no one wanted to see that upheaval back then." "Shut up." Xuantong suddenly erupted, the divine power of his supreme bone fully exploding, a destructive wave of energy blasting outwards from him. "I don't believe it. This must be an illusion, a conspiracy." He was like a madman, his eyes red as he glared at Xuanyuezi. "What wouldn't you heavenly realm people do for the supreme bone?" Xuanyuezi was pushed back several steps by this wave of energy, but felt no anger. On the contrary, the pain in her eyes deepened. "Child, if I wanted to take your supreme bone, why wait until now?" Then, trembling, she took out a crystal-clear jade pendant from her bosom, upon which were engraved 2 small characters, Xuantong. "This is the protective talisman I personally placed on you when you were born." Xuantong's gaze fell on the jade pendant, and his face changed drastically. This pendant was perfectly matched to the broken jade pendant he had worn since childhood. In an instant, Countless shattered memories flooded back like a tide. The night of blood and fire, the terrifying sense of oppression enveloping heaven and earth. In the room of the flying boat, a gentle woman with despairing tears as she stuffed him into a space crack. Xuantong let out a heart-wrenching roar to the sky, his spiritual power going berserk, causing mountains within 100 miles to collapse under this force. The truth is often more unbearable than lies. And Lu Jin and his wife stood beside Xuantong, solemnly saying, Xuantong was raised by us. Please give us a reason for you to recognize each other. Chapter 52, Xian'er, Mother begs you, go back and save your sister. 40 years ago, on that cold night, the wind and snow were raging, and the howls of wild beasts echoed through the mountains and forests. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu, on their way home, faintly heard a weak, crying sound. Following the sound, they discovered a baby wrapped in rags among the dead grass. With a small face frozen purple and a breath so weak it was almost undetectable, had they not picked him up in time, he would have quietly disappeared from the world after one more night, either taken away by hungry beasts or succumbing to the biting cold. They did not know where the child came from, nor did they understand why he had been abandoned in the wilderness. But looking at the dying baby in their arms, tears instantly fell from Li Qionyu's eyes as she tightly held him, trembling and saying, "This child, we must save him." From then on, they treated him as their own, pouring all their love into raising him. Lu Xuantong was exceptionally intelligent from a young age, with gifts far surpassing those of ordinary children. While they were delighted, they also sensed that this child might have an extraordinary background. But no matter what, he was their son, their flesh and blood that they had painstakingly raised. How could the joy of family be easily broken by others? Now, Lu Xuantong had become a renowned prodigy, awakening the supreme bone, with limitless prospects ahead. They thought they could finally enjoy family happiness, watching him marry and have children, living a stable life. But just then, Nan Yuezi appeared, claiming to be his biological mother. Lu Jin's eyes were filled with both anger and determination. If she had deliberately abandoned her child back then today, even at the cost of his life, he would never let her take Tonger away so easily. Li Qiongyu felt the same, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, Lu Yao stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Her brother was not her biological brother? No wonder he was so exceptional. No wonder he could awaken the supreme bone. It turned out he was from the upper realm, the son of an immortal. Thoughts surged in her mind, and all her past doubts seemed to unravel at that moment. But then, an even more shocking thought surfaced. If her brother was not her blood relative, then what about their relationship? She instinctively bit her lip, her cheeks flushing slightly, her heart racing uncontrollably. But soon, she shook her head vigorously, feeling frustrated. What am I thinking? Yet even so, that strange feeling quietly began to entwine her heart like a creeping vine. Nan Yuezi looked at Lu Xuantong's stubborn and aggrieved expression and knew that if she did not reveal the secret of that year, she might never gain her son's forgiveness in this lifetime. How could a mother abandon her child with a heavy heart? If it were not a matter of life and death, if there were no other choice, what mother in the world would be willing to part with her own flesh and blood? It turned out that when Lu Xuantong was born, he had already been imbued with the legendary Supreme Bone, a supreme divine talent capable of shaking the heavens and worlds. However, this very talent attracted covetous eyes. A mysterious, powerful being had set his sights on him, intending to forcibly extract the bone and transplant it into himself at the moment of his birth. He did not care whether the child could survive. Nan Yuezi's voice choked with emotion. Her eyes filled with deep-seated hatred as she gritted her teeth and said, "Once the supreme bone is forcibly removed, you will undoubtedly die." To protect her son's life, she could only painfully seal his supreme bone and use a spatial sacred artifact to tear through the void, sending him to the lower realm. I couldn't even dare to send you personally for fear of leaving traces, being detected by that person, to completely confuse that powerful being. Lu Xuantong's twin sister awakened the divine, sovereign bone forcibly, using herself as bait to mislead the powerful being's perception. She could have avoided this, but for you, mother had no other choice. Nan Yuezi wept bitterly, filled with deep guilt. Over the years, she had missed her child every moment. She traversed countless worlds, deducing heavenly secrets, even at the cost of her lifespan, just to find his whereabouts. As Nan Yuezi spoke, the truth finally surfaced. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu exchanged glances, their previously tense expressions gradually easing. They could feel the pain and helplessness in Nan Yuezi's words, understanding the despair of a mother forced to separate from her flesh and blood. So that's how it is, Li Qiongyu sighed softly, tears glistening in her eyes. If it were her, she would likely make the same choice. Now all eyes were on Lu Xuantong. He remained silent for a long time, the coldness in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a complex emotion. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice low yet firm. "As for what happened back then, it is indeed not your fault. But as it stands, I have long since become accustomed to my current life. My parents treat me as their own, and I regard them as my closest kin. Lu Xiantong refused. He knew that agreeing would mean stepping into a whole new world. There, he would find his true blood relatives, the supreme glory that should have been his, and perhaps endless opportunities and fortunes. But so what? He was not a vain person, nor was he ungrateful. The gratitude for being raised for 40 years had already become ingrained in his bones. Now, to abandon all of this and recognize a mother he had never met, he could not do it. In this matter, no one was wrong. Nan Yuezi sent him away back then to save him. Lu Jin and his wife raised him out of kindness, and his refusal to acknowledge her was merely to preserve the calm he had now. Since fate had arranged things this way, let it continue to go awry. Maintaining the status quo was just fine. At least now, he had a home, family, and everything he wanted to protect. They were not selfish people. If Lu Xiantong chose to recognize his roots, they would never obstruct him. But deep down, how could they bear to let go? This child was raised by their own hands. However, what worried them more was whether Nan Yuezi would give up just like that. Upon realizing the answer, despair filled Nan Yuezi's eyes. Shinner, I understand your choice and respect it. But, upon hearing this, Lu Xiantong remembered that he had a blood-related twin sister. Nan Yuezi forced a bitter smile and said softly, for these 40 years, no one in the upper realm knew that the real Lu Xiantong had already descended to the lower realm, while your sister took your place and lived until today. But she does not have the supreme bone. She does not possess the extraordinary talent he has, yet she must bear the title of the supreme bone holder, enduring pressure and humiliation that should not belong to her. Lu Xiantong fell silent. He had never thought that there was someone in this world who had endured such immense suffering because of him. That unfamiliar sister had lived for 40 years in his stead, but had always lived in the shadows. Now, she was on the brink of collapse. Could he really stand by and watch? The bond of blood could ultimately not be severed. Nan Yuezi deeply bowed to Lu Xiantong, pleading, Shinner, mother begs you. Chapter 53, Sign-In Divine Sovereign Lu Family. Reward, Heavenly Fire Realm Cultivation. Nan Yuezi looked weary, her eyes swirling with indescribable pain. The flesh of her palms and backs were one and the same. Whether it was Lu Xiantong or the daughter who had borne 40 years of pressure in his place, they were both her inseparable blood and flesh. She knew better than anyone how cruel her request was. Asking a child who grew up in the lower realm and had just learned the truth about his origins to immediately accept a mother he had never met, even to abandon his current life to save a stranger sister. No one could easily accept such a thing, but she had no other choice. Shinner, mother knows this is too sudden for you. Nan Yuezi's voice was almost pleading, her eyes shimmering with tears. But your sister truly cannot wait any longer. Her daughter has been teetering on the edge of collapse for too long. The burden she carries is far more than just what Lu Xiantong faces. The supreme bone is a bloodline that dominates the ages, and she bears the hope of her entire clan. Yet she has never lived for herself. Now, her spirit is on the brink of collapse. If she waits any longer, Nan Yuezi cannot imagine the consequences. As Nan Yuezi's words fell, the crowd fell into contemplation. Lu Xiantong frowned deeply, his gaze lowered as if he were struggling. Lu Yao bit her lip, a wave of bitterness rising in her heart. She had always thought she was Lu Xuantong's only sister. Since childhood, she longed for her brother's affection and care, taking for granted this unique favoritism. But now, suddenly, a twin sister emerges, not only connected by blood to her brother, but even existing in this world before her. What does that make her? An indescribable sense of loss surged in her heart, causing her to clench her teeth. But then she thought, what kind of life has that unseen sister lived for the past 40 years? She does not have the supreme bone. Yet she must bear the title of her brother and endure pressures that do not belong to her. She has never truly been herself. Thinking of this, Lu Yao's heart suddenly softened. As a sister herself, she could understand that sisters plight the most. Moreover, she is the twin sister. While she has no blood relation to Lu Xiantong, that means they can never. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu exchanged a glance and saw complex emotions in each other's eyes. They had raised Lu Xiantong for 20 years, already considering him their own, but they were also a pair of parents. They knew too well how painful it is for a child to live in someone else's shadow. Once, Lu Yao, blinded by her brother's hatred, even contemplated giving up her cultivation. But what about Lu Xuantong's sister? She has no parents' understanding, no brother's protection, and cannot even reveal her true self. Such days have lasted for 40 years. Just imagining it is heart-wrenching. Li Qionyu's eyes slightly reddened as she softly spoke, Xiantong. She could not bear for Lu Xiantong to leave, but she knew better. If their selfishness led that unseen girl to continue suffering, how could they find peace in their hearts? Lu Jin took a deep breath, patted his wife's shoulder, and turned his gaze to Lu Xiantong, saying in a deep voice, Xiantong, this matter is for you to decide. Whatever choice you make, we support you. Lu Xiantong stood still. emotions swirling in his eyes like water in a deep pool, waves stirring beneath. On one side is the grace of raising him. On the other is the responsibility of blood ties. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu treated him as their own child, pouring all their efforts into his growth over 40 years. And Lu Yao, from the moment of her birth, was destined for a tragic fate, reduced to a tool for her brother's revenge. After finally waiting for her brother's return, if he were to leave, what should they do? On the other side, Nen Yuezi's tearful plea. His twin sister has borne 40 years of suffering for him. She should not have to bear the fame of the Supreme Bone, should not live in his shadow, and should not face the trials of the upper realm alone. Yet she silently endures, until she is on the verge of collapse. What wrong has she committed? The wrong belongs to that powerful being coveting the Supreme Bone. And to this damned fate. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in Lu Xuantong's eyes. But now, he found it difficult to decide how to choose. Just as his emotions were churning, a soft hand gently grasped his palm. Brother. Lu Yao looked up, her eyes shimmering with tears, yet she forced a gentle smile. Yao Yao could understand that sister's feelings. Although she doesn't like her brother leaving them, she hopes that all sisters in the world can be happy. So, Yao Yao supports you in protecting her. Lu Xuantong's heart jolted, his throat slightly choked, rendering him momentarily speechless. He had never thought that Lu Yao could understand the feelings of the other sister. But the next moment, Lu Yao huffed lightly, pouted, and pretended to glare at him. You can't stay in the heavenly realm otherwise. She bit her lip, her eyes slightly red, trying to come up with a suitable reason to explain. Do you want our parents to cry for you? Of course, Yao Yao would too. In that instant, the last trace of hesitation in Lu Xuantong's heart crumbled away. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was clear. Okay. He raised his hand and gently ruffled Lu Yao's hair, his voice deep and firm. Brother promises you. He will go to the upper realm and save that unseen sister. But he would never stay there. His roots are always here. Just as he made that decision, a crisp voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have refreshed the sign-in location. Divine Lord Lu family. Reward. Heavenly Fire Realm Cultivation. Lu Xuantong's eyes narrowed, and a barely perceptible cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that this trip to the upper realm is destined to be anything but calm. Seeing this, Nen Yuezi was overjoyed. As long as Lu Xuantong was willing to go to the Lu family, everything could be resolved. Even if Lu Xuantong only had the cultivation of a terrestrial immortal now, she could explain it as a result of demonic deviation in cultivation causing a drop in realm. And then a large amount of heavenly materials and treasures could cultivate him again. The sister is saved. Xianer, mother is really grateful to you. Lu Xuantong looked up at the thunder in the sky, his gaze shooting out a bright light. Come on, let me see what the heavenly realm has that is different. Chapter 54, Lu Xuantong's first victory. Battling Lu Changqian. A fateful duel. In the heavenly realm, Divine Lord Lu family. In an instant, the wind stopped. A tall figure stepped onto the battle platform, with black hair like ink swirling wildly in the void, each strand seeming to carry a sharp edge. The last to appear was Lu Xuantong, the owner of the Supreme Bone. His arrival did not bring any shocking phenomena or overwhelming pressure. Yet the air in the entire battlefield seemed to freeze for a moment. Is this the Supreme Bone? After a brief silence, sarcastic voices surged like a tide. Huh. Supreme Bone? His demeanor is indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, his strength is lacking. I heard he was defeated by Lu Changqian in 3 moves, Supreme Bone? Just like that. TSK. What a disgrace. The most useless Supreme Bone in history. Not even comparable to a single finger of the bloodline of gods and demons. Just the other day, he was rejected by the Lu family. A dignified Lu family genius has fallen to this point. What a shame. If I were his fiancée, I would also break off the engagement. Who would want to be with a waste? I heard Lu Qingshue's new fiancé is an ancient sacred body, a true peerless genius. 1,000,000 times better than this waste. Lu Xuantong? Huh, just a dog on the side of the road. Mocking, laughing, and contemptuous voices rose and fell, stabbing like blades towards the figure in the center of the battle platform. But Lu Xuantong remained calm, his expression steady, his gaze deep as if these words were merely the wind passing by his ears, not worth his attention. He had long since grown accustomed to it. At the front of the observation platform, the head of the Lu family stood side by side with the head of the Lu family, the atmosphere subtle. The head of the Lu family looked somewhat awkward, his gaze flickering as if filled with guilt. After all, the matter of breaking off the engagement ultimately tarnished the Lu family's reputation. Meanwhile, the head of the Lu family appeared calm, but a hint of helplessness lay deep in his eyes. The Supreme Bone should have suppressed the ages, yet now it has become a joke in the eyes of many. After a moment of silence, the head of the Lu family spoke softly. Brother Lu, if in 2 months, Xuantong can win against Qing'er in their duel, my Lu family's daughter will still be the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, the head of the Lu family's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a bitter smile. 2 months later, with Lu Xuantong's current strength, how could he possibly compete with the current Lu Xianxia? This is merely a polite remark. As the 16 outstanding talents took the stage, the divine patterns around the battle platform suddenly lit up, and brilliant golden light surged into the sky, transforming into ancient rune barriers that enveloped the entire battle platform. The chief judge waved his long robe, his voice booming like a bell. Shaking the heavens, the battle of the Saint Sons begins, with Lu family's holy son in combat. The match between the top 16 officially starts. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. Countless spectators cheered enthusiastically, their voices rising like a tide, causing the void to tremble slightly. Some shouted Lu Wuchen's name. Others fervently roared Lu Chengqian's title, and many young cultivators blushed and frantically waved spiritual jade flags inscribed with the words Qing Huang, screaming at the top of their lungs. However, when the chief judge announced the opponents for the first match, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. In the first match, Lu Xuantong versus Lu Qinghuang, the entire venue went quiet. After a brief silence, discussions erupted like thunder. What? The first match has Lu Xuantong facing Lu Qinghuang. What a spectacle! Lu Qinghuang is a 9-turn nirvana body. Her battle power is unfathomable, ranking within the top 5 among the younger generation of the Lu family. Although Lu Xuantong once shone brightly now, I favor Lu Qinghuang in this battle. Oh, why? Others asked curiously. The person grinned and said matter-of-factly, because Lu Qinghuang is prettier. Laughter erupted, and the vast majority stood by Lu Qinghuang, seemingly hoping to see Lu Xuantong fall from grace. In the center of the battle platform, Lu Qinghuang descended gracefully, her fiery red dress dancing in the wind, resembling a phoenix descending from the heavens, surrounded by blazing nirvana divine fire. Her gaze was cold, her red lips parted slightly, and her voice flowed like a clear spring. Young Master Lu, please. Lu Xuantong maintained a calm expression, merely nodding slightly, without saying much. The next moment, boom. Both of them struck simultaneously. Lu Qinghuang raised her jade hand lightly, and the nirvana divine fire transformed into a raging sea of flames, engulfing the entire battle platform. The intense heat causing even the spectators to feel their skin scorch. Each of her strikes contained nirvana power, as if she aimed to incinerate everything and return to chaos. Meanwhile, Lu Xuantong moved like lightning, weaving through the sea of fire, with every step revealing ancient supreme runes beneath his feet, resolutely resisting the burning of the nirvana flames. His punches and palms intertwined, each strike plain yet imbued with terrifying power capable of suppressing the ages. The battle escalated to an extreme, shaking the entire battle platform, with the rune barriers oscillating violently. How is this possible? Lu Xuantong can actually fight Lu Qinghuang to such a degree. This is not right. His battle power far exceeds the rumors. At that moment, Lu Xuantong's eyes suddenly radiated dazzling divine light. An ancient and vast aura erupted from within him. And in an instant, his figure seemed to resonate with heaven and earth, endless divine patterns intertwining around him, transforming into a towering phantom. Divine sovereign form. What? He can actually awaken the divine sovereign form. On the high platform, the Lu family head suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. The Lu family head also narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the battle platform, murmuring, "How is this possible?" Lu Qinghuang's expression changed slightly, the nirvana divine fire burning wildly in an attempt to resist, but Lu Xuantong punched out. The power of the divine sovereign erupted, tearing apart the sea of nirvana fire. Lu Qinghuang let out a muffled grunt, her figure retreating, a trace of blood spilling from her lips. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at this scene. Lu Xuantong, victory. On the battle platform, Lu Xuantong's divine patterns flowed around him, the towering phantom slowly dissipating, ultimately transforming into streams of golden light, merging into his body. The supreme form is the true mark of the supreme bone reaching completion. Once awakened, battle power undergoes a fundamental transformation, even capable of contending with divine and demonic bloodlines. Lu Xuantong achieved victory in the first match and successfully awakened the divine sovereign form, which everyone mistakenly believed to be the supreme form. The subsequent battles progressed rapidly. Lu Wuchen swept his opponents away with the intent of the silent sword, determining victory with 3 strikes. Although Lu Qinghuang was defeated by Lu Xuantong, she still displayed terrifying battle power, the nirvana fire incinerating everything, strongly advancing. However, the most shocking was Lu Qingxian's battle. His opponent was also a peerless genius who had awakened a bloodline form, but in just 3 moves. The first move, the power of the divine and demonic erupted, suppressing everything. The second move, the opponent's bloodline form collapsed, spitting blood and retreating. The third move, the outcome was decided. The crowd erupted. So strong. Is this the might of the divine and demonic bloodline? Lu Chengqian, the rightful leader. This Saint's Son battle has become utterly suspense-free. Countless people cheered wildly. Lu Chengqian's name echoing through the skies. On the high platform, the Lu family head nodded slightly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The Lu family head secretly pondered. It seems that in 2 months, during the duel with Qing'er, Lu Xuantong will undoubtedly lose. Just as everyone thought the situation was settled, the chief judge's voice rang out again. In the 9th match, Lu Xuantong versus Lu Chengqian. In an instant, the venue fell silent. All eyes focused on the two figures. Lu Xuantong slowly raised his head, his gaze deep as an abyss. Lu Chengqian's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes filled with overwhelming battle intent. This battle, a fateful confrontation. Lu Chengqian looked at Lu Xuantong, his eyes filled with disdain. You can't defeat me. Surrender is your fate. Losing to me is not shameful. Chapter 55, Lu Xuantong's identity exposed? Not the supreme bone. Damn. Lu Chengqian defeated a peer of the same level in just 3 moves. And he didn't even release his divine and demonic form. In contrast, Lu Xuantong's victory seemed so forced. In his battle against Lu Qingwang, he nearly exhausted all his trump cards and was even forced to temporarily awaken the divine sovereign form at the brink of death to narrowly defeat his opponent. And Lu Chengqian? He hadn't even taken it seriously, yet he swept everything away. The difference was clear. The outcome of this battle seemed already predetermined. Lu Xuantong ultimately could not ascend to the position of Saint Son. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Chengqian stepped on his dignity, walking step by step toward the peak, becoming the undisputed king of the Lu family in this generation. Defeat is your destined end. Lu Chengqian stood at the other end of the battle platform, his gaze contemptuous, a hint of mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Once, he looked up to Lu Xuantong, who was said to possess the legendary supreme bone, a supreme talent capable of suppressing the ages. But later, Lu Xuantong's performance left him greatly disappointed. It turned out, the supreme bone was nothing special, a waste who couldn't even compare to the divine and demonic bloodline. What right did he have to claim the title of Lu family's genius? Lu Xuantong pressed his lips together, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes, and said solemnly, "How would you know if you don't try?" Although he knew that the divine sovereign form had just awakened and was not yet fully mastered, making it unlikely to compete against Lu Chengqian's divine and demonic form, he at least did not want to concede without a fight. Even if defeat was certain, he wanted Lu Chengqian to know that the name Lu Xuantong was not just for show. He would fight with all his might to protect everything his brother stood for. Wait. Just as the chief judge was about to announce the beginning of the duel, a deep and authoritative voice suddenly echoed, interrupting the atmosphere of the entire venue. Everyone turned to look, only to see the Grand Elder Lu Feng, who was also Lu Chengqian's father, slowly standing up, his gaze sharp as a blade. Locking onto Lu Xuantong, his booming voice thundered like a shockwave, instantly silencing the entire battle platform. What is within Lu Xuantong does not seem to be the supreme bone. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes and continued. The supreme form he displayed earlier differs from the powers recorded in ancient texts about the supreme bone. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Not the supreme bone. Then what is it? The Grand Elder Lu Feng's words were like a meteor crashing into a calm lake, instantly stirring up monstrous waves. Around the battle platform, countless cultivators were in an uproar, discussions surging like a tide. Indeed, something was off. The rumored supreme form, once awakened, has the power to change the color of heaven and earth. However, although Lu Xuantong's form just now was powerful, it was far from that kind of overwhelming might. But if it weren't for the supreme bone, how could the golden blood flowing within him be explained? That is the symbol of the supreme bloodline. Wait, I recall seeing a secret account in ancient texts. Divine sovereign bone? Everyone was stunned. Indeed, the appearance of divine sovereign bone is almost indistinguishable from supreme bone, and even the bloodline aura is very similar. But the power of the two is worlds apart. Once this statement was made, all the cultivators present felt a chill creep up their spines. It is terrifying to think deeply. No wonder Lu Xuantong's performance was so mediocre. No wonder he could barely defeat Lu Qingwang despite having awakened the supreme form. It turns out that what flows within him is not the true supreme bone, but the divine sovereign bone. The news that Lu Xuantong does not possess the supreme bone swept through the crowd like a storm. With countless gazes directed at the figure in the center of the battle stage, some filled with shock, some with pity, and others with unabashed ridicule. I said. How could the supreme bone be so weak? It turns out to be a counterfeit. It's a waste of resources for the Lu family to cultivate him as a genius. However, in the next moment, Lu Feng, I curse you. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted, and a terrifying pressure swept out like a raging sea. Lu Yunting, Lu Xuantong's father, abruptly stood up, unleashing his Dao Palace realm cultivation, and the violent spiritual power transformed into a tangible pressure that fiercely suppressed Lu Feng. Lu Feng, what are you to dare slander my son? Lu Yunting's eyes turned red, filled with murderous intent, and he resembled a furious beast, ready to pounce at any moment. Throughout his life, the thing he hated most was someone bullying his son. Even if Lu Xuantong's talent was truly mediocre, he is still Lu Yunting's son. No one else has the right to criticize him. Moreover, the matter of the Supreme Bone concerns Lu Xuantong's dignity and the face of the entire Lu family. Lu Feng's expression changed slightly, and he immediately activated his divine powers to resist, but in front of the furious Lu Yunting, his momentum was clearly weakened. Even so, he still sneered and mocked. Lu Yunting, you are anxious. If you have no guilt in your heart, why act so out of character? Your son is not even the Supreme Bone. He had long secretly plotted for this moment. Since Lu Xuantong awakened the Supreme Bone, his son Lu Changqian had always been overshadowed, with clan resources tilted in favor of Lu Yunting's lineage. How could he swallow this? Months ago, Lu Feng began secretly investigating. He searched through the ancient texts of the clan, even using the authority of the Grand Elder to access those long-sealed forbidden books. Finally, in a broken volume of the secret record of Heaven's Bones, he found the crucial clue. The Supreme Bone and Divine Sovereign Bone are similar in appearance, but different in quality. The Supreme Bone is a gift from the heavenly Tao, once fully developed. It can suppress the ages and be invincible throughout the world. In contrast, the Divine Sovereign Bone is a counterfeit created by ancient powers imitating the Supreme Bone. Although the initial performance is similar, the potential is vastly different. Lu Feng felt as if he had found a treasure. Comparing Lu Xuantong's battle records from these years and discovering that the power of his supreme form was indeed far from what the ancient text recorded. The most crucial point is that the true owner of the Supreme Bone should awaken the supreme true blood at the age of 16. But Lu Xuantong has yet to show this phenomenon. He is simply unworthy. Over the years, Lu Xuantong enjoyed the clan's top-tier resources, heaven-level techniques at his disposal, premium spiritual herbs prioritized for him. Even the 9-turn divine demon pool, which should have belonged to Lu Changqian, was given to this counterfeit. These should have been my sons. What made Lu Feng even more furious was that years ago, he competed with Lu Yunting for the stunning beauty of Nanyue, who ultimately chose Lu Yunting. Now their son is going to stand above his own son? Absolutely impossible. Lu Yunting, your precious son, Lu Feng sneered, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Using the Divine Sovereign Bone to impersonate the Supreme Bone and deceive the clan for resources, what punishment should he face? Lu Yunting's eyes nearly burst with rage, and his spiritual power surged violently, distorting the space with his Dao Palace realm pressure. You're seeking death. He moved like lightning, appearing in front of Lu Feng in an instant, his fist carrying the force to shatter mountains and crack the earth. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch contained overwhelming fury, and the protective light shield that Lu Feng hastily erected shattered instantly, forcing him to stagger back repeatedly. Ha! Blood spilled from Lu Feng's mouth. But he laughed even more wildly. You are anxious. Your son is a waste. Just as the two were about to engage in a life and death struggle, a grand pressure descended from the heavens. Enough. The head of the Lu family stepped into the air, waving his sleeve, and vast spiritual power forcibly separated the two. His face was as dark as water, and his gaze swept between Lu Yunting and Lu Feng. What kind of decorum is this before the Holy Sun's battle? Lu Feng immediately bowed and saluted, but his tone was laced with sarcasm. Head of the family, please see. Lu Xuantong is using Divine Sovereign Bone to impersonate Supreme Bone. This matter. Shut up. Lu Yunting bellowed, my son. Everyone be quiet. The head of the Lu family shouted, his terrifying pressure making both powerful figures groan and retreat. He coldly surveyed the entire venue, finally fixing his gaze on Lu Xuantong on the battle stage. This matter will be settled after the battle. Chapter 56. When the twin siblings first meet. What flows within you? Is it really not the Supreme Bone? Lu Changqian's voice sliced through the battle stage like a cold blade, filled with unhidden mockery and amusement. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes locking onto Lu Xuantong like a venomous snake, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This question caused the entire battle stage to fall silent. Lu Xuantong's pupils trembled slightly. In the world, very few people knew the truth. But fate is capricious. And this secret buried for 40 years would be uncovered at the most inappropriate moment during the battle of the Lu family Holy Sun, exposed in front of countless cultivators. The mocking voices echoed in his ears, and countless pairs of eyes filled with doubt stared at him. Supreme Bone? Huh, it turns out to be a counterfeit. Wasting the clan's resources for so many years, truly shameful. Such a waste is also worthy to stand on the same stage as us. Every word was like a sharp knife, stabbing deeply into her heart. Tell me. Lu Chengqian suddenly stepped forward, the divine demon pressure erupting violently, cracking the ground of the battle stage inch by inch. What flows within you? Is it really the supreme bone? At this moment, she suddenly felt a strange sense of liberation. For the first time in 40 years, she felt as if she was free. Brother, where are you? This whisper, as light as a sigh, could only be heard by her. But Lu Chengqian's pupils suddenly constricted. Brother? He keenly caught this unexpected term. What does Lu Xuantong mean by this? But soon, a fierce expression returned to his face. It doesn't matter whether you are the supreme bone or not. Today, you are destined to be trampled underfoot by me. In the observation area, Lu Wuchen played with the sword in his hand, chuckling. Now, Lu Xuantong is no longer a concern. The other contestants all dismissed Lu Xuantong from the ranks of strong contenders, in their eyes. Lu Xuantong at this moment was like a clown, easily crushed. And indeed, it was true. 40 years of repression. 40 years of disguise. 40 years of carrying the expectations and responsibilities for her brother. At this moment, it finally exceeded what she could bear. Lu Xuantong's gaze gradually became vacant. The scene before her began to blur. She felt the world spinning, and all sounds around her became distant. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of thousands, the figure once revered as the genius of the Lu family fell straight down. Xuantong. Lu Yunting instantly appeared on the battle stage, catching his son's limp body. When he touched the flowing blood, a strange feeling surged in his heart. The aura contained in this blood. Not right. This is not the bloodline fluctuation that a supreme bone possessor should have. His palm trembled uncontrollably, and the belief he had held for 40 years collapsed in that moment. Could it be that the supreme bone genius, whom the entire clan had high hopes for, was really just a counterfeit of the divine sovereign bone? Lu Yunting's entire body shook violently, an unprecedented chill sweeping over him. At this moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for his reaction. Meanwhile, the unconscious Lu Xuantong had a faint smile of relief at the corner of her lips. Perhaps this was for the best. At least, she could finally. But she felt sorry for her brother. The chief judge silently gazed at the collapsed Lu Xuantong, his brow furrowed. According to the rules, if a contestant could not continue fighting, they should be declared defeated. However, declaring Lu Xuantong's loss at this moment seemed too hasty, as this duel had not truly begun. Judge. Lu Feng's icy voice suddenly rang out, standing with his hands behind his back, his eyes glinting with determination. Since Lu Xuantong could no longer fight, why not hurry up and announce the result? As long as Lu Chengqian defeated this biggest variable, the subsequent opponents would be of no concern. The position of the Holy Sun was already in his grasp. The chief judge took a deep breath, about to speak. Wait. A clear, cold voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a stunning figure descending from the air, her robes floating like a celestial maiden. It was Nan Yuezi, Lu Xuantong's mother. The spectators in the viewing area immediately stirred. Lu Yunting was puzzled. Nan Yuezi had mysteriously disappeared in recent days, and he had sent all his secret guards but could not find her trace. Where had she gone? More importantly, was what was inside Lu Xuantong really a supreme bone? When the child was born, he was far away fighting in a secret realm, and when he returned, he only heard that his wife had given birth to a genius with a supreme bone. Now that he thought about it, there must be something fishy about it. Please give Xuantong a stick of incense this time. Nan Yuezi calmly looked at the chief judge and said, after a stick of incense, she will return to the arena. The chief judge showed a difficult expression. Although a stick of incense was short, rules were rules. Ha! Lu Chengqian suddenly laughed loudly, full of disdain. I, Lu Chengqian, never take advantage of others' misfortune. A stick of incense? What if it's a month? He stood with his hands behind his back, an aura of divine and demonic energy circulating around him, his tone extremely domineering. No matter when, I can suppress this waste. Nan Yuezi appeared to be unaware of this boastful claim. She gently picked up the unconscious Lu Xuantong, and as her fingertips brushed across her daughter's pale cheek, a hint of pain flashed in her eyes. But when she turned around, the corner of her lips lifted into a meaningful arc, because the real Lu Xuantong had already returned. As she left, the spectators in the viewing area murmured. What was Nan Yuezi planning? What could a stick of incense change? Could it be that there was truly something strange about Lu Xuantong? Meanwhile, the real Lu Xuantong was curiously surveying everything around him in his sister's room. When the twin siblings first met. Chapter 57. Lu Xuantong takes action to save his sister. Sibling reunion. In the heavenly realm of the Lu family. The moment Lu Xuantong followed his mother into the heavenly realm, he felt an immense and boundless spiritual energy rush towards him, so dense it was almost tangible. Every breath seemed to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. No wonder the people of the heavenly realm had such terrifying power. Just the concentration of this spiritual energy was far beyond what the lower realms could compare to. Here, Even the most ordinary beings would achieve twice the result with half the effort in their cultivation. Nan Yuezi softly explained. If a dog cultivates in the heavenly realm for 100 years, it could easily crush a grandmaster from the lower realms. Lu Xuantong remained silent, his gaze sweeping around. The Lu family's mansion was magnificent and grand, shrouded in celestial mist, with pavilions and towers floating among the clouds. Countless powerful beings flying through the air, their auras as deep as the ocean. He felt a sense of awe in his heart, knowing he had stepped into a completely different world. Along the way, his mother carefully recounted the events of the past 40 years. How his sister had been forced to impersonate him, how she had struggled to survive in the Lu family under the name of the Supreme Bone, and how under the plotting of the Grand Elder Lu Feng, she had gradually fallen into a desperate situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuantong finally understood why his mother had searched for him at all costs. Because his sister could no longer hold on. If it weren't for that mysterious powerhouse forcibly taking you away. Nan Yuezi's voice trembled, a hint of pain flashing in her eyes. You should have grown up alongside your sister, not drifted to the lower realms and suffered hardships. Lu Xuantong sighed lightly. It had come to this, and there was nothing more to say. He recalled his experiences in the mortal realm. If it weren't for meeting the Lu Jin family, he might have died in some unknown corner long ago. But even so, he had survived and become even stronger. Where is my sister now? He asked in a deep voice. Lu Xuantong nodded, pushing open the door. The room was simply furnished, but exuded a familiar aura. A few martial arts books were placed on the table, a long sword hung on the wall, and even the bedding on the bed seemed to be prepared according to his preferences. Yet strangely, there were very few items belonging to his sister. Had she been living in his shadow all these years? Lu Xuantong took a deep breath, a surge of complex emotions rising in his heart. He silently vowed that no matter the cost, he would protect his sister and never let her suffer for him again. After a while, hurried footsteps approached. Lu Xuantong's heart tightened, and he instinctively held his breath. He was finally going to see his sister. But then, he frowned slightly. Wait, why was there only one person's footsteps? The next moment, the door was pushed open. Nan Yuezi was holding someone in her arms, a pale, unconscious young man. And that face was exactly the same as Lu Xuantong's. Twins. A true bloodline connection. Lu Xuantong's pupils constricted, his heart pounding fiercely. His sister had lived as a boy for 40 years in his place. At this moment, why did his sister look so pale and increasingly worse? What had happened? Nan Yuezi placed his sister on the bed and began to channel her energy to heal her. Lu Xuantong stared at the face on the bed that was identical to his own, his brow furrowed. His sister's breathing was weak, cold sweat beading on her forehead, as if she were trapped in some terrible nightmare, unable to break free. How could she end up like this? He asked in a deep voice, his tone suppressing his anger. Nan Yuezi pressed her palm against his sister's back, a steady stream of spiritual power flowing in, trying to stabilize her chaotic breath. She looked tired, but her eyes were filled with deep worry as she whispered. She almost exposed herself. Then she explained that during today's Holy Sun battle, Grand Elder Lu Feng publicly questioned her sister's identity, claiming that what was within her was not a true supreme bone, but a counterfeit divine sovereign bone. In an instant, the audience erupted in uproar, countless doubtful and contemptuous gazes stabbing at her like swords. They forced her to concede, to admit that she was a counterfeit. Nan Yuezi's voice trembled. She refused to back down and held on, but ultimately could not bear it. Under immense pressure, her sister's will was on the verge of collapse. Her spirit was in turmoil, nearly falling into madness. If Nan Yuezi had not arrived in time to forcibly take her away from the battlefield, her secret would have likely been completely exposed by now. No, her obsession is too deep. If this continues, her spirit will completely sink. Nan Yuezi's expression changed drastically, sensing her sister's breath becoming increasingly chaotic, as if being dragged into an abyss by some invisible force. The moment the elixir appeared, a rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire room, the spiritual energy condensing into a tangible red glow, swirling in the air. Nan Yuezi's pupils contracted, astonished. Xuantong. Where did this come from? Lu Xuantong did not explain, only gravely placing the elixir into his sister's mouth. Gulp. The elixir slid down her throat, transforming into a surge of searing heat that instantly engulfed her limbs and bones. She slowly opened her eyes, her vision momentarily blurred, then fixed on the face of the person before her, a face that was exactly like her own. In that instant, she understood. Brother? Her voice trembled lightly, filled with disbelief, yet mixed with a hint of relief. 40 years. She had finally waited for him. Tears streamed down her sister's face, her whole body shaking as she almost used all her strength to leap into Lu Xuantong's embrace, clutching his collar tightly. Brother, is it really you? The girl's voice was choked and nearly shattered, afraid that everything before her was just an illusion. Lu Xuantong's heart trembled, his arms slowly tightening around her. holding her securely in his embrace. He could feel his sister's frail body slightly shaking, as if she had endured too much, yet had always gritted her teeth and persevered. "It's me. I'm sorry for making you bear so much for me." His sister's tears soaked his collar as she sobbed, recounting the grievances of the past 40 years. How Lu Changxian had mocked her scornfully in front of everyone. How the elder Lu Feng had relentlessly pressured her, secretly setting traps to suppress her. How those in the clan who had once flattered her had whispered behind her back, saying she was unworthy of the title of Supreme Bone. Each word felt like a sharp dagger, viciously cutting into Lu Xuantong's heart. How dare they? His sister lifted her face, looking at him through tear-filled eyes, yet a hint of a relieved smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. "But now, I no longer have to pretend." This sentence made Lu Xuantong's heart clench painfully. Yes, his sister had lived for him for 40 years, bearing the glory and pressure that did not belong to her, yet had never truly lived her own life. Nanuezi stood aside, watching the siblings embrace, tears silently falling. As a mother, her greatest wish in this life was simply for her two children to be safe and happy, supporting each other. The brother protected the sister, and the sister cared for the brother. This should have been the simplest of familial bonds, yet due to the twists of fate, it had been delayed for a full 40 years. "Xianyuan, there is still a battle for the Holy Sun waiting for you." More than half a stick of incense has passed, and Lu Changxian on the battle stage is probably already growing impatient. Lu Xiantong slowly released his sister, raising his hand to wipe away the tears on her face, his gaze firm yet gentle. "Sister, leave the rest to me." Chapter 58. Lu Xiantong descends to the martial arena. Unmatched dominance. "Let us go all out." In the room, the brother and sister stood facing each other. Lu Xiantong slowly removed his outer robe, taking the clothing his sister handed him, which was a long shirt she usually disguised herself in, embroidered with subtle patterns. Still faintly carrying the scent of medicine. Silently, he changed into the clothing, his fingertips brushing over the subtle creases in the fabric, as if he could feel the weight his sister had borne alone over the years. His sister stood to the side, gently removing the jade crown from her hair, allowing her black tresses to cascade down like a waterfall. She changed into a loose, plain white dress, taking out a silver-white mask and gently placing it over her face. The mask concealed her features, revealing only a pair of clear, yet slightly weary eyes. "This is good enough," she whispered, her voice carrying a long-lost sense of ease. Nanuezi stood outside the door, her gaze fixed on the closed door, her heartbeat quickening, filled with both anticipation and anxiety. The next moment, the door slowly opened, and two figures stepped out side by side. Nanuezi's pupils constricted slightly, her breath momentarily halted. The two people before her, one dressed in Lu Xuantong's usual attire, with a stern brow and steady demeanor. The other wore a mask, slender in form, quietly standing aside. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have almost been unable to tell who the real Lu Xiantong was. Good, so good. Nanuezi's eyes reddened. She had waited far too long for this day. Watching the siblings finally stand together in their true identities, the emotions swirling within her were nearly overwhelming. The sister raised her gaze, looking at her brother, her lips beneath the mask gently pressed together, unable to resist asking, "Brother, can you win?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xuantong's lips curved slightly, revealing a calm smile. He raised his hand to ruffle his sister's hair, his tone light, as if discussing the weather. "What you should be asking is not whether I can win, but how I should suppress them." The sister was momentarily taken aback, then let out a soft laugh. In that laughter was the relief of shedding a heavy burden, as well as unconditional trust in her brother. Just then, a cold and mechanical voice suddenly rang in Lu Xuantong's mind. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward, Heavenly Fire Realm Cultivation." In an instant, a surge of scorching and immense power erupted from deep within his dantian, flowing through his body like molten lava. Next sign-in location, Lu Family Martial Stage. Task Reward, Divine Illumination Realm Cultivation. Lu Xuantong's gaze sharpened, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. It seemed this battle for the Holy Sun was destined to become the first stepping stone for his return to the celestial realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside the battle stage, the atmosphere was tense. Lu Yunting's spiritual power surged around him as he glared at Lu Feng across from him, his eyes filled with rage. His voice deep as thunder. "Lu Feng, you old bastard, how dare you question my son's talent?" Lu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes revealing a composed confidence of victory. "Lu Yunting, you already know the answer in your heart. You just refuse to admit it. What Lu Xiantong possesses is not supreme bone at all, but divine bone, a counterfeit. You're talking nonsense." Lu Yunting roared, his spiritual power erupting dramatically, cracking the ground beneath his feet. However, his heart was indeed shaken. When he first encountered Lu Xiantong, he had sensed that the other's aura was weak, far from the pressure that a true supreme bone possessor should have. Yet even so, as a father, he could not show the slightest wavering in front of outsiders. My son, Lu Yunting, is not for you to judge. He laughed bitterly in anger. His eyes filled with killing intent, as if to say, you better say that again. Today, I won't let you go. Lu Feng scoffed, glancing dismissively at the distant incense timer, casually saying, the time of a stick of incense is almost up. When Lu Xuantong is defeated by my son Chengqian, let us see how you will argue. At this moment, he was already confident of victory. As long as Lu Xuantong lost this battle, the rumor of divine bone could be completely solidified. By then, not only would Lu Xuantong face punishment from the enforcement hall, but even Lu Yunting's lineage would completely lose its standing in the clan. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lu Yunting's forehead as he rapidly pondered countermeasures. Just then, a vast and overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, causing the air in the entire martial arena to feel as if it had solidified in that moment. Everyone instinctively looked up. 3 figures descended through the air, their garments billowing, resembling celestial beings. Leading them was Nanyuezi, dressed in white, her eyes cold, exuding an unassailable authority. To her right stood a young man with a stern expression, an aura of dominance emanating from him. It was Lu Xuantong. Even more astonishing was that to her left stood a mysterious figure wearing a silver-white mask. Though the face was obscured, the slender figure inexplicably gave a sense of familiarity. That is Lu Xuantong. Wasn't he unconscious? How did he suddenly wake up? The entire venue erupted in astonishment, countless shocked gazes falling upon Lu Xuantong. What was even more alarming was that at this moment, his aura was as deep as the ocean. Merely standing there gave an unparalleled sense of oppression. This pressure. It was unclear who cried out first, but soon, the entire martial arena was in an uproar. The originally seated elders and disciples could no longer contain themselves and stood up, their eyes filled with shock. The entire venue suddenly rose, their gazes fixed on Lu Xuantong. Lu Xuantong stepped down, and the earth shook. His voice boomed like thunder, rolling forth. You ants, come at me together. Today, I, Lu Xuantong, will suppress everyone here. Seeking 5-star reviews, feeling like there aren't too many comments, I'm crying. Gifts are also fine, a little push for updates. Thank you all. Chapter 59, what are you jabbering about? Lu Xuantong challenges 7. Lu Xuantong stood in the air, his aura like an abyss, vast and overwhelming, sweeping across the venue. Above the heavens, the clouds churned, and lightning swirled around him like a vortex. With each step he took, ripples spread in the void, as if he had an invisible staircase beneath him, carrying his momentum that surpassed all beings. How is this possible? In the viewing area, countless people suddenly stood up, their pupils constricting as they stared intently at that figure. Just moments ago, Lu Xuantong had been listless and nearly defeated, yet now he seemed reborn, emanating a suffocating sense of oppression. His aura was dozens of times more terrifying than before. Someone gasped in astonishment, their voice trembling. What had he gone through in just a stick of incense's time? It's fake. It must be fake. Someone shouted harshly, their expression dark. What he possessed was definitely not the supreme bone, but some forbidden secret technique that forcibly elevated his strength at the cost of his life. Just a dying struggle. A disciple of the Lu family sneered, soon, senior brother Lu Chengqian will expose his true form. However, as everyone discussed, the head of the Lu family, a powerful figure known for his high standards and seldom moved demeanor, was now staring intently at Lu Xuantong, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. This sense of oppression was not merely a crushing of power, but an absolute suppression of talent. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. As a top expert, he knew better than anyone that a true, unparalleled genius was not merely about overwhelming cultivation, but about that innate talent that transcended all beings. No, that's not right. The head of the Lu family's gaze sharpened, a terrifying thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. What he possessed was definitely not the supreme bone. It had to be the divine bone. Only then could it prove that my Lu family's eldest daughter's judgment was correct. On the other side, the head of the Lu family's eyes flickered, his previously furrowed brows slightly relaxing, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. This aura, even I cannot see through. He was secretly shocked. Could it be that he truly awakened? At this moment, the most shocked of all was Lu Yuntian. He stared intently at that familiar, yet unfamiliar figure, waves of turmoil rising in his heart. Is this truly Xianyuan? He distinctly remembered that his son's aura was restrained. Powerful, but not this domineering. Yet the person before him, with every gesture, seemed to look down upon all beings, as if nothing in the world could enter his eyes. What was even stranger was that beside Lu Xuantong, the figure wearing a silver-white mask and slender in stature gave him an inexplicably familiar feeling. Lu Yuntian was completely stunned. He had lived for hundreds of years and had never felt so lost. Who can tell him? What exactly happened in this short stick of incense time? The remaining contestants felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Their gazes locked onto Xuantong, their bodies tense, spirit energy raging within them, fearing that a single misstep would lead to being crushed by that overwhelming pressure. However, there was one exception, Lu Wuchen, a natural sword body, breaking all laws with a single sword. He had always been proud and looked down upon everything. There were very few in the entire heavenly realm he regarded as rivals. Yet now, Lu Xuantong dared to stand in the air, looking down on all beings, which was nothing short of a naked humiliation to him. Get down here. Lu Wuchen suddenly roared, his voice booming like thunder, his long sword suddenly unsheathed, pointing straight at the heavens. In an instant, his divine light realm cultivation erupted completely, terrifying sword intent sweeping in all directions, as if the entire world was being cut by invisible sword energy, the void trembling, the sword ringing loudly. Hiss! Lu Wuchen's sword intent has grown stronger. Everyone gasped, their expressions pale. Was he going to directly suppress Lu Xuantong? Lu Xuantong is too arrogant. He is going to be unlucky in front of the arrogant Lu Wuchen. How many swords do you think Lu Xuantong can take from Lu Wuchen? Before the mocking voice fell, rumbling, the heavens and earth suddenly changed color. Thunderclouds rolled, blocking the sun, as if an invisible giant hand was stirring the entire sky. Violent thunder roaring in the clouds, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Reward: Divine Light Realm Cultivation. Boom, boom, boom. Each roar was accompanied by a surge in his aura, terrifying pressure spreading like a tide, enveloping the entire world. At this moment, Lu Xuantong was like an awakened ancient deity, surrounded by a brilliant halo of spiritual power, each step he took causing the void to tremble. His eyes were as cold as ice for 10,000 years, a flicker of anger passing through his depths, as if a dragon provoked by ants. His killing intent was chilling. Who dares to speak to me, Lu Xuantong, like this? As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward. The invisible majesty crashed down like a mountain. Lu Wuchen didn't even have time to draw his sword before feeling an irresistible force descending upon him. Puff! In an instant, Lu Wuchen's 7 orifices bled, his bones cracking, his knees bending uncontrollably, and eventually, under countless horrified gazes, this natural sword body, a peerless genius who looked down upon his peers, actually knelt directly on the ground, unable to even lift his head. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened as if seeing a ghost, staring fixedly at that figure standing in the air. Lu Xuantong was truly terrifying. This scene caught everyone completely off guard. Lu Xuantong merely released a pressure, yet it made Lu Wuchen, the top genius known as one sword breaking myriad laws, kneel, his face twisted in pain and struggle. That was Lu Wuchen, one of the strongest competitors in this saint-child battle, a natural sword body, sword intent reaching the divine, who once severed mountains and rivers with a single sword, hailed as a rare sword talent in the Lu family for 1,000 years. Yet at this moment, he was being suppressed by the formerly unconscious, listless Lu Xuantong, who now stood in an absolute crushing position, unable to raise his head. This is impossible. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Just how strong had Lu Xuantong become? Countless people felt a storm rising in their hearts, shocked into speechlessness. On the battle platform, Lu Wuchen's veins bulged, his whole body trembling, desperately trying to break free from this invisible suppression. However, no matter how he urged the spiritual energy within him, that pressure felt like 100,000 mountains, heavy enough that he couldn't even lift his head. Shame. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged up like a tide. He, Lu Wuchen, had never suffered such humiliation before. With a roar, Lu Wuchen's eyes turned red, the sword intent within him erupting wildly. A brilliant sword light shot up to the sky, and behind him, a massive illusory sword shadow emerged. Sword intent form. This was his ultimate secret skill, only to be used in life and death situations. With this move, he finally managed to barely break free from the constraints of the pressure, staggering to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Seeing this, Lu Xuantong chuckled lightly, his gaze filled with undisguised disdain. Still dare to look me in the eye? Don't you think you're embarrassing enough? As soon as these words fell, the entire venue erupted in laughter. Those who had originally revered Lu Wuchen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, Lu Wuchen also has today. Wasn't he so arrogant just now? How come he can't even stand now? The piercing laughter reached Lu Wuchen's ears, his face turning ashen, his chest heaving violently, the anger in his heart nearly consuming him. Lu Xuantong, I will make you pay the price. However, Lu Xuantong couldn't be bothered to even take a glance at them. Instead, he slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena. Listen well. His voice was like thunder from the nine heavens, rolling forth and causing everyone's eardrums to ache. I possess the supreme bone and shall dominate for eternity. You mere clowns dare to compete with the sun and moon? Truly laughable. As he finished speaking, he placed one hand behind his back and slightly raised the other hand, beckoning to all the remaining contestants. You all, come at me together. Don't say I'm bullying you. Come and fight. Chapter 60. The whole arena is shocked. Reactions from all sides. Xuantong. As the last word fell, the entire world seemed to tremble. Crazy. So crazy it was suffocating. At this moment, Xuantong's figure appeared to everyone as an invincible war god, standing proudly in the heavens, looking down upon all beings. He would take on 7 opponents. What arrogance! What dominance! It must be known that those who could stand here were all top-tier young powerhouses of the Lu family, each having stepped into the divine illumination realm, possessing supreme bloodlines and exceptional talents. Lu Wuchen, born as a sword body, could break all laws with a single sword. Lu Tianxing, bearing the ancient thunder body, controlled the power of divine punishment. Lu Qingxuang, with the ice soul body, could freeze 1,000 miles with a thought. Lu Zhan, with the bloodline of a fierce warrior, grew braver with each battle, fighting to the death. Lu Mingkong, with the void path body, could traverse space, making it hard to defend against. Lu Honglian, with the 9 nether inferno, burned everything in the 8 directions. And Lu Chengqian, the possessor of the divine demon bloodline, the strongest contestant in this holy sun battle, hailed as an unprecedented genius of the Lu family in a millennium. These 7 joined forces, and even a Wuxiang realm powerhouse would have to retreat, being invincible within the same realm. However, Lu Xuantong couldn't even be bothered to look at them, directly dismissing them as waste, beings he could easily suppress. Suppress them all. As these 4 words were uttered, the entire arena erupted. Is Lu Xuantong crazy? 1 against 7? Who does he think he is? Does he really believe he possesses a supreme bone? Countless people gasped, their eyes filled with disbelief. What happened in this instant sticks time? Why did Lu Xuantong seem like a completely different person? Domineering, confident, powerful, the kind of aura that looked down upon the world, as if all things were beneath him. The head of the Lu family was dumbfounded. After living so many years, he had seen arrogance, but never such arrogance. Of course, he was more worried about what would happen if Lu Xuantong really succeeded. After all, Lu Xuantong was his granddaughter's fiancé, and the two had reached a point of no return, set to duel in 2 months. If Lu Xuantong truly managed to take on 7 opponents and suppress everyone, then his granddaughter, the head of the Lu family, didn't dare to think further. Even the ancient holy body owner from the Chui family wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. 1 against 7. The head of the Lu family was completely ecstatic. He trembled with excitement, his eyes shining. Good, good, good. This is the supreme bone. This is the kind of courage my Lu family's descendants should possess. If he really succeeds, I wouldn't mind cultivating him as the next head of the family. Lu Yunting, however, was completely stunned. He hurried to Nan Yuezi's side, glancing at his masked daughter, still unaware, just looking at his son on the battle stage exuding dominance, and couldn't help but quietly ask, Yuezi, you didn't give Xuantong any forbidden drugs, did you? Making him so fierce. Fierce enough that even I, as his father, can't recognize him. Nan Yuezi's gaze shifted slightly, and she shot Lu Yunting a glance, her red lips slightly parted, her voice cold, yet carrying a hint of pride. Can you be quieter and let our son perform well? As for her beautiful eyes flickered with complexity, and she decided to tell him the answer after the competition ended. Lu Yunting was silent, a deep contemplation appearing between his brows. He naturally knew his son's exceptional talent. Yet, over the past 40 years, Lu Xuantong's performance had been quite lacking, and he had even begun to doubt whether the so-called supreme bone was just a counterfeit. But now, this young man who dominated the arena with absolute authority, exuding an aura that looked down upon the world, was like a completely different person. The gap was so great he could hardly recognize him. Who is this? Lu Yunting's gaze shifted to the delicate figure wearing a silver-white mask, confusion filling his eyes. Nan Yuezi sighed lightly, raising a finger to signal for silence. Can you be quiet and let our son perform properly? As for her, a hint of complexity flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she would reveal the answer to him after the competition ended. Lu Yunting was taken aback. The second elder of the Lu family, a dignified divine realm cultivator, was actually looked down upon by his own wife. At this moment, he suddenly felt that life was devoid of interest. Meanwhile, Nan Yuezi had long since lost interest in her husband's little emotions. All her focus was on the battle stage, wanting to witness her son how he would slaughter all foes, suppress all monstrous beings, and repay the humiliation suffered over the past 40 years 100-fold. At the edge of the battle stage, the sister wearing the silver-white mask was already in tears. Crystal tears were continuously sliding down the edge of the mask, soaking her pure white attire. She had never imagined that her previously unknown elder brother had become so strong. He could suppress all the talents with his own power. The grievances, unwillingness, and pain accumulated over the past 40 years finally found an outlet at this moment. That pair of eyes, which looked down upon the world, softened into a spring breeze when looking at his sister. A gentle gaze spoke more than 1,000 words. Sister, all the grievances you've suffered over the years. She nodded vigorously, her cherry lips beneath the mask rising into the most relieved and happiest arc in 40 years. This scene happened to fall into Lu Xuantong's eyes. This usually dignified head of the family now looked like a confused monk, glancing between his imposing son on the battle stage and the mysterious girl below who was weeping, ultimately casting a pleading look toward his wife. Internally, he couldn't help but roar. At this moment, Lu Xuantong didn't hesitate. He fully unleashed his divine illumination realm cultivation, casting his technique towards the 7 talents simultaneously. Imperial level technique. Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger. Lu Chengxian and the other 7 talents were taken aback, looking up simultaneously, only to see a terrifying finger slowly descending from the heavens. Chapter 61. Chattering, taste my Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger. Lu Wuchen's hand gripping the sword bulged with veins, staring fiercely at Lu Xuantong, his teeth grinding together. Shame. An unprecedented shame. As a born sword body, how had he ever been so contemptuously suppressed? Even more infuriating was that the opponent's mere release of pressure made him kneel and unable to rise. Lu Xuantong, you dare to publicly humiliate me? Who gave you the courage? Though he said this, reason told him that he was no match for Lu Xuantong. The earlier scene had proven that the gap between them was like a chasm. They had to join forces to suppress this madman. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Wuchen's eyes as he turned to the other talents and shouted, "What are you all waiting for? We are all top talents of the Eastern region. How can we let this impostor of the divine bone humiliate us like this? If we don't join forces to suppress him today, how will we have the face to stand in the Lu family in the future?" At this moment, even Lu Chengxian, who had always been proud and independent, wore a serious expression. The divine demon bloodline within him was restless, and he felt an unprecedented fear towards Lu Xuantong. How could this be? Cold sweat beaded on Lu Chengxian's forehead as his heart surged with turmoil. Just an instant stick ago, he was still weak. How could he be so strong now? Proud as he was, he had never thought that one day he would need to join forces with others to fight. The pride of the divine demon bloodline made him instinctively resist such behavior of many against few. But would Lu Xuantong give them time to hesitate? Chattering. Just get on with it. He let out a cold snort, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. Suddenly, he stepped forward, slowly raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and lightly pointed at the void. The royal level technique, Great Desolation Prison Heaven Finger. Instantly, the world changed color. Above the sky, the clouds spun wildly, forming a gigantic vortex. From the center of that vortex, a golden finger, capable of blocking the sun, slowly emerged. Ancient runes wrapped around that finger, each line seeming to record the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Before the finger arrived, the oppressive force caused the entire martial stage to begin to collapse, the ground cracking inch by inch, countless fragments of stone defying gravity to float up, only to be crushed into powder in an instant. This is... All the talented individuals' expressions changed drastically, fear appearing in their eyes for the first time. Lu Wuchen's sword embryo went into a frenzy. Lu Chengxian's demonic bloodline trembled violently, and the other talents were trembling all over. Escape. They had no thought but to escape, but it was already too late. Boom. The golden giant finger crashed down, causing the space it passed through to shatter inch by inch. The 7 great talents hurriedly unleashed their strongest defenses: 9 nether profound ice shield, demon god protection, 10,000 swords returning to origin. However, in the face of absolute power, all resistance was futile. The martial stage was instantly turned to dust, and a violent energy storm swept in all directions. The protective array on the viewing platform flickered violently, threatening to shatter. Moments later, as the dust settled, the 7 great talents lay sprawled in the ruins, each spitting blood, their breaths weak. Yet Lu Xuantong remained as pristine as snow, untouched by dust. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the disheveled crowd, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Is this it? You dare call yourselves talents? At this moment, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the golden giant finger descending from the heavens, wrapped in ancient runes, its oppressive force like a deep abyss. As if even space was lamenting and cracking under this finger. Great Desolation Prison Heaven Finger. These 5 words thundered in everyone's minds. It should be known that although the Lu family was a top family in the eastern region with profound techniques, the ordinary disciples only practiced advanced royal level techniques. while only elders and heads of families were qualified to access saint-level techniques. As for the legendary emperor-level techniques, they had long been lost, and even the Lu family had never possessed them. Yet at this moment, what Lu Xuantong was displaying was a top royal-level technique that could almost rival a saint-level existence. Even more terrifying was that he not only mastered this long-lost ultimate skill, but he had also cultivated it to an extraordinary level. How is this possible? A top royal-level technique that even a family head could hardly use easily, yet he could wield it with ease? Lu Xuantong. Is he really that waste who has been silent for 40 years? Countless Lu family disciples stared wide-eyed, shocked to the point of almost suffocating. They had thought Lu Xuantong was merely surviving on the reputation of the supreme bone, but now, the power of this finger completely overturned their understanding. The head of the Lu family turned pale, a storm brewing in his heart. If Lu Xuantong truly had such strength, wouldn't his granddaughter be doomed in the life and death duel 2 months later? The head of the Lu family trembled with excitement, his eyes shining brightly, unable to help but laugh toward the sky. Good, good, good. This is the might that the supreme bone should have. My Lu family shall rise. Lu Xuantong stood dazed, his face full of confusion, even doubting whether he had mistaken his son. Is this still the Lu Xuantong who had been ridiculed for 40 years? Nanuezi's red lips slightly curled up, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. She had fantasized countless times about the day her son would rise, but never expected he could be this powerful. Meanwhile, her sister beside her was already in tears. She looked at the figure that looked down upon the world, her heart surging with unprecedented pride and emotion. This is her brother. This is the talent who should dominate all ages. However, would the 7 great talents be willing to accept defeat? Lu Xuantong, you seek death. Lu Wuchen roared, the sword embryo completely exploding. Thousands of sword energies rolling like a galaxy, soaring into the sky. Lu Qingqian's face twisted, his demonic bloodline boiling, ancient magic patterns appearing all over his body. His aura soaring several times. Lu Tianxing summoned the divine thunder of the 9 heavens, lightning like a dragon, tearing through the sky. Lu Qingshuang activated her ice soul body, freezing 1,000 miles, the chill piercing to the bone. Lu Zhan's bloodline ignited, his fighting spirit overwhelming, refusing to die. Lu Mingkong's void path body activated, his figure flickering, traversing space like a ghost. Lu Holian's 9 nether inferno burned the heavens, black flames rolling, as if to devour everything. The 7 great talents unleashed their strongest trump cards simultaneously. They did not believe that even with 7 people working together, they could not suppress a single Lu Xuantong. However, in the face of this world-destroying offensive, Lu Xuantong merely smiled coldly, his eyes glinting like lightning. An ant shaking a tree, utterly ridiculous. In the next second, he suddenly raised his hand, the golden giant finger condensing once more, this time even more powerful than before. Since you refuse to accept, then let me completely crush all your pride. Chapter 62, The True Supreme Bone, dominating all ages, suppressing the entire venue. In a brief moment, the world suddenly changed color, and at his chest, a dazzling golden rune slowly emerged, radiant like the sun, yet deep like an abyss, emitting a terrifying oppressive force that was suffocating. What is that? The Lu family disciples' pupils constricted, trembling as they shouted, Supreme Bone. That is the might of the Supreme Bone. As these words were spoken, the venue erupted in an uproar. It truly is the Supreme Bone, not the Divine Bone. Who was the fool just now questioning Lu Xuantong's Supreme Bone? What a terrifying aura. Is this the complete form of the Supreme Bone? Simply terrifying. Countless people were shocked into silence, feeling as if their souls were trembling. The Supreme Bone. That is the legendary supreme talent, once awakened, destined to surpass all beings. And at this moment, the golden rune on Lu Xuantong's chest completely bloomed. Endless divine light enveloping his entire body, as if a true supreme was awakening. In an instant, Lu Xuantong's supreme form was fully activated. Lu Xuantong stood tall like a spear, surrounded by radiant golden divine flames, each strand containing destructive power. His originally black hair was now tinged with a faint golden hue, dancing wildly in the wind, like a deity descending to the mortal realm. His eyes transformed into pure golden color wherever his gaze fell. Even the void seemed to bow in submission. Even more astonishing was that under the influence of the supreme power, his robe gradually transformed into a dark golden battle attire, with patterns like dragons, unmatched in nobility. With every gesture, the spiritual power of heaven and earth resonated, as if welcoming their king. The supreme form, unparalleled in dominance, looked down upon all ages. At this moment, Lu Xuantong was no longer the waste who was ridiculed, but a true supreme. An invincible existence capable of suppressing all enemies of the current age. The faces of the 7 great talents changed completely. They had originally thought that even if Lu Xuantong was strong, 7 people working together would be enough to suppress him. But now, facing Lu Xuantong in his supreme form, they felt fear from the depths of their souls. No, it's impossible. Lu Chengxian gritted his teeth and roared, his demonic bloodline burning wildly, trying to resist that oppressive feeling, but his body trembled uncontrollably. Lu Wuchen's sword embryo let out a mournful cry. The originally fierce sword energy now flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Now, do you understand? Before a true supreme, you are all but ants. At this moment, the head of the Lu family finally confirmed that what awakened within Lu Xuantong was the true supreme bone. Moreover, it was the complete form of the supreme bone. His face instantly turned pale, a storm of shock surging in his heart. The supreme bone has appeared, invincible among the same rank. Even Lu Qingxue, the so-called peerless talent of a century from the Lu family, could never match the current Lu Xuantong. Perhaps, among the entire younger generation of the eastern region, only the prodigy from the Chui family, who possessed the ancient sacred body, would be qualified to battle him. Regret. If the marriage had not been cancelled back then, if the Lu family had not betrayed Lu Xuantong, then at this moment, this supreme genius, who dominates the world, should have been Lu family's son-in-law. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. On the other side, the head of the Lu family had already stood up in excitement, his aged eyes shining with unprecedented brilliance. Supreme bone. Moreover, this was only the power of the first form, and it was already terrifying. If Lu Xuantong were to fully master the power of the supreme bone in the future, how extraordinary would he become? The rise of our Lu family is imminent. The head of the Lu family murmured, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Below the stage, Lu Yunting looked shocked. Nen Yuezi's eyes sparkled with a smile, and his younger sister gazed adoringly at that figure, filled with admiration and pride. At this moment, Lu Xuantong was the only focus of the audience, truly the center of attention. He stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over the 7 great talents, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. If you can take this move, I will admit defeat. Upon hearing this, the originally despairing 7 great talents reignited their hope. There is a chance. Just now, they had rushed into battle and were unable to display their full strength, but now, with the support of their bloodlines and prior preparation, they might be able to contend. Lu Xuantong, you said this. Don't go back on your word. Lu Wuchen roared fiercely, his sword humming, sword energy soaring into the sky. Yes, if we can take this move, you will admit defeat. Lu Zhan's battle spirit surged, the blood of the warrior burning wildly. Only Lu Chengxian remained silent, his eyes filled with complexity. Even if he won, he would have no face to be arrogant, because at this moment, he had completely seen the gap between himself and Lu Xuantong. It was as different as clouds and mud. How ridiculous that he once mocked Lu Xuantong as a waste of bone. Ha ha. Lu Xuantong laughed loudly, his laughter like thunder, shaking the heavens. I, Lu Xuantong, am a man of my word, and I certainly want to go back on it. However, his laughter suddenly stopped, and his gaze turned icy. Where do you get your confidence? Dare to take my move. As his voice fell, the world changed suddenly. Above the sky, thunderclouds rolled, and billions of bolts of lightning roared like angry dragons, gathering wildly. The entire sky was instantly engulfed in thunderlight, blinding electric flashes tearing through the air. As if doomsday had arrived. In that endless sea of thunder, a gigantic thunderous palm slowly took shape, the patterns on the palm clearly visible, with every lightning pattern containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Holy level technique, heavenly thunder annihilation palm. At this moment, the faces of the 7 great talents changed dramatically, despair finally appearing in their eyes. They could still fight against imperial level techniques, but a holy level technique was something that only the elders of the Lu family could cultivate, a supreme secret art. Lu Xuantong could actually wield a holy level technique so easily? No. In the end, amidst the terrified screams of the 7 great talents, the thunderous giant palm crashed down. Heavenly thunder annihilation, all things returned to the void. Chapter 63. Father knows the truth about the twins? At that moment, the sky fell. Moments later, the thunder light faded, and the dust settled. The large martial platform was already shattered, reduced to a wasteland. In the center of that ruin, 7 figures lay in disarray, their breaths weak, blood staining their robes. Where was the slightest trace of their former brilliance? Lu Wuchen's sword embryo dimmed, the long sword shattered piece by piece, scattered all over the ground. Lu Chengxian's demonic bloodline was completely suppressed, his magic patterns shattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. The other 5 were even worse. Some were charred all over, some had broken bones, and even some fainted directly, unaware of life or death. Hurry, hurry and save them. The core elder of the Lu family changed his expression dramatically, and immediately directed the doctors to rush up to the martial platform. These 7 were the pillars of the Lu family's future. If they were lost here, it would be an unbearable loss for the family. Who would have thought? Xuantong, with just one palm, suppressed the 7 great talents, leaving them with no power to retaliate. Is this the true power of the Supreme Bone? Someone whispered tremulously, filled with awe. A single palm defeating 7 talents. From now on, who among the younger generation of the Lu family would dare to challenge him? The position of the Holy Sun belongs to him alone. The discussions surged like a tide, but on the high platform, the expression of the head of the Lu family was as dark as water. He stared intently at that figure standing proudly in the void, his heart surging with indescribable complex emotions, fear, regret, unwillingness. Finally, he took a deep breath, barely forcing out a smile, and said to the head of the Lu family, "Brother Lu, I am feeling a bit unwell, so I will take my leave." As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed away, tearing through space to leave. Staying even a moment longer was torture. Lu Xuantong coldly glanced in the direction where the head of the Lu family had disappeared, not stopping him, only a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. You can escape for a moment, but not for a lifetime. 2 months later, his life-and-death duel with Lu Xianxia will surely shake the entire eastern region. As Lu Xuantong hovered in the void, his robes fluttering, his gaze like lightning, his voice was calm but thunderous, echoing in everyone's ears. "Is there anyone else?" Suddenly, the entire venue fell into silence. No one dared to respond. No one dared to fight. At this moment, he was the very definition of invincibility. Seeing this, the head of the Lu family could no longer contain his inner excitement, stepping forward, his voice shaking the heavens. "In this Holy Sun battle, the winner is Lu Xuantong. From this day on, he is the Holy Sun of my Lu family, enjoying supreme power and receiving worship from my clan." As soon as the words fell, the entire venue erupted. Countless Lu family disciples shouted passionately, their voices like a tidal wave. "Holy Sun unmatched! Holy Sun unmatched!" Lu Xuantong stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking all, his eyes devoid of sorrow or joy. The battle for the Holy Sun came to a close, and the entire Lu family remained immersed in shock. Countless people discussed fervently, marveling at Lu Xuantong's unparalleled demeanor. The door was tightly shut, isolating the outside noise. Lu Xuantong let out a long breath, still unable to hide his excitement. He never dreamed that he, the usually low-key second elder in the family, would have a day of being proud of his son. "Ha! Good, good. Xuantong, you really made your father proud today." Lu Xuantong patted his son's shoulder, his eyes filled with satisfaction and pride. However, Lu Xuantong merely smiled faintly, saying little, but his gaze subtly glanced at the delicate figure beside him wearing a mask. Seeing this, Nan Yuezi sighed lightly, stepped forward, and said softly, "My husband, there are some things that are time to tell you." Lu Xuantong was taken aback, then laughed. "What? Does Xuantong still have secrets?" "Don't worry, your husband has seen all kinds of storms. How could I be scared?" He waved his hand confidently, clearly unconcerned. Nan Yuezi's eyes flickered slightly, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of her lips. "I hope you can still be this calm later." Then, the younger sister, who had been silent, finally moved. She slowly raised her hand, her slender fingers gently resting on the edge of the mask, and in Lu Xuantong's puzzled gaze, she slowly removed it. Another face of Lu Xuantong appeared, but even more beautiful, softly saying, "Father." Chapter 64. Ancient Holy Body, Chui Haoyan. Let Lu Xuantong kneel before me. In the Lu family's great hall, deep and solemn, the head of the Lu family stood with his hands behind his back, his face dark, his gaze fixed outside the hall. After a moment, a slender figure stepped in, her steps light, yet somewhat indifferent. Lu Xianxia, the most renowned young talent of the eastern region, with a stunning appearance and unparalleled talent, carried an air of pride in her every move. She slightly raised her eyes to look at the head of the Lu family, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. But there was no trace of respect. Third-generation disciple Lu Xianxia met with the family head. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't even bow her head, merely making a symbolic gesture before straightening her back, calmly staring at the head of the Lu family. There was no sense of reverence whatsoever. In Lu Xianxia's eyes, the head of the Lu family was merely a deity realm cultivator, while her future husband would undoubtedly be an unparalleled bloodline, an ancient holy body, or even stronger. By then, the entire Lu family would have to rely on her husband. What was a mere family head worth? Therefore, she was willing to give Lu family head a bit of respect, which was already the greatest courtesy. The Lu family head looked at her attitude, and a flash of anger crossed his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Taking a deep breath, he spoke solemnly. "Lu Xianxia, for these years, no matter what you did, this family head turned a blind eye and let you act freely without interference. But today's matter must be considered carefully." Lu Xianxia raised her eyebrows slightly. a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes, and said lightly, "Family head, just speak your mind. There's no need to beat around the bush." Seeing her still in such an arrogant posture, the family head's anger intensified, but thinking of the terrifying power shown by Lu Xuantong today, he ultimately suppressed his emotions and said coldly, "Today, Lu family's holy son, Lu Xuantong, with his own strength, suppressed 7 great talents, and his supreme bone is completely awakened, with combat power comparable to the Wuxiang realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshua's expression finally changed slightly, but it quickly returned to normal, even showing a hint of mockery. "Oh, supreme bone, so what? If I didn't know Lu Xuantong was a waste, I might really think that the supreme bone is an unparalleled bloodline." Seeing her still unconcerned, the family head's icy aura intensified, and he pronounced each word clearly. "In 2 months, you will undoubtedly lose in the engagement battle against him." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Qingxue finally completely retracted her smile, and her gaze suddenly turned cold. "Family head, are you questioning my strength?" The Lu family head looked at her coldly, no longer saying much, but slowly took out a recording stone from his sleeve, infused it with spiritual power, and immediately, the scene of Lu Xuantong suppressing the 7 great talents appeared. The might of the supreme bone erupted, and the heavenly thunder suppression palm struck down, causing the 7 great talents to collapse. In the image, the overwhelming pressure, even through the recording stone, still made people feel terrified. Lu Qingxue stared intently at the scene in the recording stone, her face growing paler, her whole body trembling. Was that really Lu Xuantong? That man she regarded as a waste, the one she publicly rejected and humiliated, a supreme bone waste? But in the image, the figure was surrounded by golden flames, eyes like lightning, suppressing the 7 great talents with one palm. It's might astonishing. How could this be a waste? This was a living, unmatched supreme being. Suddenly, her heart raced violently, an unprecedented chill surged up her spine, making her feel cold all over. How could this be possible? A month ago, Lu Xuantong was still a mocked waste bone. Even the ordinary disciples of the Lu family dared to look down on him. But now, the 7 great talents teamed up were crushed by him alone. What shocked her even more was that among those 7, there were a few whom even she feared. Yet, in front of Lu Xuantong, they were like ants, easily crushed. Did that mean she, Lu Qingxue, was also like that in front of Lu Xuantong? As this thought emerged, her mind exploded, and the world seemed to collapse. In 2 months' time, she would undoubtedly lose in the Holy Sun battle. The family head was right. With her current strength, she could not possibly contend against the fully awakened Lu Xuantong with his supreme bone. Did she really have to fulfill the engagement and marry Lu Xuantong? But she had already chosen Cui Haoyan, that unparalleled prodigy with an ancient holy body, destined to dominate the eastern region. How could she give up Cui Haoyan to marry a man she had once stepped on? Absolutely impossible. Seeing her changing expression, the Lu family head finally spoke solemnly. "Now, I will take you to the Lu family to apologize. The engagement continues, and there is no need for a decisive battle. If you can't win, you can only bow your head. Who told you, Lu Qingxue, to be so arrogant back then? Now you must face the consequences." But as soon as Lu Qingxue heard this, she instantly reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, looking up fiercely, her eyes blazing with anger as she nearly roared, "I want to go." She would never bow her head to Lu Xuantong, not even in death. She would rather die fighting than admit defeat. The Lu family head, seeing her so stubborn and unrepentant, felt even more anger rising within him and was about to speak. Suddenly, the entire world shook violently. The skies above the Lu family changed color. An ancient and overwhelming pressure descended, as if a terrifying existence from the primordial era was awakening. Boom! The void erupted, and a figure bathed in chaotic divine light stepped into the air. With each step he took, the space within 1,000 miles trembled. A magnificent holy body manifestation appeared behind him, with true dragons spiraling, divine phoenixes crying, and countless ancient ancestors' shadows bowing in worship. This person was the ancient holy body, Cui Haoyan. The Lu family head's expression changed drastically as he saw the figure surrounded by chaotic aura, every strand of hair containing earth-shattering power. The whole person was like a deity walking in the world, exuding supreme pressure. "Qingxue, why bow your head to others? With me here, no one in the world can bully you." Lu Qingxue looked up, her eyes instantly bursting with joy. Her support had arrived. Cui Haoyan stood in midair, divine light flowing around him, slightly cupping his hands, his tone polite, but with an undeniable arrogance. "I have met Lu Senior." The Lu family head's gaze was complex as he looked at this top prodigy of the younger generation in the eastern region. After a moment of silence, he finally sighed lightly. "Holy Sun Cui, Lu Xuantong has already undergone a transformation. Not to mention you." However, he did not finish his sentence. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Cui Haoyan's golden light surged, and his internal blood energy roared like a furious sea, overwhelming pressure sweeping in all directions, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. Half-step Wuxiang realm. The Lu family head's pupils constricted, and a storm surged in his heart. This Cui Haoyan had actually touched the threshold of the Wuxiang realm. Cui Haoyan's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile, his gaze like lightning. Staring directly at the Lu family head. What now? This holy son has never regarded Lu Xuantong as a threat. What does a supreme bone matter? He stepped forward, and the void trembled, his voice booming like thunder, carrying unparalleled dominance. In front of my ancient holy body, all will be suppressed. The Lu family head trembled in spirit, involuntarily taking a half-step back. Seeing this, Cui Haoyan chuckled lightly, then turned to Lu Qingxua, his eyes filled with affection and confidence. In 2 months, this holy son will personally accompany Qingxua to the engagement battle. Let Lu Xuantong kneel before Qingxua and admit he is a waste. My woman is not something he can covet. Chapter 65. Repaying the pain of my sister's substitute. Bestowing the supreme bone. What kind of person was Lu Yuntian? A dignified Dao Palace realm powerhouse, the second elder of the Lu family, holding power in one region, having experienced countless storms, his temperament as tough as iron. From childhood to adulthood, he was fearless, having braved mountains of knives and seas of fire, and fought through life and death. There were few things in the world that could move him. Today, his son Lu Xuantong suppressed the 7 great talents, the supreme bone shaking the entire venue, and ascended to the position of Holy Son, which was a momentous event. Lu Yuntian felt lofty sentiments swelling in his heart, thinking that he would have no regrets in this life, and even if the sky fell and the earth sank at that moment, he could remain calm and laugh it off. So, when his wife Nen Yuezi showed a subtle expression, wanting to say something but hesitating, he paid no attention. Even teasingly laughed. My dear, just say what you want. What great storms have I not seen? Even if it's the biggest thing today, I can face it without flinching. If I frown today, then I'm not a man. He patted his chest, full of bravado, confidence shining in his eyes. Nen Yuezi's gaze flowed, the corners of her lips slightly raised, looking at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, then gently nodded, speaking softly to her daughter beside her. Take it off. The younger sister gently raised her hand, her fingertips resting on the edge of the mask, slowly revealing her face. A visage almost identical to Lu Xuantong's was suddenly displayed. Dad! A sweet and gentle voice rang out, yet it struck Lu Yunting's mind like a thunderbolt. He opened his mouth, but not a single word could escape. It was so similar. Apart from a touch of softness in her features, this woman's facial contours, temperament, and aura were remarkably like Lu Xuantong's. But the question was, why did he see the shadow of his long-lost Lu Xuantong in this woman? In fact, she resembled the Lu Xuantong he knew even more. Wait, this doesn't make sense. Lu Yunting's brain raced as he tried to sort through his thoughts. Xuantong was the only son. Where did this sister come from? Could they be twins? But back then, clearly. The more he thought, the more confused and alarmed he became, memories surging like tidal waves, yet he couldn't find a reasonable explanation. Finally, bang. The dignified elder of the Dao Palace realm, the second elder of the Lu family, fainted from mental overload, collapsing straight to the ground. Fainted on the spot. Sister, Lu Xuantong, Nen Yuezi. Seeing this, Nen Yuezi couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, shaking her head and sighing. Your father just loves to brag. When I first joined the Lu family, I was fooled by his talk of carrying the sky if it fell. Now look, he's the one who passed out first. Lu Xuantong and his sister exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of embarrassment. After quite a while, Lu Yunting finally slowly regained consciousness, his heavy eyelids lifting. His vision blurred for a moment, and then, 2 identical faces were right in front of him. Hiss! He gasped sharply, almost choking, ready to faint again. Nen Yuezi was quick to support him, helplessly saying, all right, don't be so startled, let me explain. She gently patted her husband's back, and once his breathing stabilized, she slowly spoke. Actually, Xuantong was originally a pair of twins. Lu Yunting's whole body shook as he suddenly looked up. Nen Yuezi's expression was complex as she continued. When they were born, due to interference from a powerful being, the siblings were forced apart. To conceal the truth, the sister lived under Lu Xuantong's identity, while the true elder brother was secretly sent away. She paused, her gaze tenderly landing on Lu Xuantong standing beside her. The one standing before you now is the real Lu Xuantong, your son. And this, she gently pulled her sister's hand, is our daughter. Lu Yunting was instantly struck as if by lightning, staring blankly at his daughter in front of him, countless fragments of memories swirling in his mind. Over the years, Lu Xuantong had shown mediocre talent and slow cultivation, being regarded as useless by the family, to the point that even he, as her father, had been extremely disappointed, even speaking coldly several times. But who could have thought that this was not his son but his daughter, a girl who had lived as a boy for 40 years. She had disguised her supreme bone as a divine bone, bearing pressures that were never meant for her. And he, as her father, had not only failed to provide her with any care, but instead, slap. Xuantong suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself hard. "Father," the sister exclaimed, rushing forward to stop him. But Xuantong grabbed her hand, his eyes red, his voice trembling. "Daughter, I have wronged you all these years." Then, this usually dignified second elder of the Liu family actually bent down deeply, bowing to his daughter. "Father was wrong. I have wronged you all these years." The sister was completely flustered, awkwardly supporting him, urgently saying, "Father, please don't do this. I can't bear it." When had she ever seen such a father? From childhood to adulthood, he had only given her stern reprimands and disappointed glances, hardly ever giving her a proper look. But now, he was bowing and apologizing to her. Xuantong stood by, watching this scene, his eyes also showing a hint of emotion. Nan Yuezi sighed softly, stepping forward to help her husband up, gently saying, "All right. Let the past be the past. What matters now is that our family is reunited." Xuantong took a deep breath, nodding heavily, then pulled his daughter into his arms. His voice choked with emotion. "Daughter, from now on, I will never let you suffer even the slightest grievance again." The sister was taken aback, and then her eyes warmed, tears flowing down uncontrollably. 40 years of enduring, 40 years of disguise. Today, she could finally be herself openly. Xuantong felt a wave of warmth. Although the battle for the sun had been settled, what he was thinking about was something else. 2 months later, the battle for the marriage contract with Lu Qingxua. With his now fully awakened supreme bone strength, crushing Lu Qingxua would be as easy as pie. However, he did not intend to take action himself. "Brother, what are you thinking?" the sister asked softly. Xuantong turned around, looking gently at the sister who had borne 40 years of humiliation for him, saying solemnly, "For that battle, I will not take action." "What? At that time, Lu Qingxua humiliated you, who lived under the identity of Lu Xuantong. His own sister needed to descend into the world with an unmatched dominance. As the older brother, he must provide her with the best of everything. And the highly anticipated battle for the marriage contract would be even more lively than the battle for the Liu family's son. It would be the best opportunity for his sister to re-enter the world." Hearing this, the sister's face turned pale, her hands flailing in panic. No, brother. How could I possibly defeat Lu Qingxua? She is." Xuantong smiled gently. "Silly girl, with your brother here. The suffering you endured as a substitute for 40 years will not be for nothing." After saying this, under his sister's shocked gaze, Xuantong's right hand clawed, directly piercing into his own chest. Golden light burst forth, and a dazzling piece of supreme bone, engraved with ancient runes, was forcibly extracted from his body. The bone was crystal clear as jade, exuding a heart-stopping pressure. This was actually the legendary supreme bone. This scene left Xuantong, Nan Yuezi, and even the sister dumbfounded. Xuantong, what does he want to do? It can't be. Chapter 66. Gift of the Supreme Bone. Dividing the Blood God Tree Pill. How many treasures does my son have? In the room, a sudden burst of golden light filled the air, like the sun falling to the ground, blindingly bright. The piece of supreme bone extracted from Xuantong's chest floated in midair, crystal clear as jade, with ancient and mysterious runes flowing across its surface, each line seeming to contain the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, emanating a suffocating pressure. Xuantong's pupils contracted suddenly, reacting quickly, waving his sleeve to instantly cover the entire room with an invisible barrier, completely isolating the aura of the supreme bone. As a Dao Palace realm expert, he naturally understood that once such a divine object leaked out, it would attract countless coveters and might even disturb some hidden old monsters. Nan Yuezi covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and heartache, her voice trembling. "Xuantong, how could you dig out your divine bone?" She never expected her son would so decisively extract the supreme bone. That was a treasure countless cultivators dreamt of, the foundation for reaching the pinnacle. The sister's face turned pale, hurriedly stepping forward, her voice laced with tears. Although she had lived for 40 years under the identity of Lu Xuantong, she never thought of taking away her brother's true opportunity. Moreover, once the supreme bone leaves the body, the impact on the original owner is unimaginable. Xuantong also said solemnly, "Xuantong, the supreme bone is a heavenly gift. It cannot be easily separated. Quickly reintegrate it." However, Xuantong only smiled indifferently, his gaze deep as a chasm, slowly saying, "It's fine. I have another one inside me." Xuantong, Nan Yuezi, sister, the three of them changed color simultaneously, their eyes filled with disbelief. The supreme bone is a rare and unparalleled talent. For an ordinary cultivator to obtain one is already an extraordinary opportunity. Yet Xuantong actually has two? Xuantong said little, simply explaining the matters of the lower realm. He had once had a piece of supreme bone taken from him. But after his rebirth, he had once again nurtured a second piece within him. The supreme bone that was dug out was originally a gift he had prepared for Lu Yao, but he never delivered it. Now, he decided to give it to his sister to help her truly rise. His sister's eyes were red, her voice choked, still wanting to refuse. But Lu Xuantong would no longer give her a chance to hesitate. His gaze sharpened, and with a sudden push of his palm, the dazzling supreme bone instantly transformed into a golden stream of light, directly merging into Lu Xuanxin's body. Buzz. Everyone held their breath and stared as her aura suddenly transformed. A hint of sharp, domineering power emerged from her originally gentle brows, like an unparalleled divine weapon being unsheathed. Lu Yunting took a deep breath. His eyes filled with both shock and satisfaction, finally letting out a long sigh. If that's the case, then we have two supremes in one family. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. Nan Yuezi tightly held her daughter's hand, gently saying, "Daughter, from now on, you no longer need to hide or endure in this world. No one can look down on you anymore." Now, with the Supreme Bone's blessing, her sister's combat power would soar dramatically. Then, her sister closed her eyes, feeling the immense power within her body. She clearly sensed that her spiritual energy was transforming at an unprecedented speed. The previously dormant meridians were completely activated, and a vast pressure began to emanate from her, like a sleeping giant dragon finally awakening. At this moment, she felt as if she had truly become Lu Xuantong, the once crippled genius who bore the name of the Supreme Bone but could never truly awaken. 40 years, a full 40 years, she walked the world in a man's body, bearing the name of Lu Xuantong, enduring countless cold glances and ridicule. Everyone thought she possessed the Supreme Bone, but was of mediocre talent, a complete waste. But only she knew that she did not actually have the Supreme Bone. She was merely her brother's substitute, a shadow force to bear the weight of fate. What kind of grace is this? How many cultivators in the world are willing to endure 100 years of humiliation, or even pay with their lives, just for a piece of Supreme Bone? And her brother, without hesitation, gave her this supreme treasure. "Thank you, brother." Her voice trembled, her eyes moist, and she deeply bowed, affirming, "I will never disappoint you." Lu Xuantong smiled slightly, his eyes filled with affection and trust. He reached out and ruffled his sister's hair, gently saying, "Silly girl. Between us siblings, there's no need to say thanks." After speaking, Lu Xuantong flipped his hand again, revealing 12 red pills that looked like blood, each exuding a rich life force, with patterns like trees and faint divine light flowing. Heavenly blood divine tree pills. What is this? Lu Yunting's pupils shrank suddenly, staring intently at the pills, his voice trembling slightly. He had fought in battles for many years, sustaining countless hidden injuries, and had been stuck in his cultivation for years, unable to break through to the divine sovereign realm. If he could obtain these heavenly blood divine tree pills, he could not only heal completely, but even hope to step into the divine sovereign realm in one go. 4 pills for each of you. Lu Xuantong smiled calmly as he handed the pills to his parents and sister. In fact, he had hundreds more, all rewards from sign-in bonuses. He was afraid that taking them all out at once would scare them. "Xuantong, this is too precious." Nan Yuezi was shocked. Although she came from an extraordinary background, she had never seen such precious pills. Yes, this kind of divine pill, even one is enough to make major powers fight over it. Yet you took out 12 at once. Lu Yunting took a deep breath, feeling an indescribable shock. This was probably all of his son's treasures. Lu Xuantong simply said calmly, "This is a gift I prepared for you. Please accept it." Lu Yunting could no longer restrain himself, embracing his son tightly, his eyes slightly red, his voice choked. "Xuantong, I am endlessly grateful." At this moment, the usually imposing Lu Yunting truly revealed his emotions, no longer maintaining any semblance of a strong man's facade. Nan Yuezi also tightly held her son's hand, her eyes filled with pride and joy. Meanwhile, the sister silently vowed, "With my brother treating me this way, in this life, I will not let him down." Now, with the blessing of the Supreme Bone and 4 heavenly blood divine tree pills, she would not necessarily be unable to trample Lu Xianxia underfoot in the upcoming engagement battle 2 months later, gaining her breath of fresh air. And all of this was given to her by her brother. At that moment, a voice came from outside. "Lu Xuantong, your holy son rewards are ready. You may go and collect them now." Chapter 67, The Peerless Charm Princess. The Dual Cultivation Furnace. Overbearing protection. Lu Xuantong pondered for a moment, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and he readily accepted. He wanted to see what kind of rewards the divine sovereign Lu family would prepare for the holy son. When he turned to bid farewell to his parents, Lu Yunting stood with his hands behind his back, trying to maintain an imposing demeanor, but the slight upward curve of his lips could not be suppressed. Who would have thought that his son, who was once regarded as a waste bone, would truly ascend to the position of holy son? 40 years. In these 40 years, he had not even dared to dream of this. But now, not only had his dream come true, but he also unexpectedly gained a daughter. Two supremes in one family. This was simply a double blessing. What made him even more ecstatic was that his daughter had also integrated a piece of supreme bone into her body. So refreshing. So exhilarating. Xuantong felt a surge of pride, wishing he could announce to the world, "My children, Xuantong's children, are all peerless talents." Nan Yuezi saw her husband's proud demeanor and couldn't help but shake her head and smile, then gently looked at her daughter, saying softly, "This supreme bone is your brother's intention. You must cherish it well and not disgrace its reputation. In 2 months, personally suppress Lu Qingxue and make her pay for her arrogance." Her sister nodded firmly, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. In this battle, she would surely redeem her past humiliation. Meanwhile, the sister closed her eyes in concentration, fully integrating the supreme bone, with golden runes flowing within her, her momentum continuously rising. Nan Yuezi quietly stood guard beside her, filled with joy. In the Lu family's council hall, the head of the Lu family sat in the main seat, speaking in a low voice. "This time, we have prepared a top-tier charm princess for the Holy Sun. As long as the Holy Sun cultivates with her, breaking through to the Wuxiang realm is just around the corner." The head of the Lu family's eyes sparkled, satisfied as he stroked his long beard. Charm princesses. Such cultivation furnaces are kept secret among the major families, and the batch of furnaces cultivated by the Lu family were all meticulously selected, choosing the best from among thousands of girls, nurtured with secret methods for decades. And today, the one being offered to the Holy Sun was the best among them. Very good. The head of the Lu family nodded slightly. The Holy Sun's talent was extraordinary, so he naturally deserved the best furnace. If he could break through to the Wuxiang realm through this, he would become the youngest Wuxiang realm talent in the Eastern domain. However, the third elder suddenly showed hesitation, wanting to say something but stopping short. The head of the Lu family snorted coldly. "Speak your mind." "Master, please consider." The third elder carefully chose his words, slowly saying, "The matter of Holy Sun Lu Xuantong is rather strange. After 40 years of being unremarkable, suspected of being a waste bone, how could he undergo such a transformation in just one incense stick's time? Is there some unknown secret behind it?" "Shut up." Before he could finish speaking, the head of the Lu family slammed the table, causing the entire council hall to tremble. "Are you so clever? Can't I see the oddities within?" The third elder immediately broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly kneeling on the ground. "Remember," the head of the Lu family said with an imposing presence, "as long as his blood flows from my Lu family, as long as he is still my grandson Lu Zhentian, then no reason is needed, no explanation is required. Pass down the master's order. From today onwards, no one is to secretly investigate the matter of the Holy Sun. Violators will face family law." In fact, the head of the Lu family had already seen the clues, but so what? They were all descendants of the Lu family. Could they harm them? That would be self-inflicted harm. Lu Zhentian's greatest wish in this life was to lead the Lu family to a whole new height. Therefore, he had to rely on the outstanding children of the clan, regardless of any secrets behind them. They must act as if they saw nothing and heard nothing. The three elders continuously bowed. "As you command, I will arrange it immediately." The head of the Lu family nodded slightly. As long as Lu Xuantong could break through to the Wuxiang realm, he would have the chance to be accepted as a direct disciple by the Taishu Holy Land. At that time, the position of the Lu family would rise significantly, and they might even hope to join the ranks of the top families. Now, they were just waiting for the result of the dual cultivation. Following the guidance, Lu Xuantong stepped into the forbidden area of the Lu family's back mountain. The spiritual energy here was thick like fog, almost solidified. Every breath felt like swallowing spiritual liquid, making him feel completely refreshed. He had initially thought that the reward from the Holy Sun would be some earth-shattering supreme martial arts or a legendary divine weapon. But what appeared before him was an ancient stone door, solitary and embedded in the mountainside, exuding an eerie aura. What does this mean? Lu Xuantong frowned slightly, puzzled. Could the real treasure be hidden inside the cave? After a brief hesitation, he took a few steps forward. Just as he approached, the ancient runes on the stone door suddenly lit up, and a gentle light swept over his body, seemingly confirming his identity. Accompanied by a low rumble, the long-sealed stone door slowly opened, revealing a deep passage. Lu Xuantong took a deep breath, his gaze firm, and stepped in without hesitation. However, the scene before him left him completely stunned. This was actually a secret room wrapped in pink satin. The surrounding walls were draped with light gauze curtains. The floor was covered with a soft fur carpet, and the air was filled with a sweet, cloying fragrance that, if inhaled for too long, could even make one dizzy. Even more bizarrely, the secret room was filled with all sorts of strange little trinkets, exquisite jade carvings, sparkling crystals, and even a few oddly shaped musical instruments. Looking nothing like a place for cultivation, but rather like A boudoir? Lu Xuantong's mouth twitched, and his confusion deepened. This was the Holy Sun's reward? Just as he was filled with doubt, his gaze was firmly drawn to the bed in the center of the secret room. There lay a woman. A woman so breathtakingly beautiful that it took one's breath away. She had a graceful figure, and a thin sheer garment barely concealed her body, outlining breathtaking curves. Her skin was like snow, her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her exquisitely beautiful face seemed almost otherworldly, with brows like distant mountains and lips like petals. However, at this moment, her complexion was slightly pale, and there was a faint dark red line between her brows, suggesting she had suffered severe internal injuries. She lay there quietly, her breathing weak, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep, yet giving the impression that she might awaken at any moment. Lu Xuantong's pupils contracted, and he felt a surge of wariness. Who was this woman? Why was she in the forbidden area of the Lu family? More importantly, where was the Holy Sun's reward? The woman slowly awoke, and upon seeing Lu Xuantong for the first time, she showed a surprised expression and exclaimed, "It's you?" Chapter 68, 3,000 Domains. 72 States. The female protagonist appears. Yufuyao. In this endless vastness of the heavenly realm, 3,000 domains are scattered like stars, together forming the territory of 72 states. Conflicts between the Holy Lands are constant, with weaker Holy Lands being destroyed by stronger ones, and the victors plundering their foundations to grow stronger. However, even these Holy Lands are not the supreme existences of the heavenly realm. The 24 imperial clans reign above all. These ancient families have inherited for thousands of years, with imperial-level powerhouses stationed within, capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a flick of their fingers and annihilating states with a single thought. They remain aloof from worldly disputes, but every time they appear, they will inevitably stir up a tidal wave of bloodshed. The only entities that can rival the imperial clans are the 12 top dynasties. These behemoths transcend the constraints of state boundaries, dominating dozens or even hundreds of domains, with their strong followers like clouds, and wherever their iron cavalry passes, all beings submit. But if we talk about the true supreme existences, it must be the 4 major alliances of the heavenly realm. They nearly monopolize all the resources of the heavenly realm, controlling the oldest legacies and the most terrifying powers. Even the imperial clans and dynasties must retreat 3 steps when facing the 4 major alliances. For example, the eastern domain where the Lu family is located is merely a corner of the Wild State, and the entire Wild State is under the rule of the Taishu Holy Land. The Taishu Holy Land, one of the 32 top Holy Lands, has countless powerful beings within. Any disciple that casually walks out is enough to dominate a region in the secular world. Cultivators everywhere take pride in joining a Holy Land because that represents the highest status and resources. At this moment, in the sky, 2 figures sped through the air like lightning. Today, in the eastern domain of the Wild State, 2 streaks of light pierced the sky, moving at an extreme speed, causing the clouds to scatter and the space to tremble. One of them, an old man in gray robes, had a serious expression, filled with worry. "Your Highness, the ones pursuing us this time are probably assassins sent by some prince. They want to annihilate us." Beside him, a woman stepped through the air, her golden hair flowing like a waterfall, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. She was tall and graceful, her snow-white battle dress outlining breathtaking curves, her skin translucent like mutton fat jade. Her stunning face seemed to be the perfect masterpiece of heaven, with brows like distant mountains, eyes like stars, a delicate nose, and cherry lips, every contour exquisite enough to take one's breath away, especially that golden divine mark on her forehead, adding a touch of sacred and inviolable aura. This woman was Yufuyao, the 3rd princess of the Daqian dynasty. On the day of her birth, the sky changed dramatically, and the clouds roiled. Thousands of rays of dawn fell from the void, transforming into dragons and phoenixes that circled above the royal city, lingering without dispersing. Inside and outside the royal city, the people bowed their heads, and even the ancestors who had been in seclusion for many years were moved, breaking their seclusion to gaze at the celestial phenomenon. Murmuring, "The imperial blood awakens in Daqian. Is a female emperor about to emerge?" The Xianxia real person, a renowned elder of the Taishu Holy Land, was in seclusion thousands of miles away, but suddenly felt something and came through the clouds personally. "This girl should enter my Taishu." Xianxia real person's gaze was deep. With a light touch of her fingertip, a wisp of purple energy entered Yufuyao's brow, and in an instant, she radiated dazzling divine light, resonating with heaven and earth. The Daqian emperor was overjoyed and immediately consented. Xianxia real person also left a Taishu order, saying, "Within 100 years, if she wishes to come, she shall be my direct disciple." However, Yufuyao had relied on her mother since childhood and had no longing for the lofty Taishu Holy Land. She was extraordinarily gifted. And even without relying on the resources of the Holy Land, she had stepped into the Wuxiang realm within just a few decades. Her combat power so strong that no peer could match her. But the royal family was ultimately heartless. That night, a fierce fire broke out in her mother's palace. And by the time Yu Fuyao arrived, there was only a charred skeleton left. She knelt amidst the ruins, her fingers deeply embedded in her palms, blood dripping. Yet she was completely oblivious. "Who is it?" She screamed to the sky, her voice as sorrowful as a phoenix crying blood. No one answered. Only the cold wind howled, seeming to mock her naivety. She knew that the person behind it must be those so-called blood relatives, her royal brother, royal sister, and even that lofty father. Alone and helpless, she finally crushed the Taishu order. Now, the Taishu Holy Land was her only choice. However, how could those people let her leave safely? "Princess, run!" The gray-robed old man shouted angrily, striking out with his palm. And a vast spiritual power transformed into a giant mountain shadow, forcefully blocking the attack of 3 black-clad assassins. But in the next moment, a pitch-black dagger pierced through the void, directly penetrating his chest. Elder Qi, Yu Fuyao's eyes widened, and with a wave of her hand, a golden divine light swept out, slicing the attacker in half. But it was already too late. Elder Qi coughed up blood and fell. Yet a relieved smile appeared on his aged face. "Old servant can only accompany you this far. Your Highness, take care for eternity. If there is a next life, I will surely follow you." Yu Fuyao trembled all over. On this journey, she had already lost too much. From 100 attendants, only she remained. "You all deserve to die?" In an instant, the golden light in Yu Fuyao's eyes surged violently, the divine pattern on her brow blazing fiercely. A terrifying aura erupted, scattering the clouds within 1,000 feet. The expressions of the few assassins changed dramatically. "Not good. Her imperial blood is boiling. Retreat. Want to leave?" Yu Fuyao sneered, her slender hand reaching into the air, endless spiritual power transforming into a golden phoenix claw that blotted out the sun, slamming down fiercely. Boom. The 3 assassins didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into a mist of blood. But she knew this was just the beginning. The real pursuers were still behind her. Where to next? Standing on the clouds, Yu Fuyao's golden hair, stained with blood, fluttered in the wind. Her white battle dress already soaked with the enemy's blood. She raised her eyes towards the horizon, where the direction of the Taishu Holy Land lay. "Mother, you can rest assured," she whispered softly, her eyes cold as ice. "On the day I return, I will make the Qian pay in blood for blood." Chapter 69, A Misunderstanding? Mistaking Yu Fuyao for a charm princess. Yu Fuyao's vision had blurred, and only the howling wind remained in her ears. Her spiritual power was long exhausted, and the imperial blood within her had thinned due to excessive burning, making even the ability to fly a luxury. "No, this princess cannot fall here." She gritted her silver teeth, forcing herself to hold on to the last shred of will, lightly tapping her jade foot in the void, trying to stabilize her form. But just a few steps in, a tearing pain surged through her body, her meridians feeling like they were being scorched by intense flames. Unable to support her body any longer. In the next moment, bang! Her delicate body fell like a broken kite from a great height, crashing heavily into a mountain peak. The rocks shattered, ancient trees broke, and her body plunged down, passing through layers of barriers, ultimately landing heavily in a soft place. Yu Fuyao let out a muffled groan, forcing her eyes open, only to find a luxurious bed before her, light gauze hanging down, candlelight flickering, and a dizzying sweet fragrance filling the air. "Where's this?" Yu Fuyao propped herself up, looking around, and discovered that this was actually a strangely arranged secret chamber. Various bizarre jade artifacts hung on the walls, and several toys she had never seen before were placed on the table. A beautifully carved golden staff, several shimmering crystals, and even a few books with alluring covers. Titled 9 Turns of Harmonious Union Technique. Absurd. She frowned tightly, a sense of ominous premonition rising in her heart. Just as she was on alert, a sultry voice echoed in her ears. "Master, you have finally arrived." The woman had skin as white as snow, spring-like eyes, red lips slightly curved, breath fragrant as orchids, and a pair of jade hands audaciously caressing her waist. "You must be the holy son of this session, right? I didn't expect such a stunning woman." The charmed princess giggled, excitement flashing in her eyes. "But I prefer." Yu Fuyao's pupils constricted suddenly. How could her noble body be defiled by another? Arrogance. She glared with cold light in her eyes, waving her jade hand, and an overwhelming spiritual power erupted instantly, directly sending the charmed princess flying. Bang! The charmed princess crashed heavily to the ground, a look of shock appearing on her charming face, which quickly turned cold. "You are not the holy son." Yu Fuyao coldly stood up, and despite her nearly exhausted spiritual power, the inherent imperial pressure still made one's heart race. She looked down at the charmed princess from a height, her voice like ice. You, a mere furnace, dare to touch this princess? The charmed princess's expression changed, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. You dare to trespass into the Lu family's forbidden area and act so arrogantly? Let me report to the family head, and I will make you wish you were dead. Saying that, she flickered and was about to rush out of the secret chamber. Yu Fuyao's gaze darkened. If she let her out, her whereabouts would surely be exposed. Want to leave? She forced the last ounce of spiritual power, her slender hand reaching into the air. A golden divine pattern blossoming from her brow, instantly transforming into an invisible chain that tightly bound the charmed princess. The charmed princess was horrified, unable to react before Yu Fuyao struck her on the back of the neck. The charmed princess let out a muffled groan and fell limply. Yu Fuyao panted slightly, looking at the unconscious charmed princess, and after a moment's thought, took out a spatial jade pendant from her storage ring and placed her inside. I will spare your life for now. Once this princess recovers, I will decide your fate. The secret chamber finally quieted down. Yu Fuyao sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to recuperate. At this moment, she was completely drained of spiritual power, and her imperial blood was severely depleted. If she didn't recover quickly, she might not even have the strength to protect herself. Healing must be done quickly. She lightly tapped her fingertips and took a few pills from her storage ring. The medicinal power unfolding, warm spiritual energy slowly flowing into her limbs and bones. Afterward, Yu Fuyao's consciousness floated in the chaos, and in a daze, she seemed to fall into a long and real dream. She saw herself standing at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, draped in imperial robes, wearing a purple-gold crown. With myriad races bowing beneath her, mountains and rivers submitting. That was the highest imperial throne of the White Emperor state. She saw herself wielding a blood-stained long sword, stepping over the corpses of enemies, personally severing a man's head. That was the revenge for her mother, blood for blood. She saw her younger sister, Yu Qingli, in a wedding dress, smiling like a flower, walking towards a man amidst the glowing clouds. That man had eyes like swords, a tall figure, gently holding her sister's hand, promising eternal love. That was her sister's beloved, her brother-in-law. The dream and reality intertwined, and she could not distinguish what was illusion and what was past reality. Was this memory or prophecy? She murmured, wanting to grasp those fragmented images, until a thunderous sound echoed. The stone door of the secret chamber slowly opened. Yu Fuyao suddenly woke up, her chest heaving violently, the injuries within her not yet healed, causing her to cough heavily, a trace of blood spilling from her lips. She forced herself to lift her head, her gaze coldly fixed on the direction of the stone door. A tall figure stepped in slowly. The man wore a black long robe, with golden patterns embroidered on the cuffs, his features sharp as if chiseled, his eyes deep as a bottomless abyss. Surrounded by an almost imperceptible pressure that made one feel an invisible sense of oppression just by standing there. Yu Fuyao's pupils suddenly constricted, exclaiming, "It's you?" This face she had just seen in her dream. The man who held her sister's hand and smiled gently. The one who, in her memories of her past life, became her sister's husband. Now, he stood alive before her. Lu Xuantong furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze falling on her, carrying a hint of scrutiny and confusion. Who are you, and why are you here? Yu Fuyao stared at him fiercely, countless thoughts racing through her mind. After pondering for a moment, suppressing her surging emotions, Yu Fuyao slowly stood up. Though her face was pale, that inherent noble aura remained undiminished. This princess wants to ask, who are you? Lu Xuantong's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this. Then the corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a smile that was neither a smile. Interesting. I am Lu Xuantong, the holy son of the Lu family. This is my Lu family's secret chamber, and you, young lady, came uninvited and are questioning the owner? Yu Fuyao's heart trembled. Lu Xuantong, Lu family's holy son? She suddenly remembered that in the fragments of her dream, her sister's husband seemed to be surnamed Lu. Could it be? Suddenly, Yu Fuyao glanced around at the decor and the charmed princess's behavior earlier. A wave of fear surged within her, trembling as she said, "Don't come any closer. I warn you, you absolutely must not do anything foolish. I am yours." Chapter 70, Taishu Holy Land. The East region's situation has changed dramatically, a tripartite balance. At the same time, at the Lu family. Above the sky, a completely black spirit boat broke through the clouds, its body imprinted with ancient runes, exuding a chilling aura. At the bow of the boat, a flag embroidered with the words Taishu flapped in the wind, like a sharp sword hanging over the Lu family, making it impossible to look directly at. The people from the Taishu Holy Land have arrived. All the members of the Lu family looked up, their eyes filled with reverence. The spirit ship slowly descended in the center of Lujia Square, where an elderly man in a gray-white robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly walking down. The old man's expression was stern, his eyes sharp like those of a hawk, and his aura was deep and profound. This person was Zhang Wu, an outer elder of the Taishu sacred land. "Welcome, Elder Zhang." The head of the Lu family had already led a group of elders to wait in the square. Upon seeing him, they immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Head of the Lu family, is this year's tribute ready?" The head of the Lu family felt a tightness in his heart, but still maintained a smile on his face. "Elder Zhang has traveled a long way. Why not come inside to rest first? We can discuss the tribute matter later." Zhang Wu snorted coldly. "No need. I am busy and have no time to waste." Seeing this, the head of the Lu family had no choice but to steel himself and say, "Elder Zhang, according to past customs, the Lu family submits 30 million spirit stones each year, which has already been prepared. I wonder, 30 million? Zhang Wu raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half-smile. Did the head of the Lu family misremember? This year's tribute is 50 million spirit stones. What? As soon as these words came out, the people of the Lu family were instantly in an uproar. The third elder couldn't help but exclaim, 50 million? Wasn't it always 30 million in previous years? Why has it suddenly increased by 20 million this year? Zhang Wu's gaze turned cold, and the latter instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body stiffening, no longer daring to speak further. Is the Lu family questioning the sacred land's decision? The head of the Lu family quickly waved his hand. We dare not. It's just that it's truly a bit difficult. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the unease in his heart, and cautiously asked, Elder Zhang, although the Lu family has some accumulation over the years, 50 million spirit stones is really not a small amount. May I ask why the sacred land suddenly increased the tribute? Zhang Wu snorted coldly, his tone indifferent. You families have lived too comfortably, leading to a situation where expenses exceed income. The sacred land has faced resource shortages in recent years. If we don't tighten the tribute, how can we maintain the sacred land's prestige? He paused, sweeping his gaze over the people of the Lu family, and continued, although the wild state is large, there are many forces eyeing our Taishu sacred land. If the sacred land's ranking drops due to lack of resources, and other regions take advantage of the situation, what good outcome can the families that rely on the sacred land expect? Hearing this, the head of the Lu family's face grew increasingly heavy. Did he not understand this principle? However, the Lu family's annual output of spirit stones was only about 60 million. In previous years, they submitted 30 million, leaving the remaining 30 million to barely maintain the family's operations, support clan members' cultivation, sustain the protective formation, and train the younger generation. If they were to pay 50 million this year, they would be left with only 10 million spirit stones, making the coming days for the Lu family extremely difficult. The head of the Lu family still wanted to negotiate further. Zhang Wu, however, directly raised his hand to interrupt. Head of the Lu family, I am not negotiating with you. 50 million spirit stones, not a single piece less. If you cannot deliver, the sacred land does not mind replacing you with a more obedient family to take over your resources. As soon as the words fell, the faces of the Lu family members changed dramatically. This was an outright threat. If the Lu family refused, the Taishu sacred land might very well support other families to replace the Lu family's position. At that time, without the sacred land's protection, the Lu family would likely be torn apart by other predatory forces in an instant. The head of the Lu family remained silent for a long time and ultimately could only grit his teeth and bow his head. Yes, the Lu family obeys. Only then did Zhang Wu nod in satisfaction. Very well. Within 6 months, deliver the spirit stones to the sacred land without delay. After speaking, he turned and stepped onto the spirit ship, no longer glancing at the Lu family members. The spirit ship ascended and soon disappeared into the clouds. The square fell into dead silence. The third elder, with a face full of frustration, asked in a deep voice, Head, are we really going to come up with 50 million spirit stones? The head of the Lu family, his voice weary, replied helplessly, the sacred land's might cannot be defied. If we do not comply, the Lu family may not even be able to stay in the eastern region. The third elder was unwilling, gritting his teeth, but 50 million spirit stones is nearly all of the Lu family's annual income. Once we pay it, the resources for the cultivation of the clan members will drastically decrease, the protective formation will be hard to maintain, and in the long run, the Lu family will surely decline. The head of the Lu family remained silent for a moment before finally letting out a long sigh. Send the order down. From today onward, reduce all family expenditures by 40% and have the cultivation resources for all clan members. We must gather 50 million spirit stones within 6 months. What? Have the cultivation resources? How will we break through our realms? I finally reached the bottleneck, and now it's all over. The young members of the Lu family turned pale, their eyes filled with despair. The path of cultivation is already a struggle against the heavens, and once resources are cut, it means their journey will become even more difficult. Seeing the reaction of the clan members, the third elder felt a pang in his heart and couldn't help but speak again. Head, Is there really no other way? The head of the Lu family's gaze was deep as he slowly said, "Do you know why the Taishu sacred land suddenly increased the tribute?" The third elder was taken aback. "Is there some hidden reason?" The head of the Lu family's expression grew serious as he whispered, "As far as I know, there are problems within the Taishu sacred land. In 3 years, during the sacred land ranking competition, they are very likely to fall from their position as a top sacred land." What? The third elder's pupils constricted sharply. How could this be possible? So, they urgently need resources now and are willing to exploit the affiliated families. The head of the Lu family said solemnly, "Not just the Lu family, but the entire wild state. All forces relying on the Taishu sacred land will face the same predicament." The third elder gasped, "The Lu family and the Chui family are the same?" The head of the Lu family nodded slowly. Indeed. A flash of insight crossed the third elder's eyes, as if he suddenly understood something, and his voice trembled. "Head, is the Taishu sacred land cultivating a scheme? Some things cannot be said openly, but both parties are well aware. The Taishu sacred land's actions are clearly designed to incite infighting among the major families in the wild state. The 3 major families of the eastern region, Lu, and Shui, were originally in a stable tripartite balance. But now, with the Taishu sacred land's maneuvering, the peaceful development has been directly shattered. A hint of worry crossed the head of the Lu family's eyes. What is more troublesome is that the Lu family and the Chui family have already formed a marriage alliance, creating a close relationship. If they join forces, the first to be eliminated will be my Lu family. Hearing this, the third elder's face turned pale in an instant. The Lu family is in danger. Chapter 71. Mistakenly going down the wrong path. I am really not a seductress. Let me go? Yu Fuyao's heart was nearly collapsing as she desperately retreated, trying to distance herself from Lu Xuantong. She must not get close. She absolutely must not let him get close. The fragmented images in her mind were still vivid, even if they were only vague memories, and even if they may not have been real in her past life. She dared not take the risk. If it were truly as shown in her dreams, once they practiced dual cultivation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wouldn't that mean she was taking possession of her future sister's husband? Absurd. Even if Yu Fuyao was in a dire situation, she was still the third princess of the Daiqian dynasty, the future empress of the Baidi state. Lu Xuantong frowned slightly, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. When he entered the cave, he had expected to find some rare treasures, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a woman. Moreover, a woman so beautiful she was almost otherworldly. Even in her current disheveled state, she could not hide that innate noble charm, especially those cold phoenix eyes, sharp and piercing, as if looking at her too long would lead one to fall, becoming her loyal dog. Indeed, she was stunning. But Lu Xuantong was not a man who would lose his senses over beauty. Moreover, this woman was reacting so violently, as if he were some kind of monster. If he got any closer, it would only make him seem suspicious. Boring. He snorted coldly, losing interest in her, and turned to push against the heavy stone wall. Preparing to leave, Yu Fuyao's tense nerves finally relaxed slightly, her chest rising and falling gently, secretly relieved. As long as he did not force her into dual cultivation, she would have a chance to escape. However, just as she breathed a sigh of relief, the stone wall remained unmoving. Lu Xuantong frowned, gathering spiritual power in his palm and trying again, but the stone wall still stood firm, as if sealed by some powerful restriction. A formation? His gaze darkened, and as his fingertips traced the runes on the stone wall, he finally sensed something unusual. It turned out to be a restriction that could only be activated in the Wuxiang realm. Is this what they call the Holy Sun's reward? To cultivate together with this woman before him? He is not an ignorant person and has naturally heard of the existence of a charm, Meiji, a furnace nurtured by great families specifically to help geniuses in their clan break through bottlenecks. Lu Xuantong has just broken through to the divine illumination realm, and his aura is not yet stable. If he can truly cultivate with this woman, he might be able to break through to the formless realm in a short time. But the question is, will this woman cooperate? He raised his eyes and saw her sharp gaze. Although her spiritual power was weak, it still emanated a fierce killing intent. Clearly not a docile furnace to be manipulated. The formless realm? Lu Xuantong's eyelids twitched, almost cursing out loud. Who would use a genius of the formless realm as a charm? Isn't that asking for death? Although he considers himself exceptionally talented, the gap between the divine illumination realm and the formless realm is like a chasm. If it comes to a hard fight, he fears he won't last even 100 moves. Moreover, the woman before him has a talent and strength that are unfathomable. He couldn't fight her, couldn't escape from her, couldn't approach her. He could only stare in disbelief. The two locked eyes, the air thick with tension, almost suffocating. At such a young age, with such beauty, why would she willingly fall into depravity and become a charm? Lu Xuantong sighed and pretended to be sincere, trying to ease the atmosphere. If she were an ordinary furnace, She would have already cast flirtatious glances and thrown herself into his arms by now. Instead of exuding such a murderous aura, Yu Fuyo gritted her silver teeth, wishing she could slap this self-righteous man to death. She, a dignified princess of the empire and the future empress, was actually treated as a charm? But if she explained her identity, it would only expose her whereabouts and bring even greater trouble. Xuantong raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, still quite arrogant? Are the charm of today so spirited? He secretly speculated. Could she have a tragic backstory? Perhaps a gambling father, a sick mother, and a brother waiting for cultivation resources? Forget it. He couldn't be bothered with her. Seeing that the other party was unyielding, Xuantong simply sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to adjust his breathing, ignoring her. Yu Fuyo noticed this and her tense nerves finally relaxed a bit, secretly relieved. As long as she could endure until her injuries healed, she could escape. However, neither of them noticed that in the secret chamber, wisps of light pink mist were quietly spreading, silently infiltrating their breaths. How could a charmed secret chamber allow anyone to leave in a clean state? It wasn't until Xuantong suddenly sensed his blood and energy surging, an unusual heat rising from his dantian, that his expression changed dramatically. Not good. He opened his eyes wide, his cheeks flushed unnaturally, and his breathing became rapid. This secret chamber actually had an aphrodisiac effect. On the other side, Yu Fuyo's condition was equally dire. Her originally pale cheeks were now tinged with an unnatural flush, her breathing quickened, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. With a glimmer of water in her eyes, the energy in her body surged like boiling water, and an indescribable heat spread through her limbs, even causing her to have a vague impulse to devour the other person. Not good. She bit her tongue, blood trickling from the corner of her lips, trying to awaken her reason with pain. However, the more she suppressed it, the more that heat rampaged, like countless tiny fire snakes wandering through her meridians, making her mind dizzy. If she were at her peak, she could forcefully suppress it with imperial blood, but now, still injured, how could she resist? Xuantong was equally in a bad state, but he was slightly more clear-headed than her. After all, he had nothing to lose. Moreover, the woman before him was a charm, it was her duty. Although he despised forcing someone, if the situation forced his hand, then he would go with the flow. Xuantong warned, "Don't come over." Yu Fuyo's voice trembled slightly, carrying a mix of pleading and threat, but that soft tone instead seemed like a seductive invitation. Xuantong chuckled lightly, his gaze deepening, stepping closer. "Charm, are you joking? If even you can't resist, how can I?" Upon hearing this, Yu Fuyo felt a wave of despair in her heart. Did she really have to lose herself to him here? No. She absolutely could not just sit back and wait for death. She struggled to retreat, but her legs felt weak and powerless, her whole body swaying. In the next moment, Xuantong suddenly reached out, grabbing her waist and lifting her horizontally into his arms. "Ah!" Yu Fuyo exclaimed, her soft body instantly falling into his embrace. The heat of his body penetrating through the thin fabric, making her shiver all over. "Let go of me." She was filled with shame and anger, raising her hand to attack, but that weak force felt more like a hesitant rejection. Xuantong looked down at her, his eyes swirling with dark tides. "Since you're in this line of work, you need to have the awareness that comes with it. Aren't you just waiting for this day? So that this holy sun can favor you. Now, be good and lie down." Chapter 72. Mutual Dislike, Concealment. This emperor is not someone you can reach. In the misty secret chamber, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Under the influence of the drug, both of their rationalities had already collapsed. At first, Yu Fuyo bit her lip tightly, desperately resisting the surging desires within her, her eyes filled with humiliation and anger. How could she, a dignified imperial daughter, be so desecrated by Xuantong? But reality was cruelly despairing. At this moment, she was still injured, her spiritual power exhausted, and she couldn't even muster the strength to push him away, only allowing that searing heat to gradually erode her reason. However, as their cultivation deepened, she was astonished to discover that the spiritual power that had been exhausted within her was like a withered tree encountering spring, continuously surging forth, even more pure and abundant than before. Was this a rebirth? This was not only humiliation, but also a stroke of fortune. By the last day, Xuantong was already exhausted, his face as pale as paper, wanting nothing more than to escape this ridiculous secret chamber. "Want to leave?" Yu Fuyo's red lips curled slightly, her eyes flashing with a dangerous light, teasingly saying, "Wasn't the holy sun just very impressive? Why is it not working now?" That provocative tone made Xuantong's blood surge instantly. How could a man say he couldn't do it? He gritted his teeth and roared, pressing her back into the quilt again, determined to redeem his previous shame. The misty allure in Yu Fuyo's eyes suddenly faded, replaced by icy disgust. She kicked the man beside her away, her tone cold. "Don't touch me, you stinky man." Xuantong was caught off guard and fell off the bed, holding his sore waist, his face filled with disbelief. This woman turned on him faster than flipping a book? He then sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Who was it that clung to me and wouldn't let go just yesterday? Now you're putting on airs? Yu Fuyo was momentarily speechless by Lu Xuantong's words, an undeniable flush rising on her fair cheeks. She bit her lip, her gaze flickering, clearly feeling a bit guilty. Indeed, she had taken advantage of him. To break through her realm, she had greedily absorbed the powerful primal yang energy from his body, a force that was domineering and pure, even exceeding her expectations. Without that, she could not have directly ascended to the peak of the formless realm from a critically injured state in just 3 days. But now, she faced a more troublesome problem, her sister's future memory. In those hazy fragments of dreams, Lu Xuantong was very likely to be her sister, Yu Qingli's future partner. If fate truly developed along the predetermined trajectory, once he married her sister, today's events would be exposed. Given her sister's temperament, it would surely cause a bloody storm. Yu Fuyo's gaze darkened. She had not yet grown to the point where she could compete with her sister and could not provoke her recklessly. In that case, she could only change the future. Taking a deep breath, she had already made up her mind. Lu Xuantong, she raised her gaze, her tone stern, from now on. If you see my face again, you'd better stay far away and not try to involve yourself in any relationship with me. After a pause, she added, of course. As compensation, you can name your price. Whatever you want, I can satisfy you. Lu Xuantong couldn't help but sneer at her words, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Keep pretending. If one didn't know better, they might think she was a princess of some dynasty or a direct descendant of an imperial family, high above and having everything. But she was just a charmed concubine, and everything she owned was granted by the Lu family. And everything of the Lu family originally belonged to him, the Holy Sun. He listed dozens of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, each one a divine-grade elixir or rare treasure. Even among the celestial realm, they were coveted by all major factions. So, do you have them? He raised an eyebrow, his tone provocative. Yu Fuyao's face darkened upon hearing this. Was this guy out of his mind? These treasures, even she, as a princess, had very limited stock, each one being a crucial life-saving item. A mere holy son from a divine family dared to ask for so much? Humph. She coldly laughed and mocked. Do you have them? Lu Xuantong calmly nodded, of course. Yu Fuyao glanced at him disdainfully, thinking he was just bragging. Lu Xuantong initially wanted to take out a few items to prove himself, but then he thought about how this woman was at the peak of the Wuxiang realm, while he was only half a step into it. What if she had designs on his wealth and killed him for it? He suppressed his impulse and waved his hand, pretending to be profound. Forget it. Since you can't provide, then let it be. Yu Fuyao snorted coldly, saying lightly, don't worry, I keep my word. When I truly grow up, these treasures will naturally be given to you. But you must also remember, today, we have never met. Who is she? The future empress, destined to rise above all beings and overlook the myriad worlds. The men in this world were mere ants. How could they be worthy of standing beside her? Even though she had been intimate with Lu Xuantong, it was merely a transaction, a makeshift measure due to circumstances. Her heart had never wavered. Yet despite this, she still felt an undercurrent of unease. If Lu Xuantong discovered her true identity in the future and took the opportunity to boast about having cultivated together with the empress, raising his own status and possibly attracting unnecessary trouble, wouldn't she become the laughingstock of all realms? No, she absolutely would not allow that. Thus, she had to make things clear today, completely cutting off his thoughts. She raised her gaze slightly, her red lips parted, her voice cold and distant. Lu Xuantong, remember, the future me is not someone you can aspire to. Her tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority, as if declaring an unbreakable destiny. However, Lu Xuantong merely raised an eyebrow lazily, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. What kind of play was this woman putting on? In his eyes, she was just a charmed concubine, her life given by the Lu family, yet now she was putting on a high and mighty act, which was simply laughable. But since she wanted to play, he would play along to the end. He smiled slightly, casually nodding, all right. Just one word, light and airy. But it made Yu Fuyao frown slightly. He actually agreed so readily? However, this was good, saving her from having to say more. She walked closer to him, the coldness in her eyes fading, replaced by a hint of softness. She slightly tilted her head, a faint smile on her red lips, her voice low and soft, carrying a hint of seduction. Close your eyes. I'll give you a surprise. Chapter 73, The Battle of Engagement begins. Fame shakes the eastern region. The climax arrives. Half a stick of incense later, the cave was silent, with only the residual powder mist slowly floating in the air, casting a hazy glow. That woman had left. Humph. I underestimated her. I thought her last words to close my eyes held some flirtatious intent, but unexpectedly, she took the chance to strike and knocked him out directly. Her move was swift and decisive, without any hesitation. He let out a low snort, slowly sitting up, his gaze sweeping across the empty cave. It was silent all around, with only him left. And this cave had restrictions. Without the Wuxiang realm cultivation, one couldn't forcefully break through. She left so carefreely, leaving him here alone. However, that pure and immense power, if he could fully refine it and supplement it with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, perhaps it could help him break through to the Wuxiang realm in one go. Since she left him here, he would make good use of this opportunity. With that thought, Lu Xuantong whispered to himself, then sat cross-legged, forming seals with his hands as spiritual power slowly circulated around him. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the cave gathered towards him like a tide, forming an invisible vortex around him. He then closed his eyes and focused, starting to refine the residual primal Yin power within him with all his might. Once he broke through, he would slowly settle the score. 2 months later, the eastern region experienced a drastic change, and a decisive battle that would shake the 8 desolations was about to commence. At the peak of Mount Taihang, the clouds surged and the rays of light were brilliant. This ancient mountain, which had remained silent for 1,000 years, was now the focal point of the entire eastern region. Countless cultivators rode divine rainbows to arrive, with disciples from various families gathering here, all to witness this astonishing battle that would influence the pattern of the eastern region. The engagement battle between the Lu family and the Lu family. Back then, the Lu family gave birth to a supreme bone genius, shaking the eastern region. Seeing this, the Lu family immediately extended an olive branch, eager to marry into the Lu family, promising their precious jewel Lu Qingxia to Lu Xuantong. However, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Although Lu Xuantong possessed the supreme bone, he had not yet shown its true power and gradually faded into obscurity. The Lu family, seeing this, turned their attention to the genius Chui Wuyo from the Chui family, who awakened the ancient sacred body. Thus, Lu Qingxia personally came to the door to annul the engagement and established a battle agreement. The winner could decide everything. Today was the time to fulfill the promise. At the peak of Mount Taihang, the place was already crowded. Major forces from the eastern region sent their younger generation to watch the battle, among which the most notable were the disciples from the Lu, and Chui families. On the Lu family side, 7 young geniuses led by Lu Chengxian stood side by side, their expressions cold. These 7 had once been suppressed by Lu Xuantong with a single palm. But at this moment, they stood firmly on Lu Xuantong's side without hesitation. No matter what, Lu Xuantong is still one of us from the Lu family, Lu Chengxian said coldly. It doesn't matter how we fight among ourselves, but if outsiders dare to bully us, the disciples of the Lu family will definitely stand together against them. His words were firm, prompting the members of the Lu family to echo in agreement. On the other side, the disciples of the Lu and Chui families stood together, their faces filled with mockery. Humph, the Lu family can only boast now. A genius from the Chui family sneered, Supreme Bone? Just a joke. In front of my Chui family's ancient sacred body, it's not worth a strike. Exactly. Another Lu family disciple chimed in. After today, the Lu family is likely to become a complete laughingstock of the eastern region. Laughter erupted, filled with disdain in their words. In their eyes, the ancient sacred body was one of the strongest physiques of the ancients, easily suppressing the supreme bone. The outcome of today's battle was already predetermined. Lu Xuantong would undoubtedly be defeated, and the Lu family would lose all face because of it. Just as everyone waited with bated breath, a clear phoenix cry suddenly resounded from the sky, shaking the 9 heavens, as if even the firmament was torn apart by this long cry. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and the sea of clouds churned. A green shadow descended rapidly from the 9 heavens, moving like lightning, causing the void to tremble and the spiritual energy to disperse. As the green shadow drew near, everyone could see that it was an ancient Qingwan, its entire body a deep green, with wings like blades. Bloodline, beast level, ancient bloodline, primordial bloodline, ancient divine beast bloodline, primordial divine beast bloodline, primordial bloodline, primordial divine phoenix. Top level ancient divine beast bloodline of the celestial realm. The azure phoenix spread its wings, reaching a length of over 100 feet, each feather shimmering with brilliant divine light. As if carved from jade, breathtakingly beautiful, yet exuding a terrifying oppressive force that made one's heart race. Its eyes were like cold lightning, looking down upon all beings. Merely the gust of wind from its flapping wings caused many weaker cultivators below to stagger and retreat. What was even more shocking was that on the back of the azure phoenix stood a woman, Lu Qingxia, dressed in green, her garments fluttering like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, untouched by the mundane. This core figure, who stirred the conflict between the 2 top bloodlines of the eastern region, igniting the rivalry between the supreme bone and the ancient sacred body, finally made her appearance. She stood atop the azure phoenix, looking down from her high vantage point at the crowd gathered at the peak of Taihang Mountain, her gaze filled with pride and disdain. It seemed to her that the myriad beings below were nothing more than ants. The ancient azure phoenix was a third-tier ferocious beast, its power comparable to that of a human cultivator in the Wuxiang realm. Someone gasped, their voice trembling. Heavens! Lu Qingxue can actually command such a divine beast? What kind of opportunity has she obtained? This is a ferocious beast of ancient blood. The crowd was in an uproar, their eyes filled with shock and envy. The disciples of the Lu and Cui families wore expressions of pride, and one of them laughed loudly, saying, "This azure phoenix was personally subdued by senior brother Cui Haoyan for senior sister Qingxue. With ancient bloodlines, it's easily done. If they were following some useless trash, not to mention the azure phoenix, they wouldn't even be able to touch a single feather and would likely get beaten up." This remark drew laughter from the Cui and Lu families, while the members of the Lu family wore dark expressions. Lu Qingxue listened to the discussions below, her red lips slightly curling into a mocking smile. Today, she would let everyone see what the difference between clouds and mud truly was. Immediately, Lu Qingxue stepped onto the azure phoenix, her phoenix eyes filled with murderous intent, looking down at the Lu family camp from her elevated position. "Lu Xuantong, are you afraid? Not daring to fight me? Come out." Almost simultaneously, a dazzling golden pillar of light suddenly shot up from the Lu family residence, instantly piercing through the 9 heavens. The brilliance of the golden light dyed the entire sky in a gilded hue, of vast supreme pressure like an abyss. Amidst the golden light, a tall figure stepped through the void. With each step she took, ripples spread through the air. When her golden eyes, containing endless Tao rhythms, opened, the entire world trembled. It was the fully awakened supreme bone manifesting its divine might. Thousands of miles away, 2 gazes collided across the void. The air exploded, and the Tao roared. In the next moment, a voice that shook the heavens and earth resounded across the 8 directions. "Bitch, for the shame of tomorrow, today, I will make you repay 100-fold. Kneel. Chapter 74. The sister merges with the supreme bone. The apex of Taiying Mountain. The final battle. At the same time, in the divine Lord Lu family, the towering palace reached into the clouds, the glazed tiles reflecting a cold and harsh light. The entire residence shrouded under an invisible pressure. Inside the hall, 2 figures sat in the main seats, one clad in green and the other in black, their auras vast like an abyss. Merely sitting still gave a suffocating feeling as if the world was under their control. The person on the left, dressed in a green robe, had an aged yet imposing appearance, with eyes like torches that seemed to penetrate through the ages. He was surrounded by a faint moonlight, and with every movement, it seemed like stars flowed from his fingertips. He was the current head of the Lu family, the Moonlight Divine, Lord Lu Qing. The person on the right, dressed in a dark black robe, had a cold and stern face, with a hint of ghostly energy swirling between his brows, his eyes deep as a cold abyss. Just a glance from him sent chills down one's spine. He was the head of the Cui family, the underworld King Divine, Lord Cui Hong. At this moment, a mysterious ancient mirror floated before the two, its surface rippling like water, reflecting scenes from thousands of miles away. At the peak of Taiying Mountain, clouds and winds gathered, and a great battle was about to begin. When Lu Qingxue stepped onto the ancient azure phoenix and descended with pride, the mirror clearly reflected the shock on the faces of the gathered cultivators. Even the well-informed Lu Qing couldn't help but narrow his eyes in surprise. He hadn't expected that in just 2 months, Haoyan could bring her a 3rd-tier ancient ferocious beast. Lu Qing murmured softly, his tone filled with awe. To know this kind of ferocious bird, with pure blood, possesses combat strength comparable to a human cultivator in the Wuxiang realm. Ordinary cultivators can hardly approach, let alone tame it. Yet Cui Haoyan has accomplished this, even taming it as a mount for Lu Qingxue. The ancient sacred body is indeed unparalleled. Lu Qing slowly exhaled, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Cui Hong smiled slightly, revealing a meaningful expression. Haoyan has always acted decisively. Since he has chosen Qingxue, naturally he will give her the best. Lu Qing nodded slightly, his gaze returning to the Tianyan mirror, watching the image of Lu Qingxue standing proudly atop the azure phoenix. Contrasting with Lu Xuantong, who had yet to appear, and his heart made its decision. It seemed that the Lu family's supreme bone would likely suffer today. Lu Qing said lightly, his tone devoid of any pity. Cui Hong chuckled softly, his voice deep and certain. The union of our 2 families is destined to happen. Haoyan, bearing the ancient sacred body, has limitless future potential, while Qingxue is exceptionally gifted. Their union will surely lead both families to greater heights. Lu Qing remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Indeed, between Lu Xuantong and Cui Haoyan, he had already made his choice. After all, the current Cui Haoyan was no longer just a prodigy of the Cui family. Behind him stood entities that even divine families dared not provoke easily. This marriage battle had been doomed from the start. Xuantong would undoubtedly lose. At the moment when the supreme bone was completely merged, the world suddenly fell silent. My sister erupted with a dazzling golden divine light that engulfed the entire sky like a sunburst. In an instant, she broke through to the peak of the divine illumination realm, just one step away from the Wuxiang realm. My sister stood in the void. Her originally pitch-black eyes now turned pure gold, with ancient runes swirling in her pupils, exuding a heart-stopping pressure. This was the supreme pressure, shocking the 8 directions. However, the head of the Lu family, the thunder god Lu Zhentian, furrowed his brows slightly, gazing deeply at that figure, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Strange. He murmured to himself, although Xuantong's aura is strong, it lacks the overwhelming oppressive feeling compared to when he fought the Holy Sun. At that time, Lu Xiantong could make his peers' souls tremble with just a glance, as if facing not a person, but a supreme being overlooking the ages. Yet now, although he was strong, he lacked that absolute might that overshadowed everything. Lu Zhentian intended to approach and inquire. But after sweeping his gaze over the tense atmosphere at the peak of Taiying Mountain, he ultimately shook his head. Forget it. Let us wait until the marriage battle is over. In the next moment, my sister stepped through the void. With each step she took, golden ripples emerged beneath her feet. The power of the supreme bone surged within her, endlessly flowing, vast like an abyss. She flashed, transforming into a streak of golden light, shooting towards the peak of Taiying Mountain. Moments later, when my sister's figure descended upon the mountaintop, the entire Taiying Mountain trembled. The main character of the day had finally appeared. Lu Qingshue's pupils constricted as she fixed her gaze on that golden figure, an involuntary flutter arising in her heart. The head of the family was indeed correct. In just a few months, Lu Xiantong had undergone a transformation. At this moment, his aura was deep as the sea, and just standing there gave an unshakable feeling. If it were a few months ago, she probably wouldn't have had the courage to even meet his gaze. But now, she was no longer the same. Lu Qingxue curled her red lips slightly, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes as she looked down disdainfully at the walking Lu Xiantong, her tone filled with contempt. Lu Xiantong, you're nothing but this. Even coming here on foot? She seemed to have a hint of arrogance, lightly tapping her toes, and the Qingluan immediately let out a sharp scream. The sound waves like blades, tearing through the sky, crushing towards Lu Xiantong. The pressure of the fierce beast shook the heavens and the earth. This show of force was enough to shatter the minds of ordinary cultivators. However, her sister remained unfazed, not even lifting her eyelids, as if the sound waves capable of tearing apart the void were merely a gentle breeze. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue thought she had been scared silly. Her contempt grew even stronger as she coldly laughed. Did you see that? This is the gift that Cui Haoyan gave me. What about you? What do you have? What can you give me? Being engaged to you is the biggest stain of my life. As her words fell, the disciples of the Lu and Cui families immediately burst into laughter, echoing her sentiments. Exactly. A waste with supreme bones is even worthy to be compared to an ancient sacred body? Sister Qingxue now has the Qingluan by her side, destined to soar through the 9 heavens. What are you, Lu Xiantong? Lu Chengxian and others were furious, retorting harshly. Nonsense. Xiantong just stepped out of seclusion. If he had time, catching an ancient fierce beast would be nothing difficult. However, her sister paid no attention to their noise. She slowly raised her gaze, her golden pupils cold as frost, only uttering one sentence. A lot of nonsense. Are we fighting or not? Chapter 75. Just you have a husband? I don't have a brother? Arrogant. Lu Qingxue could no longer contain her fighting spirit. She wanted to completely crush the person before her. Since you are so eager to seek defeat, then I will fulfill you. As her voice fell, a bone-chilling coldness erupted from her body. The temperature of the world plummeting sharply. Even the air seemed to freeze, emitting faint cracking sounds. Ice Soul Sacred Body, activate. This was her awakened top-tier physique. And once the coldness emerged, all things fell silent. Imperial level technique, frozen for thousands of miles. Lu Qingxue raised her jade hand, and in an instant, a terrifying power of ice surged forth, spreading out like a raging tide in all directions. The entire world seemed to be dragged into an icy hell, the ground crystallizing into thick ice, and even the void faintly freezing. The onlookers' expressions changed drastically as they frantically retreated. Get back. This cold can freeze even spiritual power. Is this the power of the Ice Soul Sacred Body? It's terrifying. Why isn't Lu Xiantong moving? Has he been scared silly? Yet, her sister still stood in place, her expression indifferent, allowing the terrifying power of ice to approach. Lu Chengxian and the others were not the slightest bit flustered, instead revealing a hint of a cold smile. This bit of coldness can't even compare to the residual force of the Holy Sun's palm back then. Lu Qingxue, seeing that he did not dodge or evade, had an even colder glint in her eyes, seeking death. However, just as the ice was about to touch her sister's body, boom, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Ancient runes swirling in her golden pupils, a vast and terrifying aura erupted. Imperial level technique, Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger. This was the supreme secret technique imprinted within the supreme bone, and the moment she fused with the supreme bone, she had completely mastered it. Crack. The ice that had frozen the world was as fragile as thin paper before this golden giant finger, instantly shattering. What? Lu Qingshua's pupils constricted before she could react. The giant finger had broken through the ice and struck her fiercely. Instantly, a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out, her figure flying back hundreds of meters, crashing heavily against the mountainside. The entire Taihang mountain trembled. What kind of technique is this? Lu Xuantong actually broke through Lu Qingshua's frozen for thousands of miles with just one finger. The crowd watching erupted into exclamations. Countless cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the proud figure standing in the arena. It should be known that this was an imperial-level technique enhanced by the I-Soul sacred body, which ordinary divine reflection realm experts could hardly withstand, let alone so casually break through. Lu Chengxian and the others trembled with excitement, their eyes shining with fervor. It's that move. Still the familiar technique. It truly is as terrifying as before. However, the attentive disciples of the Lu family vaguely sensed something unusual. Although the power of this finger was greater than before, the suffocating sense of absolute pressure, the kind of tremor as if facing the descent of a supreme being, had weakened significantly. Strange, Lu Chengxian frowned. The aura of the Holy Sun seems. Before he could think further, a sudden change occurred in the arena. Lu Qingxua struggled to rise from the rubble, blood staining the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful face twisted with rage. She never expected that her proud I-Soul sacred body would collapse under the opponent's finger. Jingluan, kill him for me. With this hysterical roar, the ancient fierce beast circling in the air let out a piercing scream that could shatter stone. Its jade-like eyes instantly turned blood red. Its wings spread wide, blocking out the sun, flames igniting around it. The terrifying pressure of a third-tier ancient fierce beast swept across the arena, causing many weaker cultivators to feel dizzy. With a flap of its wings, countless blue feathers transformed into sharp arrows, carrying destructive energy towards her sister. Despicable. Lu Chengxian was furious. This is a one-on-one duel, and you actually let a fierce beast intervene. Lu Qingxua wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, revealing a sinister smile. Rules? Huh. Who said I can't use a battle pet? If you have the ability, you can summon one too. She bullied Lu Xuantong for being incapable. So what if she summoned a fierce beast? This shameless remark made the Lu family members tremble with anger. How rare are ancient fierce beasts, let alone a Qingluan, which possesses the bloodline of a divine beast. Looking across the entire eastern region, the only young generation capable of taming such a fierce bird would probably be a peerless genius like Cui Haoyan. It's over. That's a fierce beast that can match the Wuxiang realm. The disciples of the Lu family looked worried. Everyone held their breath, watching as the sky filled with blue feathers poured down like a torrential rain. Each feather contained the terrifying power to destroy mountains and split rivers, distorting the void and plowing deep trenches into the ground. Just at this critical moment, her sister slowly raised her head, a trace of mockery flashing in her golden pupils. A mere mixed feather bird dares to be arrogant before me? Her eyes were like two blazing suns, ancient runes swirling in the depths of her pupils. And with just a glance, all the cultivators present felt their souls tremble, unable to meet her gaze. Saint-level technique, heavenly thunder annihilation palm. In an instant, the thunder clouds roiled in the sky. Countless thick bolts of lightning tore through the air like angry dragons, the violent lightning illuminating the entire sky in a pale white. This lightning was not ordinary purple lightning, but rather golden heavenly punishment containing supreme power, each strike capable of splitting mountains and rivers, shattering the void. Before the onslaught of the Qingluan's feathers could land, they crumbled inch by inch under this overwhelming heavenly might, turning to dust. The fierce bird let out a mournful screech, its wings flapping wildly, trying to escape this thunderous hell, but, boom, a golden lightning pillar that pierced the heavens and the earth smashed down, precisely striking the Qingluan. Sizzle. The feathers exploded, flesh and blood charred. The ancient fierce bird, capable of matching the Wuxiang realm, was forcefully struck down to the mortal realm by this palm, its massive body crashing into the ground, causing rocks to shatter and dust to rise. Its wings were broken, its entire body charred black, its jade-like eyes dimmed, only able to emit a weak whimper, no longer possessing any ferocity. This scene, the disciples of the Lu and Cui families had their pupils constrict, the disdain and mockery on their faces completely frozen, replaced by deep shock and fear. How is this possible? The Qingluan, that's a third-tier ancient fierce beast. How could it be heavily injured by a single palm? Xuantong, when did he become so terrifying? Countless people felt a storm of emotions in their hearts, staring fixedly at the figure standing amidst the thunderous light. Was this still the waste supreme bone they had laughed at? At this moment, her sister, surrounded by lightning, resembled a supreme being wielding heavenly punishment, coldly scanning the crowd. Finally fixing her gaze on Lu Qingxue, she stepped forward and instantly arrived in front of Lu Qingxue, looking down at this once proud daughter of heaven. Do you really think you are worthy to marry Lu Xuantong? If it weren't for your parents' orders, you wouldn't even have the right to see me. Lu Qingxue's face was pale, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, but her eyes still held unwillingness and resentment as she gritted her teeth and said, "When my husband arrives, let's see how you beg for mercy." The younger sister was taken aback for a moment, then a trace of mockery appeared in her eyes. "Do you have a husband? Don't I have a brother? Fool." However, before she could finish her words, a terrifying pressure swept in from the distance, shaking the entire sky. Everyone looked up in shock and saw a figure stepping through the air at the edge of the horizon, distorting the void with each step. Cui Haoyan had descended. A mere Lu Xuantong dares to insult my woman? Such boldness. Today, I will make you understand who is the true #1 talent of the Eastern region. Chapter 76. Today, a letter of divorce. From now on, I have nothing to do with Lu Xuantong. Lu Xuantong was surrounded by golden divine light, like an immovable ancient god mountain, suppressing the heavens and the earth. Lu Qingxue had long lost her previous proud demeanor. Her once proud eye-soul sacred body had been shattered. Her spiritual energy was in chaos, and blood continuously spilled from the corners of her mouth, making it difficult for her to even stand straight. She stared at Lu Xuantong with disbelief and resentment in her eyes, but no matter how she struggled, she could no longer gather any strength to resist. "Lu Qingxue, you have lost." Lu Xuantong spoke calmly, his voice containing an undeniable authority. Instantly, the crowd erupted. The Lu family disciples trembled with excitement, raising their arms and shouting, their voices like a tide. "Lu Xuantong, Lu Xuantong, Lu Xuantong." Ha ha, so satisfying. This is the true power of the supreme bone. "Lu Qingxue, where's your arrogance now? Call out again." But no one knew if Lu Xuantong would disregard the engagement with Lu Qingxue and continue with it. Lu Chengqian sneered. "A woman like this is worthy of our Lu family's pride? Bah, it's better not to have her. The supreme bone is, after all, the supreme bone. Even if it was once silent, even if it was ridiculed by the world, once awakened, it becomes an existence above all living beings." On the other side, Lu Qing's face was ashen, staring intently at the golden figure in the arena, his heart surging with indescribable shock. The supreme bone truly lived up to its name. He gritted his teeth and murmured, his eyes filled with unwillingness and a hint of undeniable fear. Seeing this, Cui Heng patted his shoulder and smiled coldly. "Lu brother, don't panic. Haoyan hasn't made his move yet." Lu Qing's expression eased slightly, nodding slowly. "Yes. That child Haoyan is in the Wuxiang realm and is also a direct disciple of the Taishu sacred land." Mentioning Cui Haoyan, confidence reappeared in his eyes. He is truly a monster. Since entering the Wuxiang realm, Cui Haoyan has been favored by a certain elder of the Taishu sacred land and accepted as a direct disciple, his status rising rapidly. The current Cui family is no longer comparable to an ordinary divine lord family, backed by the massive Taishu sacred land. Lu Xuantong, no matter how strong, is ultimately just one person. Cui Heng sneered, and Haoyan represents the will of the entire Taishu sacred land. Lu Qing took a deep breath, fully calming down. Yes, no matter how strong Lu Xuantong is, what can it matter? In front of the Taishu sacred land, he is ultimately just a clown. One must know that the entire Huangzhou is under the jurisdiction of the Taishu sacred land. Unless Lu Xuantong can gain the favor of a certain elder from the Taishu sacred land, only then can he stand on the same level as Cui Haoyan. At the same time, Lu Zhentian stood among the Lu family camp, laughing thunderously, shaking the surrounding void. "Ha ha, good, good, good. When your Lu family sought to marry into my Lu family, how humble you were. Later, when you saw Xuantong in decline, you turned your back. Did you ever think of today?" The Lu family disciples echoed, "Exactly. How arrogant you were when you withdrew from the engagement, and now you're beaten to the ground. Truly satisfying. The supreme bone is indeed the supreme bone. How can a mere eye-soul sacred body compare?" Lu Zhentian looked at the Tianyan mirror, feeling extremely pleased. At the top of the Taiying Mountains, Lu Qingxue had blood at the corners of her mouth, but still forced herself to raise her head, glaring fiercely at Lu Xuantong. Her eyes filled with mockery and disdain. "Humph, even if you like me, I would never marry you." She sneered, her tone bitter. "My heart has long been that of Cui Haoyan. In your dreams." In her view, everything Lu Xuantong did was merely to win her favor. Now that his strength had skyrocketed, it was nothing more than an attempt to prove he was worthy of her. Unfortunately, Lu Qingxue looked down on him entirely. Her husband could only be Cui Haoyan. As for Lu Xuantong, just a clown. When Cui Haoyan arrives, Lu Xuantong wouldn't even have the right to carry his shoes. The younger sister, hearing this, slowly closed her eyes, a bitter smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. How ridiculous. She never thought there could be such a narcissistic person in the world. How could a woman like her like Lu Qingxue? Isn't that perverse? I'm not a man. As for her brother Lu Xuantong, he had never even seen Lu Qingxue, so how could he like her? Did she think all men in the world should revolve around her? Did she think she was some rare treasure? The younger sister opened her eyes, her gaze cold as frost. She no longer wasted words, raising her hand to wave, and a piece of white paper appeared out of thin air, hovering in midair. The crowd was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What does Lu Xuantong want to do? They saw the younger sister gather spiritual energy at her fingertips. Like a blade, writing vigorously on the white paper, and the words letter of divorce appeared prominently, signed by Lu Xuantong. Wow, this action instantly caused an uproar. A letter of divorce? Lu Xuantong actually wanted to divorce Lu Qingxue. My God, this is a public slap in the face to the Lu family. Haha, so satisfying. Lu Qingxue's pupils constricted, her face turning pale in an instant. She never expected Lu Xuantong would dare to divorce her. You actually dare to divorce me? Her voice trembled, filled with disbelief. The younger sister sneered, waving her hand, directly slapping Lu Qingxue's face. Smack. With your kind. You think you're worthy to marry into the Lu family? Dream on. The younger sister's tone was icy. Today, a letter of divorce. From now on, who you want to marry has nothing to do with me, Lu Xuantong. It was not just a withdrawal from the engagement. It was a divorce. This was blatant humiliation. Lu Qingxue trembled all over, her face shifting from white to green, then from green to purple, finally contorting into a twisted expression. Lu Xuantong, what are you? How dare you divorce me? I am the woman even Cui Haoyan pursues. What right do you have? She had never imagined she would be rejected by Lu Xuantong. She was the pride of the Lu family, the goddess that countless young talents in the eastern region dreamt of. But now, she was publicly discarded by a waste she once looked down upon. The Lu family disciples' faces turned ashen, feeling a fiery pain on their faces. As if this slap had struck the entire Lu family. Presumptuous. How dare you insult Miss Lu? Once young Master Haoyan arrives, you will wish you were dead. Lu Chengqian, seeing this, laughed heartily, extremely pleased. Good. This is my Lu family's son, he said loudly. This kind of woman is worthy of our Lu family's pride? Well done. The Lu family disciples echoed, cheering loudly. So refreshing. So refreshing. When your Lu family withdrew from the engagement, you made my Lu family lose face. Today, my Lu family publicly divorces her, making your Lu family a laughingstock. Just as the crowd was in an uproar, suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, crushing down. The entire void trembled at that moment, as if it couldn't bear this terrifying might. Lu Xuantong, you have such boldness. The crowd looked up in shock, only to see a figure stepping through the air, each step distorting the void. Cui Haoyan has arrived. Chapter 77, Lu Chengqian and the Seven take action. The Lu family members unite. In the distant sky, a towering figure descended. Even more shocking was that beneath him stood a pure white ancient fierce beast. Its head held high, a Tier 3 snow domain spirit lion. The spirit lion was massive like a mountain, its fur as pure as snow, yet exuding a metallic chill. Its beastly eyes were ice blue, and wherever its gaze fell, the air crystallized into fine ice shards. With each step it took, ice lotuses bloomed beneath its feet, and the terrifying cold covered the ground within 100 feet in a layer of frost. Roar. A lion's roar reverberated through the clouds, the sound waves transforming into a terrifying force that shocked the eardrums of everyone present. This momentum was several times stronger than that of the previous Qingwan. It was Cui Haoyan. My God, that is the legendary snow domain spirit lion. How could such an ancient fierce beast willingly submit to a human? Only Cui Haoyan could make an ancient fierce beast submit willingly. No one else was qualified. A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Everyone was stunned by this shocking scene. Cui Haoyan stood with his hands behind his back on the lion's back, his dark robe billowing. His handsome face as cold as ice. He and the spirit lion merged in aura, as one, and just a glance from him sent shivers through people's souls. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure surged like a tide, causing chaos in the Lu family camp. Many weaker disciples were directly forced to their knees, spitting blood. Even Lu Chengqian and the other 7 young prodigies had to join forces to activate their bloodline powers just to barely withstand this terrifying oppression. Is this the power of the Wuxiang realm? The ancient saint body is indeed well-deserved of its reputation. Cold sweat dripped from Lu Chengqian's forehead, and his heart surged with waves of terror. He clearly felt that at this moment, Cui Haoyan could probably suppress all of them with a single move. This absolute gap filled people with despair. It was even more terrifying than the previous Lu Xuantong. Seeing this, Lu Qingshue's eyes flashed with wild joy. She stumbled to Cui Haoyan's side, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Haoyan, Lu Xuantong is bullying me. You have to stand up for me. She deliberately held the divorce letter in her hand, making sure Cui Haoyan could see it clearly. Her pitiful appearance was a stark contrast to her earlier arrogance. Cui Haoyan's gaze turned cold, and when he saw the words on the divorce letter, his aura suddenly became violent. The Snow Domain Spirit Lion sensed its master's anger and let out a thunderous roar, the terrifying sound wave shattering nearby rocks. Lu Xuantong, you are so bold. Just 6 simple words contained an overwhelming killing intent. His sister looked at the high and mighty Cui Haoyan with an expressionless face. In fact, she even wanted to laugh. The two locked eyes. Cui Haoyan looked down at Lu Xuantong from above, and a hint of pity appeared in his eyes. So weak. The supreme bone. What an extraordinary bloodline. If it were in his body, paired with his ancient saint body, with 2 imperial-level bloodlines, he would have already reached the peak of the wilderness state and looked down upon all beings. But now, this supreme bone had fallen into the hands of a waste like Lu Xuantong. It was simply a waste of talent. What does he have to fight against me? Cui Haoyan is a quasi-direct disciple of the elder of the Tai, Su Holy Land. He is just 1 test away from formally entering the Holy Land, with an extraordinary status. Yet Lu Xuantong is merely a saint son of a small divine family. In his eyes, he is even less than an ant. Lu Xuantong, I now give you 2 choices. Either kneel and apologize, or bow your head and admit your mistake. As soon as the words fell, the world fell silent. Everyone was stunned, and then an uproar ensued. These were not 2 choices at all. It was outright humiliation. No matter which option Lu Xuantong chose, it would trample on his dignity, making it impossible for him to hold his head up again. Lu Xuantong, why aren't you kneeling down? What if you have the supreme bone? In front of young Master Haoyan, don't you have to bow your head obediently? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Keep pretending. Let me see how capable you really are. The Lu family and Cui family disciples were pushing their luck. However, at the moment Cui Haoyan's words fell, boom, 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 brilliant beams of light shot up from the Lu family camp, and vast waves of spiritual power swept in all directions. The Lu family disciples all erupted in cultivation, their killing intent boiling. Lu Xuantong was the saint son of the Lu family, representing the dignity of the entire Lu family. If he was forced to kneel today, the Lu family would never stand in the wilderness state again. Lu Qingxian's gaze turned cold as he scanned his surroundings, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Everyone, what should we do if someone wants to insult our Lu family saint son? Lu Wuchen and other Lu family prodigies did not hesitate, their bloodline powers erupting in an instant, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire area. Kill. They would not retreat an inch. Today, it was either battle or death. Seeing this, Cui Haoyan slightly shook his head, his eyes revealing a hint of impatience. Stubborn and unyielding, he sighed lightly, gently patting the head of the Snow Domain Spirit Lion beneath him, his tone indifferent but carrying an unyielding majesty. The Snow Domain Spirit Lion roared towards the sky, its voice shaking the heavens. The pressure of the Tier 3 ancient fierce beast was released without reservation at this moment. Boom. The Spirit Lion stomped down suddenly, ice lotuses blooming beneath its feet, a chilling aura sweeping in all directions, and the ground instantly froze into a thick layer of frost. The terrifying suppressive force crushed down like a mountain towards the Lu family disciples. In an instant, the young disciples of the Lu family could not withstand this pressure, spitting blood and their knees buckling uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lu Chengxian and several other Lu family prodigies quickly soared into the air, standing beside Lu Xuantong, their gazes resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Xuantong, don't be afraid, Lu Chengxian said in a deep voice, his eyes like torches. As fellow Lu family disciples, how can we let you suffer alone? Lu Wuchen, Lu Qingshuang, and others also nodded in unison, their spiritual power boiling, their bloodline powers faintly emerging, clearly ready for a fight to the death. However, in Cui Haoyan's eyes, all of this was merely the struggle of ants. Truly laughable. In the next second, he slowly raised his hand, a brilliant divine light gathering at his fingertips, his tone icy, like a judgment. Since you don't choose, I will choose for you. All of you kneel. As his words fell, the Snow Domain Spirit Lion roared again, the terrifying pressure crashing down like a collapsing sky. The Lu family's members felt their bones creaking, the ground beneath their feet cracking inch by inch. Yet even so, their backs remained straight, their eyes burning with rage, vowing not to kneel. Want us to kneel? Lu Chengxian laughed in anger. Cui Haoyan, what are you? The Lu family disciples declared, we would rather die than submit. Lu Wuchen shouted fiercely, fight! The members of the Lu family roared in unison, their voices shaking the skies. and they resisted the suppression of the snow domain spirit lion. Chui Haoyan's eyes flashed with a cold light, killing intent surging, seeking death. At the same time, at the back mountain of the Lu family, a figure surrounded by golden aura, when his eyes slowly opened. Chapter 78, Transformation. Imperial level bloodline. 2 Lu Xuantongs. The family head was shocked. At the back mountain of the Lu family, surrounded by clouds and mist, with spiritual energy surging like tides. A long figure sat cross-legged on a massive rock at the mountain's peak, surrounded by a brilliant golden divine light, resembling an ancient god in slumber. With each breath he took, the spiritual energy of the world flowed into him, like rivers converging into the sea. Suddenly, boom, a vast, abyss-like aura erupted from his body. Golden divine light soaring into the sky, illuminating the entire sky in a dazzling brilliance. The Wuxiang realm achieved. Lu Xuantong slowly opened his eyes, and the depths of his gaze seemed to have the rotation of a galaxy, deep and mysterious. He felt the earth-shattering changes within him, and waves of emotion surged in his heart. Is this the power of the formless realm? The gap between the divine illumination realm and the formless realm, though only one realm apart, was like the difference between clouds and mud. In the formless realm, one could manipulate the rules of heaven and earth, causing the winds and clouds to change with a mere gesture, and even briefly affect the operation of the laws in a certain area. No wonder he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure when facing the severely injured Meiji, even though she was at the end of her strength. It seems the benefits from this dual cultivation far exceeded expectations. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, hinting at something profound. At that moment, a cold and mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Congratulations, host, for refreshing the signing location. Next, Tying Mountain. Task reward. Undying dominance body transformation, immortal and indestructible. Breakthrough to Emperor-level bloodline. Emperor-level bloodline. Lu Xuantong's pupils suddenly contracted, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. The innate bloodlines in this world are divided into 5 levels: human level, heaven level, emperor level, saint level, and emperor level. Human level talent is already considered a genius in the eyes of ordinary cultivators. Heaven level can be called a prodigy, making a name for themselves in a certain region, while emperor level bloodlines can become renowned across territories, becoming targets of competition among major forces. As for saint level, that is a rarity. For example, Lu Chengqian's divine demon saint body is a top-tier saint-level bloodline, one of the best talents in the entire wasteland. And his sister's divine sovereign bone, although only a supreme emperor-level bloodline, still allowed her to stand out among her peers. But now, the system directly rewards him with an emperor-level bloodline. What does this mean? The core rule of heaven and earth is the emperor-level bloodline, and it has never simply been a matter of talent enhancement. It is a passport to the peak of martial arts, the only key to breaking the shackles of heaven and earth. In this vast world, to ascend to the emperor realm, one must possess an emperor-level bloodline. This is an unchanging iron law. Without the emperor blood, no matter how extraordinary your talent, you will ultimately stop at the quasi-emperor realm, forever unable to touch the supreme domain of the gods. Even more astonishing is the cumulative effect of the emperor-level bloodline. The more emperor-level bloodlines one possesses, the dramatically higher the probability of breaking through to the emperor realm. Specifically speaking, one emperor-level bloodline can increase the chance of becoming an emperor by 1/10. 10 emperor-level bloodlines make ascending to the emperor realm a certainty, and those so-called saint-level bloodlines only have 1% of the power of emperor blood. Without an emperor-level bloodline, it means being forever locked beneath the limit of talent. At this moment, Lu Xuantong had already awakened an emperor-level bloodline, supreme bone within him. And the ancient holy body carried by that prodigy of the Chui family also ranks among the emperor-level bloodlines. If he can sign in for the undying and indestructible this time. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Lu Xuantong's eyes. This talent is also an emperor-level bloodline, and once obtained, it means he will possess 2 emperor-level bloodlines simultaneously. At that time, his chance of ascending to the emperor realm will directly increase by 1/5. Even more terrifying is the characteristic of undying and indestructible. As long as the spirit does not perish, even if the physical body is destroyed, it can be reborn. This is simply a second life, a true life-preserving divine skill. Very good. A satisfied curve appeared at the corner of Lu Xuantong's mouth. He slowly raised his head, his gaze like lightning, piercing through layers of void, directly locking onto the figure on Tying Mountain that exuded an ancient aura. The ancient holy body of the Chui family. He murmured softly, his voice carrying a chilling, killing intent. It is time to let the world know who the true prodigy of this era is. Boom. The stone door of the cave abode exploded under the violent palm force. Lu Xuantong stepped out, his imperial might overwhelming, shaking the entire heaven and earth. His figure drew a brilliant golden trajectory in the void, breaking through the air towards Taiyang Mountain. This battle will determine who the true supreme of this era is. Boom. A shocking sound suddenly erupted from the forbidden area of the back mountain, shaking the entire Lu family ancestral ground. The Lu family disciples who were watching turned their heads in unison, only to see a dazzling golden light pillar rising into the sky, exploding with thousands of rays of light in the clouds. That is the forbidden area of the back mountain? What is happening? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, when suddenly someone pointed at the figure faintly visible in the light pillar and exclaimed, "You guys, look! That is Saint's son Lu Xuantong." This exclamation immediately caused an uproar. All the Lu family disciples widened their eyes, looking at that familiar figure in disbelief. Impossible. The Saint's son is clearly battling with Cui Haoyan on Taiyang Mountain. How could he appear here? But that figure, that aura, is definitely unmistakable. Are you out of your mind? The Saint's son is fighting thousands of miles away. This is common knowledge. Just as everyone was debating, Lu Zhentian suddenly stood up, his eyes shining brightly. As the current head of the Lu family, his perception far exceeds that of ordinary people. At this moment, he clearly felt that the aura from the back mountain was indeed the real Lu Xuantong. How is this possible? Lu Zhentian, who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, felt confused for the first time. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed again. No, that is indeed Lu Xuantong's aura, the purest supreme bone pressure. But when he turned to look towards Taiyang Mountain, he felt as if struck by lightning. There, another Lu Xuantong was confronting Cui Haoyan. Although their temperaments were slightly different, their appearances and auras were almost identical. What the hell? Lu Zhentian muttered to himself, feeling his understanding completely overturned. Even with his 1,000 years of experience, he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. The third elder, seeing this, immediately stood up with righteous indignation. Head of the family, someone must have the audacity to impersonate our family's saint's son. I will go capture that imposter right now. Slap. Lu Zhentian slapped the third elder on the back of the head, scolding him in frustration. Fool. How could I give birth to such a wooden-headed son like you? The third elder covered his head, feeling wronged. What do you mean by this, father? Lu Zhentian ignored his son's complaints and instead gazed deeply towards the back mountain. As the head of the family, he vaguely guessed a certain possibility, but this guess was truly shocking. Let him go, Lu Zhentian suddenly said, his voice carrying a hint of expectation. Perhaps we are about to witness a miracle. The third elder wanted to ask again, but he saw that the figure from the back mountain had already transformed into a golden streak of light, dashing towards Taiyang Mountain. That speed was so fast that it left a series of afterimages in the void, like a golden dragon traversing the sky. All the Lu family disciples held their breath. They vaguely felt that a shocking secret was about to be revealed, and the fate of the Lu family might undergo a tremendous change at this moment. The third elder felt wronged, wondering what was happening. Can someone tell me? Chapter 79. The true Lu Xuantong makes his appearance. I am here. I have always been here. On the peak of Taiyang Mountain, the clouds and winds changed abruptly. Cui Haoyan stood with his hands behind his back, his spiritual power like an abyss. The pressure of the formless realm being unleashed without reservation, as if the heavens were collapsing and pressing down. In an instant, terrifying spiritual pressure swept in all directions, and the Lu family disciples felt as if a mountain was crushing them. One by one turned pale, gasping for breath, and some even spat out blood and fainted on the spot. Just one person was enough to keep over 100 Lu family elites from raising their heads. This is the formless realm. This is the ancient holy body, emperor-level bloodline, terrifying as such. The saint's son Haoyan is invincible. How dare the mere Lu family contend with my Cui family? They are truly overestimating themselves. The disciples of the Lu family cheered and shouted, their flattery echoing in the sky, eager to kneel on the ground to show their submission. The members of the Cui family were all beaming with pride, standing tall with their heads held high, their gazes looking down on everyone as if they had already ascended above all beings. From today onward, the eastern region will respect the Cui family. Who dares to defy? Suppress. Who dares to rebel? Crush. This is the might of the Cui family. This is the supreme glory brought by Cui Haoyan. Lu Qing looked at the image in the mirror, her pupils constricting, and her heart surging with overwhelming waves. The ancient saint body is the true imperial bloodline. She had originally thought that the supreme bone was already rare in the world, but now it seemed that Lu Xuantong had not been able to unleash its true power, instead allowing this defiant bloodline to gather dust. What a pity. If the supreme bone were with Cui Haoyan, the entire would surely tremble at this moment. That is a dual emperor bloodline, as expected of Haoyan. The Lu family's group of waste is indeed weak and unworthy. Cui Heng's face was filled with pride, feeling extremely pleased. From now on, he would be the first divine lord of the eastern region. What Lu family? What Lu family? They all must bow down and submit. The head of the Cui family spoke truly. The saint's son Haoyan possesses extraordinary talent. destined to become a divine lord, and even has the potential to reach the realm of saints. Lu Qing quickly echoed, his face full of flattery, fearing to offend Cui Hong. He had already made up his mind to cling tightly to the Cui family's thigh and ascend with them. Cui Hing nodded in satisfaction, a teachable child. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. Lu Qing is indeed a good dog of a relative. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue stood beside Cui Haoyan. Her beautiful eyes filled with disdain and pride. She looked at Lu Xiantong's embarrassed appearance, her red lips curling up slightly, revealing a hint of mocking smile. Lu Xiantong. This is the outcome of opposing me. Once the exalted saint son of the Lu family, now in front of her, he was nothing but a joke. She felt an immense sense of satisfaction in her heart, as if she could already see the complete decline of the Lu family, while she stood beside Cui Haoyan, looking down on all beings, proudly surveying the eastern region. Lu Xiantong, do you regret your actions just now? How dare you annul our engagement? If you were wise, you would kneel and beg for mercy with the marriage contract in hand. Perhaps you could still be a dog by Haoyan's side, struggling to survive. But you chose to seek your own death, ending up in such a pathetic state. It's truly laughable. As she spoke, Lu Chengxian's eyes widened in anger, veins popping on his forehead, and his spiritual power surged violently. Insolence. Lu Xiantong is the saint son of the Lu family, representing the dignity of the entire Lu family. To insult him is to insult the entire Lu family. Lu Qingxue, you are seeking death. In an instant, Lu Chengxian's bloodline boiled, and the divine demon saint body erupted completely. A terrifying demonic aura surged into the sky, and his form moved like lightning, launching a punch that trembled the void, aimed directly at Lu Qingxue's throat. This punch contained overwhelming killing intent, vowing to eliminate her on the spot. Lu Qingxue felt no fear, for she had the most reliable man by her side. A mere saint-level bloodline dares to be arrogant? Cui Haoyan's gaze was cold, the corners of his mouth curling into a dismissive arc. The next moment, saint-level technique, 8 Desolation's Annihilation Fist. He stepped forward, causing the entire ground to shatter, and his right fist suddenly coalesced into a blood-red sun, the punch wind distorting the void before it even arrived. With a punch, the 8 Desolations perish. Heaven and earth are annihilated. The two fists collided, and a terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, shattering mountains and stirring up waves of energy. However, in just an instant, crack, Lu Chengxian's fist bones shattered inch by inch, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing violently into a distant mountain. In an instant, the mountain wall collapsed, dust rising, and Lu Chengxian's life or death was unknown. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, their eyes filled with horror. Lu Chengxian was the second pride of the Lu family, a master of the divine demon saint body, yet he couldn't withstand even one punch from Cui Haoyan. So strong, is this the ancient saint body? The Lu family is finished. They aren't even on the same level of opponents. The disciples of the Lu and Cui families laughed wildly, their faces filled with pride. Ants should have the awareness of ants. Cui Haoyan's gaze looked down, as if surveying a group of insignificant dust. Damn it. His sister's eyes were about to split, her eyes filled with veins of blood, her petite body trembling violently with anger. She stared fiercely at Cui Haoyan, filled with hatred. I will make you pay? Cui Haoyan sneered, his gaze turning sharp, an overwhelming pressure descending. You are worthy? Suddenly, a terrifying sense of oppression descended like a mountain, and her entire body cracked, her knees bending uncontrollably, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. So what if she has the supreme bone? I will suppress them all. He stepped forward, his killing intent palpable. Her sister trembled all over, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Why is it still not enough? Clearly, she had fused with the supreme bone. Clearly she had exerted all her strength, yet in front of Cui Haoyan, she remained as weak as an ant, without even the qualification to resist. She truly was a waste. She had let down her brother's expectations, let down the Lu family's cultivation, and even lacked the ability to protect her own dignity. If only she could be a little stronger. If she could break through to the formless realm, perhaps she would still have the strength to fight. But reality has no ifs. She could only watch as the Lu family disciples were suppressed one by one, watching as the dignity of the Lu family was trampled upon. While she could do nothing. I'm sorry. Brother, I'm sorry. Lu family, I'm sorry. Tears could no longer be suppressed, rolling down her cheeks. She bit her lip tightly, unable to speak. Cui Haoyan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, which quickly turned into deep ridicule. The dignified supreme bone, the saint son of the Lu family, actually cried in public? He sneered, his tone full of disdain. Truly a farce. Lu Qingxue even covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her eyes filled with delight. Lu Xiantong, your current appearance is truly disgusting. However, just amidst this endless humiliation, The sister suddenly raised her head, her tear-blurred vision gazing into the void, using all her strength to shout a single word. "Brother, I miss you." Instantly, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Brother? Lu Xuantong has a brother? What a joke. Could it be that she is calling Cui Haoyan? Mocking laughter rang out again, but the sister remained oblivious, staring intently into the void, as if there was someone there. Just as everyone was laughing, rumble. The entire world suddenly trembled. An overwhelming pressure as vast as the abyss descended from the 9 heavens, instantly enveloping the entire area. Cui Haoyan's pupils shrank. And the snow domain spirit lion was also on high alert, its fur standing on end, letting out a low roar. "I am here. I have always been here." Chapter 80. I am Lu Xuantong, suppressing the entire scene. That mighty voice boomed like thunder from the 9 heavens, shaking the mountains and stirring the clouds. The vast pressure descended like a cataclysm, enveloping the surroundings, and everyone present, whether from the Cui family, Lu family, or Lu family, felt their souls tremble. As if an unparalleled deity had descended to the world. What is that? Countless people looked up in horror, gazing at the sky. They saw a figure stepping through the air, radiating golden light, like the sun crossing the sky, with each step creating ripples in the void. And that face was exactly like Lu Xuantong's. How is this possible? Lu Xianxia's pupils constricted, her delicate body trembling slightly, her red lips parting. Cui Haoyan furrowed his brows tightly, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. 2 Lu Xuantongs? The members of the Lu family were even more shocked. Lu Qingshuang's beautiful eyes widened, murmuring, "Who on earth is he?" Lu Wuchen stared intently at that figure, suddenly realizing something, exclaiming, "Lu Xuantong called him brother. Could it be?" The newcomer stood in midair, golden divine light burning like flames, and as he moved, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth wildly gathered. His aura was deeper and more terrifying than Lu Xuantong's when he fought with Cui Haoyan on Mount Taiyang. This is the true supreme pressure. Lu Xuantong slowly descended beside his sister, reaching out to gently caress the girl's cheek, wiping away her tears with a tender voice that harbored endless authority. "Sister, I have come." Just 5 short words made the girl shiver, tears streaming down her face once more. She tightly grasped her brother's sleeve, her voice choked. "Brother, they are bullying me." This sentence struck Lu Xuantong's heart like a 1,000-pound thunderbolt. Ask the world, which man can bear to watch his sister be humiliated? Moreover, she had endured 40 years of suffering for him. He owed her more than he could count. Therefore, in this world, no one could bully her. No one could humiliate her. Otherwise, they would pay in blood. Lu Xuantong's gaze was like a deep abyss, filled with murderous intent. Yet it transformed into boundless tenderness when meeting his sister's eyes. He gently stroked her hair and whispered, "Don't worry. Today, I will make them pay the price." His sister nodded heavily, tears shimmering in her eyes, but finally revealing a long-lost smile. Today was the day to announce her name to the world. From now on, she would no longer be Lu Xuantong, but a proud daughter with an independent persona. His sister trembled all over, her eyes instantly moist. Brother still remembers. Not only did he give her the supreme bone, but today he would also let her stand proudly before the world and declare her existence. She took a deep breath, her gaze firm, for the first time, to the eastern domain, to the wasteland state, to the entire heavenly realm. She would make her own voice heard. "My name is Lu Xianin. I am the daughter of the supreme god Lu family, Lu Yunting, and my brother is Lu Xuantong." As soon as these words were spoken, the world fell silent, immersed in deep shock. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Xuantong was Lu Xuantong's sister? No. The new Lu Xuantong was the real one. The previous one turned out to be a girl. Lu Qing's pupils contracted violently, and his lips trembled. The leader of the Lu family, a supreme god powerhouse, was now as bewildered as a child just beginning to practice. "Cui brother, pinch me, am I dreaming?" Cui Heng's expression was equally grim. At this moment, beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and even his breathing became erratic. He ignored Lu Qing's request. His gaze fixated on the proud figure standing in the arena. The Lu family actually hid 2 supreme bones. This shocking truth left both supreme god powerhouses momentarily stunned. It should be known that the supreme bone is an imperial-level bloodline, scarce across the entire wasteland state. Yet the Lu family possessed 2 simultaneously. What was even more terrifying was that the true Lu Xuantong, who had now appeared, carried a supreme aura even more terrifying than Lu Xianin's. No wonder Lu Qing suddenly understood many things. No wonder the Lu Xuantong of the past had fluctuating talents over the years. What had appeared before the world all along was his sister. This discovery sent chills down Lu Qing's spine. The brother and sister of the Lu family had toyed with the entire wasteland state for 40 years. What kind of scheming was this? What kind of layout? A family with 2 supremes. Lu Qing's face grew increasingly grim as a terrifying thought grew wildly in his mind. It's over. Did I board the wrong pirate ship? He suddenly recalled the scene when he personally visited to annul the engagement, remembering all the humiliation he had inflicted on the Lu family. At that time, he was so proud, thinking that climbing onto the Chui family tree was the greatest opportunity for the Lu family. But now, the newly emerged Lu Xuantong, with that terrifying aura, was no less than the ancient saint body of the Chui family. Chui Hung keenly sensed Lu Qing's wavering and let out a cold snort. Why panic, Lu brother? The outcome is still uncertain, even if they are both supreme bones. So what? Ants are still ants. These words seemed strong, but Lu Qing clearly heard the underlying weakness. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Chui brother, you are right. But deep down, Lu Qing was regretting intensely. He suddenly realized that he might have made the biggest mistake of his life. If Lu Xuantong emerged victorious today, the Lu family would surely be doomed. One misstep leads to total loss. Lu Qing lamented in his heart, having to place his last hope on Chui Haoyan. As long as Chui Haoyan could suppress Lu Xuantong once again, it would prove that his choice was not wrong. There was still hope. Meanwhile, Lu Zhentian suddenly laughed wildly, his eyes shining with brilliance, his whole body filled with fighting spirit. As if the pent-up frustration of many years was finally released. Haha, I was right. I sensed something unusual during the Saint Sun battle. There were actually two Lu Xuantongs appearing one after another. At that time, I didn't say anything. After all, this thought was too shocking, and I dared not jump to conclusions. Until today, when the real Lu Xuantong broke through the void, descending with supreme might upon Taihang, I finally confirmed it. Lu Xuantong is not just one person. Elder 3, Lu Wushuang, was still confused at this moment, pointing at the figure shining with golden light in the distance. Angrily shouting, head of the family, where did this wild seed come from, daring to impersonate our family's Saint Sun? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhentian's expression changed drastically. He kicked Elder 3 to the ground and angrily scolded, fool, go face the wall and reflect. His beard trembled with rage, wishing he could slap this clueless thing to death. How did I end up with such a foolish son? Lowering the entire Lu family's IQ. Over the years, the Lu family had been declining, and he had already felt something was amiss. Now it seemed that this group of fools in the family was largely to blame. They couldn't even recognize the real Saint Sun and were here embarrassing themselves. Elder 3, covered in dust, still refused to give up, gritting his teeth. I'll go find second brother. He should know the truth. Lu Zhentian coldly snorted, waving his sleeves, directly using spiritual power to imprison him in place. Your second brother is in seclusion. Dare to disturb him, and I'll break your legs. Now, honestly cheer for your nephew. Today, my Lu family will make a name for itself in the Eastern Domain. Chapter 81. A punch to explode the ancient saint body. Supreme divine might. Lu Qingshue's mind trembled, staring intently at the proud figure standing tall, her lips trembling as she muttered to herself. Impossible. This must be an illusion. She would rather believe this was some profound illusion than accept the reality before her. Lu Xuantong truly had two identities. But the vast and deep pressure, the disdainful gaze that looked down upon the world, and the terrifying might that stirred the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with every movement, all reminded her. This was not an illusion. This was the real Lu Xuantong, the one who had single-handedly suppressed 7 great talents in the Saint Sun battle. At this moment, Lu Qingshue's delicate body trembled slightly, and her heart surged with tumultuous waves. How could this be? How could this be? She had thought that by climbing onto the Chui Haoyan tree, she could completely trample the Lu family underfoot, ensuring Lu Xuantong would never rise again. But now, the real Lu Xuantong had arrived. She suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Beside her, Chui Haoyan's gaze was cold and sharp, fixated on Lu Xuantong, and for once, an unusual sense of crisis surged in his heart. He frowned slightly, inwardly shocked. Am I actually afraid? As soon as this thought emerged, he forcibly suppressed it. Absurd. He, Chui Haoyan, bearer of the ancient saint body, the #1 talent in the Eastern Domain, how could he fear a newly emerged wasteful brother? Since he had already suppressed one supreme bone, what harm would another do? Supreme bones are ultimately not as good as the ancient saint body. He sneered, his spiritual power boiling, the pressure of the ancient saint body erupting once more, attempting to crush his opponent with sheer momentum. Lu Xuantong, do you think you alone can turn the tide? Today, I will let you know what true despair is. Unlike Chui Haoyan's arrogance, the members of the Lu family were now filled with surging emotions, their eyes reigniting with the fire of hope. Lu Wuchen's gaze was intense as he stared fixedly at Lu Xuantong, murmuring, this feeling is too familiar. In his mind, the scene from the day of the Holy Sun's battle involuntarily resurfaced. With just a single palm strike, Lu Xuantong had made all 7 great talents retreat, none able to withstand him. That overwhelming momentum, that unmatched pressure, was exactly the same as the person before him. Lu Qingshuang's beautiful eyes flickered as she softly said, it's him. It must be him. She had personally witnessed Lu Xuantong's terrifying strength, a sense of oppression that she could not forget to this day. Perhaps the Lu family still had hope. The members of the Lu family all raised their heads, their eyes fervently fixed on Lu Xuantong. Lu Qingxua bit down hard on her red lips, forcing herself to maintain the last shred of pride, and said sharply, "Trash is still trash. Even if you bring 10 or 8 more, it won't change the fact that you are trash." She knew she had no way out. Having chosen Cui Haoyan, she had to walk this path to the end. Moreover, Cui Haoyan had not yet been defeated. How could the ancient holy body be so easily defeated? For the first time, Lu Xuantong truly examined this fiancée he had never met. No. Now she should be referred to as the discarded woman by his sister. He simply could not understand why a woman could harbor such a deep-seated hatred towards him and the Lu family. At first, the Lu family had bowed and scraped for a marriage alliance, and now the Lu family had turned against them and sought to withdraw the engagement. What had the Lu family done wrong? This woman truly deserved to die. "Xianin, you step back." Lu Xuantong's voice was calm, but contained an overwhelming killing intent. "My brother is here to deal with this pair of dogs." Lu Xianin nodded obediently, her eyes full of trust. "Brother, be careful. I believe you will definitely win." Lu Xuantong's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. In the next moment, boom, his figure suddenly vanished, leaving only an afterimage behind. And a terrifying speed tore through the air, producing a piercing explosion. Lu Qingshue's pupils contracted sharply, the shadow of death instantly enveloping her heart. She had never felt such terrifying killing intent. She would be torn to pieces in the next second. "Haoyan, save me," she screamed, hurriedly hiding behind Cui Haoyan, trembling all over. Cui Haoyan was furious. "You dare to touch my woman in front of me?" Seeking death, he struck out fiercely. The ancient holy body erupting with full force, the fist wind like a dragon, aimed directly at Lu Xuantong's face. The two fists collided. Boom. A terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, causing the ground within 100 zhang to collapse instantly, and countless fragments shot into the sky. Lu Xuantong let out a cold laugh as the supreme nirvana bone within him suddenly awakened. Buzz. A brilliant golden light erupted from his body, the supreme pressure rolling out like a tsunami. Cui Haoyan was caught off guard, thinking he was still facing Lu Xianin, and in a panic, he was actually sent flying by this punch. Bang, bang, bang. His body smashed through 3 mountain peaks in succession, finally embedding deeply into the mountains 100 zhang away, causing the entire Taiying mountain range to tremble violently from this blow. Silence. A deathly stillness. Everyone stared dumbfounded at this scene, as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Wuchen's throat rolled as he said with difficulty, "A punch?" Lu Qingshuang's beautiful eyes widened, murmuring, "Is this the true supreme bone?" The Lu family members looked ashen, while the Cui family disciples appeared as if they had lost their soul. The invincible Haoyan Saint Sun in their minds had actually been knocked away with a single punch. Lu Xuantong ignored the shock of the crowd and stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of Lu Qingxua. "Now it's your turn." He looked down from above at this woman who had once humiliated the Lu family, his gaze as cold as if he were looking at a corpse. Lu Qingshua's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. At this moment, she finally felt what true despair was. "You can't kill me. I'm your fiancée." Lu Qingxua looked up at Lu Xuantong, pleading desperately. A cold glint flashed in Lu Xuantong's eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking arc. "You have already been discarded by my sister." "No, that doesn't count." Lu Qingxua screamed hysterically, "I don't agree. The marriage contract is still valid. We are still husband and wife. If you kill me, it's murder. The entire eastern region will despise you. You will be infamous for all eternity." Lu Xuantong was almost amused by this woman's shamelessness. He slowly raised his palm, spiritual energy gathering at his fingertips, his voice as cold as the ice of the 9 hells. "What does that have to do with me?" But then he suddenly changed his tone. "If you can withstand this move of mine, I will spare your life." Hope instantly erupted in Lu Qingshua's eyes, secretly delighted. "Sure enough, he can't bear to kill me. He must still like me." Just as this thought surfaced, boom, the heavens and earth suddenly changed color. A terrifying pressure that made the soul tremble descended from above, and Lu Qingxua felt her blood freeze in an instant. She looked up in terror, only to see brilliant divine light erupting from Lu Xuantong's fingertips, the entire sky twisting beneath that finger. Great, ancient, prison, heaven, finger. Chapter 82, Supreme Bone, Ancient Holy Body. Peak Showdown. Lu Qingxua looked up at that sky-covering finger light, her body uncontrollably trembling. Her pupils contracted violently, and her beautiful face twisted into an unrecognizable form. Her lips quivered but could not make a sound. The shadow of death loomed over her heart for the first time so tangibly. No. She finally realized that Lu Xuantong was serious. This man whom she had once shamelessly humiliated was truly going to take her life now. How can I die? How can I die here? I am the future fiancé of the #1 person in the eastern region. Lu Qingxue screamed hysterically in her heart, but her body felt as if it were nailed to the spot, unable to move even a finger. Lu Wuchen and the others watched this scene from a distance, all gasping in shock. This was the true great ancient prison heaven finger. Lu Wuchen's eyes were full of astonishment. Only the Holy Sun could unleash such power. Lu Qingxue was undoubtedly doomed this time. Lu Qingshuang said coldly, her eyes showing no mercy. Just at this critical moment, boom, the collapsing mountain in the distance suddenly exploded. A brilliant golden light pillar shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. The terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire Taiying mountain range, scattering even the clouds above. Lu, Xuantong. A furious roar echoed across the heavens and earth, and Cui Haoyan's figure slowly rose from the ruins. But at this moment, he had completely transformed. His 100-zhang-tall body resembled a descending deity, covered in ancient golden patterns, every inch of skin radiating suffocating pressure. His eyes turned pure gold, his hair burned like flames, and a brilliant golden divine ring appeared behind him. The first form of the ancient holy body, ancient divine body. I underestimated you. Cui Haoyan's voice boomed like thunder. This time, I will completely trample you underfoot. He then suddenly brought his fists together, terrifying spiritual energy gathering madly. 8. Ancient. Annihilate. World. Fist. When this punch was unleashed, the heavens and earth changed color. The void collapsed inch by inch, countless spatial rifts spreading like a spider web, and the entire Taiying mountain range trembled under this punch. At the moment, the world-destroying fist light collided with the prison heaven finger light. Boom, boom, boom. A blinding explosion swept in all directions. The mountains within 1,000 miles turned to dust in an instant, and a violent spiritual energy storm tore the sky open, creating a massive rift. Everyone watching could not help but spit blood and fly backward. Even powerful figures like Lu Wuchen were pushed back hundreds of zhang by the aftershock. At this moment, it felt like the apocalypse had arrived. Silence reigned between heaven and earth. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the gradually dissipating dust. This battle was no longer just a contest between two talents. It was the ultimate showdown concerning the future fate of the three great families. The winner would dominate the eastern region. The loser would suffer eternal damnation. Finally, as the dust settled, a brilliant golden figure stood proudly. Cui Haoyan stood with a golden divine halo slowly rotating behind him, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. Although a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were brighter than ever, as if burning with an indomitable fighting spirit. In contrast, Lu Xuantong's white robe was soaked with blood, and his body was covered in hideous fist marks, each wound deep enough to see bone. How could this be? The faces of the Lu family turned pale in an instant. Could it be that the supreme bone ultimately could not withstand the ancient sacred body? Ha! The Cui family disciples erupted in thunderous cheers. Saint Sun Haoyan is invincible. What supreme bone? It is nothing but a trifle in front of the ancient sacred body. From now on, the East region will honor my Cui family. The Lu family members also mocked. Lu Xuantong, is that all you've got? With such little ability, you dare to provoke Saint Sun Haoyan? Acting like a big shot? Lu Wuchen's eyes were filled with confusion. How could the Saint Sun lose? In his heart, Lu Xuantong was the embodiment of invincibility, impossible to defeat. However, Lu Qingshuang remained calm and said lightly, it's very simple. The Saint Sun has not yet activated the supreme form. She gazed deeply at the battlefield, noting that Cui Haoyan, lacking martial ethics, had used the ancient form right from the start. If the Saint Sun also activated the strongest state of the supreme bone. Upon hearing this, the Lu family members suddenly realized, yes, as an imperial level bloodline, how could the supreme bone not have an ultimate form? The reason Lu Xuantong was at a disadvantage was simply that he had not yet fought with all his strength. Cui Heng laughed wildly, his voice shaking the heavens, his expression of pride almost overflowing. He patted Lu Qing's shoulder vigorously and said grandly, Brother Lu, do you see this? This is the power of the ancient sacred body. What supreme bone? In front of a true imperial level bloodline, it's nothing but a chicken. He waved his sleeves with enthusiasm, his eyes flashing with ambition. After today, the East region will honor my Cui family. Rest assured, since we are now family, the Lu family will not be treated unfairly. Cui family feasts, Lu family drinks soup. How about that? Lu Qing quickly forced a smile and cupped his hands. Thank you, Brother Cui, for your support. However, beneath his lowered eyelids, deep worry was hidden. Something is wrong. Too wrong. The Lu family's Saint Sun clearly possessed the supreme bone, yet he had not revealed his true strength. In contrast, Cui Haoyan had just used about 70 to 80% of his strength in that punch. If this continued, it would likely lead to a big problem. On the other side, in the Lu family camp, The third elder Lu Wushuang wore a worried expression, sighing. Father, our saint's son seems to be losing. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhentian slapped him twice, familiar with the motion. Clap, clap. 2 crisp slaps echoed through the air. Lu Zhentian was furious, pointing at the third elder's nose and cursing. You useless thing, a traitor from within. Xuantong hasn't exerted his full strength, and you dare to speak of defeat? I brought you here to cheer, not to shake the morale. The third elder covered his face, nodding pitifully. Father, I know I was wrong. Clap. Another loud slap. Father, why again? The third elder was almost in tears. Lu Zhentian snorted coldly. When working, you must be responsible. Call me the family head. He disdainfully glanced at the third elder and added, and I don't have a son as stupid as you. After saying that, he turned his gaze back to the battlefield, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Everyone, watch closely. Just how terrifying the true supreme bone is. As his words fell, the golden light on Lu Xuantong suddenly surged. A presence several times stronger than before was slowly awakening. Chapter 83. Exposing the dual emperor bloodlines. Angrily slaying Lu Qingsno. Lu Qingsno looked at Lu Xuantong's miserable state, a twisted pleasure curling her lips, her eyes filled with mad ridicule. Lu Xuantong, you deserve it. You dare to kill me? Who do you think you are? In front of Hao Yin, you don't even have the qualifications to carry his shoes. Every word struck hard at the hearts of the Lu family members. The Lu family disciples' eyes widened in anger, their killing intent boiling, wishing they could rush up and tear her mouth apart. But the saint's son did not move, so they could only watch, letting their fury burn in their chests. Cui Haoyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes full of disdain, sneering. I gave you a chance, why didn't you cherish it? Hearing this, Lu Xuantong scoffed. Ha, damn it. I was just being steady, and you directly used your trump card? How shameless can you be? However, this strike also allowed him to thoroughly understand Cui Haoyan's strength. Both were in the Wuxiang realm, both had imperial-level bloodlines. If it were purely the supreme bone, the outcome would be hard to distinguish. But what he possessed was more than just one imperial-level bloodline. At that moment, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Mount Taiyang. Bloodline upgrade, immortal and indestructible. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered by endless thunderclouds, roaring thunder like an angry dragon, distorting and shattering the entire void. A presence several times more terrifying than before exploded from Lu Xuantong's body. What? Everyone looked up in shock at the figure standing atop the heavens. They saw Lu Xuantong surrounded by brilliant golden light, like a great sun hanging in the sky, its blazing divine radiance illuminating thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. His black hair danced wildly, and in his deep eyes, it seemed as if stars were being extinguished, an overwhelming pressure sweeping across the 8 directions. What was even more shocking was that behind him, a golden halo reappeared. This is 2 imperial-level bloodlines. The golden halo represents imperial-level bloodlines. The red halo represents sacred-level bloodlines. And at this moment, Lu Xuantong was indeed surrounded by 2 dazzling golden divine halos. Buzz! The void erupted, the space cracking inch by inch. The terrifying sense of oppression was like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami, suppressing the entire venue. The injuries on Lu Xuantong's body visibly healed at an astonishing speed, flesh and blood reborn, bones reshaped, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to peak condition. Not only that, his aura continued to soar wildly. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent, and then erupted into tumult. 2 imperial-level bloodlines. Lu Xuantong actually possesses 2 imperial-level bloodlines? Are you crazy? How can there be such a heaven-defying existence in this world? Countless people turned pale in shock, standing up directly, their pupils trembling, their minds reeling. 2 imperial-level bloodlines. What does this concept mean? Looking across the entire East region, even the entire Huangzhou, to carry 1 imperial-level bloodline is already an unparalleled genius. And Lu Xuantong actually has 2. This is no longer a matter of talent. This is defiance. It breaks common sense. It is a terrifying existence that subverts cognition. The Lu and Cui family disciples felt like they were facing a great enemy. Their faces pale and their bodies cold. They had never imagined that they would provoke such a monster. Meanwhile, the Lu family members, at this moment, welcomed unprecedented ecstasy. The Saint's Son actually has 2 imperial-level bloodlines. Lu Wuchen's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Qingshuang, do you think we will ever catch up to the Saint's Son's footsteps in our lifetime? Lu Qingshuang slightly parted her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, murmuring, in our lifetime, we might not even see his back. Such an existence is no longer at a level they can catch up to. They could only look up, only submit, only witness his invincible path. Lu Xianin stared blankly at the figure standing proudly in the sky. An endless sense of security surged in her heart. This is her brother. strong to the point of having no limits, strong enough to make one despair. On the other side, Lu Qingsno completely collapsed. Her legs went weak, nearly crumbling to the ground, her eyes filled with fear and regret. She regretted it. She truly regretted it. 2 imperial-level bloodlines. This is an existence she could never reach in her lifetime. Yet she actually pushed away such a man with her own hands. She was foolish enough to call off the engagement. She even mocked him and humiliated him. She was simply asking for death. Cui Haoyan trembled all over, his heart consumed by an unprecedented fear. For the first time, he felt despair. His proud, ancient sacred body seemed so ridiculous in front of the 2 imperial bloodlines. At that moment, Lu Xuantong's figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next second, he appeared before Lu Qingxue like a ghost. He looked down at her from above, his gaze cold, filled with killing intent. Do you have any last words? This sentence was like the pronouncement of death, completely shattering Lu Qingxue's last glimmer of hope. She was finished. In the next second, Lu Qingxue's legs went weak, and she fell heavily to the ground. She trembled all over, no longer possessing even a fraction of her previous arrogance. She clutched Lu Xuantong's leg tightly, raising a pale face. Tears mixed with cold sweat rolling down as she hoarsely pleaded, Lu Xuantong, please, spare me for the sake of our past, as fiancés. I really didn't know you had dual imperial bloodlines. If I had known earlier, I would never have called off the engagement. I am willing to be your woman. I am willing to serve you for a lifetime. Please, give me a chance. She almost exhausted all the words of pleading she could think of, her voice piercing, her posture abject to the dust. But the more she pleaded, the more Lu Xuantong smiled coldly in his heart. Love for the rich and disdain for the poor, flattering the powerful. If he were the one defeated today, if he were still that useless person with his supreme bone removed, would Lu Qingxue pity him? No. She would only step on his head from a high position, ridicule him, humiliate him, and even push him into the abyss herself. And now, she had the audacity to beg for mercy? The coldness in Lu Xuantong's eyes deepened as he slowly spoke, his voice terrifyingly calm. My mind is made up. Since you have no last words, then die. As the words fell, he slightly raised his fingertip, and a strand of destructive golden light slowly gathered. No. Lu Qingxue's pupils shrank suddenly, the fear of death drowning her reason like a tide, and she screamed hysterically, Lu Xuantong, you dare? Just then, Cui Haoyan erupted in fury. His eyes blood-red, golden runes burning wildly all over his body. The power of the ancient sacred body pushed to its limit. He roared, if you dare harm her, I will annihilate your entire clan. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuantong's lips curled into a contemptuous arc. You think you are worthy? He didn't even bother to look at Cui Haoyan directly, just casually waved his fingertip. Boom! A vast pressure like heaven suddenly descended, and Cui Haoyan didn't even have time to react before he felt an unparalleled force slam down on his back. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing was clearly audible. In an instant, Cui Haoyan's knees crashed heavily into the ground, the rocks beneath him instantly crumbling to dust. One finger suppressing the ancient sacred body. This was Lu Xuantong in peak condition. Lu Qingxue stared blankly at this scene, her proud support, the #1 genius of the eastern region. The bearer of the ancient sacred body, Cui Haoyan, was actually suppressed to his knees by Lu Xuantong with a mere wave of his hand? Despair. Complete despair. She finally realized that she was undoubtedly doomed today. If Lu Xuantong kills me, you will regret it. Lu Xuantong's expression was indifferent, his sleeve lightly brushing. If I don't kill you, I would regret it. Suddenly, the golden light exploded, and Lu Qingxue's body disintegrated inch by inch in the brilliant glow, ultimately turning to ashes. A generation's proud daughter fell just like that. Instantly, the entire venue fell into silence. Lu Qingxue was really dead? Meanwhile, Cui Haoyan, the Lu family, the Cui family, and the Lu family. Chapter 84. The 2 divine lords are furious. The head of the Lu family goes mad. 2 imperial bloodlines. At this moment, the Lu family was plunged into a dead silence. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. They stared blankly at the void where the golden light had dissipated, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. Lu Qingxue was dead? The most beautiful woman in the eastern region, the Lu family's brightest genius, had exploded to death just like that, not even leaving behind a complete corpse? No one expected Lu Qingxue to die in such a tragic manner, dying at the hands of Lu Xuantong, dying at the hands of her former fiancé, whom she had discarded like a worn-out shoe. Qingxue, my Qingxue. Lu Qing trembled all over, his aged face twisted in anguish, his murky eyes instantly bloodshot, a heart-wrenching pain sweeping through his entire body. He watched helplessly as his granddaughter was killed before his eyes by Lu Xuantong with a mere finger. No bones left. Lu Xuantong. Lu Qing suddenly threw his head back and roared, his voice shrill like a ghost, the terrifying aura of a divine lord exploding, shaking the entire void with his fury. My Lu family will not share the same sky with you. He took a step forward, ready to tear through the void and kill towards the Taiyang Mountains to avenge Lu Qingxue. Brother Lu, calm down. Cui Hong was quick and pressed down on Lu Qing's shoulder, speaking solemnly. It's come to this. We are powerless to change it. We can only accept it. Accept? Lu Qing's eyes were about to burst with rage, roaring, it's not your Cui family's people who died. Of course, you're not anxious. Cui Hong frowned slightly but quickly suppressed his displeasure, whispering, rest assured, as long as my Cui family exists, we will never mistreat the Lu family. In the future, in the eastern region, as long as my Cui family has a mouthful of meat, the Lu family will have a mouthful of soup. A mouthful of soup? Lu Qing's anger surged even more, almost exploding his lungs. The Lu family, a top-tier family in the eastern region, had now fallen to relying on the Cui family's charity for a mouthful of soup? How ridiculous. What made him even more desperate was that the Lu family's only hope, Lu Qingxue, was dead. From now on, the Lu family would completely fall into being a vassal of the Cui family. Even worse than a vassal. Just a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Seeing Lu Qing silent, Cui Hing thought he had listened and continued to comfort him. Who would have thought that Lu Xuantong actually possesses 2 imperial bloodlines? This is simply unbelievable. Mentioning the 2 golden halos behind Lu Xuantong, Cui Heng's eyes still held shock. 1 imperial bloodline is already an unparalleled genius. 2. This has surpassed common sense. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it. If you ask Lu Qing if he regrets it at this moment, he regretted it beyond measure. He regretted it to the point of burning his insides. Calling off the engagement. Calling off the engagement. Call off the damn engagement. If he hadn't called off the engagement back then, with Lu Xuantong's current displayed talent, how terrifying would his future achievements be? 2 imperial bloodlines. This is an unparalleled stature capable of suppressing an era. Even if the Lu family just followed behind him to pick up some scraps, it would be enough to elevate the family's status dramatically. But now, everything was in vain. If anyone is to blame, it is Lu Qingxue for being blind. She chose to abandon the true dragon and cling to the ancient sacred body of Cui Haoyan. Lu Qing recalled his earnest persuasion back then. Qingxue, even if Lu Xuantong is temporarily inferior to Cui Haoyan, we should still accept this marriage. The path of cultivation is long. Who can predict the future? One must not be so ungrateful. But Lu Qingxue refused to listen. Now, she had ended up with a fate of no bones left. As his anger gradually subsided, Lu Qing's mind became clearer. With Lu Xuantong's current displayed strength, if he rashly sought revenge, the entire Lu family would likely fight back against him. By then, it wouldn't just be about one Lu Qingxue dying. The entire Lu family might end up buried with her. This matter needs to be planned out carefully. Lu Qing took a deep breath, a glint of brilliance flashing in his murky old eyes. The most critical thing now was, who would win in the battle between Lu Xuantong and Cui Haoyan? Whoever wins will be the future ruler of the eastern region. And the fate of the Lu family will be determined by this. Thinking of this, Lu Qing couldn't help but look towards the summit of the Taiyang Mountains. There, 2 unparalleled figures stood in confrontation. This battle would determine the pattern of the eastern region for the next 1,000 years. At this moment, the Lu family was in an uproar. All the members of the Lu family had flushed faces, trembling with excitement, their eyes sparkling with fervent light. The Holy Sun actually possessed 2 imperial bloodlines. This was simply against the heavens. Ha! This is my Lu family's Holy Sun. What Cui Haoyan? What ancient sacred body? In front of the Holy Sun, they are nothing but mere chickens and dogs. That wretched woman died well. How dare she abandon the Holy Sun? What is she worth? Once the Holy Sun grows up, won't all the beauties of the eastern region be at his disposal? However, Lu Zhentian remained eerily silent. The head of the Lu family, with a deep gaze, was fixated on the image in the void mirror, his whole being as still as stone. 2 imperial bloodlines. At this moment, the 3rd elder Lu Wushuang finally pieced together the story. It turned out that the previous Lu Xuantong was actually the Holy Sun's sister, Lu Xianin, in disguise. And now this one with 2 imperial bloodlines was the real Holy Sun of the Lu family. Exciting. So exhilarating. My Lu family actually has such a prodigy. He was so excited that he was dancing, as if the glory was shining upon him as well. As the Holy Sun's uncle, he felt an unprecedented pride, even unconsciously straightening his back. At that moment, Lu Zhentian suddenly spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Wushuang, punch me. Lu Wushuang was taken aback, then widened his eyes in terror. House Master, are you serious? Seeing that Lu Wushuang did not respond, Lu Zhentian slapped his son across the face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the hall. You had the chance, but didn't take it. Lu Zhentian said angrily. Lu Wushuang covered his stinging cheek, feeling wronged like a 300-pound child. But then he thought, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, am I really going to hit you? He cautiously confirmed. secretly beginning to gather strength. This punch contained all the resentment he had accumulated over the past century from being slapped by his father in public. Dad, safe travels. Lu Wushuang suddenly shouted, his whole body surging with spiritual power, his fist roaring towards Lu Zhentian with the might to destroy the heavens. Boom. However, the next second, Lu Zhentian's divine lord cultivation erupted explosively. With a casual wave of his hand, he sent Lu Wushuang flying hundreds of meters away. Lu Wushuang fell heavily to the ground, getting up covered in dirt, tears in his eyes as he complained, Dad, you hit me? You actually hit me? Lu Zhentian snorted coldly, leisurely adjusting his sleeves. I told you to punch me, not to commit patricide. That punch just now clearly intended to send him, as the father, to meet his ancestors. Lu Wushuang awkwardly smiled, scratching his head. Dad, you really are wise and mighty. Lu Zhentian looked at the dazed Lu Wushuang, then glanced at Lu Xuantong. Why was the gap so great among the descendants of the Lu family? Lu Xuantong actually possessed 2 imperial bloodlines? However, killing Lu Xianxia. Next, the Lu family was likely to face a fierce battle. All Lu family members, stand guard. Chapter 85, Battle Pets Against Battle Pets? Ancient Divine Phoenix, show yourself. At the peak of Taiying Mountain, the Lu family disciples watched helplessly as their young lady disintegrated into ashes before their eyes, instantly filled with rage. Hundreds of them rising simultaneously, for the young lady's revenge. Kill. However, Lu Xuantong merely glanced coldly. In an instant, a vast pressure descended like the heavens. Hundreds of Lu family disciples seemed struck by lightning, their kneecaps cracking with a painful sound, all kneeling down. Blood gushed from their 7 orifices, staining the entire mountaintop red. The Chui family disciples exchanged glances. They wanted to help, but they couldn't win, so they decided against it. But would Lu Xuantong let them go? He lightly tapped his fingertips, and a golden light swirled. Kneel. Just 2 simple words, yet they felt like a decree from the heavens. Crack. The knees of the Chui family disciples shattered, kneeling in the same humiliating position. Their foreheads bulged with veins, struggling with distorted faces, but like ants shaking a tree. It was all in vain. The Lu family disciples saw this and couldn't help but feel relieved. The humiliation they had just suffered at the hands of Cui Haoyan was finally repaid 100-fold. Ha! What a turn of fortune. Weren't they just so arrogant? How come they are all kneeling now? The Holy Sun is mighty. Amidst the thunderous cheers, boom. A golden beam shot into the sky. Cui Haoyan had actually broken free from the pressure, his eyes blood red, staring fiercely at Lu Xuantong. The hatred in his gaze seemed to want to tear the other party apart. Lu Xuantong, you dare to kill my beloved wife. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Lu Xuantong stood with his hands behind his back, a smirk on his lips. Oh? What consequences? Cui Haoyan enunciated each word, his voice shaking the heavens. I will spare no expense to kill you. Hearing this, Lu Xuantong laughed heartily, filled with disdain. Just you? Are you bragging? Cui Haoyan grinned savagely, golden runes flashing wildly all over his body. So what if I have dual imperial bloodlines? My ancient sacred body will fight you 2 alone today. Moreover, he suddenly bit his finger, drawing a blood-red rune in the air. I also have an ancient ferocious beast to assist me. Snow Domain Spirit Lion. Appear. The next second, a roar that shattered the void echoed through the heavens and earth. The entire Taiying Mountain trembled violently, countless rocks rolling down. In the sky, the clouds were violently dispersed, revealing a massive void. Crack. The space shattered like a mirror. A giant beast, entirely snow-white, stepped through the void. It was 100 feet long, its mane like silver, each hair flowing with ancient runes. Its amber vertical pupils reflected a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. A 3rd-tier ancient ferocious beast, the Snow Domain Spirit Lion. With each step it took, the void froze in place. Terrifying coldness instantly enveloped 1,000 miles around, turning countless plants into ice sculptures. With a roar, wherever the sound wave passed, several mountains collapsed directly. Cui Haoyan stood proudly on the back of the Snow Domain Spirit Lion, the golden sacred body runes harmonizing with the icy aura surrounding the lion. His momentum soaring to unprecedented heights. He looked down at Lu Xuantong, his eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. So what if he had 2 imperial bloodlines? I, Cui Haoyan, and the legendary ancient sacred body. Moreover, with a 3rd-tier ancient ferocious beast assisting, this battle is destined for my victory. In contrast, Lu Xuantong stood alone, unable to summon even a battle pet resembling a beast. Ancient ferocious beasts are entities that only divine Lord Realm experts are qualified to control. Why would Lu Xuantong surpass that? Lu Xuantong, today, let me show you what true heaven-defying power looks like. The members of the Lu family felt a weight in their hearts. The Snow Domain Spirit Lion was terrifyingly powerful, comparable to a Wuxiang realm expert. If it teamed up with Chui Haoyan to attack the Holy Sun, the situation would undoubtedly be perilous. Lu Wuchen's eyes sharpened, his sword ringing in his hand. Spiritual power boiling around him as he said solemnly, I will go restrain that beast. The Holy Sun must focus on dealing with Chui Haoyan and cannot be distracted. This battle was one the Lu family could not afford to lose. Once defeated, the Lu family would face utter destruction. However, just as he was about to rush out, Lu Qingshuang pressed down on his shoulder, coldly saying, Are you crazy? That is a third-tier ancient ferocious beast. With your current cultivation level, rushing up would be certain death. Lu Wuchen gritted his teeth, determination in his eyes. Are we really just going to sit back and watch? If the Holy Sun is defeated, what difference is there for us from being dead? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshuang fell silent for a moment. Then her gaze sharpened, slowly nodding. You are right. She turned to the Lu family disciples behind her, her voice cold and resolute. Let us all act together. Even if we can only hold it off for half a stick of incense, even if we die in the process, we must buy time for the Holy Sun. In an instant, Lu Wuchen shouted, his sword intent soaring to the sky. Lu Qingshuang waved her hand, and a wave of cold frost spiritual power swept in all directions. The other outstanding members of the Lu family roared in unison, their bloodline power burning wildly, and brilliant spiritual lights shot up into the sky, transforming into a vast torrent that charged directly at the spirit lion of the snow domain. Fight! 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 They knew they were no match. Yet they still charged forward without hesitation, because this battle was not only about the life and death of the Holy Sun, but also about the survival of the Lu family. Even if they died, they would have no regrets. Lu Xuantong watched the determined figures of the Lu family members rushing to their deaths, feeling both helpless and a warmth rising in his heart. These clansmen, knowing they were facing a third-tier ancient ferocious beast, and aware that this venture could lead to 9 deaths out of 10, still resolutely fought to buy him time. He remembered this bond. But he, Lu Xuantong, did not need his clansmen to fight with their lives. Step back, the further away, the better. Lu Wuchen's hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Holy Sun, we can fight. Lu Xuantong shook his head, a deep light flashing in his eyes. Who said I have no battle pet? He paused, his tone suddenly serious. Her appearance next may affect the entire Tying Mountain. The further away you are, the better. The ancient divine phoenix. That is a true ancient divine beast. Once it descends, the entire world will tremble. The Lu family members gasped in shock upon hearing this. The entire Tying Mountain would be affected? What kind of concept is that? Lu Wuchen was the first to react. Without a second thought, he lifted the barely alive Lu Changqian and turned to run. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. Lu Qingshuang and Lu Honglian exchanged a glance, both seeing horror in each other's eyes. What could make the Holy Sun warn so seriously? Could it be an ancient level? No, it was probably the legendary ancient divine beast. The disciples of the Lu and Chui families looked at the suddenly retreating Lu family members, first stunned, then burst into laughter. The Lu family ran away, scared out of their wits by the Holy Sun's spirit lion of the snow domain. Truly a bunch of useless people. The real terror was about to descend. Lu Xuantong looked at Chui Haoyan, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Battle pet against battle pet, very fair. Since you want to fight, I'll fight you. As he finished speaking, he flipped his wrist, and a jade bracelet shimmering with 7-colored light appeared out of thin air. Flowing Fire Heaven Dao bracelet. Chui Haoyan's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding suddenly rising in his heart. The next moment, Lu Xuantong's voice boomed like thunder. Ancient Divine Phoenix. Come forth. Chapter 86, Saint-Level Weapon Taiji Diagram. Shocking the entire scene. Lu Qing was stunned. The Ancient Divine Phoenix? That is a legendary ancient divine beast. A supreme existence above all spirits. Even in the heavenly realm, it is a terrifying being that can rival the ferocious beasts of the primordial chaos. The spirit lion of the snow domain? In the face of the Ancient Divine Phoenix, it is nothing but a humble ant, not even qualified to look up. But how could Lu Xuantong possibly possess such an existence? Lu Qing's thoughts surged wildly, his aged face twisted in shock. He stared fixedly at the flowing Fire Heaven Dao bracelet in Lu Xuantong's hand, the 7-colored light flowing on it. Each ray of brilliance seemingly containing the will of the heavenly Dao, definitely not an ordinary contracted item. Impossible. Cui Heng shouted harshly, disbelief filling his eyes. How could an ancient divine beast submit to a Wuxiang realm cultivator? Even a creation realm powerhouse might not be able to tame such an existence. But that bracelet. Lu Qing's voice was hoarse, his fingertips trembling slightly. That was the aura of a heavenly Dao contract. Cui Heng's face darkened instantly like iron, his throat rolled. But he could no longer say anything to refute. On the other side, the Lu family members were completely stunned. An ancient divine beast? Lu Wuchen found it hard to believe, his grip on the sword almost unsteady. Lu Qingxuang reflected the seven-colored bracelet in her eyes, murmuring, "The family head once said, the ancient divine beast clan is born to be the overlord of heaven and earth. Even divine sovereign realm powerhouses may not be able to make them look at the holy sun. How could he possibly? But the shock Lu Xuantong brought them was already immense, wasn't it? Twin emperor bloodline. One finger killed Lu Qingxua. Now, even an ancient divine beast is willing to submit? If it were truly an ancient divine beast, Lu Wuchen's voice was low and trembling. Then Cui Haoyan must undoubtedly die today. The bloodline suppression is absolute. Even if he had 100 spirit lions of the snow domain in front of the ancient divine phoenix, they would be crushed to ashes in an instant. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on Cui Haoyan's forehead. His breath quickened, staring fixedly at that bracelet. Fake, it must be fake. His heart roared wildly, but that unease coiled around him like a venomous snake, making him feel cold all over. Lu Xuantong, you cannot scare me, he roared hoarsely, trying to suppress the fear in his heart. How could an ancient divine beast recognize you as its master? You. However, as the words fell, the sky suddenly split open. Yet, just a moment later, that aura receded like a tide. There was no movement at all. After a moment, still no movement. At the top of Taiying Mountain, it was silent as a deep abyss. Lu Xuantong frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Impossible. Linger would never resist his call. His gaze deepened, and his spirit instantly sank into the flowing fire heaven Dao bracelet. Inside the bracelet's world, divine light shimmered. A slender figure floated over, affectionately rubbing against his palm. Master. Xiao Linger was still as obedient as ever, but her figure was a bit taller than before. And there was a mature charm between her brows. Xiao Linger pouted, looking aggrieved as she spoke softly. I'm sorry, Master. Linger is currently in seclusion, accepting the clan's inheritance, and cannot appear for the time being. She waved her small hand, and a barrier appeared in the void. Lu Xuantong instantly understood. So that is how it is. Seeing her master silent, Xiao Linger bit her lip and said firmly, if Master needs Linger, I can break through and appear right now, using the power of the flowing fire heaven Dao bracelet to forcefully descend. No. Lu Xuantong's heart shook, and he immediately stopped her. Moreover, the stronger she is, the greater her assistance to him will be. You focus on your cultivation, he said softly. Wait until you truly transform, then you can protect me completely. Xiao Linger's eyes trembled slightly as she nodded seriously. Linger will definitely become stronger quickly, and will not let Master down. With his soul returning to its place, Lu Xuantong opened his eyes again. At the top of Taiying Mountain, the cold wind was biting. At this moment, everyone's gaze was still firmly focused on him. The world was silent. The wind seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Xuantong, waiting for the promised ancient divine beast to descend. However, nothing happened. No phoenix cry that tore the void, no divine flames that burned everything, not even a ripple of aura appeared. Where's the divine beast? Where's the ancient divine beast? The disciples of the Lu and Cui families exchanged glances, then burst into a burst of piercing laughter. Ha! After all that posing, in the end, not even a single hair was summoned. How laughable! And still an ancient divine beast? Aren't you afraid of pulling a muscle while bragging? Cui Haoyan's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So Lu Xuantong was just bluffing. Lu Xuantong, you have no ancient divine beast. What are you pretending to be a big shot for? He sneered, his eyes full of mockery. The spirit lion of the snow domain seemed to sense its master's mood, raising its head to let out a thunderous roar, its ferocity overwhelming. The atmosphere became extremely awkward for a moment. In the Lu family camp, Lu Wuchen frowned tightly. No, this isn't right, he muttered softly. The holy sun just separated his soul. He clearly entered that bracelet. There's no way it's fake. Lu Qingxuang's gaze flickered slightly as she said solemnly, perhaps something unexpected happened. At this moment, however, Lu Xuantong just shook his head lightly, a helpless smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He didn't expect that such a blunder would occur. However, since Xiao Linger was in seclusion and could not appear, he naturally could not forcibly interrupt her opportunity. But who said that without the ancient divine beasts, he couldn't do anything to Cui Haoyan? Since the ancient divine phoenix cannot descend for the time being, then let's play with another treasure. His gaze turned cold, and with a sudden wave of his sleeve, boom. An ancient scroll appeared out of nowhere and instantly unfolded. In an instant, the world changed color. On the scroll, black and white energies flowed, depicting an extremely profound Taiji diagram. Yin and Yang revolved, and the great Tao manifested. A terrifying pressure swept out like a tide, distorting and trembling the entire void at that moment. Is this the Taiji diagram? Someone exclaimed, their voice filled with shock. The Taiji diagram is said to contain the innate treasures of Yin and Yang. With a thought, it can determine life and death, and with a diagram, it can suppress the universe. Chui Haoyan's pupils suddenly contracted. Before he could react, the black and white energies within the Taiji diagram suddenly separated, transforming into two astonishing rainbows that pierced the sky. Roar! Amidst the deafening roar, two gigantic ferocious beasts stepped into the air. They transformed into black and white snow domain spirit lions. Their fur was as dark as ink and as white as snow. With yin and yang energies swirling in their eyes, their terrifying aura far surpassing Chui Haoyan's snow domain spirit lion. How is this possible? Chui Haoyan's expression changed drastically, and before he could give an order, the two black and white spirit lions had already pounced forward. Puffed, blood splattered. In just 2 encounters, Chui Haoyan's snow domain spirit lion was torn to shreds, its flesh and bones completely devoured by the Taiji diagram, leaving not a single remnant behind. A third-tier ancient ferocious beast perished on the spot. Suddenly, the entire venue fell into silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Xuantong stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze indifferent. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? You think you're worthy of me using an ancient divine beast to kill you? That would be too easy for you. Chapter 87. Strongly crushing the ancient sacred body. Aiming to kill Chui Haoyan. The Taiji diagram. Lu Qing suddenly stood up from his seat, his murky old eyes widened, and the wrinkles on his face twisted in shock. This is actually a great sage-level weapon. It should be known that such treasures are extremely rare in the entire eastern region. Even a colossal entity like the Tai Su Sacred Land only possesses fewer than 10. Yet here, there is a top-tier great sage-level weapon. Chui Heng's expression was equally grim. He stared intently at the slowly rotating Taiji diagram in the void, the pressure emitted from the swirling black and white energies making his soul tremble. How can a mere Wuxiang realm be worthy of possessing such a treasure? At this moment, endless jealousy and greed surged within him. That is a great sage-level weapon. Even a powerful being like him in the divine sovereign realm might not touch such an existence in his lifetime. Lu Qing stared blankly at the battlefield and suddenly chuckled bitterly. The snow domain spirit lion died without injustice. Upon hearing this, Chui Heng suddenly turned his head to glare at him, his eyes flashing with cold light. Brother Lu, have you forgotten? If Haoyan loses, how will your granddaughter take revenge? Lu Qing then seemed to awaken from a dream, hurriedly coughing twice and putting on a righteous expression. That damn Lu Xuantong is simply a bastard. That said, his gaze could never leave the Taiji diagram. Meanwhile, the Lu family camp was already boiling over. A great sage-level weapon. The Holy Sun actually possesses a great sage-level weapon. The third elder, Lu Wushuang, trembled with excitement, grabbing Lu Zhentian's sleeve. Patriarch, this must be the treasure you prepared to protect the Holy Sun, right? Lu Zhentian's mouth twitched slightly. He knew very well that even if he sold the entire Lu family, he couldn't exchange for such a divine object. But at this moment, he had to support the Holy Sun. That's right, he replied solemnly, his expression grave. This item indeed came from my hands. Otherwise, the origin of the weapon cannot be explained. Lu Zhentian was willing to bear everything, all for the glory of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Lu Wushuang's eyes immediately showed fervent admiration. The patriarch is far-sighted. With this treasure in hand, the Holy Sun will surely sweep through the eastern region. Other Lu family disciples also cast looks of awe. At this moment, they finally understood why the patriarch valued the Holy Sun so much. It turned out there had long been such a stunning layout. Truly worthy of being the patriarch. Chui Haoyan's world completely collapsed at this moment. He watched as his beloved Lu Qingxue turned to ashes before his eyes and saw his longtime companion, the snow domain spirit lion, torn to pieces. And all of this was because of Lu Xuantong. This name was like a nightmare, branded deep within his soul, with every breath filled with deep-seated hatred. He roared to the sky, his voice piercing like a ghost, shaking the entire void with his fury. His crimson eyes were already filled with madness and killing intent, leaving no trace of rationality. Lu Xuantong, I want you dead. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from within him. The golden runes of the ancient sacred body flashing furiously, even starting to burn his original blood essence. Second transformation of the ancient form. Open. In that moment, Chui Haoyan's body suddenly expanded, muscles coiling like dragons, ancient patterns appearing densely on his skin, each line flowing with destructive power. His hair turned crimson gold, standing on end like burning flames. At this moment, he had surpassed the limits of the Wuxiang realm. Just the pressure he emitted was enough to make an ordinary Wuxiang realm cultivator explode. In the Lu family camp, Lu Wuchen's face turned pale, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Such terrifying power. He struggled to withstand the overwhelming pressure, feeling as if his organs were about to be crushed. Lu Qingshuang's gaze was serious, but she remained steadfast. The Holy Sun possesses the dual emperor bloodline. He will never lose. In the center of the battlefield, Xuantong stood with his hands behind his back, facing Cui Haoyan's madness with a calm smile. Burning the essence? It's just a dying struggle. After speaking, the two golden halos behind him suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, an immense imperial might sweeping across the heavens. The dual emperor bloodline erupted in full force. Cui Haoyan's face was twisted with rage as he roared. So what if you have the dual emperor bloodline? Today, I will suppress you. Arrogant. Xuantong coldly spat out 2 words. In the next moment, both of them struck simultaneously. Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm. Xuantong thrust out a palm, lightning flashing in his palm, as if summoning the world-destroying divine thunder from the 9 heavens. A brilliant thunder dragon roared and tore through the void. Ancient divine demon fist. Cui Haoyan roared as he swung his fist, wherever the fist wind passed. The space cracked inch by inch, and phantoms of deities and demons appeared behind him, carrying a world-destroying might towards Xuantong. Boom! The moment the two forces collided, the entire Taiying mountain trembled violently, countless rocks turning to dust. Blinding light illuminated the entire sky, as if even the sun and moon lost their color. When the light dissipated and the dust settled, Cui Haoyan was covered in blood, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud, his breath weak to the point of almost disappearing. Xuantong, on the other hand, was only slightly dusted on the corner of his clothes. The victor and loser were clear. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone held their breath, staring in disbelief at this scene. The ancient sacred body was defeated. Moreover, it was a complete crushing defeat. At this moment, Cui Haoyan no longer had his previous arrogance. Like a humble dead dog, slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with fear. Damn it! Damn it! He actually lost. Xuantong slowly walked in front of Cui Haoyan, looking down at him from a height, and said, "Now, do you have any last words?" Cui Haoyan gritted his teeth. "You can't kill me, nor dare to kill me. Don't forget, I am a direct disciple of the Tai Su sacred land. Do you dare?" Xuantong, upon hearing this, feigned panic and laughed foolishly. "When you get to hell, you'll know whether I dare or not. Just obediently go to your path." Ancient sacred body. In the next second, a finger pierced the sky, and all things fell silent. Great. Ancient. Prison. Heaven. Finger. Chapter 88. The direct disciple of the Taishu Holy Land will not be mistakenly cut down. The situation turns. In the world, everything suddenly froze. Cui Haoyan collapsed in a pool of blood, yet the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister cold smile. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes flashing with mockery. With a condescending arrogance, he said, "Xuantong, do you know my identity? A mere holy son of a divine family is nothing but an ant in this vast wasteland. Even a powerful figure in the divine realm is nothing more than a watchdog in front of the Taishu Holy Land." With every word Cui Haoyan spoke, his momentum surged. He struggled to sit up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disdain. "And I am a direct disciple of the 3rd elder of the Taishu Holy Land. If you dare to touch a single finger of mine, the wrath of the Taishu Holy Land will leave your Lu family with nothing." The disciples of the Lu and Cui families breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Fortunately, the Holy Son had the Taishu Holy Land backing him. No matter how strong Xuantong was, would he dare to oppose the Holy Land? They whispered among themselves, hope reigniting in their eyes. The atmosphere in the Lu family camp was stifling. Lu Wuchen was unwilling to accept it. Damn it! Are they really going to let him go like this? Lu Qingshuang sighed lightly. The Holy Son has extraordinary talent. Given time, he will surely enter the Taishu Holy Land. At that time, she did not finish, but everyone understood her meaning. Killing Cui Haoyan now would undoubtedly bring disaster to the Lu family. In the center of the battlefield, Xuantong stood quietly, lost in thought. Seeing this, Cui Haoyan's smile became even more rampant. "What's wrong? Are you afraid? If you know what's good for you, just kneel down and beg for mercy. If I'm in a good mood, I might even leave you a whole corpse." Lu Qing and Cui Hong exchanged glances, both seeing the confidence of victory in each other's eyes. However, just as everyone thought Xuantong would yield, an unexpected change occurred. "Buzz." Xuantong calmly uttered 2 words, his eyes suddenly gleaming with cold light. In an instant, an aura capable of destroying heaven and earth erupted. At his fingertips, a point of golden light gathered and transformed in an instant into a gigantic golden finger that extended to the heavens and the earth. Great wasteland prisoning heaven finger. As this finger descended, the heavens and earth trembled. Cui Haoyan's smile froze as he roared, "You dare!" This madman, he actually dared to make a move. Did he not fear the revenge of the Taishu Holy Land? Did he not care about the thousands of lives in the Lu family? The shadow of death loomed, and Cui Haoyan finally panicked. "No, stop. My master is." His words were abruptly cut off. At that critical moment, the heavens and earth suddenly solidified. and the void was torn apart by an unparalleled force. A terrifying figure, like a god or a demon, broke through space and appeared. The man wore a snow-white robe, and on his left shoulder, an ancient Tao pattern was embroidered with a vigorous character for Tao, its brushstroke like a sword, emanating a power that suppressed the ages. His entire body was surrounded by azure flames, which were not ordinary flames, but Tao fire condensed from the principles of the great Tao, each strand capable of incinerating mountains and rivers. Even more terrifying was that his aura, merely by standing there, made the entire Taihang mountain tremble, as if the rules of heaven and earth were submitting to him. Boom! With just a wave of his hand, an indescribable force erupted, directly shattering Lu Xuantong's world-destroying great wasteland prisoning heaven finger. What? Lu Xuantong's pupils constricted, his body struck as if by lightning, instantly knocked back hundreds of zhang. Disbelief filling his eyes. This power had far surpassed the Wuxiang realm. Lu Xuantong's heart surged with turbulent waves. Could it be a divine master? Moreover, definitely not an ordinary divine master. The pressure this person exerted on him was even more terrifying than that of the Lu family's ancestor. Everyone was shaken to their core by this sudden turn of events. Who is this? When did the Eastern region have such a powerful figure? It is known that divine masters are rare in the entire Eastern region, each one a giant who dominates a territory, and their names are known to all. Yet this white-robed divine master was extremely unfamiliar. Lu Qing's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked at Cui Heng, trembling. Cui brother. Could this be your Cui family's hidden trump card? Cui Heng also looked bewildered, his heart churning. When did my Cui family have such a powerful figure? Just as everyone was in shock, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The white-robed divine master slowly turned around, and amidst countless astonished gazes, he actually knelt on one knee before the barely conscious Cui Haoyan, and solemnly said, Taishu Holy Land, white-robed guardian, Guangnu, pays respects to my master. His words carried absolute respect, not daring to overstep in the slightest. The moment these words were spoken, everyone in the arena felt like they had been struck by lightning, instantly realizing the truth. So that's how it is. As a direct disciple of the Taishu Holy Land, Cui Haoyan, according to the rules of the Holy Land, every core disciple is assigned a guardian for protection. The strength of the guardian often matches the disciple's talent and status. And Cui Haoyan had actually passed the Holy Land's assessment and gained the protection of a white-robed guardian. Even if it is just the lowest-ranked white-robed guardian, he is still a genuine divine master. A divine master is enough to intimidate the entire Eastern region. Lu Wuchen's face turned even paler, his teeth grinding in anger. Damn it, he really passed the Taishu Holy Land's assessment. Lu Qingshuang's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of regret. It was just a little bit. If I had been a moment faster, I could have killed him completely. Lu Wuchen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the killing intent in his heart, and said solemnly, it is no longer possible to kill him. If we truly make a move, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Taishu Holy Land. By then, not to mention us, the entire Lu family will be annihilated. The Taishu Holy Land is the true behemoth of the wasteland. Any force that dares to casually kill a core disciple of the Holy Land will face relentless revenge. And now, trouble has come. Ha ha ha, heaven does not abandon me. He took a precious pill, his injuries rapidly healing, and he slowly stood up, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. The situation had completely reversed. He stared at the distant Lu Xuantong, a sinister cold smile creeping up the corner of his mouth as he slowly raised his hand and pointed at him. Guangnu, I command you, kill him. As the words fell, the heavens and earth suddenly turned cold. The white-robed guardian slowly raised his head, his icy gaze locking onto Lu Xuantong like that of the Grim Reaper. The might of the divine master erupted. Chapter 89. The Eastern Region Under One Heaven. See me Lu Xuantong, kneel and submit. Even though Lu Xuantong possessed extraordinary talent and bore the bloodline of the dual emperors, shaking the ages, in the face of a divine master, he was still as insignificant as an ant. There was a vast chasm of an entire Tao Palace realm separating the Wuxiang realm from the divine realm. This was not a gap that talent could bridge, but rather a crushing difference in levels of life. At this moment, Lu Xuantong was in grave danger. Just as the murderous intent of the white-robed guardian Guangnu erupted, Lu Wuchen's eyes were about to split open as he suddenly roared, all Lu family disciples, listen up. At all costs, protect the Holy Sun. He is the hope for the rise of our Lu family, and we cannot afford to lose him. After a brief silence, swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of figures streaked through the sky like shooting stars, instantly forming a flesh and blood wall in front of Lu Xuantong. We vow to protect the Holy Sun with our lives. Our lives are not worth anything. The Holy Sun must not die. For the glory of the Lu family. These Lu family disciples, the strongest among them merely at the Wuxiang realm, and the weakest barely entering the Tianhua realm, were even more fragile than ants in the face of a divine master. Yet at this moment, there was not a shred of fear in their eyes, only a resolute determination to face death. Lu Wuchen, Lu Qingshuang, and other young talents stood at the forefront. They possessed holy-level bloodlines, making them top talents in the eastern region, but in front of the dual emperor bloodlines. They were willing to become stepping stones. Holy Son, hurry and leave. Lu Wuchen gritted his teeth. We will hold him off even at the cost of our lives. In the next moment, clang. A cold sword was unsheathed, and the petite figure of Lu Xianin resolutely stood at the very front. If you want to kill my brother, you must step over my dead body first. Since the elder brother's return, the once despised girl has felt dignity and warmth for the first time. At this moment, she is willing to protect this hard-won familial bond with her life. The fierce wind howls, and the killing intent surges like a tide. Hundreds of members of the Lu family connect their true essence, swaying under the pressure of the divine respect, yet never retreating a single step. This scene shocks all spectators. Lu Qing squints his eyes. The Lu family has such cohesion? Cui Hung sneers. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. At this moment, Lu Xuantong's Dao heart trembles slightly. He originally thought that in this life and death situation, facing the absolute oppression of a divine respect powerhouse, the Lu family members would hesitate and shrink back, even if they didn't run away. After all, it takes immense courage to step forward knowing it is a death sentence. But this scene before him leaves him speechless. Hundreds of Lu family members, none retreating. Those relatives who may have had no interactions with him in everyday life are now unhesitatingly standing in front of him. Their hands gripping weapons tremble, yet they still do not take a single step back. Huh. Lu Xuantong suddenly smiles. Escape? Has he ever needed others to risk their lives for him to escape? The bloodline of the two emperors boils within him, and he slowly raises his hand, intending to push aside the relatives blocking his way. At this moment, Cui Haoyan's furious voice explodes. Mad slave. What are you waiting for? Kill him. However, to everyone's surprise, that white-robed protector slowly shakes his head. Master, I cannot obey. The mad slave, with a calm expression, says unperturbed. The protector only acts when your life is threatened. This is the iron law of the Taishu sacred land. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupts in an uproar. Cui Haoyan's face, once twisted with malice, instantly freezes, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stares at his protector. What did you say? That expression is more painful than eating shit. Otherwise, core disciples would never be able to grow. Awkward. Utterly awkward. Just a moment ago, the imposing Cui Haoyan now looks like a deflated balloon. His face shifts from red to blue, then to white, finally turning beet red. Are you messing with me? He screams in his heart. His lover is brutally killed. His beloved pet is torn apart. He himself is beaten like a dead dog. Now, after finally waiting for the protector, he is told they cannot act? This is even more painful than being killed. Good, very good. Cui Haoyan grits his teeth, blood vessels popping in his eyes. He glares at Lu Xuantong, wishing he could slice him to pieces with his gaze. But the reality is, without the protector's intervention, he is simply no match for Lu Xuantong. Frustrated. Utterly frustrated. Lu Qing and Cui Hung are also dumbfounded. They thought victory was assured, but did not expect such rules existed in the Taishu sacred land. At this moment, a glimmer of madness flashes in Cui Haoyan's eyes as he stares fiercely at the mad slave, asking, Mad slave, what will it take for you to act? The mad slave, with an indifferent expression, after a moment of contemplation, slowly speaks. Unless someone dares to harm the master in front of me, only then does it comply with the Taishu sacred land's protection rules. This statement causes a glimmer of light to flash in Cui Haoyan's eyes. A cold smile creeps onto his lips as he thinks. Lu Xuantong is a cunning one, definitely not a reckless person. Would he dare to act against me in front of a divine respect powerhouse? He doesn't have the guts, but he wants to gamble on this. Lu Xuantong. Cui Haoyan suddenly bursts into loud laughter, his voice filled with mockery. You want to kill me, right? Come on. He spreads his arms wide, adopting a completely unguarded posture. His eyes full of disdain. Give you 10 times the courage, and you probably wouldn't dare to touch a hair on me. The entire venue falls silent. The expressions of the Lu family members change drastically. Holy Son, do not act impulsively. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. For now, retreat, and you will surely be able to take revenge in the future. The Lu family members urge him, their voices tinged with urgency. They understand the delicacy of the situation. As long as the Holy Son does not act, there is still room for maneuver. Lu Wuchen even steps forward quickly, lowering his voice to say, Holy Son, a small loss can prevent a major disaster. Cui Haoyan is clearly trying to provoke you into action. Everyone's gaze focuses on Lu Xuantong. Seeing this, Cui Haoyan laughs even more wildly. What's wrong? The dignified Holy Son of the Lu family, the possessor of the dual emperor bloodline, has such little courage? You truly are a complete. However, before he can finish his words, a sudden change occurs. The Taiji diagram appears. Xuantong suddenly shouts, his voice shaking the heavens. A black and white divine light suddenly bursts forth from his brow, and the Taiji diagram, which suppresses heaven and earth, reappears, carrying the might to destroy the heavens and earth. Directly crashing towards the mad slave, the heavens and earth tremble. As the Taiji diagram spins, the yin-yang energies transform into two giant dragons, one black and one white, roaring towards the mad slave to strangle him. This strike is meant to temporarily trap the divine respect powerhouse. At the same time, whoosh, Xuantong's figure moves like lightning, instantly transforming into a golden streak of light. As he passes by Lu Wuchen, he reaches out his right hand and directly pulls out the Qingyun sword from his waist. Holy sun! Before Lu Wuchen's exclamation can finish, he sees that golden figure has already killed its way to Cui Haoyan's front. Death? Lu Xuantong's eyes are filled with killing intent, the Qingyun sword emitting a blinding cold light, the sword tip pointing, the void shattering inch by inch. At this moment, all spectators feel a chill down their spines. The mad slave's expression changes drastically. Just as he is about to intervene to save, he finds himself tightly entangled by the Taiji diagram. The chains formed by the yin-yang energies are so strong that even a divine respect powerhouse finds it difficult to break free. No, Cui Haoyan's pupils constrict, the mocking smile on his face instantly freezing. He never expected that Lu Xuantong would dare to act boldly in front of a divine respect powerhouse. Uft, blood splatters. At the critical moment, Cui Haoyan desperately turns to the side, yet he is still struck by the sword, severing his right arm at the shoulder, blood gushing like a fountain. Ah! A piercing scream echoes through the sky. The severed arm draws a line of blood in the air, crashing heavily to the ground, fingers still twitching involuntarily. Lu Xuantong stands holding the sword, its tip dripping blood. He coldly watches Cui Haoyan, who is writhing in pain on the ground, and says coldly, "Are you pretending? If you have the guts, keep pretending. I'll make your whole family fly." Chapter 90. The Fury of the Divine Respect. Wanting to slay Lu Xuantong? The Lu family united. Cui Heng's previously confident sneer is now completely frozen on his face. He thought that with the protector from the Taishu sacred land backing Cui Haoyan, Lu Xuantong, no matter how bold, would never dare to harm him. But who could have imagined? This madman actually dares. Not only dares, but also acts boldly in the presence of a divine respect powerhouse. That sword strike fell, blood splattered. Cui Haoyan's entire right arm severed at the shoulder, exposing white bones, blood gushing like a fountain. If he hadn't barely turned at the last moment, he would have probably been dead by now, his soul scattered. Madman. A complete madman. Cui Heng feels a chill throughout his body, cursing inwardly. Meanwhile, Lu Qing stares at this scene, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, almost laughing out loud. He should be furious, should be filled with hatred. After all, just moments ago, he watched his beloved granddaughter Lu Qingxue be killed by Lu Xuantong with a single finger, blood splattering everywhere. But now, seeing Cui Haoyan's miserable and howling appearance, he oddly feels a sense of pleasure rising in his heart. If it weren't for Cui Haoyan, if this self-important disciple of the Taishu sacred land hadn't intervened, Lu Qingxue would never have called off the engagement. How could things have developed to this point? Let's all die together. A glint of madness flashes in Lu Qing's eyes. Killing Cui Haoyan, Lu Xuantong will surely die, without a doubt. At that time, all three would be dead, and all grievances would vanish like smoke. He has completely gone mad. Meanwhile, in the Lu family, boom, a vast and overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted, causing Lu Zhentian's hair to stand on end as he glared with wide eyes and roared, "All core disciples of the Lu family, gather immediately and follow me to the Taihang Mountains. At all costs, we must protect Xuantong. This child is simply too reckless. He is still too young, too impulsive. Cui Haoyan is deliberately provoking him. Does he really dare to make a move? That is the protector of the Taishu sacred land. An unparalleled powerhouse at the divine sovereign level. Even I, the head of the Lu family, may not be able to contend with him. Is Lu Xuantong really going to perish here today? No, absolutely not allowed." At this moment, the third elder Lu Wui could no longer contain himself, his figure like lightning, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed madly towards the Taihang Mountains. "Big nephew, you must hold on," he roared in his heart, bloodshot eyes filled with urgency. The Lu family had been silent for too long. It was not easy to have produced a shocking prodigy. How could he just perish like this? He had not yet seen enough of his big nephew's display of prowess. Lu Wuchen and the others stood frozen, their pupils trembling violently, revealing expressions of disbelief. That sword was too fast. So fast it was like lightning striking down, leaving no afterimage. They didn't even see how Lu Xuantong made his move. They only heard a clang of the sword, followed by a burst of blood light. and Chui Haoyan's right arm had already been sent flying. Even more terrifying was that almost at the same moment, the Tai Chi diagram that suppressed the heavens had unfolded. The yin and yang energies transforming into chains that imprisoned the mad slave at the divine sovereign level. Lu Wuchen's throat moved, cold sweat soaking his back. Too reckless. What kind of precise calculation and resolute killing intent did this require? Lu Qingxuang's red lips parted slightly, suddenly recalling what the ancestor once said. True geniuses have never survived by being cautious. However, today, it seems, they are going to be buried here. She looked at the furious mad slave in the distance, his overwhelming divine might twisting the entire void. If Lu Xuantong had chosen to retreat just now, perhaps there would have been room for maneuvering. But now, it would be a burial here. Suddenly, Lu Wuchen broke into a smile, feeling utterly exhilarated. As long as the Holy Sun is alive, he will surely take revenge for us in the future. At this moment, the heavily injured Lu Changqian had just regained consciousness. But before he could grasp the situation, he was knocked unconscious again by Lu Wuchen's hand knife. Take him away. Lu Wuchen decisively pushed the unconscious Lu Changqian to a nearby clansman, his voice resolute. Changqian's talent is second only to the Holy Sun, and the spark of the Lu family must be preserved. In an instant, all the Lu family disciples formed a battle formation in unison. There were no grandiose words, only eyes filled with the determination to face death. They knew that what they were about to face was the true wrath of a divine sovereign. Oh, my hand. Chui Haoyan knelt in a pool of blood, holding his severed arm and howling hysterically. His handsome face twisted in agony. Snot and tears mixed with blood smeared all over. But strangely, as he cried, he suddenly burst into mad laughter. He laughed at Lu Xuantong for being too young, falling for such an obvious provocation. One arm in exchange for Lu Xuantong, a life of a double emperor bloodline, was worth it. Immediately, he raised his head sharply, a look of vengeful delight shooting from his eyes. Mad slave. Now kill him for me. The moment he shouted the last word, the heavens and earth suddenly darkened. Boom. The mad slave, who had been suppressed by the Tai Chi diagram, finally erupted completely, flames of the Tao exploding around him. The white robe embroidered with the character Tao fluttering loudly. The pressure of the divine sovereign cascaded like a heavenly river, instantly turning the mountains and stones within 1,000 feet into powder. You are dead. The mad slave's cold gaze locked onto Lu Xuantong, slowly raising his right hand. In his palm, a green sun began to form, a terrifying killing move materializing from the laws of the Tao. Lu Wuchen and the others felt their bones cracking. Yet they still stood firm in front of Lu Xuantong. Form the formation. 300 Lu family disciples ignited their blood essence simultaneously. A blood-red great formation soaring into the sky. Knowing they were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, they still fought to the death. The mad slave took a step forward, shaking the heavens and earth. 300 Lu family disciples felt as if the sky was falling, their knees crashing into the ground. The sound of bones shattering echoing continuously. The might of the divine sovereign suppressed all beings. They couldn't even hold their breath before blood poured from their 7 orifices. Their bones on the verge of shattering. Despair spread like an abyss. Could it be that the Holy Sun was truly going to fall today? In the next moment, the killing intent in the mad slave's eyes surged, the green flames in his palms swirling, transforming into a sun that would burn the world. The blazing sun scorched the heavens. The sky collapsed, and myriad paths fell into silence. The blazing divine flames consumed everything. Even the void was seared through, turning into an endless sea of fire. This strike, even a fellow divine sovereign would find it hard to escape from being reduced to ashes. Chui Haoyan's face twisted, laughing maniacally. He had already won. Today, even if the entire Lu family came to the rescue, no one could block this fatal strike. Lu Xuantong die? Chapter 91. Swallowing 3,000 miles, soared out to cut the stars. Save the scene. Lu Xuantong looked up at the apocalyptic sea of fire that was burning the heavens. And there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. He had no regrets. His parents in the lower realm were safe, his family reunited. His sister had broken free from her shackles and regained her new life. In this life, he had protected those he should protect. He had also slain the enemies he should slay. Even if he died, what of it? That was why he dared to strike fiercely, a sword aimed at Chui Haoyan. Unfortunately, in the end, he was still half a step short and failed to take Chui Haoyan's life. Old dog. Lu Xuantong's mouth bled, but he still grinned, his fighting spirit blazing like fire. You want to kill me? You'll have to lose a few teeth first. In an instant, the double emperor bloodline within him completely boiled, golden and red divine patterns intertwining, like dragons and snakes moving throughout his body. The Tai Chi diagram hovered above his head, the yin and yang energies swirling wildly, forcibly opening a domain under the pressure of the divine sovereign. With the sacred weapon, he would rebel against the divine sovereign. Even knowing he would surely die, he still wanted this old dog to pay the price. However, just as the burning sun was about to engulf everything, Xuantong's pupils suddenly constricted. An old and ragged figure, unknown when it had appeared, stood before him. It was a scruffy old man, with a yellowed wine gourd hanging at his waist, a rusty iron sword slung over his back, wearing tattered robes, and exuding no trace of spiritual power. Looking like a drunken beggar. Yet, he had appeared out of thin air, not even disturbed by the killing move of the divine sovereign. What is this? Xuantong's heart shook violently. The old man's murky eyes lazily glanced at the sea of flames, and with a casual wave of his bony hand, crack. The entire world suddenly froze. The world-consuming flames, like a candle in the wind, extinguished with a puff. Even more terrifying was that the mad slave, who had just exuded overwhelming pressure, now seemed like a wild dog with its throat gripped, his entire aura instantly collapsing, kneeling on the ground with a thud, unable to move even a finger. In that instant, the whole place fell into silence. Who on earth is this old man? Xuantong's gaze sharpened, a storm raging in his heart. With his vision, he could not see through this old man's depths at all. The opponent stood there, devoid of any aura, as if merging with the heavens and earth, yet giving off an unfathomable sense of oppression. That was the mad slave, a dignified divine sovereign powerhouse, running rampant in the eastern region. Even the ancestors of the Liu family had to be wary of him, yet now he knelt like an ant, unable to even lift his head. Cui Haoyan's sinister smile froze on his face, disbelief filling his eyes. He stared intently at the scruffy old man, his heart roaring in madness. Who is this old thing? The Liu family? Impossible. If the Liu family really had such a level of powerhouse, they would have long dominated the wilderness state. How could they have been suppressed by the Taishu sacred land for so many years? Lu Qing and Cui Heng were even more like they had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, their thoughts completely stalled. The situation had completely spiraled out of control. Lu Xuantong slowly reigned in the boiling double emperor bloodline within him, his gaze sharp as a sword, closely watching the old man's back. Why did he choose to help? Unfamiliar with each other, yet appearing at the moment when his life hangs by a thread. This is by no means a coincidence. Where did this old man come from? I am the protector of the Taishu Holy Land. If you dare to attack me, you will be at odds with the entire Taishu Holy Land. If you are sensible, you should behave. However, before he could finish speaking, his voice abruptly stopped, because he saw the old man's face. In that instant, his pupils constricted sharply, and his whole body felt like it had fallen into an ice cave. With a spirit that could swallow 3,000 miles, the sword emerged to cut the stars. His lips trembled, his voice filled with unprecedented fear. You are the lord of the Beijian Pavilion, Lord Xuantong? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell into silence. The lord of the Beijian Pavilion? Everyone's heart seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Even their breathing halted. The Taishu Holy Land, besides the 7 main peaks, has many institutions, and the Beijian Pavilion is the core place that oversees the entire swordsmanship legacy of all disciples of Taishu. If they wish to obtain a peerless divine sword, must seek the Pavilion Master's approval. Its status is second only to the 7 peak masters, and it is one of the towering giants. At this moment, this legendary figure actually came to the Taihang Mountains. Why has he come? And why did he save Lu Xuantong? Upon hearing this, Xuantong slightly raised the corners of his mouth, showing a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Oh, I didn't expect that after so many years. There are still people who remember the old man's name? Indeed. Cold sweat seeped from the forehead and he struggled within himself. Although he revered the Pavilion Master, Cui Haoyan was still his direct master. Pavilion Master. He gritted his teeth and cupped his fists, forcing himself to say, this person has severed the arm of a direct disciple of the Taishu Holy Land. According to the Holy Land's rules, I must kill him to uphold our reputation. He deliberately emphasized the words Taishu Holy Land, trying to suppress others with the power of the sect. After all, although this Pavilion Master holds a high position, rumors say he has an eccentric personality and hasn't he appeared for hundreds of years. It is indeed strange for him to suddenly appear in the Taihang Mountains today. Upon hearing this, Xuantong narrowed his murky old eyes slightly. Oh. He lightly uttered a word, his withered fingers rubbing against the wine gourd at his waist. But what if I don't allow it? Before his words fell, an invisible pressure suddenly descended. Could it be? Xuantong slowly raised his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Do you still want to make a move against me? Suddenly, he felt as if struck by lightning, trembling all over. I dare not. He hurriedly knelt down, his forehead heavily banging against the ground. What a joke. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to offend someone of this status. Moreover, he was simply not a match for this person. However, this voice trembled, and he respectfully requested the Pavilion Master to respect the iron laws of the Taishu Holy Land. Enough noise. Xuantong suddenly shouted sternly, waving his sleeve. I don't want to say this a second time. This person, I will protect. His gaze was deep as he swept across the crowd. If you want to kill him. The old finger pointed gently at the first, defeat me. Arrogant. Everyone present was shocked. This was the might of the Beijian Pavilion Master. Once the words were spoken, even the rules of the Taishu Holy Land had to give way. However, Pavilion Master Chui Haoyan suddenly stepped forward, saluting with one hand. His face was pale, his severed arm still bleeding, but his eyes burned with a mad hatred. Wife. Beloved pet. Arm. All of this is thanks to Lu Xuantong. If I cannot take revenge today, how can I Chui Haoyan face the world? I, Chui Haoyan, am a direct disciple of the third peak of the Taishu Holy Land. This person has repeatedly insulted our holy land. If we let him go just like that, what face does the Taishu have left? I asked the Pavilion Master to think twice. Chapter 92. Want to negotiate with me? What are you? Although Chui Haoyan is a direct disciple of the Taishu Holy Land and holds a noble status, he is ultimately still one level below the Beijian Pavilion Master. However, behind him stands the Master of the Third Peak, a peerless powerhouse who can shake the mountains and rivers of the eastern region with a stomp. Because of this, even when facing a character like Shun Songming, he still dared to grit his teeth and muster some courage. Shun Songming sneered in disdain, and the pressure suddenly surged. Shun Songming's murky eyes narrowed slightly as he looked up and down at Chui Haoyan, then suddenly chuckled, his voice hoarse yet filled with undeniable authority. Direct disciple? Haha. A bit of strength, but not much. He slowly raised his withered finger and lightly pointed, causing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to suddenly freeze. Today, I am in a good mood, so I will give you a chance to speak. Chui Haoyan endured the pressure that seemed capable of crushing his bones. Cold sweat pouring down his forehead, yet he still forced himself to speak. Senior, please do not obstruct me for the sake of my master. He suddenly raised his head. His eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse like a ghost's roar. This person severed my arm and humiliated the reputation of the Taishu Holy Land. This enmity cannot be shared. Today, only one of us can live. Lu Xuantong frowned, about to speak, but was stopped by Shun Songming's raised hand. In the next moment, this seemingly disheveled old man suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura, the heavens and earth changing color, the vast sky seemingly torn apart by an invisible hand. It seems I have been silent for too long. Shun Songming's voice was no longer lazy, but boomed like thunder from the nine heavens. Even a small direct disciple dares to look down on me? The direct disciples of the Taishu Holy Land number in the dozens, if not hundreds. What are you? Want to negotiate with me? Let your master come in person. In an instant, Chui Haoyan was struck to his knees, trembling under the pressure. Boom. Chui Haoyan felt an indescribably terrifying force crash down, his knees cracking into the ground, blood instantly oozing from the corner of his mouth. He trembled all over. His eyes filled with unwillingness, yet he couldn't even lift his head. Beside him, the turned pale, his forehead heavily banging against the ground, trembling as he said, Pavilion Master, forgive me. It was my subordinates who overstepped. At this moment, the sky suddenly twisted. A brilliant golden light poured down like the Milky Way, forcefully tearing a 10,000-foot rift in the void. Following that, a figure in a red robe stepped out, surrounded by golden brilliance, exuding nobility with every gesture. Even the laws of heaven seemed to bow beneath him. Just standing there, all the spiritual energy of the eastern region gathered like a pilgrimage. The overwhelming pressure causing all disciples present to kneel instantly, even breathing becoming difficult. Upon seeing this, Chui Haoyan frantically bowed, his voice trembling with excitement. Disciple Chui Haoyan greets Master, though was even more shaken, pressing his forehead against the ground, trembling as he said, "The greets the Master. My subordinate has failed in his duties. Please punish me, Master." His duty was to protect Chui Haoyan, but he allowed him to suffer such torment, no matter what. He could not escape responsibility. This person is none other than Li Tsongtian, the master of the third peak of the Taishu Holy Land. Each of the 7 peak masters of the Taishu Holy Land is among the top existences in the. With a stomp, they can make millions of cultivators bow their heads. And Li Tsongtian is the most ruthless among them, having suppressed 3 ancient sects by himself, his reputation resounding and shaking the eastern region for hundreds of years. What has descended now is merely a projection of himself, yet even so, the vast and deep pressure still caused the entire Taiying Mountains to tremble slightly. If his true self were to arrive, the surrounding 1,000 miles would likely collapse under this might. At this moment, Li Tsongtian's gaze was slightly lowered, sweeping over the kneeling Chui Haoyan, his brows furrowing slightly. A dignified direct disciple of the Taishu Holy Land, a possessor of imperial bloodline, actually had his arm severed and is in such a pathetic state? Useless. He snorted coldly in his heart, but then, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. When beating a dog, one must also look at the owner. Lu Xuantong dared to publicly sever Cui Haoyan's arm, which is a slap in his face, Li Tsongtian. However, when his gaze fell on Shun Songming, he was slightly taken aback. Old ghost, you actually dared to come out? Li Tsongtian's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. Shun Songming chuckled lazily, casually patting the wine gourd at his waist, and said, "What's this? I have to report to you before I can take a breather?" Li Tsongtian shook his head and laughed. "Old ghost, you're joking. Who am I to manage you? Go wherever you like." Their tone was relaxed, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, but the crowd around them was already gaping, their hearts racing. The master of the sword-back pavilion, the master of the third peak. These two are unparalleled figures standing at the peak of the wasteland. Ordinary cultivators may not even see one of them in their lifetime, yet today, they both appeared at Mount Taiyang. If this were to get out, it would shake the entire wasteland. "This kid, I'll protect him." Shun Songming fished in his ear and casually said, "Your disciple is outmatched and lost an arm. He has no one to blame. Let us call it a day, shall we?" Li Tsongtian fell silent. Cui Haoyan gritted his teeth, bloodshot eyes wild with fury, roaring inwardly. "Master, you must not agree." However, to everyone's surprise, Li Tsongtian merely fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding, "Fine. But after this, I owe you nothing. We'll be even from now on." Shun Songming grinned. "All right, master." Cui Haoyan was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that his greatest support would so easily compromise. "Haoyan." Li Tsongtian's gaze was indifferent, his voice low. "If you want to kill him, there will be opportunities in the future." Cui Haoyan trembled all over, glaring fiercely at Lu Xuantong, his eyes filled with hatred. In the end, he could only squeeze out a sentence through clenched teeth. "Lu Xuantong, the grudge of today? I will repay it with blood." Lu Xuantong scoffed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "If you keep talking, do you believe I'll slap you?" Cui Haoyan was momentarily at a loss for words, his face instantly turning ashen. If it were before, he would have laughed in anger. But now that Li Tsongtian had made his stance clear, if he persisted, Shun Songming would definitely not stand idly by. Lu Xuantong really dared to slap him, even dared to kill him. "Let us go." In the end, Cui Haoyan could only grit his teeth and roar, leading the Lu family and Cui family members to retreat in disgrace. Before leaving, Li Tsongtian took a deep look at Lu Xuantong and suddenly said meaningfully, "Kid, if you get too close to him, you'll die. Remember this advice from me." As the words fell, his figure vanished like smoke, and the pressure in the heavens and earth dissipated. Only the silence remained on Mount Taiyang. Chapter 93. 3 Years Agreement. The god of destruction must die. The members of the Lu family stood dumbfounded, exchanging glances, momentarily lost. Cui Haoyan just left like that? That once arrogant disciple of the Taishu Holy Land, who relied on his imperial bloodline to act recklessly, now fled like a stray dog, not even daring to say a harsh word. The disgrace was palpable. From now on, this matter would surely spread throughout the eastern region, and Cui Haoyan would become a complete laughingstock. Lu Wuchen suddenly laughed out loud, his eyes filled with exhilaration. So satisfying. Truly satisfying. Lu Qingshuang also slightly raised the corners of her mouth, but soon, her gaze fell on Shun Songming, a trace of reverence appearing in her eyes. Why did this senior come to their aid? The next moment, Lu Wuchen took a deep breath, stepped forward, and respectfully cupped his fists. "Senior, thank you for your help today. Otherwise, my Lu family." However, before he could finish, Shun Songming lazily waved his hand and interrupted. "Less nonsense. I'll borrow your holy son for a bit, and return him in half a stick of incense." After speaking, he waved his sleeve, and an invisible force instantly enveloped Lu Xuantong, their figures disappearing like bubbles in an instant. This, Lu Wuchen stood frozen in place, his mouth slightly agape, unsure of how to react. The holy son of the Lu family was just borrowed like that? What does this senior plan to do with him? Lu Qingshuang's pretty face changed slightly, worriedly saying, "The senior won't harm the holy son, will he? Perhaps there are other reasons." In any case, the current situation was already much better than they had expected. At least, Lu Xuantong was still alive. At least, Cui Haoyan had retreated in disgrace. At least, the Lu family had not truly fallen. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Following that, hundreds of figures surged in like a flood. The leader's hair standing on end, eyes wide with rage, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. It was the head of the Lu family, Lu Zhentian, Xuantong. Before he arrived, his voice had already reached them. Lu Zhentian's furious roar was like thunder, shaking the entire Mount Taiyang. "Today, if anyone dares to touch a hair on my grandson, I will annihilate their entire ancestry." Behind him, the elite members of the Lu family were filled with killing intent, their battle spirit soaring. Lu Wushuang even waved her fists, shouting at the top of her lungs. "Me too." However, when Lu Zhentian led the crowd fiercely to the mountaintop, All he saw was a chaotic battlefield and an empty peak. Where is Xuantong? Lu Zhentian trembled all over, as if struck by lightning, and stood frozen in place. The next moment, his eyes turned red, and he howled at the sky. Damn beast! My grandson, Chui family, Taishu Holy Land. You dare to really kill my grandson? I will bloodily wash the Chui family today, leaving no one alive. He suddenly turned around, raising his arm high and shouting, Lu family sons, listen up. Follow me to the Chui family to take revenge. Kill. The members of the Lu family roared in unison, shaking the heavens. Wait. The Holy Sun is unharmed. What? Lu Zhentian abruptly turned his head, grabbing Lu Wuchen by the collar, his voice trembling. What did you say? Lu Wuchen quickly explained. The Holy Sun is fine. He was just taken away by the head of the sword-back pavilion, Xuantong, who said he would return him in half a stick of incense. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhentian's imposing aura faltered, and he let out a long breath, his whole being collapsing to the ground in relief. Not dead, good, he murmured to himself, his eyes filled with lingering fear. If Lu Xuantong had truly fallen, he would have bloodily washed the Chui family today, even if it meant sacrificing the entire Lu family. But now, Lu Zhentian snorted coldly, stood up, brushed off the dust on his body, and pretended to be dignified, saying, since the Holy Sun is fine, then let us spare the Chui family for today. However, this debt will be settled sooner or later. Lu Wushuang scratched her head and muttered quietly, Head, you weren't saying that earlier. Shut up. Lu Zhentian's old face turned red, glaring at her fiercely. The others couldn't help but chuckle, the previously oppressive atmosphere lightening considerably at this moment. Half a stick of incense. Lu Zhentian looked up at the sky, a complex expression in his eyes. Xuantong, why did you take Xuantong away? What do you really intend? When Lu Xuantong opened his eyes again, what lay before him was no longer the crumbling remnants of Mount Taihang, but a vast, boundless void. The sky had no stars, the earth had no dust, only the vast chaotic energy flowed around, as if he were in the primordial chaos before the heavens and earth were formed. Before him, Xuantong was lazily leaning against a rusty iron sword, tilting his head back to drink, the murky old eyes flashing with profound light. You're awake? Lu Xuantong's mind jolted, and he quickly cupped his hands in salute. Thank you, senior, for saving me today. This favor I will remember in my heart. If it weren't for Xuantong's sudden appearance, I would have probably turned to ashes under the blazing sun of the mad slave. This gratitude was not insignificant. Xuantong waved his hand casually, a hint of amusement flashing in his murky eyes. No problem, just a small matter. He tilted his head and took another swig of wine, letting out a satisfied sigh, then grinned, revealing a few yellowed teeth. However, the old man saving you is also for selfish reasons. Lu Xuantong's pupils contracted slightly, and he secretly thought to himself, as expected, in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch, especially for someone like Xuantong, a peerless powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the. Every move he makes must have its deep meaning. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, Senior, please speak without hesitation. If it is within my ability, I will do my utmost. In the next moment, he slowly spoke, become my disciple and acknowledge me as your master. How about it? Lu Xuantong was taken aback, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Just like that? What kind of person is Xuantong? The master of the sword pavilion of the Taishu Holy Land. A peerless powerhouse who can slay stars with a single sword. If such an existence were to announce that he was accepting disciples, the young talents of the entire would probably rush to his door. Yet now, he actually took the initiative to ask to accept him as a disciple. Seeing Lu Xuantong's silence, Xuantong didn't rush him, only adding with a half-smile, as long as you nod your head, I can give you all the martial arts, resources, divine weapons you desire, even protection for your Lu family. Given your enmity with Chui Haoyan, the Taishu Holy Land will not let it go easily, without me mediating. How can your Lu family withstand the might of the Holy Land? But if you become my disciple, the Taishu Holy Land will no longer dare to bully the weak. Lu Xuantong's gaze flickered, his thoughts churning. Xuantong's words hit the nail on the head. Although Chui Haoyan retreated in embarrassment today, with his character, he would definitely return. The Taishu Holy Land would not tolerate an outsider who dared to harm their direct disciple. He needed a backing. After a moment of silence, Lu Xuantong slowly raised his head, his eyes sharp. All right, I agree. Hearing this, Xuantong's mouth curled into a slight smile, revealing a meaningful grin. Very good. He tilted his head back and took a gulp of wine, then stretched out his skinny finger and lightly tapped. Buzz. An invisible contract force condensed in the void, transforming into an ancient rune that hovered between the two. However, I have a requirement for you. Lu Xuantong raised an eyebrow. Please speak, senior. Xuantong's gaze suddenly became sharp, enunciating each word. Within 3 years, break through to the divine sovereign realm. If you can't do it, there will be only one option before you: death. Chapter 94. Dual Emperor-level martial arts. Taishu Ancient Dragon Sutra must have them all. As soon as the words fell, the air suddenly froze. Xuantong's pupils contracted, and his heart trembled violently. Death. If he didn't step into the divine sovereign realm within 3 years, it would be a dead end. He paused momentarily, his gaze fixed on Xuantong, trying to find a hint of insight from that lazy face. However, those murky old eyes were as deep as the abyss, unfathomable. Was this a chance or a trap? Xuantong leisurely shook the wine gourd, the murky liquid swaying in the jug, reflecting a cold light. Of course, the choice is in your hands. You can refuse, and today's matter will end here. I will not force you. As his voice fell, the chaotic aura around them stirred slightly, stirring the mind. Xuantong remained silent. Refuse? Then the Lu family would face the wrath of the Taishu Holy Land alone. Although Cui Haoyan was defeated today, the Taishu Holy Land would not let it go easily. Without Xuantong's protection, the Lu family would surely perish. But if he agreed, 3 years to reach the divine sovereign realm, how difficult would that be? For thousands of years, those who could step into the divine sovereign realm in such a short time were all peerless monsters who suppressed an era and eventually ascended to the position of emperor. But he, Xuantong, was not an ordinary person. He had an advantage, and with opportunities bestowed upon him, why would he fear the mere divine sovereign realm? Moreover, he had no way out. As his thoughts raced, Xuantong suddenly lifted his head, his gaze like a torch, no longer hesitating. He took a deep breath, then knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and spoke with a powerful voice. Disciple Xuantong pays respects to master. Xuantong raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his murky eyes. This kid actually dared to agree? What boldness! He grinned, his wrinkles unfolding, looking quite satisfied. Good, good, good. Repeatedly saying good, Xuantong tilted his head back and took a sip of wine, then waved his sleeve, an invisible force lifting Xuantong up. From today onward, you will be my only closed-door disciple. Within, no one dares to bully the weak. If those old folks from the Taishu Holy Land dare to touch you, I will slay them with a single sword. As his words fell, a cold light flashed in his eyes, killing intent chilling, but it vanished in an instant. Returning to his lazy demeanor, Xuantong felt a slight relief in his heart. With Xuantong's protection, at least the Taishu Holy Land wouldn't dare to strike openly. Next, it was time for him to settle accounts with the Cui family. Xuantong seemed to see through his thoughts, chuckling, and casually tossed an ancient storage ring through the air, which landed steadily in Xuantong's palm. Take it. Xuantong scanned it with his divine sense and was immediately shocked. Spiritual stones piled up like mountains, heavenly materials and earthly treasures glimmered, divine weapons shone brightly. The resources within this ring were enough to support a divine sovereign family for 100 years. Thank you, master, he said earnestly, clasping his fists. Xuantong waved his hand dismissively, then pointed his fingertip, and 2 ancient books emitting terrifying auras appeared out of thin air. One was blood red, its surface seemingly ablaze. Emitting a scorching aura, the 2 ancient books floated in the air, one black and one gold, with completely different auras but both radiating a terrifying pressure that made the heavens tremble. They were Taishu Ancient Dragon Sutra and 9 Revolutions Chaos Art. Xuantong's pupils shrank suddenly, his heart shaking. This aura was actually several times more terrifying than the strongest holy-level martial art he was currently practicing. The surface of the ancient book, the black one faintly had a dragon shadow coiling, with a low dragon roar, seemingly from an ancient roar. The golden one was surrounded by chaotic energy, as if it had the power to open the heavens. Just observing it made his internal spiritual power boil, as if it wanted to break free from his body. Xuantong's mouth curled up, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. These 2 are both emperor-level martial arts. Taishu Ancient Dragon Sutra, when cultivated to perfection, can transform into an ancient dragon soul, the body becoming a saint, suppressing all eternity. 9 Revolutions Chaos Art, when perfected, can master chaotic power, shatter the void, and reshape the universe. Within 3 years, you only need to cultivate one of them to the entry level to have a chance of survival. Now he waved his sleeve, and the 2 ancient books slowly floated in front of Xuantong. Choose one. This was actually an emperor-level martial art. Xuantong's breath caught, his eyes shining brightly. This was a supreme inheritance that even the Holy Land treated as a treasure. Looking across the entire, there were no more than 3 complete emperor-level martial arts. Yet Xuantong directly brought out 2 incomplete versions. This old fellow was truly digging into his own savings. He took a deep breath, his gaze shifting between the 2 ancient books, and suddenly, with a grin, revealed an honest smile. Master, can I have them both? Xuantong's expression stiffened. and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. You brat, do you know how difficult it is to cultivate emperor-level martial arts? Even if they are incomplete versions, they are enough to exhaust countless talents' lifeblood. For an ordinary cultivator, comprehending one in their lifetime is already the limit, yet you want to cultivate both at the same time? He stared wide-eyed, his beard bristling. Greedy people get nothing. Be careful not to burst your dantian. Xuantong blinked, his expression sincere. Master, I'm not arrogant. It's just that one of these martial arts can help me break through, while the other might enhance the overall strength of the Liu family. I earnestly request Master to grant me this. After saying this, he clasped his fists and bowed deeply, his eyes filled with earnestness. Xuantong's eyelids twitched. This kid was clearly trying to take advantage of this old man's last bit of energy. Looking at his disciple's pitiful eyes, he ultimately softened his heart, turned to the side, and painfully waved his hand. Enough, enough. Take them. Consider it a gift for your apprenticeship. However, if you become unstable due to greed and fail to break through to the divine sovereign in 3 years, I cannot save you. Xuantong's eyes lit up. He no longer cared about the threat, and quickly reached out to grasp the 2 ancient texts tightly in his hands. The Tai Su Ancient Dragon Sutra felt icy to the touch, with a faint dragon's roar. The 9 turns chaos technique was hot like fire, with chaos surging. Thank you, Master. He grinned, a deep light flashing in his eyes. With these 2 imperial-level techniques, not to mention breaking through to the divine sovereign in 3 years, he would even dare to challenge the emperor realm. However, he still wanted to know. Master, what do you mean by 3 years? Why is it certain death if I do not break through to the divine sovereign in 3 years? Xuantong pressed for an answer. Have you ever heard of the 3-year agreement?